tense situations, these deep runs in monthly finals, world finals, and such. I think they're really going to lean on Tufa's leadership, kind of his experience to try and push them through. The good news is they've got nothing to lose, right? Loud are definitely the favorites here. I think the other side, not as much. So they're kind of playing with house money here. Whatever happens, I think, is kind of meeting expectation.
And Arca, I want to ask a little bit about maybe the input of Ace in this as their analyst. He's been all over the place, worked for a bunch of different teams, been to the World Finals. What do you think this is going to be as a factor of their lineup?
I mean, certainly a great deal of prep comes into all of these kind of things. I'm certainly starting with Kenny. I think that Tufa really has got to be the man to kind of lead this squad. This is 28th monthly final here today. And, one thing I have as a reservation with Tufa, it has been quite a while since we've really kind of seen him at his peak. I want to see him kind of get back to the swing of things. Last year, of course, on the roster with Bo of Raider PL. And, they didn't really have much success. I think they didn't qualify for, 2 monthly finals. I think they sort of made the semi-finals 3 times, losing to Foot Esports 3 times in those semi-finals. So I think from memory, like a number 6 seed or something, really not a great season whatsoever. So, bringing in some fresh blood into this roster as well, maybe it's not the time, dare I say it. But I feel like, especially with the first match of the year against Loud, I mean, that's a really tough position to find yourselves in when you're trying to kind of get back into, sort of meeting the other teams at the World Finals and such.
Fresh blood. Here's the field of battle on which it might or might not be spilled. We got our lineup of our maps and our modes here. Any reactions to that, Kenny? Are we just looking for a nice, solid matchup between these two?
I do think this is leaning more towards a 3-0, if I'm being quite honest. I think Center Stage is going to be one of Loud's better maps. I think they're going to have to at least take sets 1 or 2 off these guys if they want to cause an upset. The reverse sweep doesn't really feel like it's something in the cards. So they're going to have to come out swinging with momentum a little early here on Gym Fort, set themselves up for success, because otherwise I think this could be potentially a runaway like the audience is kind of showing.
Yeah, audience here very much in favor of Loud, but we've seen these go all sorts of ways, and Arc, we might be in for another upset here, but what odds are you giving it?
I mean, I think it's about fair what we're seeing in terms of the poll on the event site for me. I sort of had some reservations because an event site's pulling in some win rates from the qualifying stages, and when you go to that sort of 50-50 choice, it is saying that Loud have got like a 100% win rate to an 80% win rate. So some may have been actually voting on the side of Ingram Segura on this instance. But I don't think that they do stand much of a chance, to be honest. I think, let's be honest, if they are going to cause an upset against an organization like Loud, that's going to be a storyline that I can't wait to follow through for the rest of the season. Nonetheless, though, as the draft's coming in now, Gem Grab, Gem Fort being the first map, let's see where their minds are at. And again, certainly it's not always straightforward when you have such a big signing at the start of the season. Comes with a lot of pressure. The bands are already in, being Jant, the Lu, and the Juju. Again, brawlers that we've all seen at the beginning of the stream on the stats side of things being eradicated in this same instance. Juju, the Berry, and the Melody then on the right side of things, and coin toss is with Ingwem Segura. So they pick up Stu first pick. I like it a lot, especially on a map mode like this. Certainly taking it away from Loud though might have been the actual thought process here, because again, as I was saying earlier, Kaidog is so phenomenal with this particular brawler. I wouldn't be at all surprised, Kenny, if that's like a direct little nod towards taking it off his hands.
I think it is 100% as well. In practices leading up to this, Berry Ash combination and Stu have been kind of the 2 directions that they've gone. So they hadn't gotten their hands on Stu, while they're kind of looking for Berry to
It's fine, my
ally.
friend.
So they love getting aggressive
You
on
can
this
stop
map.
me all you want
Their
to.
first overall selection is very safe as well.
Oh, I forgot to
So
turn
they
my
did their
iPad
homework.
notifications
Obviously,
off.
teams
Hold
are
on.
going to be practicing against each other leading up into this, but I do think that was very intentional as well.
Like the Penny pick as well. We haven't really seen too much of her across the other regions, and I'm not really too sure why, to be completely honest. She's been such a great addition now with the Hypercharge coming into her kit that it really has resonated quite a lot with me as to how much better she is now in terms of the meta. I would like to see a bit of Jessie and locking down the mid as
we're
well
back.
from the other side of the field. Obviously, I'd imagine Penny doing much of that. Loud side of
I was
things
taking a
already.
nap.
Surge gonna come in now as a big heavy tank counter.
You know,
Might be
we're just getting into the first game, so it's
Segura, I
okay.
think twice a little bit if they were going down those lines. Like I say, I agree with the Ash pick. I think that's a really strong tank idea on this particular map. Quite versed on that regard.
Morning,
We
Lambo.
see a Rose
It's
Red
like,
in
all
other
right.
regions on Gem Fort, simply because you can lay down the grass into the center of the map. But I'm not really a big fan of that style.
I didn't even
myself.
watch the broadside because I
Certainly
was
not
sleeping.
against the Surge. So you got to keep considering the whole big picture here. kit. Wow.
But
I mean,
He's back.
boy, you know how I feel about this. I mean, we saw it constantly last week in East Asia. Not so much in EMEA, but I'm not a massive fan of it. We'll see what the third and final is to join this comp. But so far, already vibing with this idea.
I don't love it either. It had a 25%.
oh, they're gonna go
win rate.
Kit
It's
Tink?
played
What,
quite
Kit
a bit.
Frank
It's a
or
brawler that I think needs some perfect circumstances.
Yeah,
and
Kit
I think
Frank.
the surge here on the other end is kind of playing into this, right? When you see the kit, we're gonna assume they're going for something tanky or something more aggressive.
your predictions were
Like
right?
Surge
Oh wow,
was
who would
the
have thought?
pick, now they can make it more
Apparently I have a
sixth and final pick. It's a
Ali
high
skin
upside
giveaway
case.
going
You're
on
swinging for the
Twitter.
fences, but I think that's kind of the thing you need to do for the 8 seed here, right? We've been talking about it. Odds of them winning this are not high. You got to come out with something crazy. Unfortunately for them, Colette is about the hardest of hard counters you could get into that
I mean, I
combination.
guess.
I mean, you know, you really are driving into the eye of the storm. You've already seen the surge pick on the right, on the left side of things with Loud, and then you're gonna go Kit Frank, and of course they've got the final pick to go Colette and double down on the tank counter. I'm not really sure that's how I would play that draft out myself.
I don't even know what this skin looks like.
I think Gwim Segura are focusing on the idea of overrunning this. As, you know, looks directly into the camera there in a very fierce manner. Certainly the Penny's going to have the toughest time against this kind of comp.
Dennis. Oh, I guess I should re-say hi to everyone because my mic wasn't working the first time. But hello James, I'm Beyond Muffin, Ovito, Yo, Lambo, even though you joined when it was already working.
Yeah, and without wall break here on this Frank, there's really no way to break in. Kit's just going to be kind of sitting here, exhausting gadgets. They have to find some way to get a frag here. 5 gyms in the pocket of Loud early, and a pushback and a take.
Have you seen the new Hypers? No, I literally just woke up and I went live.
Not a good start whatsoever here for Gwim Segura. And they've got to find some momentum. Already good shots from Firecrown from Babo, going straight into an aggressive stance. Good timing though on the Kit side from Babo. And now that might give a little bit more mid-control over. As Loud are
These
forced away.
bros are generally
Box there as
broken.
well.
Are you
Babo
surprised,
now back
Sam?
once more
Like,
and taken care of, in fact, by a
are you
final
surprised
blow.
that Supercell adds broken brawlers to their game?
The gadget was missed, and now as quickly as that, Loud can start to get the gems back on their side.
Yeah, this Colette is just locking them out. I mean, they're not able to do anything. There's the
Holy
kid going
leg.
for something crazy here. Gonna be really tough with Firecrow and Kaio Dog
Mr.
surrounding
P
him.
is
It's legal
insta
to
ban? Are you
Loud just
serious?
running away with it.
Yeah, Tuva's got hypercharge, but that's about it. And especially with the
This is
aggressiveness
worse than
there,
a stabby
Firecrow
duck
going in,
Wi-Fi.
There are going to be too much to say for it on the side of Gwim Segura. And tries to get some sort of reset, but it's going to be Kaidog or nothing. He's got super as well, can get away. And it's going to be the first game going the way of Loud.
And I do think a lot of that is due to the draft. as
Are you
well.
surprised,
And
Yo-Yo?
again, I'm not trying to be a Kit hater. It's really not intentional, but
Some things with Supercell will always happen. Adding broken content, literally, like the brawlers and the game itself breaking, and lag
Some of the most prominent brawlers in our meta right now. This
from
is
the
not
Brawl
one of
Stars
them to me,
production.
At least not to the category and level of selection it's being picked, and it's really being exploited right now.
It's just very cheesy.
My
I think
goodness,
that
my
works
goat.
on ladder.
Holy, did you see that reaction speed from
It
Firecrow?
doesn't really work on the competitive side of things for me. Again, Loud already have a good firming position in the mid. And especially with that cardboard box on the Kit side, once it's eradicated and diminished down, it'll be much easier for Loud just to kind of pick and choose where they want to go. Look at this right-hand side, complete and utter dominance there from Firecrow. Kaidog forcing out then, ready to foot to the left-hand side. Ooh, as well, good connection from the Kit, but that hypercharge, Colette, just coming in from Kaidog.
Thank
Misses the
you,
second,
Muffin.
but nonetheless, it's enough. And as quickly as that, again, Loud on 8 gems.
I can't help but chuckle. I mean, it's just been so convincing. Loud, the #1 seed, of course. This is the expectation we have for these.
Two
guys.
7K
Looking for
HP
red
borders
bars
over
to
at you.
kind
Oh,
of
hell
force an
no.
upset, but it's just constant dunks. Firecrow leaping on enemies. Tufa
This
finding
not sound like a
just
fun time.
enough time to use it. Rated foot trying to
Hello,
get down
Fayum,
the
how are
mid.
you?
No success here. Loud are coming out swinging here in our monthly finals with such an easy look in this set #1. It's going to be back to the drawing board for Gwim Segura.
I mean, one of the most dominant victories I think we've seen all month, in my opinion. There wasn't really any moment that I felt like Loud were not in control.
I'm chilling,
of things. There
Volume.
was positioning
Just
like
woke up
once. I mean, that's
from a nap.
about it. And it wasn't even like a very convincing loss of that mid. Immediately retook. I mean,
Yo-Yo, appreciate the 3-watch streak. I don't know. You've been here more than 3 days in a row, haven't you, Yo-Yo?
They're not even breaking a sweat, let's be honest.
not a good way to build momentum.
Yeah, Feather. This is South America.
I love that we're seeing the loud player cams here too. You talked about them not even breaking a sweat. Did take some time for some quick comms. Having seen them in competition again and again, even seen them on these world stages, you know, this is their true form here. What do you think they're talking about, Art?
Probably about how bad the stats are, to be completely honest. I mean, 94 DPS in the kit and a donut, that's very, very reminiscent.
I don't know. I hate Jim for it.
82 DPS on the Frank side as well. I mean, every player on the side of Loud
For but their base HP is 5.5k. What the hell?
I mean, it's just really what you'd expect
Janet
from a
Super
draft
was
that went
buffed?
so
Why?
one-sidedly. I mean, you can't really
First two matches are very one-sided. Yeah.
hit hill concept.
Hi Haley, how are
With
you?
your opposition, and they've
Good
already got a
morning.
10 counter to start with. Of course they're gonna double down.
Hey
It
Jim,
was the
for me
draft
too.
allowed, and,
I don't know why I'm still in the game 7 years later. Wait, who is
Yeah,
this?
you've been kind of hard on the kit picks last weekend, this weekend, Arc.
Wait,
and
no,
can you
it's still
kinda
the
single that
same
out, break that
lady.
down
Never
for
mind.
me as we're kind of, got some new people learning this game for the first time, or some people who are picking it and
Hello
maybe shooting.
Iris. Thank you.
It's one of those brawlers which can have a bit of a cheese quality to it. Ultimately, there's a great amount of healing once you kind of latch on to your fellow teammates and
Even the port is super
elusiveness
fast and there can be
that's
two
with
at
the colour box
once.
invisibility effect
That
you
sounds
get.
kind of
Pretty
miserable,
much that's
but I'm
what we see
glad
in the
he's
competitive scene is the ability to
good
press
now.
the green button, go invisible, and change your
What is
position on the
that?
map,
It's my
try and take
partner
your
anniversary.
opposition by surprise.
Thanks for answering your
It
text,
actually might
Alex.
already
I
feel
literally
like
just
knockout,
woke
and
up.
by weighing down
I
the
like, when did I start
waiting
this
for the
stream?
final moments, but
Like
these
5
are the
minutes
best
ago.
teams in the world. They tend to focus their scrims and practicing
I woke
around
10 minutes
the
ago.
tough
I
groups
woke
to be able
up
to handle and manage
and
ensure
I
that
saw
when
a
it comes to that
fucking
draft,
ping from
they
Sim.
don't leave
I was
any
like,
stone
oh yeah,
unturned. They're really kind of
South
expecting
America
it, and
monthlies.
therefore they're not like really committing too heavily.
I've only
to
been
a
awake
certain
for
idea,
10
with the
minutes.
eventuality that if you're not going to ban it, it could still show its face.
And I went live
Loud, again,
to
played
watch
perfectly.
this.
I think Surge was a great second pick to have.
I'm chilling,
I think
Rupa.
one
How about
that
you?
just really
Iris,
quite
thank you for the
versatile
link.
and change the sway of the draft depending on what happens next.
Thank you, Knight.
As we go into our second set then. Brawl
Congrats,
center
thank you,
stage.
Iris.
The bands being the Janet, the Rico, and the Otis. Nice to see the Janet band across the majority of these regions now is really quite a
Center
front runner now
stage.
in this draft process. Berry and the Lou and the Stu banned out by Ingrim Segura. And the coin toss now over with Loud, so they get the first pick.
They banned like every single first pick. Surge. Guess we got muffins again. Well. Muffin getting muffins. Yo, Ash, appreciate it. Like,
On this map especially, there are going to be tanky ideas. With no Barry, they're going to be looking for ways like Poco to possibly back that up. But Ash, Kenji, Frank, Melody all get played here a lot as kind of aggressive or tankier options. So I think
Frank,
maybe
so
the
you're
first
meeting?
makes a lot of sense just
Oh,
to
it's
kind
not
of
even
let
awake
the other
when you
side move
texted me.
too far ahead.
I'm scrolling through my
It's one of those
notifications
maps where
right
it's
now.
like, Juju's definitely always going to be good everywhere, in my opinion, pretty much. And for a very bushy map as well.
Like
Like
Sam
this,
Hyper
definitely
makes his
not
own
gonna be out of
gloves
place to see
instantly
that.
recharge
By
on
Grim
hitting
Segura,
someone.
but I feel like I'm also
Oh
concerned
hell
because
no! What the
Loud
hell?
could have absolutely picked it first. They didn't have a plan in mind. So the fact that they've actually left it open. And I've got to
First
admit,
picking
makes it
Surge
feel
over
like it's a bit more
Juju.
of a strategy because you don't leave Juju open if you really have not banned it out in any sense. So certainly a very strong tank counter as well. And that's going to be now on the minds of Loud. But I think for me, the best way to counter Juju, there's not that many, to be honest. But I think to try to over-govern it with speed, try to go and over-govern it with aggression. Really
Uno?
try to get up
Wait,
close
what do you
and
mean,
personal as
Uno?
quick as you possibly can. Maybe double down with
I know what Uno is. Well, huh?
Ingrim Segura. And it's definitely not a bad pick at all. One that's kind of escaped
Buster,
a lot of drafts I've
alright.
seen over the weekend and over this month. And I'm not really too sure why, to be honest, because it is so good. And of course,
Nah, I need you to
Brawl, probably
elaborate.
One of the best modes you can have a Buster for it. So already seeing some better signs of the draft so far. But again, that third and final pick is where we tend to see the stories change quite quickly. This time it's going to be on the other side. So Loud have got to play this cautiously and ensure that they get this one right. Frank, they're playing a daring game with that one. Of course, the Juju's can play really well into it, but they can just overthrow things, maybe get a heal behind it as well. Did a bit of a Rise of Poco recently too, matters, so I wouldn't mind it. But if they can get close, rush things, there you go, there's a combination. That could overthrow things, but they are lacking the speed. That's a bit of a concern for me.
Yeah, you mentioned it, right? Overwhelming Juju, I think, is probably your best bet. Obviously, with Grigri on the map, you get an extra spawner, but Frank is the biggest of sponges on the map, and powered up with Poco is a huge way, I think, to try and take advantage here. Buster's not going to be able to bring him down easier. They're going to have Surge on their side as well, one of the better brawlers, I think, to get up in Frank's face, to jump on him, kind of disrupt those supers. I really like this well-rounded composition from Loud. This was kind of the direction I would have probably headed. Melody was also on my mind just for a playmaker, a goal scorer, but we saw Colette be an answer to tank last time. This time, Nguim Segura is going to take it into their hands. I think that's probably one of their better bets to give them a chance here, to be honest with you. I don't know if there was a perfect answer there.
That's a song,
I
my
like
friend.
it, for sure. I mean, they're definitely going to be trying to give Loud a bit of a taste of their own.
They're making a
medicine as
collab
well
with
that they were
Uno?
treated in the
Oh,
previous
I
set.
see.
And I quite like it. I think certainly the Vision Gear could be very much on the minds of the players here as well, just to try to give them the earliest idea of when a flank might be inbound. And certainly, I think it's given them a good chance for sure. But one thing I'll say is that if Loud just continue to trample this set in the way that they have been, then well, this is the best draft they've had so far today, which doesn't give me much hope if it doesn't work out already. They'll go to a slow start, which is good on the side of Nguim Segura. Get some takedowns as well. Trades are coming out. And fast 1 HP on Twintino is quite a rare sight to see on a Brawl which doesn't really have any capabilities of being so of any kind of gadget use, unlike a Draco and such. But already, yeah, they're looking a lot better as a result of this draft. And Loud stacked now in spawns and not playing too well together, it seems.
Adinho gonna release a super here, rejected. The reflection coming in clutch here now a couple times. Could be a breakaway on this right-hand side, though. This red roster is set up for defense, offense.
Yeah, I just read
something
it.
much tougher. And the
Same.
big barreling Frank just trying to move his way down. He's got assistance from Firecrow, who's being shredded through right now. A good super out here, a little shield up. They're releasing every shot they have on this man. They still haven't found a way to bring Adinho down.
Why do I sound so sleepy? Maybe because I just woke up. What a shot.
And finally, we get a little bit of action on the side of Nguim Segura as they get off the board.
Some signs of life here. A super dodge. Kyodog trades. Firecrow right hand in. As
Do you
the
aim the
Super
chest
goes down.
chest to
Looking
hyper?
swing his way down the
Or does it
right-hand
drop
side.
right
Not
on top
enough,
of him?
though. This defense out of Buster has been incredible. Honestly, they have really shut down this Frank for the most part.
Brevard able to survive on there.
That's really good, then.
Should be able to heal up as the hypercharge. That's definitely a concern as Tuva's now invisible. Trying to get some good shots from Twintino. Does get Alpha Smash. Wasted gadgets. And two members of Nguim Segura still stay standing on that right-hand side, just pocketing the ball now for the next 40 seconds as they'll try to delay the inevitable coming through. And that hypercharge is certainly going to be a very good thing to have on defense. The heal screen from Firecrow handed over to his teammates. They're pushing for the ball. Good connection from Pavo, following through for the second one. Firecrow going to try and do his best all alone, but it's not going to avail too much. And they're Gregory on defense, definitely going to shut the very idea down.
Only about 20 seconds left to go. Shot clock approaching, and Kyodog nowhere inside of this ball. Adinho's going to have to grab it. Tufa on defense, releasing shots from a distance. All they have to do is battle the clock. Adinho, dribble, left hand in, breakaway, but a kick away and a perfect interception. Red roster throws it to the other side, and now Kyodog not going to be able to grab this. Signs of life coming in here in game number 1.
Fantastic stuff. It's what we want to see. And finally, a much better draft then. And one that has some legs, could even potentially even out these sets. But it's
All hypers are good except Carl. What is Carl's hyper?
Just so convincing in favor of Loud. This one now much more close together. Can Loud gain the game here? I think they can.
What do we
I
used to
think
do
they
with the
just
fire
can't really,
gadget?
A big opening like we did last game. That was too much of an opportunity. And that Buster pick already now being the thorn in the side here of Loud. Pushing it forwards now. Bravo on the right hand side with some great value. Should be able to walk this one through as well. And he does so spectacularly.
Snowbase excited, yeah.
Seconds to play. Loud are crumbling.
I was giving them a lot of credit on center stage, especially in scrims leading up to this week. This was one of their better maps, but right now, Nguim Segura making it look too easy. Rated foot on this Buster has been incredible. He's now working this left-hand side. Kyodog still on stage 1 as Surge. He has to get up, but it's a super pass.
This is why you don't first pick Surge, chat. First picking Surge is fucking the worst thing you can do. Actually, that's not the worst thing, but it's pretty bad.
No sweeps happening in our first match, and some big things to consider now for Loud, because that was a very convincing set.
We get the FC Magic Surge. How the hell did he even get kills?
Things went very well. That Buster pick, as I was saying, very underrated, and I don't know why it is so, because it's such a great thing to have in Brawl Ball there. Two there on 490 DPS as well, great stats, and a much
It's crazy,
better
literally.
night-to-day difference, really, all tied up, fantastic.
All tied up. I know this is not what you guys are expecting. We were saying a quick 3-0 right at the start of this, but this is exactly what we love to see. Now, talk to me a little bit about after that draft. You know, this is a different game mode. What could they have learned from that last one? Are they just staying away from Kit here, or is this a whole new plan that they've got for a whole new setup, Arc?
I think the draft was definitely much better. Loud really just they were playing the same style of draft as we saw in the first set on the side of Ningguang and Segura, taking some risks that I don't think were really necessary to do so. You know,
She's still here.
Picks,
I don't know.
Combining the heals to it, just not really enough to overthrow a brawler like Juju for me. I was hoping to see a Max leading into that draft. That would have been kind of like I would have expected to see a bit more of the aggression that we're used to seeing from Loud, maybe to go against that Juju, but they left it open. I like the idea. It's a risk to leave it open for sure, but if you've got a firm strategy, no reason why on that particular map you have to necessarily pick it as your first pick. More often than not, though, pick Juju first. That's kind of how
That's
I
a great
see it.
question, Taj.
Certainly, I think that Loud will get back to some winning ways. I think that they've given themselves, you know, a bit of a disadvantage now, and will look to like try to turn this back into a more comfortable place very quickly as we move on to Bounty and Shooting Star. All about the sharpshooting side of things. I think this is pretty much a map for me that you do have to ban Juju though. That middle area of lake combined with the grass can have the slow or the additional range on her shots. So I think it's safe to ban it. Tick wouldn't be a bad ban for me here either. Certainly the Nannies, the Pipers, the Byrons, the RTs, and that kind of stuff too. I want to kind of see a heavy consideration towards banning those particular brawlers, maybe even a Mandy, which was very heavily favorited in South America above other regions as a brawler. So I wouldn't necessarily mind those ones being out of the picture here either. Max is an option. I wouldn't ban it necessarily, but if the Pipers do start to show their faces and the Nannies, they're going to ban it. I don't mind it. Angelo as well was one that I missed off there, but certainly a big reason to ban that particular brawler here as well. So far, bans all looking great for me.
Juju, Angelo are the first two I think of, and I think that makes a lot of sense why it's the right side banning it. They know they're not going to be able to get their hands on it, so they're going to lock it out of Loud's hands. RT about as safe of a burst pick as I think you can get right now. And Knockout and Bounty, he is one of the top dogs for me. I think Gus is going to be in the equation here. A lot of these players have been using Gus and Melody as a combination. You get your aggressive Melody that can get up in their faces, and the Gus bubble with long distance kind of powers her up. So I do think that's a possibility here as we look forward in Arc. I hate to say it, but since Kit is not in the ban stage, I will say Kit does show up quite a bit in this region on this particular map, especially in combination with aggressive brawlers. I've seen Kenshi quite a bit, so it's a little crazy, it's a little out there, but I'm just going to call it how I see it and what I've seen this week.
I wouldn't want it any other way, Kenny, but you are wishing it from the universe at this present moment in time, and that makes me concerned. Gus, though, definitely was one that I think works really well here. Glad to see that particular brawler come through. Has the option of combining the shielding as well with
stop trolling. Good question.
Carl can be a good pairing with that kind of idea, but it provides more survivability and aggressiveness, really. So I'm kind of curious to see what the strategy could be. With a Gus as a standalone, it is absolutely fine as well. Melody, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Melody, as we've seen a lot in East Asia on this particular map too, getting some fantastic results and definitely the much better of those two ideas between the Carl and the Melody. So I really like that. It's a very strong draft. It's going to play pretty badly into the RT at times, so it really is all about timing to ensure that that leg form is being kept well away and eradicating the RT.
Can't decide what to eat. Just tell Toxin and turn around and perk it up.
But certainly that's a great synergy.
Yo, Ben, how are you? Welcome.
Having the week of the draft so far. Still going to come in. In any other instance, I wouldn't be as much of a fan of it.
Atlas.
Wait,
at last. Welcome. How are you? Yeah, Mythical. Welcome.
But it is a very open map here, Kenny. Let's be honest. It's not really a map that caters immediately.
Why are we picking Stu?
Although I can see it working with Byron, I don't think it makes much difference to me. I think that still I'm starting on the right side here.
I really love the start that the red side's got here. We've got Gus and Melody, which is a great combination. I think that kind of deters Loud from going the traditional.
Why are we telling Veda eat me?
Like I mentioned, you get a Gus bubble onto the Melody. She's going to dive at you. She's going to be pesky, and she's going to have those musical notes circling around her while she dances around you and takes down foes. And the name of this game is all kills. As long as you're getting those frags and keeping the lead, you're going to be great. The escapability she brings is also nice. I think Loud are kind of going with an out there composition. We've got Byron plus Stu.
These drafts are very interesting.
Times if you can hit the jukes, and obviously, like you mentioned, Kyodog phenomenal at this brawler, but this is a really well-rounded composition on our right-hand side. I think I'm leaning their way too.
Piper can get overwhelmed sometimes against the Stu, but again, such an open map, not really much ability to push forwards. You're gonna have to run Speed Zone as a gadget. I can't really see any advantage to trying to break the walls with anything else on that Stu Gadget side. So, and it's also quite a good way to tank the Piper shots if you're really under pressure as a Stu. But even so, I mean, it's going to take a lot. It really is.
That's us. How'd you vote for Loud? Great question.
Side of Ingram Segura.
They had to make it interesting, you know.
Strategy, but can Loud do anything against this? That's the question. Byron Hills and Firecrow going to land every single time Firecrow.
Like, you sure not, bro.
Kill was picked up, traded over though exactly as well. Actually, into the hands of Loud. I think that poison trick must have been more than I was expecting.
I don't know if I love the process, but the result was great. I mean, he kind of just dashed away from Firecrow, and now Firecrow goes down. They're going to be pinned in his
Hey, why are we picking Stu on Shooting Star?
Not to put too much pressure on him. They're going to hold this mid control, let Firecrow respawn, get rid of that bubble, and now all of them are vulnerable.
Firecrow's going to have
Oh no, Melody just wasted a shield too. Oh, thank you, Jacker.
Before you're just overrun, especially against a Melody who's now with hypercharge on the side of Raider Foot. Down that left-hand side, making some space, I think is wise for Loud. They've still got the lead, but they do have to bring this back to a more mid-matched game. Firecrow 2 weeks have already gone on the healing side. Oh, some good taps from Kydog. Almost secured a takedown for that.
It was pretty close, and they did exhaust a couple of those 3-for-1 supers that you get with Melody. That's also one of the perks with her.
Literally,
so try and recharge it up to get all 3 back. She's also just going to hug this wall with her musical notes. It's not allowing Kydog to kind of push at them. He's having his
we would stop them in draft.
A gadget going down for Firecrow. A dive in for 1, looking for 2, doesn't get it. Kydog survives, and with 30 seconds to go, they're going to be up 3.
Oh, Tuva just short-changed on the left-hand side. Just scratching.
Sound dead. I feel dead.
Shots, but nothing on the HP side. There's a final push coming in really here. And then Grim Segura, who are behind on the stars. Big poison trickle down that Melody in the mid. As Kydog gets the hypercharge, going straight for the eyes of that Piper and fires up the land.
How does Stu even get a hypercharge? That should not be allowed to happen. I'm chilling, Mail. How about you? Why is there still a Shooting Star? Great question. You tell me, TLK.
That felt like a lot of mechanics to me. I felt like Kydog was really having to put in some calculated work to get those frags towards the beginning of the game. I think it could have gone real south if they didn't get that lead early. I think they almost needed it to kind of hang on, survive, and really make the red side kind of push up.
And it was a very, very clutch kill as well. I believe it may have been from the Kydog flame of the Stu dash, potentially there, or combined with that poison from the Byron. But it almost wasn't a lead that Loud had to play with. And gaining it early on, I fully agree, was really quite the way forwards here, as they're really fighting for the lead again. Going super aggressive, getting right up in the faces there of Ningrim Segura. We're now trying to fight back. Oh, a lovely gadget pop with the hacks there from Medino, securing the kill on that right-hand side, giving then a 3-star lead over to Loud. A very advantageous stage of the game. Shield hands over to the Melody now, and some aggression. Not really much to come home with. Kydog's weak and weary here, but staying alive, and Tuva's not connecting the shots. Now he does follow up, and that will close the gap somewhat, but there's still a 1-star lead in favor of Loud.
Ooh, and Tufa connects with another. The hacks aren't quite enough to get that kill on Melody, and as a result, Blue Star switching over to
this is
They're gonna have a speed zone down, and they didn't make any kills with that.
What was the other team? Casa or whatever?
Which allowed Tufa to push up to make those taps. So as long as everybody's doing their job, they're in good control here. They're gonna have to hold on for a little bit longer. The hypercharge moving down now, looking for 1. Kydog goes, and they're expanding this lead. Ningrim Segura giving them a little fight back.
Yeah, lovely stuff. I thought Raiderfoot might get 2 for his trouble there, but just the 1 is plenty. 9 stars and that blue. But this is where they struggle on the defensive side. It's kind of going in the shield just the right time there for Barrow, but now taken care of. And it puts Raiderfoot back out of position, but he finds 1 behind himself. Now pinched out, and as 4 stars hand over. But Loud are still behind here with 20 seconds on the clock. They've got to find another takedown, but they've got the advantage of it being literally anyone.
Piper's supposed to cook RT, Taj. Are you slow?
Dog right-hand side as Firecrow approaches the mid. Tufa has a hypercharge available, not diving in quite yet. Kydog skating around, the rubber hits the road, and Loud secures the kills. Raiderfoot nowhere in sight. He needs to get there, but Kydog skates away. Incredibly played.
You get shit on, Taj. Bro thinks he's him.
The way it was, I thought there may have been a world that they ran out of time for Loud, and it may have been a tight upset, but not.
How did he get hyper both games? That's what I'm saying. How did he? Like, that's not something that's supposed to happen.
Tough draft. I much still prefer what we see on the side of Ningrum Sakura, but as soon as I saw the Stu, I thought if there's any team that can land this mark, it's going to be Loud. And they were so good in the aggression, putting Ningrum Sakura on the defense time and time again, and coming out on top for it. Not an easy draft to make work, but one that is very much in the hands of Loud to do so.
Can you take a look at the replay here? It looks
Jagger,
like the
appreciate the
story was
follow, watch street, bro.
in this third set. I mean, talk to me a little bit about how Loud had to pull it together here to bring it to NGS, who was bringing a little bit more fire than I think anyone anticipated.
They've been really impressive. Outside of this first set, right, they've been drafting pretty well. I mean, honestly, I'm kind of with Ark. I think Loud made this a little bit more difficult on themselves than they needed to. The Stu's a comfort pick, but it's not an easy one to pull off on this map. And the fact that they did, I think, goes to show the caliber of a team we're working with. The draft is
Or it just shows how. Never mind.
Despite how we feel, it played out the way of Loud winning that 2-0. But I don't think this is over yet. I really do think this right-hand side's got a chance here.
Yeah, what would you have liked to see instead of the Stu instead that you think might have given them a better edge in that matchup?
It's not that much, to be completely honest, to kind of consider. I mean, you're looking at like long-range ideas. I think from memory, the Bell was banned as well. That would have been quite a nice one to consider. I mean, Colt potentially, but it's, again, quite risky, especially against the Melody. I think the draft really was just a tough one to play into for me. So, I mean, what about you, Kenny? Any thoughts on that side of things? I mean, it makes sense in the side of Loud. If that had been any other team, though, I think they would have probably lost the set.
I think so too. I think they really had to pull that one out. You know, obviously that's a map that caters more towards sharpshooters. We see some interesting combinations there with all the bans that went down. I really do think that 2-3 turn with grabbing Gus and Melody was such a strong thing because that's something Loud are running constantly. It's something a lot of teams are running. They grabbed the RT, but after that, a lot of those traditional picks were kind of in the ban stages. So I think, again, credit to the ban picks phase of this right-hand side. They're playing this a lot better and have seriously recovered from this first set.
Kaboom.
Heist, then. Kaboom Canyon. Definitely a lot of heavy hitters that need to be banned here. Immediately, Melody's got to be there. Chuck is a bit of a 50-50, I think, for me. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. It has a big kind of countermeasure idea.
Hello, Toby. How are you?
So I think that it's not necessarily nearly as dominant as we saw it being last year. Definitely, though, if you're playing ladder and ranked, it's very high up in the win rates. In competitive, it's looking to be on the lower side actually for me, although it is quite a big threat still that you have to heavily consider, and whether you've kind of prepared enough for it in your, in your scrim side of things. The Crow, it has to be banned in this region, no doubt about it for me. It was very much the decision maker of things last year, and the meta hasn't changed for it this year. Probably played Crow in Heist before anyone else actually in South America, so that's a must-have ban here. But Colette certainly gonna have a great time on this particular map as well. And you know, Melody's Carl's over the lake as well. I can see it having a pretty decent place here also. So Amber, I think we've seen a bit more of a rise actually in Amber now in Heist, defensively speaking as well, but also aggressively. We've seen it actually play quite a big kind of counter roll into a Chuck as well, which we've seen last week. So certainly a lot of choice, a lot of options on this particular map for me. And it's a very South American map mode to have here. Loud. Not going to be taking any chances in that regard, but they have already had a bit of a shaky second set. Do not want to have a position of going to the fifth and final.
You never see it literally.
And any possible idea of there being a turnaround here, they've got to shut this idea down. They cannot allow any.
Thank you for the like, James.
Because what an upset this would be, Kenny, if this was to go all the way.
Why is Muffin and Elgijo talking about me in chat?
Loud to lose off the rip. I think you covered a lot of the prominent brawlers that show up on this map. The Amber and Carl even showing up. I think Melody, Colette, some key pieces for that high safe damage. Honestly, Barry, somebody that.
And they get Muffins today because you didn't want to give me no Muffins. You're so rude.
Angelo, if you're playing a more control-styled gameplay, I think is a really solid first overall pick. And even if you're not, it's just one of the better brawlers, I think, on this map and mode. Anytime you have access to the water,
Angelo first pick is fine.
It's going to be a good bit. 8-bit is somebody I'm kind of looking out for here too. We saw it in the graphic, and one of my favorite things this year.
I never know what to pick into Angelo on this map. We can always just safe pick Viper.
It says break walls or don't break walls. And 8-bit is a huge factor.
Literally Lambo. Penny.
8-bit often get in the equation. Penny with her
Gotta get food, eat well, James.
For Angelo, not as much, but depending on the strategy teams want to use, I
Juju.
think that's going to come
I'm sorry. Where do they go now?
Juju
Brock.
I prefer Juju on this particular map, especially with the Penny. This comp on the side of
Running it down against an Angelo, I see.
Back in spawn and stuck.
You
And
Brock here
Andrew's
now,
gonna be
right?
terrible defense in that regard. The
I
slow
am
effect that Juju
doing
brings to the game.
alright. I am
They're
a-okay.
hovering around
Brick,
that sort of
hope you're
lake
doing
area of the
wonderful.
map, and the petty turret, once that hypercharge is down, it's so hard to escape its clutches.
Yeah,
Let's
you
see
go
what happens
Brock.
here with Brock. I mean, it's not a very big pick for me coming in to join the party at the Angelo. It's still all about range. Gonna have some difficulties.
You
I
just
feel
go something that
defensively.
counters
Still,
things.
the
Or you can
Incendiary on
Daryl,
the side
yeah.
can shred through things, but nothing too much more to say. from the
Amber?
side. It's still about range.
No, Amber's
I think
banned.
that they need to have a bit more variation on the side here of Ingram Segura. But it was a very good banding stage of this draft. Both sides,
Yeah, they
so
go to
Chris
Daryl.
Mind
Yep.
saying- I was gonna say Bell.
What do
but
you
Bell
last
coming
pick
in
here?
is definitely the sort of quality you want to have when the Carl is banned in this kind of instance. Getting that roll, just time to get onto the safe. With the Chuck ban, the Carl ban, it makes sense to
They
bring
have
more
nothing for
like the
Daryl.
Daryl.
Cord? I was
Probably not the
thinking
worst
Cord,
picks. That
but
may have swayed me somewhat towards the comp side of Ingram
no
Segura, but
DPS.
third and final pick comes here from Loud. I'm liking what they're bringing already.
I will defend this
Griff.
right side a little bit. They're going to be looking for wall break, and I think Griff's going to kind of cater to this as well. But they're going to go for this Angelo and Brock pairing. I think tear this open and try and make it a long-range affair. Kind of deter some of that value that Juju
Oh no,
would've gotten.
let's see what
Daryl is going
happens.
to be a really aggressive factor that would have done great into Penny once those salty barrels are kind of exhausted. Juju, the one way she can't fend for himself is up close and personal, and that's exactly what Daryl does. Great at high safe damage. But this Griff pick's a really interesting one because not only is it going to be solid into breaking the map, I don't think that's necessarily what they're
Gives you
looking for, though. I think
PTSD.
they want that
Gives you
super in
PTSD of
tandem with the amount of
Yo-Yo's
high safe
Griff
damage he can do. I think
and
it's maybe
sneaky
a decent
fields.
shot at trying to block out this Daryl from being a threat.
Let's see how things fare. I just feel like with the Juju though, against Daryl, it's going to be good on the defensive. Nice invisibility already from Medina, just taking that mid position immediately. So trying to deny a little bit on the Daryl side. They probably fed him quite a lot on the side of Loud, but some good trades coming in.
They
now.
should go to set 5.
Two Cardinal, we can weary, as is the Andrew there as well.
Let's check it. Here we go.
By far the healthiest, now getting gressed by that Griff pick. They quite like him. Firecrow, no, missing 2 shots there. Gets to finish him off, does so now. But now Daryl's on the safe for Ingram Segura. And damage, more importantly, rolling in with that damage gear too.
What a
From this
gadget.
You want that on the safe ideally as well. That would be a ton of damage.
Oh,
It's,
he's
you know,
gonna break
a
all
lot
that.
of damage gear level as well. You gotta land those.
Can't hide in
That's
that
a lot of
bottom right
damage
corner
wasted,
now.
actually.
A lot of damage wasted. They exhaust a Penny barrel as well. You want to use those to defend against Daryl more than ideally. I mean, they can use them to block these single shot brawlers, but that's a long time to try and get one brawler takedown in a 2v2 situation. High safe damage certainly favored.
I don't like how he's using
right
all his
now. They're the
gadgets
ones
just
that are
for
aggressive.
supers.
They're moving down, and another takedown on Coyote Dog. Adinu's gonna have to put in some serious work right here to make up for this.
Burr's not using his gadget on the safe at all. We've been trying to get super. Now he's got the hypercharge as well.
No, I don't like how this Daryl is playing. He's kind of playing ass.
I mean, you're going to get super over time regardless playing a Daryl anyway. He's obviously struggling to close the gap, but you really want to. That's like 8k damage on the safe with a single gadget. I believe it's quite a substantial amount that you want to be reserving, but it's not really using for that means. So just an interesting choice. Not sure it's one that I kind of agree with. Two from the left
Theoretically,
side,
that is
capitage.
capitage.
Does so here, so more continuous damage for the side there of Ingram Segura. They've got a healthy lead
Literally
so far.
soon.
Now the aggressiveness of Bo needs to suffice onto that safe, and Dinu low. Good taps from Raider Foot as well might provide an opening here.
The long-range shots from Tufo and Ray have been phenomenal. Now they're laying it down on the high safe, bringing it all the way down to almost 30%. This is a huge difference. And I think the problem with Loud's composition is...
Oh, and their
outside of
comp?
Penny's
Yeah,
really
no one
good
beats
receiver,
Brock
they don't really
on
have a way to
Loud's
play this
comp.
unless it's control. But the other side, Red Roster
At least
has
it's,
control of the
they
map the
shouldn't be
entire
able
time.
to.
There's just no chance here for Loud to move.
They're really struggling, and that Penny turret now completely exposed. Will be there for the taps. Raval rolling in, trying to get behind this respawn. Regree, they're going to be helping on defense, but it's the damage that is lacking on the side of
They don't have enough
Time to
DPS. They
really
could literally
establish
just
much
let them
either.
hit the
You've got
save and they
two
would
players
not get
standing on
enough in
side of
time.
Secure, and the respawn now of Rabo, so a very nice game. And this is really quite concerning.
Literally
for Loud.
2k.
It's gotta be. There wasn't really much to say
This is
for them
allowing
in
me
that
to
set so
subtly wake
far.
up.
That gives me too much hope. They got to establish a much better chokehold of this.
I mean, they skill diff, but they're not really showing that much skill diff if we've been watching these games, you know.
When you think about it, one bad draft or the coin toss is not going your way, and your strategy unfolding, and then you're losing, for your organization in the quarterfinal stages. I mean, we need to see more from Loud really quite soon, and that's not a good way to start. All 3 members.
This
now
is not really a
back in.
skill diff at all.
Segura got the high ground.
Tufa
when
has
it's
had this
supposed to be a
left-hand side on
stomp.
lockdown. We saw him get across the map, drop a hypercharge there, but honestly, he's winning his lane. Now he's being pesky. This is where Adinho has an advantage, though. Throwers into these sharpshooters. If there's a wall involved, it's going to favor that side. But for a control-based comp, for Penny, for Juju, for Griff, they're not controlling the map. They have to find these frags, but somehow, some way, this red roster just keeps finding ways to get kills. Firecrow finally getting a few taps. It's just not enough compared to a Brock Super or a Daryl roll on that safe.
Tara, not really well placed. It could have been a bit more to the right-hand side for me. One tile gap there is going to leave it wide open for shots from the Angelo, and along with the Brock shots onto the grass, not really anywhere now for Loud to hide. They're just taking too long to get set up, and there's one turret from Firecrow. He needs to get the hypercharge, and they need to start to get some damage in. They're getting some decent defenses, but again, time is not on their side right now. Firecrow's going to land more shots, get the hypercharge down, but also have his teammates.
Tara would have been better.
The more map that's broken up and left wide open.
I mean, technically.
Here.
But no, Tara also gets stomped by Brock.
Defend against it, so they got to tap them down, which they do pretty well. Now, hypercharge there for Firecrow. The best chance that Loud have had all day so far in this
Good
set.
pick from the Angelo.
Firecrow gonna have to play this pretty
Yo,
perfectly.
Flameson, how are you?
With a breakaway on the left hand end, rolling straight at Kyodog, not even
This Daryl was kind of not it, bro.
Kyodog survives. Firecrow with a hypercharge, trying to march up as well. They need as much positioning as possible here, and they're finally starting to even out the score.
Great prediction
Okay, now they're skill different.
Immediately eradicated. It was a great push forward from Firecrow.
Seem tired? Yeah, I woke up recently.
As Firecrow still stays on the safe, getting some damage,
Like,
there's a lot still to be done there.
right
And it's just Adino and
before
Kyodog
the
have got to be
first
able to
match
manage
actually
now,
started, I
avoid
woke
the
up.
mix. It's going to be Ningwu Segura going heavily now to defense. They've got a good setup
I'm
to do
Power
so.
League, literally.
Shot clock now on. And it's gonna be Verbao rolling forward.
Bro, stop going for kills. Go for safe damage. What are we doing here?
And believe it or not, Loud's honeymoon phase is looking shaky. Ningwim Segura, the number 8 seed, have taken another set and pushed us to a set 5.
How is this number 8 seed versus number 1 seed?
Me saying that I wanted to see a rise up in this region from a new contender. I want less of this kind of back and forth between sort of Loud and Casa Brawl this year. I want to see
Yes.
something else to join the mix.
Ningium.
And there's some stats
I don't know if
that
I'm
really
pronouncing
says
that correctly.
it could
Probably
be
not.
Ningwu Segura that are that team.
But they're supposed to be number 8
Coming
seed.
back onto his old winning ways, combined with Raider Foot, who's his first monthly final. I mean, there's definitely some real things here for me that are exciting to be seen.
The first monthly final for Ray and a huge pickup here. Great plays from Tufa. What else you see in Arc?
I'm seeing Loud starting to quake in their boots a little bit. I mean, it wasn't a bad draft, but the aggressiveness we saw with the Daryl pick, it really provided the space. I'm still not convinced that Probel was landing the recording rotator gadget on the safe as much as he probably should have done, but he was making the space for his team to come forwards, and the shots were landing pretty heavily. So the sharpshooting approach did work. It's a risky one to have with the Angelo, but Tufa was doing great work. I really got to say some of the attentiveness, with the ability to really isolate Firecrow's turret was for me a really, really positive thing to see. And that prediction shot from Tufa, I mean, the one time in that second game that we saw it having a very good positioning, a chance to lock onto the safe, and Tufa just shut it down immediately.
Kenny, we've been seeing amazing stuff here at NGS. I know this wasn't as predicted, but they really seem to have a lot to fight for here, led by Tufa. But what other insights can you give me into how this team kind of runs?
Hello,
Honestly,
Duck, how are you?
like
Just more shots, literally, so.
We even saw in that set number 3.
Oh, I see. Thank you, thank you.
It didn't work out. The mechanics were great at a Kyodog, and the Byron healed him just enough to survive. But I think this is a strategy diff.
Yeah, I do, Taj. I wish I was there right now. I would be cooking.
I think that right-hand side has been winning this category. The Daryl pick was something for me that stood out. I think that's what won them that set almost. The Brock wall break at the beginning allowed them to expand. It gives Brock a little space to move, more time to operate. They couldn't push forward, and because of that Colette ban, they have a safe Daryl pick into 2 squishier brawlers on the other end.
Who
Now
gets
Daryl
swept,
can play
literally.
offensively onto the enemy brawlers,
Bro,
and
me,
also
Sim,
that safe.
and
I'm
Yo-Yo
really
will
impressed.
sweep this.
Honestly, Loud leading up to this have been far and away the best team in practices, but practice is one thing. How these guys are playing entirely different, and this number 8 seed is really showing a fight.
This could be such a fireball to start the region off to this season if Loud falter in this.
Nah, even I feel like even Yo-Yo
don't even live to see the
would be
semi-final
enough.
stages. That is a scary
Like, are we
prospect
watching
here.
the same games
So
here?
much come down to a draft, and that's the area of weakness that we've established is the problem in this series. For a team that attended every grand final last year,
Like,
winning
I feel like
5 of
if I
them,
put Taj on a Brock,
progressing all the way
it would
through
be
into
enough.
the World Finals, Loud might be in peril. And it's knockout, Gold Arm Gulch, the map and mode. And I was saying Kit probably got his best mode up. That makes me really, really worried, Kenny. I want to see it banned. I really do.
Oh no, never mind. They banned the Brock. Taj will be cooked.
Banned out the Tick, the Juju, and the Angelo. All is right with the world after this.
Just go
Everything can happen as long
Gene.
as it's
Safe
Tick.
pick.
That's the main thing.
I like seeing this Brock, honestly. So this is the team that has picked second. So they're going to get rid of some brawlers that might ruin their strategy a little bit. So I'm kind of looking out for throwers, for anything that they want that wouldn't have any advantage if this opened up. Because Brock at your lower
Gus,
levels, not
and
going to be a
something.
super strong brawler. But at this upper level gameplay, his wall break is a huge factor. He's got the range, incendiary, like you mentioned, on our
RT.
previous heist save.
RT Gus.
This is going to be an interesting
RC
one.
Gray.
I think Gene is a very
Okay.
safe first overall pick. I think that's something that a lot of teams are doing, but this is a common 2-3 turn. We're going to get Gray, who's a great support asset with that teleport, with the walking cane, and RT is as safe as it gets in this mode. Again, really impressive.
Forgot. Yeah, me
start here
too.
on the red roster.
I feel like Gray would still be fine. I mean, Gus would still be fine.
Also, it is both sides. I think the Gene first pick is very, very strong though here for Loud. Give me a little bit more confidence in them, but the Gray is going to be a big turn of any kind of thrower. So if Loud were thinking about it, now they're going to be reconsidering for sure. And RT in the late game as well, when the gas closes in, you do not want to
Pearl?
be wasting a brawl like that, unless of course you're a Pearl, in which case it could be absolutely perfect. So again, I'm liking what I'm seeing from
I
Loud,
feel like
so I'm
Pearl
really
just
close
feeds
to down the pace.
Gray. But I mean, it's an anti-tank,
Stop
so
messing with these
technically it's
trials, getting
alright.
overconfident. These ideas are making
Go
much
Gus.
more sense here. Third and final pick coming in now as well.
Or
And so much
Sprout.
rise on this now.
Even though there's a
Loud,
Gray,
if
but
they
Sprout
don't
would
get
still be
this
fine.
right, will not live
Go
to see
Gus
a
or
semi-finals
Sprout.
here, let alone a grand finals.
Leon?
Crazy to even think about, and even crazier maybe, that Leon is the brawler they're putting their fate in. This is a brawler that rarely shows up in the BSC. It's not somebody that's been tweaked a ton in balance.
Yeah, we
changes.
just go
He's not
Sprout
OP,
now.
He's not broken. I think they're just going to rely
Sprout
on
cooks
his ability to be
this.
assassin and the invisibility that comes alongside it. No sharpshooters for Loud side. It's going to be RT and Gray on the other end. This is risky. This is crazy. But Loud have the mechanics. We've seen some crazy picks here today. We'll have to see if it works out.
Sprout final could be an option. We can see the whole big
Byron?
Byron for the healing side. I don't
What?
mind necessarily, but there was, I think, a little bit of an open door for more control-based stuff, and the splash would have been great to eradicate the lollipop drop on the side of Leon and just whistle things down, and not really an answer that Loud would have had to it.
Until Leon, Sprout would still be fine if your team doesn't feed him.
Well, could be a shout. It's definitely never a bad thing to have in your arsenal, but I think now it's a pretty close, tight draft. I think Loud have got some great ideas, much better than we saw in the previous last two sets, and Nungam Segura, they've got that momentum in their sails now as well to consider heavily. The pressure on Loud, you know, they're representing a huge organization. It's just now a question of can they lock this down. Already a great walking cane there from Raider Foot, eradicating that right-hand side as the map
Nah.
is really open. And already Nungam Segura pushing forwards this right, forcing Loud to the left. The side of Firecrow shielded up. Of course, the better gadget and star power for me on that Pearl pick. But this is how you go against it. You got to go on the aggressive and very quickly early on. Great break. Wow.
That's huge too, because it breaks open that left-hand side grass. It's cutting Kyle Dog off from his teammates. Pearl already
Tufa.
having to drop a gadget. Tufa gonna have to exhaust his super. They'll take that trade all day long on the Loud side. Tufa flanking now. They
Oh,
need to be
Kyle
careful
Dog
here.
has a super.
Everybody kinda getting aggressive. You don't
Kyle
have to
Dog has a
see this KO.
super.
Kyle Dog
He's
is
sneaking
not
up.
expecting this. Tufa falls. Brabao now in trouble. They drop a gadget to keep himself up.
Oh,
He's
that's
only got
kinda
one more in the
crazy.
tank, but it is going to win them around more than likely.
Great from Kyle Dog there. That really was the decision maker moment. If he keeps that up,
I didn't watch it
might
yet,
get
yeah.
Loud out of a really, really tough position here. The Leon is still strong. It's definitely not on our minds necessarily on the desk here too much. We've seen it escaping through just a little bit in terms of the draft, but like I said, coming in, it's not the flashiest. The Gray can TP away from it as well, so Kairos going to have to really choose his moments.
Yeah,
now,
same
with the
if I hear
on
him.
the legs. You know, now, with that
How
sword
did
in
he
hand,
get a super
how
so
does Kairos
fast?
go to the ball?
Oh,
And the
what a
eradication
pull.
swift. Now it's a 3 versus 2. The burn should seal up. That takedown's on to Raider Foot. My word, there's no way that
That was
can't
an
secure
insane
a
pull.
3v1
Holy
and do
shit.
it with ease. That is a very, very important game, and it may just be enough to give Loud some more confidence in this series.
than
Literally
I'm expecting out of
same.
these guys. I think they had Leon on their mind the whole time. For the folks at home, I don't think that was a spontaneous decision. The two brawlers that I think would have been
Me,
best
Utah
suited
still
Leon for
sweep
the
every
vision
single
in this
team.
map, Pearl and Gene. First two I think of. Brock Wallbreak getting rid of that allows him to kind of expand, get more aggressive, and keep these close quarters, so it's a little bit more advantageous to him. It's a complete switch up here, though. They're all moving the left-hand side. They get a pull off the surprise factor for the win, and now Louder down a brawler.
Fido going super aggressive, gets the trade to for
All right.
I don't think Firecrow's going to be able to do much here on his own. Does get Whistle down to 156 HP. Juking wondrously well here, but will eventually go down. Not the opening hand which Loud wanted to see here, realistically. Firecrow knows it, dropping the pin there, expressing himself, but they did not control that scenario very well. There's Raiderfoot really opening up some lovely moments. Kaido going Viz here, going to the right hand side, but that's going to be a TP away as quickly as that. The burn, though, there from Firecrow will help see Tooth's demise.
How did Tufa get melted? Holy shit.
Healing puffs here from Medino, really helping everyone get back really into their full HP.
They're taking some risk. They've taken the fight to Loud both times now. The left-hand side much easier, but the pull goes through. Kyo Dog with the assist, and now it's a 3v1. Looking very unlikely, and I think Burbao knows it. Conceding.
Kyo Dog has another
Back of the
super
map. He already
too.
has his super. He's just
Speed
sprinting
Leon
his
is cooking
not
here.
defeated
Holy.
Dino, and he's gonna put the feet down. More than likely has a gadget that he can use to get it back instantly. He's gonna charge forward into the round, and now Loud are one away from yet another semifinal appearance.
Well, Kaido Dog again has Invis. There's no TP available for the Grey, so he could be going for the Raiderfoot here. Goes to the right hand side. Nice juke, still invisible here, going round. And now a burn might see us.
Yeah, I hear the car alarm in the background.
He's surviving. He's got the hypercharge as well, so the heals would be there too. And a safety pulls all away. As now, Nguyen Segura altogether still alive in this. They're all pushed into the corner. Not the position they want to be in at all, and they've got to work their way around this. As Loud at the moment.
Hey, Loud should win this.
All of them in the top right-hand side, back corner. No room for aggression with Kyo.
Is there a way that Loud loses this? Right? Yeah, alright.
Loud burying them. Now the fog closing in here too. Leon flanking, invisible, nowhere in
Alright.
sight. Veteran Tufa goes down, and Loud right back on top once again. It was a thriller, but they will survive.
If they actually manage to lose that, then I will be taking a flight over to South America.
Really did. The question now that we all have is how are they going to fare for the rest of today if the quarterfinals were that close? Massively, massively close. And Nguyen Segura did so well. I mean, that could have been them breezing through to the semis in one of the biggest upsets of not just this region, but for the entire month. Let's be
Was
honest.
lost to a TikTok team, really?
Shaken, so far not stirred. They kept their cool for that draft, and it proved to be the most.
I don't think they will
the
even
series
get to
title
top
for that
16
Leo pick, the third and
if they're
finals
playing
on
like
that
this.
side. Did pull in the goods, and my God, I'm sure that his team will be thankful for it.
Kaido with that Leon pick. I do want to know more about this. Kenny, maybe you can speak to it a little bit there. Something they were maybe saving, something they had to bust out a little early, or something that you think they always had planned this matchup in particular?
I think Leon was what they were looking for. I really do. The Gene and Pearl kind of having shots that fan out, right? It makes it easier to a brawler like Leon that goes invisible. If you pick something like a sharpshooter, it's not always
Synchro's
easy
out
to make
drafting
that
literally.
connection. So I think they were very intentional about
Seeds
it.
are like the
Already very solid.
placements of how well you
Honestly,
played
good
in
shot
the
usually is, but I think they
qualifiers.
had Leon in their back pocket that whole
So
time. I didn't
Loud
see
is the
much
number one
success.
seed in
That's why
South
we played the
America because
matches, right?
they
There's no
performed the
free
best
wins in the BSC.
overall.
Nonetheless,
Oh, and they
through
performed the
it was
best in their
close.
region
So
last year
in a few
too.
situations, it's either
So
Loud
they
or it's gonna be
started
Leon.
off in seed number one in the region, and they didn't lose a game in
I would like to hope it's the latter
in the
here,
monthly
because Loud, with
qualifiers.
as much experience
So they
have
would
played
stay
together on this
number one
roster,
seed.
I do think they've got what it takes to go far here, but it's a new year. It's a first month of the 2025 season, and I'm glad to see that everyone came out swinging. Loud now moving forward in the bracket, and according to our predictions, we're expecting them to go up against
Literally.
Pero, which would be its own interesting rematch here. But based on everything we've seen as far as the shakeups across all our monthly finals, Kenny, is this out of pocket? Is this, in the bag?
I don't think think it would be too crazy to expect Caio Pero to win. I think this
That might be the math, honestly.
Kind of a fair, to be honest with you. I think this is one of the closer ones.
Let me learn some Spanish and Portuguese.
Right? I thought Loud was going to be a 3-0 sleep, and look at now.
Can't sleep on any of our
Lord
teams
sell
this
muffins.
week. We'll be right back with more games, but let's take
Good
a look
idea,
at
muffin.
the quarterfinal we just watched.
Honestly, can we get Sunny back? Hold on, I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Jogo. Essa aí eu lembro perfeitamente. E o Motep me puxou. Foi o último modo da última final mensal que decidia qual dos dois times ia pra final mundial. E a gente acabou ganhando, eu matei os dois ali com a ult. Foi perfeito esse momento, inclusive por causa dele que eu devo estar na Loud hoje em dia, então simplesmente foi cinema. Essa é a final mundial, né, de 2024, KCP contra Rumble. E é simplesmente a mais icônica aí, acho que da história, né, que ficou mais famosa por causa do meme desse gato aí nesse modo, coitado do Juan Carlos. Não conseguiu fazer nada com o coitado do gato. Foi isso.
Hey Brawl Stars fans, welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship Monthly Final for South America, the first one of 2025. We've already had a bit of a shakeup with our full match for Loud versus Ningwem Segura, but Loud did come out on top there. Now we're giving Arc a break. We brought Uber in. We've got Kenny still, and gentlemen, ahead of us, we got Caio Pero versus Zarita Gang. Now, interested to see how this is going to work out for you, but Uber, we haven't seen you yet. Let's check in with you. How you doing, buddy?
Hello, I'm good, thank you. I mean, what a region to start my BSC stint off with, Rachel. I mean, that first game, by the way, sets the tone perfectly because this region, so volatile, always exciting to watch. And now we have a match, frankly, full of unproven young blood who are really mechanically quite skilled. We've seen actually a couple of these guys in monthly finals in the past, but just here and there. These are players that are still fighting for recognition in their home region.
Yeah, young blood, you nailed it there. Caio Pero featuring Derp, 16 years old, but already lots of reps. Taking a look at just what he's managed to pick up in B and C tier tournaments. 36 top 4 finishes last year, 9 since January. Looks like a strong team here, but that's not the only story, Kenny.
Yeah, Doritos and Locos back together. It's pretty cool to see them kind of join back in, especially with a young gun like Derp here, who's not really as seasoned when it comes to monthly finals. So I'm curious to see how they can do. They survived the upper bracket by beating Blue Lock in a pretty convincing fashion. So I think these guys have some promise. This was the one I was looking forward to most of our quarterfinals. I thought this was going to be the closest, but honestly, you just never know. I thought Loud was going to be an easy peasy 3-0 sweep and we move forward. Quite the opposite. So you just never know what you're going to get. That's why we play him out.
All right, we're back.
Oh, yeah. And that's where all the fun is. You got to let them play out, and it's going to be a great one going up against Zarita Gaming. Currently, Orgla is
Doing this match in on 3 hours. I didn't know there was one today until Pika told me. So, probably not. Unless someone needs a last second teammate.
Straight into the spotlight last year, of course, in the LCQ. They
Hello,
came out
Acto.
of,
How are you?
the monthly final circuit in SA. Were able to take it out in July with Draconic. And then on that Team Kaizo team, they were, reaching for glory. Unfortunately,
Were any of
that
these
LCQ
players?
showing
I was
for them
not
didn't
looking at
go
the screen. I'm
so
not gonna
great.
lie.
Frankly, it was a live event. They were really under the gun. That Team Kaizo roster, unfortunately, exiting Group C winless. It was a surprising and a weird group. You said like that BC gaming roster, previously Coco Loco in there.
I have
So
no
Jay
idea.
has definitely had the chance to, really sort of reach for the top. Also, like Exi,
Yo, Leon, how are you?
Queso, we saw the
And Jane,
there.
welcome, welcome.
But now, of course, we have that Chilean powerhouse duo teaming
Thank
up,
you,
of
my
course,
friend.
Prozzy here, who was with the
Thanks,
SK
Michael.
Kalalas team.
Yeah, Kenny. We got
Bear
the map
back.
goals,
Alright, so-
game modes ready here. Now, let's reflect on what we've seen here, too, from SK Kalalas. A lot of experience coming from that roster.
I'm chilling
How
out,
have you
though.
seen these players play together?
Look at my phone.
Prozzy and Exik.
Yeah, I mean, Zarita Gang, they've all got some experience to a degree. 2024 was a little quieter, I would say, for some of these guys. Not all of them made things like the LCQ postseason.
2024
And
is
like I said,
quiet
the
for
heights
me.
have not
Too quiet.
necessarily been
I need to
making
change
it
that.
to World Finals like Loud or Costa de Brawl. This is a little bit different. I think both of these teams are kind of unproven to the extent of some of the other ones in this region, but I think they have a real shot
Hi,
at
Ali.
contending for
¿Cómo
one of those
estás?
LCQ spots, maybe causing an upset here and there. So this 4 and 5 seed match is something that I've been quite looking forward to see who kind of stands out.
Yeah, we've got our talent predictions here for this match. Pretty consistent across the board. Kyle Para, though, they picked up a win over
A silly
Loud in a
fan,
little online
Addy.
competition just last week, so that did affect my choice. But Uber, how'd you make yours?
Again,
I'm doing well.
with difficulty. Frankly, I think like Doritos is a player that's worth watching, right? We've seen a bunch of these guys on teams like Datos, free agents, like a bunch of free agent teams over 2023 and 2024. This for me is a floater, frankly. I really, I just had to make a judgment call, a gut check on this game. And we often have this, right, where we do have these like mixed teams of players that have had some degree of success but haven't really reached the highest heights. Eventually, you just had to go for it. These are also the easiest spreads to get wrong, so I wouldn't stake my existence on it.
I don't think so either. I mean, if you're looking for side-by-side comparisons, Kyle Pero, upper bracket, beat Blue Lock 3-0. The reason Zarita Gang are in the lower bracket, they lost to Blue Lock 2-3. Ultimately, that's kind of all we have to go off of at this point in the year, like you said. You just never know. But here we go. Pick ban face, Canal Grande.
What pick
It's gonna be
today?
great.
Yeah.
No kid allowed. Arc's Heart
I need
is gonna
to
be very
pay
happy.
attention to the Matrinos
Honestly,
again.
I think a sneaky shout. Water is a huge factor here, so getting rid of the Juju, the Angelo, and the Eve makes complete sense to me.
Yeah, and being able to break out of any sort of deadlock that you can get put in by, opponents with like really effective throwers and good space closes. But frankly, there's just not enough ban slots to avoid the throwers from sneaking through. And Tick has been a very popular pick on this map. I think a hypercharge as well, just powering up that head first, really, generating a lot of kill threats, especially late in the round. If it's a pretty close game, is always a good call. Again,
Why do we
teams have
ban
choices to pick up
Eve if
throwers.
we have
They
first
also
pick?
consider later on in the draft, like some tanks that can take that space because
Can
when
someone
you
explain
start
this
to
to
give
me?
up the map, when you have
Why do we
play
ban a
into your
good
own half
first
and into
pick?
a corner, it feels like that is a precursor to
Lou?
Interesting
Lou
pick
is so
three.
early in the
One of the stronger
draft?
brawlers, one of the most banned brawlers entering
Or are
this
they going to
weekend,
just
and I
go
think that
Lou
trend will
Daryl?
mostly continue, but honestly today, Lou hasn't felt like too much of a factor yet, but I do think his
Barry?
hypercharge is such a
Lou
key
Barry?
factor for why he has gone up so much in our meta. Barry, though, is somebody that is a little interesting. I think on this map, it can still work out. There's a lot of different throwers that I think can contend it. Obviously, you're going to see that left-hand side go for Tick, who, if you're looking at a tier list, isn't going to be nearly as high as Barry, but now they kind of have this open-ended sixth pick. They can pair an aggressive or a takeover with
Bell?
Barry if it demands it. I don't hate this.
Okay, so Bell gives you a couple of options. I mean, we sometimes see like
Jackie.
Nest Egg used more on those gem grab as
Um.
maps. You can obviously take her other gadget and bounce some shots, bank them off the wall. But you've got to love the Jackie here. When you combine this with a thrower, you can really walk up and there's no
Yes,
point
fine.
the
That's
Zarita
right.
Gang are going to be safe behind those walls. They also have the shorter range thrower. So it's going to be easier for Kyle Pero to sort of take that space across the map, and Exik will likely also be trying to make use of those shots to heal up the Zarita Gang brawlers to kind
Double
of allow them
throw.
to play the map. Because we know Lou,
Brain.
incredibly powerful, super, and hypercharge, but you need someone to really, pave the way for you. I do like the Frank pick here.
Yeah.
It's someone who's going to get max value out of that berry healing and potentially break open that map a bit.
I don't mind this either. I think especially when paired with Barry, this is going to be kind of a 1-2 punch. Barry's going to try and keep Frank afloat. And I think this Jackie pick was a little bit for the map, but also maybe a little bit of tank denial. I think they were trying to prevent the enemy side from getting too many favorable matchups. And it also prevents the left-hand in from being too squishy because they don't want to get run over. Tick, Bell, by no means have a ton of health points. Damage amplifier with Bell also helps a little bit into the cause, but it's going to be up to Barry to kind of keep everybody going. It's going to be very interesting. I think off the rip here is going to be very telling of how each of these games could go. You really want to get this blue star if you're both these teams.
100%. I feel like, and you know, neither team have like the most powerful mechanism for gaining it. Either there's no like free blue star brawler on this map. So Jay's actually able to move up and eventually take it. And this is the game plan with the Frank. So much of the time spent getting healing from that Berry, trying to take space in these bushes. But Doritos is going to get a lot of supers this game because there's really not a whole lot that Jay's going to be able to
What was
do
that super?
to avoid that damage from the tick.
Yeah, and Jay's just going to be receiving shots from Barry.
Honestly, we should make Annie play in South America. Qualifiers. She would do better.
Incredible positioning. This Lou Winter Wonderland on the left-hand side pushes KP all the way back, and now they have to rotate to the right. Frank kind of shadowing this Jackie too, so there's no sneak attack necessary. It's just going to have to take some serious skills to climb out.
You see how powerful Blue is. It is instant map control gained as soon as that Winter Wonderland gets thrown down on the map. Loco's trying to come forward here. Counter Crush is the star power that's been taken, so returning some of that damage taken back onto enemies. Super going to be popped and Prosy taken down straight away, but it's going to be the Frank Super to catch them out. And that's a 4-star lead here for Zarita Gang. They've got good map control. Exig obviously has to take risks to build that Super by challenging the same lines that the Fel is on, but so far, so good for our team in red.
Now they're the ones being pushed back a little bit, but like I mentioned, Barry going to kind of passively charge up his super. He's just going to keep cycling them out. Opening this up, a really interesting call, especially considering it's Barry and Frank. Now the Bell has free reign of this right-hand side. They're rotating all the way around. Jay staying put, a hypercharged super going down, and it is going to connect, but none of the mines after will do much work. They're going to get split here. This is going to be really interesting to see how they handle this.
Yeah, and frankly, the Lou Super doesn't look nearly as good when the map is split this way. It doesn't take any space away from Caio Pero. Now,
What is going on here, bro? They're just running around the map and it's working.
Doing so good at controlling space and being out in the open, but they, well, weren't able to get in there and take those kills. It's such a high sustained composition from Zarita Gang, and they comfortably breeze through that first round.
Yeah, and when I look at this draft too,
It would crop better. Hold on, let me see.
Comfortable, if I'm being completely honest. I really like what the red roster are putting down. I think Tick's a fine brawler. He's not gonna get the damage necessary to kind of bring down a Frank, especially a Frank with a Barry.
I have no idea why it looks like that.
Going to have to connect for some serious tags to bring down this Frank, and now they're separated a little bit. This is interesting. Barry playing right-hand side while Frank is working.
Wait, why does it look like that? That's so weird. Hold on.
It's gonna take a lot of magazines to bring down the big guy, but Bell kind of assisting here. Frank in the middle of this fight. Jackie running in. It's going to be a trade and a blue star at that as well. So Caio Pero for now will have a lead.
This is bad for Caio Pero. The fact that they can only
there we
trade
go.
against a Frank, even though they are 2v1, is a
I
real
fixed
issue.
it.
And that's even with the damage amp that's being given by the Bell. Caio Pero, though, do get at least even, and they have that blue star lead. Loco traded out there on that left-hand side of the map, and Exig falls. Exig so weak against Bell.
We'll play stream on audio only. Thank you, Muffin.
Less than ideal for the Lou. And I like that little spin there from Barry, sort of redirecting the head over towards Jay's direction. Obviously, the Frank can really soak that damage quite happily. Loco's trying to get in and past the Frank, though. And they'll have an easy pickup on the Barry, who does charge forward with that super.
They're in the lead now.
5-star lead with blue star for Caio Pero. A much better start to this round.
This goes to show how important control is. And now they're getting these 2v1, 3v1 matchups. This could be bad, though. Loco going to get sucked up by the Frank here. Only a 3-star lead. And now KP are losing that precious control. That's something that they need to make this comp work, especially when Lou has an instant freeze on his left-hand side. Going to drop it. Almost all of them get hit. Loco forced to expand. Derp hiding in the corner. They're skating around doing their very best.
What is going on here, bro?
And now they're up 3 with 25.
I mean, the round would have been over, I think, if Loco doesn't zone Jay away from the rest of KP while they were frozen up there. So it's the lesser of two evils to give Zarita Gang those extra 3 stars. But now something has to
if he actually hit that super.
And Jay is holding onto a super. Lets it go, but of course, a little outranged by Loco. It creates the space that
they don't have.
though now, and there's just not enough time left for KP to fight back. And a beautiful start here for Zarita Gang, and this is exactly why I was not confident committing at all to my prediction. A very, very solid composition as we kick things off on Bounty.
Not a good look here. I think this is a little bit of a weaker draft on our left-hand end. It just feels like they made it harder on themselves than they need to, right? You see the Barry in there, you know the lose on the ground, so you can't really go too tanky if you want, and they still pick Jackie into this anyways. I think Jackie has a hard time. I think it takes several brawlers to bring down that Frank. Honestly, I think that Frank in final pick was kind of the icing on the cake.
There's no one that outranges. There's no one that the Jackie, outranges on the side as a Zarita gang, right? Even the Frank, for God's sake, is able to deal with her pretty comfortably. Again, I think if you build like a hypercharged super and able to get on the move and slow people down, then yes, that's fine. But the fact that Zarita gang could put their Frank in a 1v2 on the left side and still trade 1-for-1 is ridiculous.
Strong plays here. Way to open things up for Zarita gang. I know we all pick Kyle Para, but I know, Kenny, you were telling us that this was the closest match. This is the one you were looking forward to. What are you hoping that these teams are able to pull out against each other going into the next one, learning what they have from the draft here on Kyle Para's side?
At least in practices, I think this has been one of Kyle Para's better maps. The first one I felt like was going to be a coin toss. These two teams are also going to be pretty evenly matched, I imagine. I mean, the 4 and the 5 seed, they're facing off in this first round for a reason. But I want to see a better draft. I ultimately think that's what that first one came down to. I don't think that was good enough. And it showed. It was close in that second game. I think they had some strong mechanics. Honestly, the Bell hit some kills that most players wouldn't be able to. But here on Safe Zone, you're going to have to focus on the game mode. That's something we saw in this opening match that I feel like one of the comps just didn't really do. Control is nice. Control is not everything. I'm not caring about the kills as much. I want to see brawlers get to the other side, which is something done so well earlier. And when we look at these ban stages, Melody is going to be one of the biggest avenues of high safe damage that is now eliminated. A double Juju as well. Uber, gotta get rid of it.
Yeah, absolutely. There are still some pretty cracked brawlers on this map available though, right? Colt is always very effective here, his ability to use that silver bullet to open up the map. Angelo has really impressive range, but doesn't defend necessarily well. So this means the Zarita gang want to get in a really, proactive footing, I think, and be able to use this Angelo to rain down a lot of pressure. He's got great sustain, obviously, with that super, and if the hyper is active, it's going to move with him.
Let's hear it. Oh, Angelo.
Very good at getting free safe damage, but
ever make their stream a little louder? I have it maxed out.
Avoid picking tanks. It's very telegraphed here from KP.
Wait.
This Colette pit may be paired with an 8-bit. I think that's something that Zarita gang is going to be prevented by picking. And I think picking up this Eve as well is kind of the same effect, right? Eve would have been somebody that could have been lethal into Colette. The extra spawners, not going to be as strong of a factor for a single shot brawler like her, but that's oftentimes a pairing that you're going to see from these teams. There's a little bit of a 2-3 turn magic to that. You're going to pick a brawler that's really good for this mode like Colette and eliminate one of the counters the enemy team's Zarita gang here could have selected that's also good on this map. So I think you are getting a lot more value out of this Colette pick that's going to be great for high save damage by removing one of the things that makes your life difficult.
Let's go. Yep, I mean, perfectly respawn. So really getting here as well. Now, know that they
That's
probably
fine.
just outrange the Colette and Eve combo as much as they can. Those are two moderate range brawlers. Colette, obviously, with the, ability to hit that safe for free when she is able to use that super. And Eve can break into the side lane, of course, and can't be shut out of the map entirely, which is frustrating for Angelo because that's what they really want to do. They themselves, of course, can move across water with no issues. So the Zarita gang are playing the very long-range marksman style. There's a question of how they round this out. Do they triple down? It's a yes. 8-bit comes in, of course, so they have extreme range. And if a damage amp gets put down and KP can't take that space in the middle of the map, they're going to find themselves without a safe very quickly.
Could be interesting to see what they respond with. It's a lot of long range on the right hand end. We saw Daryl be the solution here earlier, and I think into something like a Brock and an Angelo could be really pesky, bring them down quickly. Instead, though, they're just going to continue this long range affair. I think the Piper is a decent matchup. The Angelo has the extra range under the Brock. However, traditionally, it doesn't do great into 8-bit, but they are going to be removing some of these walls.
I definitely would have preferred Daryl, though.
Get rid of that turret a little bit easier, but nonetheless, I think it's a solid shout. I think it plays decently matchup-wise, pretty solid in terms of high safe damage. So I feel like this one has potential to be pretty even.
I mean, the power play for Zarita gang here is once they have that damage amplifier down, Angelo has legitimate one-shot potential against a number of these KP brawlers. In fact, all of them, if I'm not mistaken. It's going to be really dangerous for KP to sort of take those fights out in the open. So getting control of mid is going to be paramount for both teams for those reasons. We're going to see Loco work the right-hand side of the map. Derp here as well has a bit of a difficult matchup against Exic, but the fire rate of Angelo was low enough that Derp can pick their spots to start to encroach forwards as they've done here.
Immediate control for Kyle Pero, and this is going to force Exic away. Jay on the right.
Wait, I think I noticed Doritos.
He hasn't elected to break any walls yet, so we're going to be
Didn't he
looking
play
out for
last
that
year?
as well.
I
As
think
it's
he
a
did.
common strategy at a professional level. Loco diving in, honestly, super aggressive. The fact that he didn't die there is pretty impressive. Doritos low HP as well, going to break down his own wall and back off for now.
A lot given up, though, for that mid-control. A lot of HP
Why are we
traded by
getting pushed
KP
back
to do this,
with a
but they
Piper?
didn't really turn that into any permanent map control or safe damage. Now, the damage amplifier is down, and it's has to be
Might need
placed
to
in the
put the
corner
Piper
now
away
because
for
the
this
map's
one.
been opened up a bit
Oh,
by
there's just Spence area.
Doritos and Co. But, it's still going to be assisting the Zarita gang with a lot of this damage amp. And obviously, the Angelo probably doesn't feel the need to, go to the extent of standing in that part of the map. They still need some control here on the left. But Zarita gang can essentially take their time. A shot here or there whilst maintaining a vice grip in mid is probably the order of the day.
Yeah, I think for both of these teams, control and then letting it loose like you see here in large bursts is going to be the key. 8-bit, Brock, both have that capability. Angelo, not as much. He's going to be mainly here to get the frags, to get the tags.
No,
This is a big
Colette just
start
wasted
for them.
super.
Zarita gang moving forward.
Over.
That 8-bit elimination, crucial though. Now Doritos popping a hypercharge of his
Okay.
own, trying to
Put
march
the
up the map,
Piper
but
away,
being deterred
Doritos.
by this
I'm
Angelo who can
disappointed
just
in his
hide on the
gameplay.
water. It's one of his biggest features. That's why Eve, why Angelo are so coveted on this map.
Okay, pressure here in Jay's direction. Loco uses the second of those jump
Oh, he
gadgets in
finally
order
did
to do that,
something.
though. But
Boy.
it's resulted in some map control. Derp with the heal gadget now. So got to make sure they stay nice and topped up as they put that pressure down
Why
on the
did you
safe. And we have
jump
an even
back?
game on our hands.
None of
Another
us
damage
even
amp's going to be
shooting at
thrown up
you.
here. The hatchling's annoying for Exic. And a lot of these marksmen in general to deal with. And Loco's been able to turn that into an elimination. Now the damage amp is down and it's on for young and old as KP starts to get those shots on safe.
The clock's starting to expire, but KP have dominant map control. I mean, it's going to take Zarita gang quite a bit of time just to move to the other end, and they're down 9%. This is where they have to start making it happen. Prosy on the right-hand end, forcing Loco back. It's a sweep through from Derp, though, and a ton of damage alongside it. About 10% every time that goes down. A jump away from Doritos, looking for those extra tags. A super swipe through, and Kyle Pero will hold on. This wasn't the base race that we saw earlier today, Uber, but it sure was calculated.
It definitely had elements of that, though, didn't it?
Where's
Towards the end.
Tori?
Zarita gang, throw caution
You
to
haven't
the
seen
wind and
Tori today?
realize the only option is to go for an all-in. But against a composition that's quite well-rounded and has very good range, they end up basically throwing themselves into the wood chipper. And you can see just how important it was that the map got broken up somewhat by KP at the start of that round, because all of a sudden there's not a great place to put the damage amplifier.
Predictions,
As part of
where is he?
eliminating some of those walls, too, I'm sure
BrostArts.com.
Doritos
Okay,
was
someone drop the link in the
more
chat.
than cognizant of it.
Right,
You
I
want to be
see.
able to get rid of that 8-bit as quickly as possible, and getting rid of his biggest ally, the turret, is really helpful.
I usually
Doritos
would have the
left-hand
link,
side of this
but
wall. You
I,
love having
you know,
that, especially if you're
it's
on the
not
offensive
prepared
side. When
at
you
all
have the
today.
enemy side walls up, you can use it for protection. All you have to worry about is dodging and getting those extra tags. Keeps your life up a little bit longer, makes it difficult for these long-range brawlers to kind of defend against you.
I mean, look how Exic is playing. This is unbelievably aggressive. 2 gadgets already used this round. The first was used to jump right into the face of Kyle Pero. It didn't really result in any safe damage, but now there's a good amount of mid control, though, for our red side team. And Derp gets picked off here. This is very dangerous now. Exic gets some free arrow shots into the safe, but Zarita gang are still behind. They still need to convert this map control into safe damage, and Doritos,
I see.
perfectly done. Homemade recipe apparently finishes the job there as Eric does get flattened by the hypercharged super. The shots to follow it up. And now that damage amp is gone.
That was phenomenal out of
Thank you,
Doritos.
Mrs.
Pops the
Stone. Shout out.
hypercharge, gets the
Thank you,
kill,
thank you.
and now makes defense a little bit easier. They have room to walk. That's partially why he's going to open that 4-pronged wall by the water where Eve is currently standing, because it makes it a little easier to get these tags. Sure, it makes it a little easier on the other end too, but at the same time, you have no chance if you're trapped behind your spawn. It's one less wall to work with. I really like that decision and a great execution out of it too.
Okay, Dexia has to use the rocket laces to get back from the threat of the Eve, but now a moment, a chance here to come forward for Zarita gang, and it's only in a 14% lead. Rocket Rain going to be used here by Jay. They are able to back up as well, just staying alive and playing from within the damage amp. Forces Loco to use another jump charge to
Nice
get
shot,
away.
Doritos.
Jay has had no chance to
Very
heal
well.
any of this damage off, as they know they have to be going forward. They have to be going aggressive, but now they bought themselves a 12% lead as we head into the last 30 seconds.
12% is nice, but it's nothing compared to a Colette hypercharge. charge, swipes through, and look at it go down to 45. X6 survives though, and now Loco gonna be soloed out, doing his best to dodge with the extra movement speed here. They're gonna have to rely on holding on to this small lead for
Wait,
just
which
50
guys at
seconds.
Limbo? I've not been
Dapper
paying
Jam's going to be
attention.
deployed once more. That's in a position where it can't be destroyed, but Prozzy will need to
Oh, you
come
mean 8-bit
forward
Star
out of
Power?
it to pressure this safe down. Bind Collect there used by Derp. There's one available to use on the safe
What?
for free. It is already again getting in the lead, but the Colette Super comes in and very quickly salves that particular wound. We have ourselves a tied up series.
Well played out of Kyle Pero. I think honestly, few kills there from Doritos in that second game are what made a difference. Piper's not always an easy matchup there either, with Angelo having the extra movement on the water, and then you've also got 8-Bit, who's so tanky. It's one of the brawlers that traditionally has the extra range to kind of contest with Piper, but it takes Piper several shots, even at maximum range, to bring him down. Really liked that, and this is exactly kind of what I was expecting, a really close affair between these two teams.
Yeah, 6 eliminations here for Doritos, and yeah, pretty healthy amount of DPS being put down. And in that second round, they had to be more of the aggressor in some of these moments, as Exik was trying to take space in the map, use the jump gadget also to move up. Doritos felt like they had to play similarly there and go for an insta burst down on that Angelo. Again, this plays out probably very differently in another region. I'm going to be honest with you, but never a dull moment here in South America, and that's a very important way for Kyle Pero to get into the series and even it up here.
And talking about how this might play out differently in a different region here, Uber, I want to zero in on Doritos and find out exactly how he was able to pull this off in this match. A lot of support from his teammates, obviously, but a lot of great mechanics from him as well.
Yeah, I mean, there comes a point, I think, especially on this map, where you cannot simply just sit and try and trade damage, especially if you don't have mid control at all. Your game plan involves, you being able to get into the middle of the map and then shut the enemy in their own half. At some point, you have to use a gadget or some mobility effect to get over the water, because you're not Eve, you're not Angelo, and you need to take a fight. Piper in a pinch can do that, of course, if you can land that first shot at point blank range and then use a homemade recipe gadget to guarantee the next hit. That does account for an insta kill, because obviously, you don't need to charge up your shots like an Angelo does. So you have these burst windows, you've got to use them to get that space.
I think that extra kind of mobility is something that's so coveted, why we see Angelo and why we see Eve go through. So to your point, when Piper hits that hypercharge kill, she's able to dive in on the enemy. If they don't get a kill there, they very well could be stuck there, because Piper surviving allows them to expand, get their foot in the middle a little bit. Now Eve can branch out a little bit, and your teammates can as well. So Doritos in the game got the star player. In my book, I think also was the star player of that set too. Knockout's going to have a lot of these sharpshooters and some similar brawlers as well. We're even seeing in the ban phase one noticeably escaping here. I know it's out in the open. I know it is a giant long-range map, but Juju still shows up here quite a bit. Maybe it's not team's top priority. Maybe that was part of the trap, but now we're playing the Juju game a little bit, and it's a little bit of a game of chicken.
Absolutely. I mean, you do open yourself up in some ways to certain picks here, but Juju can inhabit the bushes on either side of the map, and that gives her the kind of range that makes her the sharpshooter, the thrower equivalent of a sharpshooter in so many ways. She's an absolute nuisance, and Grigory is incredible for that space control. It's so annoying to have to deal with that deployable. I like the Gus here, really crucial in those clutch moments. Gives you some 1v2 potential, especially with the extra burst damage offered by Kooky Popper. And Eve is just so flexible. She allows you to attack the map in a different way. And it's very hard to lock a team with Eve in
she's
their
still
spawn.
good on this map.
That's a great point, and honestly, the graphic kind of shouted out too. You saw the walls on the spawn side. There's a really long stretch of them. Some of them are invincible. Some of them are not, though. And so sometimes with these things, like a Brock or some kind of wall break option to kind of allow your team in extra lane. Eve doesn't need that. She can travel over that water. She can go through. She doesn't have to take the risk of that launch pad. She's just free access to and from the middle. To kind of get that extra juice going, though, the right-hand side's kind of electing to go with a max here, which is something interesting and something I honestly haven't seen as frequently here.
I was going to say
it is a bit of a classic, pairing of brawlers that we've seen on bounty maps and such in the past, right? The G-Max combo, of course, being able to hit that burst of speed and throw a magic hand in is really important. And this is a strategy that also might play for a later stage in the round. So really Gang can,
Icy is in friendly lobbies, so everything is maxed out, but you have to own the brawlers in that account.
Juju, and Kyle Pero now have this Juju aspect to apply pressure.
I don't really like the Juju pick into a max
Gang are not a long-range team.
Buster.
They have some poke here with this gene that will allow them to, build up those magic hands, but they're really focused on the all-in aspect.
When's
whereas
NA
KP's
tomorrow?
team are really about you know, taking that space, chunking the enemy team down, and then having the contingency.
Like Maturino,
in terms
yeah,
of the
exactly.
gust shield
You get invited
with
to a
the cost of
lobby,
star power
and
that
then
causes the knockback.
yeah.
You know, for that inevitable all-in from Zarita game.
I'm right there with you. This is two completely contrasting situations. This right-hand side composition really felt like a meta of old, to be honest with you. They're going to be playing for this in-game scenario, charging up with Buster. Max will get the speed, and they're looking for high bursts of either defense or retaking this mid-ground. They're contesting here early, though. Dorito's already in trouble, forced to jump away. Derp on the back heels, and Loco goes down as well. Zarita gang come out swinging.
Yeah, I think Tribe will win.
And Jay built up that super so quickly. We aren't even thinking now about the end game setup because this comp from Zarita gang allows them to bully into the map.
I
Now,
don't
at
like
least
KP's
you
comp
have
here.
an Eve if you're Kaya Perro, so you're not locked out of the game entirely, right? Having to fight
don't
through
like it
chokes or
because
the boxes
they
of which
have
are
no
unbreakable
way
is
to defend the
virtually
aggros.
impossible. So that's an upside. It's a good choice of comp, or at least Eve, to round things out, but they already lost the Gus. So where is that deterministic win condition here for KP? It's just not there. They're going to hope to poke
Their
someone
win
down that
condition is
Zarita
a
accidentally
Gus shield,
did
but
too much
Gus is
damage.
dead.
It's just not going to happen. Doritos has already had to use 2 gadgets,
Tier
and there's
2?
the
No,
slow-mo
Tribe is only
replay
in
just
A.
to draw Kaya Perro in, and Zarita gang have actually, they've taken this comp and they've executed on it beautifully. This is really
Yo,
stunning stuff.
thank you, Shax.
To
Appreciate
be honest
it.
with you, I don't really think Kyle Perro have a win condition if this game extends
I mean,
too far. Even if
obviously
they make it to the
not
late
until an
stages,
aggro
what are you gonna
comp
do into a
win,
Buster Shield? You're gonna try
but
and
in
lob some
general,
shots
she is
over
good
it.
on this
Maybe you have
map.
Gregory on the map, but other than that, you don't really have a ton of burst here. You gotta hope that Eve has a super and kind of a perfect collision of all their utility. Otherwise, though, Zarita gang
Power
can
of
still hang back,
friendship,
relax,
yes.
and just kind of charge up these utility supers.
Now, unless there's a gear, Doritos does not have another jump gadget available. Gregory rather, let's get it right here, did create that space for Kaya Perro. Like, you'll notice that Zarita gang have had to group up awkwardly, but it's kind of what their team wants to do anyway, right? They got the magic
Good
path,
yoink.
the magic hand. Loco does get the knockback off the shield, but again, there's far too much front-loaded damage here for Zarita gang. So that was the game plan for Kaya Perro, just basically getting dragged out into the town square and exposed for being utterly insufficient against what Zarita gang have. This is going to be a pretty quick round. Snapped up, I think, now by our red side, who aren't in a huge hurry. Phase shift is there for Exing to dodge some of the damage. They do want to try and move into the middle of the map here and make it harder for Derp to, be such a nuisance. But they pop that super. Gregory, yeah, he's on the field, but does not count
Yeah.
as a living player. So that will be
I
a
don't like the
very
last
quick
pick
first
either.
round taken by Zarita gang.
I just don't feel like the blue side has a dynamic brawler. On the other end, you've got the aggression from Buster if you really need it. You got the pull. You have Gene, who can also land a nasty pull. Max for a phase shift or some extra speed. They've got that perfect blend of defense and utility. It's the perfect passive-aggressive comp I think you're looking for, especially into the enemy side where, like I mentioned, they don't have a lot of high bursts of damage that they can put out. I think Kyle Perro's going to have to play this one pretty perfectly if they want a chance.
I mean, so much of this is about the Gus getting sick damage.
I-
Like, there needs to be
I do like how they
consistent
banned
damage
the
put down by
Pro, though,
Loco. You've
'cause
got
they
a
knew what they
surprisingly
kinda wanted
good
to
rate
go here.
with that particular brawler. Doritos as
And
well.
banning
Like,
Pro
consider
is
them,
good,
you know,
'cause
pretty
Pro
similar
directly
ranges on
counter their
both those
comp.
brawlers. Derp is going to allow them to play wherever they want to because this constant pressure, and this annoyance of the thrower, from the Juju plus the super will allow Loco and Doritos to stand wherever they want
Daryl?
to. They have to connect the
Yeah.
shots. They need to do it consistently. They don't have like an instant kill burst combo. They don't have a catch. They don't have
Daryl
CC,
would at least give them
and
a
they don't have map
chance.
control, apparently. As again, just that dash forward, the combo here for Zarita gang, even if it doesn't end the round, it basically allows you
I feel
into
like
the
they
map.
could have. I think they could have left 8-bit open. To be honest, I don't think KP would have picked 8-bit.
Brawlers are going to be all right. Now they're being stuffed in the
But
bottom
I do
right-hand
like
side.
the bangs
Jay
as well,
tries
for
to make
sure.
the tag, a jump through,
Good
not
bangs.
enough. Loco being surrounded,
Loco,
pushes back,
go
he has
Loco!
his extra shield,
Aw.
not enough,
He
though.
almost took
The
a round.
gadget and shot goes through. That's as close as it gets, and it's still Zarita gang that take it.
I mean, it's so nice that you can take Vengeful Spirits as your gadget into this game and not have to use Lamp Blowout because you know that Kaya Perro is not going to dive you. They can't really close the gap until the end game anyway, which is exactly what you want, and you have the
Yeah,
better comp to
this
deal with that
is over.
situation. So now you can augment your team's overall poke damage by having
You
a
can
few
go
charges of that
8-bit
gadget to also
berry.
secure eliminations on enemies. Hypercharge here, Hatchling's
That's
going to
a
come out, so
thing.
Doritos does at
8-bit
least
berry's
have
a
a window,
thing.
a power play now as Kaya Perro can control the map. Zarita gang don't want to give up this very spot here, but they've got no choice really. Not with these Hatchlings coming at them. Now Gregory is also going to join the fray, but they should be able to burst him down. Exik has to use a phase shift to gadget there to avoid this constant
But
harassment.
do you
And this
think
is where
South
Kaya
America
Perro's
would
team comp
pick
looks
that?
good. Once they can push Zarita gang off the map, they're fine. But again, they lose that control because they don't have the guts
Yo,
in
Manu,
the
how you
picture.
been, bro?
And Derp is going to fall eventually. This is going to be a very clean and quick set.
There's simply too many retake mechanisms from the red hand side. I'm really impressed with that draft. I think blue kind of got lost in translation of just picking a bunch of good brawlers for the map. But at the end of the day, they didn't have enough synergy in the books. There was no way they were going to get enough takedowns.
I would
The
like
game
to see an
came in, the game,
8-to-3
whatever
on
it
that
was,
map,
and the
actually, now
mechanics
that
were on
you
point.
say it.
Gene pulls were
Like,
being
you had the
landed
ban off
perfectly timed.
Brock.
Max speeds, phase shifts,
For
buster
sure.
shields. They always
Brock
had some way to
Pearl.
protect themselves, so the survivability, I think, was crucial there.
Bell,
Exactly. I mean,
guess.
yeah, again, your
Or-
biggest tools in Dorito and Loco, the damage dealers, like, they completely fold to Montage, to that Buster Super. You know, and in those windows, Kyopero cannot interact with Zarita Gang as they walk into the map outside of this Juju damage, which isn't enough to, you know, dissuade them from just moving at them. This is why the Max Gene core is so good, and Buster is used pretty extensively. It doesn't have to be a late game, you know, setup where the gas is coming in. You can do it as soon as you get that super online.
And we were looking at drafts. You were talking about Juju as a bit of a trap there. I mean, knowing what was left in draft that mode, what would you have maybe recommended that they swapped out there, Kenny? Or was that
We need
kind
some
of the inevitable
coaches
pick
from
that they
other
got backed
regions.
into?
I think it's hard because you see Juju available and you're really tempted to take it. Can't underestimate how good of a brawler Juju is, but I think my point still remains the same. I think for that composition that they had drafted, they needed something to kind of keep the control, something that does more damage, because they have a lot of brawlers that do good damage, but especially towards those in-games. Buster Shield was available, Gene Pool was available, Max Speed. They had so much potential to move around the map, and even if they got in a pinch, they had ways to get out of it. I just don't feel like the same could be said for that blue side. I think somewhere along the way, they needed some more aggression. They needed an X factor.
Literally.
I don't know if there was honestly a perfect brawler in that situation just off the top of my head. Thankfully, I'm not the one taking 30 seconds a pick
We
to make
banned
these perfect decisions
Barry
like
for
these
sure.
guys are. But to be honest with
We
you,
banned
I think
Barry.
Street Gang may have won the draft regardless.
No,
Do they
I think
play
losing
Gray
the-
in South
the Gus so
America?
early
Where's
into
Annie
those
or
rounds is a problem.
Tori?
I do think that like that team has to strike
Oh, they do ban
quickly
Gray. Okay, that's what I
before
was
the
thinking.
Buster can actually build that super. Like you could
Melody
arguably play more
makes sense.
aggressively
Vocal
into the
kind of
map
makes
because
sense.
that window
Blue,
when Zarita Gang
Sue.
didn't have supers is where you can really get them. But we're moving on here. Hot Zone. It's time for
Juju
dueling
first
beetles,
pick.
folks. Obviously, a thrower here, it goes a heck of a long way. Juju's going to be picked up because, of course, her safe zone is in bushes. So she gets that extra range fundamentally. And basically, Zarita Gang now might be priced into picking
Open up a random
closes the
video
gap
Twitter.
that can dive on her because you are not going to outrange this brawler.
I wonder if they go for kind of a wall break in opening up this map. So traditionally in history, we've seen something like B Griff or B Gray kind of be the access point into these throwers. They can either join and do that, or they can get mad aggressive here. Draco's somebody that shows up a lot. They don't have the Poco, they don't have the Barry, but we've seen Draco this weekend work out. SK Gaming made this brawler look phenomenal just last weekend in their debut of the monthly finals and winning it all as well. I think there's a few good choices here, but I think you just have to overwhelm Juju. You have to have enough health points to withstand all the chip damage.
Draco
that she's gonna do.
Gus? What do
may
you
consider
what do
someone
you
that can
pair
also
with
heal
Draco?
this, Draco, because you are going to get peppered down a lot. So you
Bell?
can take like Byron or like Healing Tonic Barley, for example. That's someone that is about as close in range as possible to the Juju. I also like, you know, for
Healer.
control, I think Bell is amazing.
The only
especially
healer
against
is
comps wanna
I mean,
go
I guess they could have
This
went
deck
Byron,
also
huh?
basically punishes you for stepping
Or-
up onto the zone, but that strategy
Byron.
requires Zarita Gang to get that control. So they're going to have to
Be
turn
Frank,
like
yeah.
a last stand
Poco is
gadget from their
banned
Draco
by
into
him.
point control, and here it
Wow,
is.
the
We
rest
are
of the draft
really
was really
trying to close
fast.
the gap on that Juju. Zarita Gang realized they've got no choice. They can't match the
Poco
Poke of
and Barry are
Kyopero,
banned. This
so
was like
now
what?
they're going to go for a
They
bit of
could've
an
went Byron,
all-in
I
setup
guess,
between
so.
Prozzy and Jay, and I quite like that. KP, of course, is going for the Frank, who's really
Legacy
effective
Mortis
on
game
this
for
map,
real.
given that his, his damage shots
He
cover
just
most
needs
of
a
it, and
super, he
hypercharge
can
super
chain
will
off the
basically catch
Frank
you wherever
and
you're standing.
kill
Those streaks came in
like
so quickly,
he
I'm
could
kinda
kill
doing
B
quick
just
math
chaining
in my head.
supers.
I think I kind of like the Mortis. I don't think I hate it. I think it's hard to play, don't get me wrong, but into the B and the Juju, I think it makes a lot of sense. And honestly,
Anonymous?
you can cycle supers
With the 10
pretty
gifted
frequently into
subs?
a
Thank
free.
you?
I don't think that's the worst response.
Wait,
It's gonna be a really
okay,
aggressive comp on
thank
the
you, I
top
appreciate
side,
it.
But I think they've got
Who
a
got
chance
it?
at it. Yeah, don't
Celtic,
hate Kyle Peros either, but I think they're gonna play
Maudish,
pretty well. Here goes Exik. Down the
I
left-hand side, the pool goes
Toasty,
through.
Lord
It's not
Richie
enough.
Rich,
It's going to be a trade
Wicked
here to go
Streams,
down, and that's a
Juicer,
pretty perfect start for Kyle Perry.
Grandpa
Doritos has
Sting,
already built that hypercharge as well. Honey
Likes
Molasses
him.
thrown down, which is
JP.
going to block a shot from Prozzy, but can also be
Silvertus.
really annoying. And there it
Thank
is,
you.
the hypercharge super.
Thank you,
from,
Anonymous. I appreciate it.
From Doritos there. Last time going to be used just for
And another
trade
sub
that
to
kill
buy
off.
you.
They still end up going
Thank you.
down.
I appreciate
Something
the
needs to be done
subs.
about the Frank. What we saw in the first set on Canal Grande the mark from Bell is not sufficient.
Frank
to
already
account
has
for
hyper?
such a durable
Wait,
brawler.
I missed
You've
it.
got
I
to
was
make
not
good use of
looking. I
those
was
unbreakable
thank
boxes
you
now.
for the
Exit
subs. I
hypercharges
appreciate it.
are going to be
What
really
is
big
it? I
difference
have no
makers in this
idea.
game.
Got the
Like
extra slaughter down as
usually,
well.
I can
Ozzy's
like
still gonna work
usually
for
I can make a
Doritos now
guess,
back in the
but
mid. He's just gonna be
I've
cycling his
this
14K
this
as
literally
points
came out of
in
the
and out
blue,
just to get
so
the
I have
extra
no
damage,
idea.
to get the pulls
That was
in
a very
there, set his
interesting mortar
teammates up, but
cypher,
more
by
importantly,
the way.
just the more they're rotating that percentage up, the better. Even if his KD is not great, the percentage on that hot zone is better and better.
Exit, I mean, this is a suicide mission, 100%. They're diving in, they get the super, but then they get caught out by the stun. Doritos has cycled those supers now
Oh.
as Jay tries to come forward. Last stand has
It's
to be used
spooky.
here, and it's not going to be enough to get
Spooky,
rid of
thank you
Derp.
for the
One
subs.
more stab would have been enough. Now Exit is back on the point. Loco pretty reluctant to give it up, and I
This
don't
is
blame
like
them. Trying
you
to dodge
can
these
you
shots
can
coming
guess
in from
who
the
it
front, but
is
Exit eventually gets
depending
caught
on like
by a
who's
slam of the
who's
sword.
here.
And now they got to come forward once again.
Triple
Another
is
miss there
Michael
off that
G.
super from Frank. Jay doesn't get a
The
touch,
X5
but the last
in
stand
his
gadget's being
game
used to try
name?
and get him some extra capture
I mean, I
percentage.
bet he can
And
see
that's a
your
missed
chat
super
on
from
his
Exit,
screen.
which means that they are out of the fight for the next 10 seconds or so, unless they want to throw themselves in like
Literally,
that, which is fine.
Ogito.
That's your business. But Kyopero, with this setup here, have a very well-rounded comp, and a Frank that frankly cannot be dragged down with ease.
I can't understate how important it was, I think, for Frank to win that first engagement. I think the other side, the red roster, does a
Legacy
good
Frank
job in that
game,
early
Legacy
on to
Mortis
immediately
game
identify,
too.
hey, if we take down this Frank,
I
that's
feel
the
like
only
no,
thing
I
really
feel like
stopping us. We
Mortis.
can put Draco
If
in
this
the front
Mortis
line
was
and
like
kind of give them some trouble. Instead, though, he
Luffy
survives with
or
like 70 HP, it builds up that hypercharge, tears down every
who
wall
else
on the other
plays
side,
Mortis?
and then they can be let free. We'll see how this start does anything different, but Zarya gang need a much better one if they want a chance.
You've got to
Who
be
else
pretty
plays
perfect on
Mortis,
this
like,
map. I think that's the only way
competitively?
of putting it. Exik at least has managed to get into the cookie jar here, so to speak.
Lenon. There's
Knocking some of the
RBM.
shots from
I play
Loco has been very
Mortis.
good. It means
I
that
don't
Derp
think
has
he really
to
plays Mortis.
fire some of these shots before they can even really get out of spawn. And Exik, that's a connection from the super. We love to see those. Now Doritos can get some basic free percentage here on the point for Kyopero.
Yeah, like
And Exik
Luffy
going
or
down there is not great.
Levine.
Loco is a real nuisance in that corner now. Hiding behind
Put
the
them
honey
on the
behind. There's
Mortis
also
and they
not a
win
target you
this
usually
like
want to
in
mark
2
anyway.
seconds.
Slowing up
And
anyone who
it's
tries
not
to
even,
take
like,
that right-hand
exaggeration.
lane control and
I've
getting
played
Quasi there
against
is
the Luffy
huge. I
Mortis
think
before.
Kyopero here have really paved the way to a set win beautifully.
Doritos has played phenomenally in this match.
If
It's been something
Patchy
I've kept
still
my eye
played
on
the
whole
game
time when you needed the X
competitively.
Factor. He
I
certainly
mean, he
delivered, and
played
now they're
the
not even going to
qualifiers
break
for
down these
fun, though.
walls yet. This is
But
great.
like,
They
if
can
he
lob shots
played
up with
at his
Juju. They
peak,
can have Doritos
put
be
him
a
on the
looming
Mortis, he
threat,
wins
so they
this
need
too.
to open it up. They can, but
It's
for
like,
now,
what the hell?
they're just
Put me
using
on the
the regular
Mortis.
shot
I
ready
win
moves.
this. What
Gadget
the
goes
hell am I
through, Jay
watching?
survives, but not for long. Kyopero continue to expand this lead.
There is a question of maybe Zarya gang, if they drafted a bit more healing, they could have gotten more use out of Draco, but they just seem to be a little bit of a worse Frank in so many ways.
Bro,
Jay's having a
literally
read down.
put
Actually
me on
popped
the
last stand
Mortis.
gadget here as Derp charges on forward. And again, it gives about 2 seconds of invulnerability, which is just not enough when you're really focused on trying to capture this point for as long as possible. Exik, that's a beautiful hypercharge super, and cycle that would have been good,
God, bro.
but Kyopero can still stand
What
out
is
on
going
that hot zone and have
on
taken
here?
away the set.
This is the 3-2 kind of match I was looking forward to. Two unproven rosters who've done good, not been special yet. This is what I'm talking about, though. Doritos has come to play today. 498 DPS, top kills in the lobby. Impressive stuff, to say the least.
Yeah, it's so dirty. I mean, ever since Frank got that massive buff last year where your fire rate increases as your health gets lower, it makes you the premier tank in so many of these situations. That hypercharge super was built within like the first 15 seconds of the game here. And in the face of this, like the Mortis is pretty reasonable, right? In terms of trying to get into the backside and deal with Derp. But Derp wasn't even the biggest threat. You don't have an answer to Doritos. I refuse to believe that, the Bell mark is enough to make the Frank manageable, even if you're hitting it with regularity here. There were just too many threats on KP's comp, and there weren't enough answers from Zarya gang.
Absolutely scary performance from Doritos there. His whole team came to back him up, though, once again. And I think, are we seeing, a coalescence of the kind of team solidarity throughout this? Or are we just seeing some better picks across the board there, Uber?
I do think like the draft was really important. I think Kenny brought this up actually in practice. Like both these teams, were expected to give us a close
Nah, these
game,
little
but they've
tips are
been
actually
really
good for
back
like
and
casual
forth.
players to just
But
watch it for
the
fun.
Juju usage has been
They don't really,
much more effective on this particular map for Kyopero. So
they don't
as
really
long as
think
he
about
is
this
Kenny,
stuff.
there are just some maps where she's able to shine, or at least some comps when you can really build around her properly.
A City
We're reminded
area.
of how much of a menace she can be.
Triple. Thank
That
you
was
for
a
the
much
level
better
4
display, I
hype
think,
train.
than some
I
of the
appreciate
previous
it.
ones. And draft's important too. Who you surround yourself with, crucial. It's not all about just the brawler being great. It's who you're playing into, the map you're on. There's a lot of factors. It's what makes drafting
I
so
kind of want to look at my
difficult to do at a high level
what
here. These guys have practiced and practiced.
train
and
badge
practiced.
like
They
that,
eat, breathe, and sleep Brawl Stars.
emoji,
And this is map
emo.
number 5.
Bro, I can't
Could
even
go
speak
either
right
way.
now.
2-2
But,
situation. We're on last stop. This map
if
very
I
open, but
open
we're
up my
still removing
dashboard, it's
Kit.
gonna mess up the
Lou,
screen.
Melody not available, and we are getting rid of Juju
I'm
for this
chilling,
one.
City.
Leon
I'm
early
chilling.
on as a first overall pick. That's wild.
These
to
tips
me.
at Ring of Fire
In general,
Store
that is
Heaven,
pretty
really?
astonishing.
Okay, maybe we
Look,
don't
Leon
listen
is,
to the tips then.
really terrifying in situations where like that one kill means so
Leon
much more,
first
right?
pick?
On a knockout map, for
Honestly,
example. We saw that
like,
you know, in our first series of
I'm not
the
even
day with
against the
Madden
Leon pick here.
Segura. Here, it's a little bit of a different story. The way that you're looking to play maybe changes someone as you've got to be more of a constant threat and apply that pressure over a longer period of time. But we have the Penny and the Lola picked up here, so very reasonable mid-range brawlers, great high damage, and also both are viable mids here. So we'll still wait to see, but these two teams have a very clear idea of what they want to bring onto this map. And, you know, the Kaio Pero, Byron,
Penny.
and Tank combination is really potent. It's actually something I thought we might see in that previous
You
set.
picked Penny into Leon
yeah,
and
they're definitely ready
Ash.
to throw down. I like this look. Obviously, the Ash is pretty terrifying,
I don't know if I like
especially
that.
when I get to run down some of
What
these
do you last
squishy
pick here,
mid-range damage
Daryl?
dealers.
I mean, Darrow's
With
just
no
gonna
Lou on
keep
the table
Leon.
either, I'm curious what Zarita Gang do
I
to
feel like
either bring
Daryl-
some aggression or
you can go
defend
Daryl here.
themselves from this Ash and Leon because they've got invisibility. One of the reasons I think Leon is coveted here is because of his hypercharge and the ability to just get across the map with that super, right? When you can disappear on a wide open map like this, it's just a guessing game of where they are. I kind of like what Kaio Pero are putting down the Daryl. A real interesting call here, though. I think this is going to help into the Byron. I think as long as Ash doesn't surround you with 12 of his little rats, I think he can end up being okay. I don't know. I'm kind of 50-50 on this one as well, just from a quick glance, but we'll see how it plays out. I think, like you said, Zarita Gang kind of went for something much safer.
I think so, yeah. The Daryl is great, but you know, we're not looking at like a brawl ball map where the knockup strips the ball, or we're not against a Frank, for example, where, you know, Daryl's super can actually interrupt Frank's super by having that brief stun window. Here, you have something that just bounces around the map pretty effectively, can take a whole lot of space, but it's those side lanes that are really important. Doritos needs to flatten exit here, otherwise those turrets are going to be starting to be such a nuisance, and Jay just wins that fight out beautifully. Great support from Prosy through the middle part of the map here, but the side lanes from Zarita Gang are able to collapse onto Kaio Pero, and it doesn't matter how safe or strong their mid is.
Yo,
Really
Night Harrier.
impressive. Daryl showcasing that he can win those matchups, especially when supers aren't in the equation. The early
Beat
game going
Ash
to
so
Zarita
much.
Gang.
I mean,
KP,
Daryl should be
though,
beating
fighting back.
Ash, though.
Doritos looking from the long distance, something that Leon doesn't want to be doing, and Jay let loose once again.
Hey, you
Gets
should
to
not
take down
lose
the
to
left hand in.
Ash
Right lane
as a
one as well,
Daryl.
and Derp alone cannot do this. Zarita Gang taking
I mean,
off
I
right
guess
now
they
in
have
Jim Brown.
Byron
I mean,
Heroes,
this is not
so
even close. I mean, you can see what Frank does. Ash, the shots or the damage from Ash, those slams, are slow. And JX is basically just dashing through them.
Where are you
behind the
going?
Ash and really just causing them a whole lot of problems here.
That
now
was
the hypercharge
interesting.
active. There is some control taken to this right-hand side of the map, and little helpers are available here for Loco, but Jay can just keep pushing up, taking
Good
this
pick
kind
for
of
the
control
Byron.
here. And it's a pretty healthy
Yeah,
lead of
control now.
7-2. Now, though, Loco, that's
They
spawn
need
those
to
little
take out
helpers.
that
Now, they're
penny
going to go after
turret.
the gem carrier, but, you know, you've got an ego out if you're the Lola. That can soak up a little bit of that damage.
Take
even
out
if
the
you're positioned
penny
quite close
turret.
together. And Loco is struggling to get in deep. Tar Barrel going to be used there by Jay to slow up the Ash here, and it's really
Alright.
hard for KP's tank to get deep.
The Daryl pick paying dividends. He's rolling in once again. Doritos falls. Derp has gained a few gems as a result. They were able to gain possession of this mid, and now they're just gonna have to keep applying the pressure. Derp just can't be by himself here. Doritos invisible, getting sneaky on this right-hand side. Jay, the foresight to scout him out though, and this is gonna push the
Byron
enemy
is
side
actually
back.
doing
Lola
his
has a
job
lot
now,
to deal with
healing
right
up
now,
Loco.
but one little penny shot changes everything. Blue side though, nonetheless with a gym count.
Okay, that is brutal stuff, and yeah. Jay trying to do what they
No,
can, but Derp
that's
is big
kinda
chilling.
bad
Obviously,
from
having
Daryl.
self-heal available in two different manners, whether super or gadget, it's really hard to deal with the Byron, especially if they can keep you at
where
arm's
did all the
length here.
gems go?
8-0. Obviously, those gems are dropped in that back corner, so Zarita can still trigger a countdown
How many did they
if
have?
they
I
pick
wasn't
them up,
paying
or
attention.
interrupt
Can I tell
that
you?
of Kaio Pero. Oh, there weren't enough gems. Okay, only gets to 10, so it does at least reset things, but now Kaio Pero have the map control, they have the 11th. It's
No, this
dangerous
game
for
is
Zarita
over.
Gang.
And that's exactly why they wanted Leon. He was turned invisible. They couldn't see him. No way to scout him out. They were dealing with the Ashe in their face while the Leon is sneaking through. You don't have to play the best for an entire duration of a game. That's the magic of Gym Grab. You just have to be the one that closes out. And now it's a match point for KaioPero.
I mean, they played that really well. The approach from Zarina Gang and the use of Daryl made their composition really oppressive to play into at the start of the round, especially because they were making use of Penny quite
Was that even really an
effectively
Ashe
on
thing,
that
though?
right side
That was more like
they
a
had
Leon
both side lanes
clutch.
covered, but it requires your Daryl to constantly come
And
forward
then
to
Daryl
constantly
started
pressure.
throwing.
Once Loco swapped to the right against the Penny and started to pinch at the top of the map, that's where the pressure was really starting to cause Zarina to crumble.
I think those Doritos supers too, once they started getting cycling, there was really nothing they can do. Ashe is just up in their face. They have to defend against him, and now they're overwhelmed by the other end. This is a much better start for KP as well. Jay on this left-hand end played it nearly perfectly last game and still wasn't enough. Now Doritos going to debate to rotate here. He's going to go to this right-hand end and try to get this grass, I think, in time. He's going to meet there, but Jay's going to slide through, gets the kill, and this could be a catastrophe. It's going to be a dropping of gems, but Prosy should have enough time to grab these.
Yeah, easily. I mean, they are dropped in, KaioPero's territory, but Prosy has already got some of that map control. KP are trying to anticipate the Daryl lane swaps here. They've now moved Doritos over to the right side to sort of match this, but Loco's getting punished here. Now that Ego is out, Prosy can really start to burn those tanks down. Dorito does fall. Tar Barrel, of course, used by Jay in order to get deep, and now KaioPero have to find a way
this is
to
what
get
should
these
be
gems
happening
back.
all the time.
They've got hypercharge here for Loco.
You know.
They need to move up the map first, and they're taking a lot of this consistent damage from the turret, and Exik isn't someone you can really afford to ignore. Doritos, though, is invisible. It's going to be a deadly mission to go in. A lot of little help is getting soaked up by Jay, and Prosy is chilling here. This is now, of course, going to put us at a tie so far on Gem Grab.
Back-to-back games where the leader early on had a dominant gym count, 5-7 for each of the games, and one kill changes everything. That's all you need. Sometimes you just need that momentum swing, which is something that when you look on paper, looks so valuable because you got Leon, you've got Ashe, you can swing a game any moment. But nonetheless, the defense comes through, and the red roster have now tied things up. We got a double match point on our hands, Uber. This is going to come down to the wire.
Yeah, absolutely.
Holy
once we
leg.
get gameplay, of course, we'll let you know how that sort of plays out. But something to keep in mind as we jump in is the lane assignment here. Where is the Leon? Doritos is really favored against Jay, can outrange Daryl for the most part, and does a disgusting amount of damage with those shurikens. Now they've gone deep. They are going to be able to get that clone, pop that super. Derp under some pressure now, has already used its super, but Jay is pretty well shielded up here, and he's going to be able to strip those 5 gems away. Now it's a question of getting the Daryl out of that part of the map, which is a much more complex issue, as you can see. Derp's able to come back off the spawn, get those gems back. Prosy very deep on the map as Loco is able to make a swift exit. So map control given now
play
over
for any
towards KP,
esports
dealing with
team,
JX is not a huge issue, as they were virtually 1v3 there.
If Daryl had been able to escape, I think this would have gone very differently. It's kind of a game of chess you're
Probably
playing.
Zeta.
If you leave Byron by himself, you're exposing the Daryl, but the other side's getting these frags, and it's ultimately going to work out here. 15 on the clock. Blue side with 10 in Byron's pocket. That's the man they have to protect. Doritos knows it. He's going to get aggressive. Jay sliding through, down to the other end. Loco there to play bodyguard, and it's not going to be enough here. Derp trying to hold on, and it will go through. KaioPero survive yet another one.
Not
you can
great
see
Daryl
what
gameplay.
difference it makes when that actually gets to push into enemy territory. They've been able to claim the space on the map by moving through the bushes and also really just abusing that favorable matchup against the Penny. It was an idea that we saw sort of materialize through the draft, but it didn't play out at the start of the map because, again, KP were a little shaken.
Look at that
I think, by
DPS,
just the Daryl
holy.
being everywhere through the map and being able to win those 1v1s against the Ashe. As long as KP can avoid hitting Loco against JXCR, they're golden.
Yeah, if I was playing as an esports player, I
We
would probably
saw, as
play
you guys
for
called
Zeta.
out, a lot of success from Zarina Gaming in the early game on these before any supers could build up, but Doritos so strong, and that Leon coming in big there. Looks like game 2, there was a chance that Zarina Gaming might have shut them down trying to respond to the lane switches, but ultimately, would you toss this up to teamwork here on KaioPero's part? Would you talk this up to just a really brilliant heads-up pick there with the Leon? Kenny?
I think
if
it's
I was
honestly a pretty
joining
50-50 draft in my
an
mind going into
organization
it.
as
It
a
kind of played
content
out that way
creator,
as well. I think both teams had
oh, I
win
know
conditions. The
I'm
Lola
in
seemed like
Eternal,
something they definitely
but
wanted on the right-hand
if
tip.
I
I think
would
that's
had
probably
to
why they
pick
pair it with
any
Penny,
org
Penny
that's
for a
in
low
Brawl
control, but
Esports, I'll
also
pick
that
Tribe
Lola
Gaming.
ego gets shredded through by the Penny that can kind of shoot through projectiles.
It's
They go
harder
for
to be a
Ashe, they go
basketball
for
player
Leon,
or
they stuck to their
CS
guns
level
there, and
player.
I give them a
Definitely
lot of credit for
basketball.
that because that's not an easy thing to pull off. You saw at times that they nearly collapsed, but at the end of
Oh,
the day,
thank you,
their
Tyler Hero.
aggression was
Appreciate
just
it.
good enough. Byron
I'll be
survived it
banned.
just long enough, but truly, I think that could have gone either way.
There's a sense where I would have liked to have seen like a Penny play mid.
Yeah,
and
for sure,
You have
fine,
another
yeah.
brawler for Zarita gang that can actually just like, you know, really lean into a favorable
Like,
side lane matchup. Like
I haven't
Pro
well,
Surge.
I haven't really
Anything that also,
looked
like,
too
gives
much
you all
into
in
like
potential, because
CS,
once the
but
game gets out of
at
hand,
least
like,
with
it's really
Velo,
hard to
it's
close the
literally
gap.
just reaction
Penny's great
speed.
over a long game. She gives you this incremental damage that stacks up.
Yeah,
Your
part of
opponents figure out
stats
how
in
to, I
basketball
don't know,
play. Not
move out of the
really.
way of those,
You
know,
can
turret
like
shots coming
practice
in.
and get
Then
better
she's not
at
very
it.
effective against, you know, players that aren't grouped up together. You want someone who wins 1v1s consistently in that side lane, and Penny's much better at getting that splash damage through multiple people that are grouped up playing close.
Two players that got in each other's way all match long. Loco and Jay here going head to head in
Like,
our
basketball is
stats.
just
What is your reaction to this?
Stamina and consistency.
Kind of close like I expected,
At
to
the
be
end of the
honest
day.
with you. Loco and Jay, two of the players
And
that I
the-
definitely think you
your
keep your
5'10".
eyes
I
on
mean,
there. I mean, when looking at
technically
Leon,
could.
looking at Ashe,
You might not
whoever
be
they
like
ended up
a
being playing
D1
that were
player,
on the more
but
aggressive end, I think they were huge instigators
Tribe
for
is
their
best
team, kind of
content for
setting
money.
themselves up for
Yeah.
success. And I think part of the reason why it was close, but
Tribe
ultimately
is
Kyle Barrow
definitely
still
like the
got the dub.
best.
Lucky for our
for,
predictions,
like,
Kyle Caro
content,
and
social
Loud making it to the
media-wise.
semifinals to face
And
off
SK is
against each
also right there
other.
as well.
Not by any means an easy road for them, though, and I can't imagine it's going to be too much easier for our next two quarterfinals. But we're going to take a quick replay,
Not
a
as
look
good at
back
video
at
games
this
either.
last
I
match,
mean-
and then we're going to get to the next ones. See you on the other side.
Video games is just it's not hard to learn how to play most stuff though. Like, you start as a casual player. If you enjoy it, you get better at it. It's literally just time. If you want to get like into the pro scene, you just get a coach or something, or you watch what the pro players are doing and go from there. What you miss? Not much. Yeah, I know you mean esports. That was almost so good from Loco. Esports is literally just finding a game that you enjoy and playing it a lot and having good Wi-Fi. That's it. Hello, Green Arrow. How are you? Egg Pam and Egg Rico, are these actual things? I have a good Wi-Fi. Literally, bro. Like,
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars
stopped playing
Championship South
esports
America
for like a
monthly
year or
finals.
two
Round
because
and
my
round, the
Wi-Fi
carousel
is
of
dog
casters
shit.
goes, but
I used to
onward
play
do we push
I used to
through
play
the
tournaments
bracket.
on my
Our next
phone on
matchup,
data.
Casa
And I got
Brawl
Wi-Fi, but the
versus
Wi-Fi was
Legion
terrible.
Otaku.
And my
This
phone
is a
was
fun
actually
one,
dying,
guys.
so I
Lots to
stopped
talk about
playing.
here for Casa Brawl, aka the Mini Pekkas. Story team, a lot of history. Why don't we get into it, Art?
Oh
Yeah,
no,
big
we
time.
we
This is
definitely
gonna be for me
screenshotted
one
that out of
of the players
context,
that
Sam.
could be our
We
first sweep
screenshotted
of the day.
that.
It's a bit early to say so, but I have a feeling that this could be the one-sided match that we've been expecting potentially here. But Mozet Pekka and Jubilee as well for
Used to play
the roster of
esports,
Casa
yeah.
Brawl. Qualified
And
as,
now I do a
Mini
little
Pekkas,
bit
the
for
team they originally
fun.
had prior to being signed by Foot Esports last year. This is a huge roster. The number 2 seed
Like,
in
I
South
do some
America
tournaments
last
here and
year.
there for fun
Of course,
now.
had a
Because
phenomenal
I actually have
LCQ,
my
which was
Wi-Fi is
Jubilee's
actually
first
not
LCQ
bad
as
now.
well. Knocking out Tribe in
Oh, look
Group
at
B and
Jubilee
then
right there on the
being
left.
esporting and having a clean
Yeah, my
sheet,
Wi-Fi
no
is not
less,
bad
in
now,
day 2 as well
and
against
my
Fox
iPad
Close,
stopped
dropping
dying on
no
me
sets
somewhat.
along the way. But then the World Finals, where it all went wrong. Loss in Group A to SK Gaming and Elevate meant that they would leave in last place
fine,
and
yeah.
only gained 1 set along the way. So
It's definitely
all that
harder to
hard
be a
work,
top basketball
just
player than
a
to be a
little bit
top
to waste
esports player.
towards the end. Got 2 monthly final wins, almost a third actually in July when you consider just how close it really was. But the story of this region last year was all Casa Brawl versus SSG, now known as the Loud roster. This is the rivalry that we saw
Yeah,
all
it's
against
factually
the odds
incorrect.
last year. I
it
think
is
it
way
could
harder
come
to
down
be
to
a
it again
top
this year if both
player
sides
in an
show the same
actual
sort of preference.
physical sport than an esports.
Yeah, all those victories, and we didn't even touch on that they won the All-Stars LATAM in June 2024. Exciting
Muffin.
roster here. Cannot
I'm
wait to see what they
Muffin.
bring
Are
in.
you
Arky
cookie?
called it potentially our first 3-0, but we cannot count out Legion Otaku. Uber, tell me a little bit more about them.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot to say, honestly. This team, as far as we're concerned, is relatively unknown in the grand scheme of things, like through this region. They, did have to qualify through what we call like a
Literally,
second
Lambo.
chance. They go to the
I'm
lower
chilling, my
bracket
friend.
after a close game against
Won
the
last round,
in those qualifiers.
BP.
And end up having to fight through, lowers, which is pretty scary. They do sort of squeak it out there. Actually, it ends up being a 3-0 win against IXFA. So this is a team that really started to get their teeth cut with their Brawl experience last year. But again, there's actually a ton of awesome.
That means you think that
regular
physical
tournaments
sports
that
are
happen
more
in LATAM,
difficult.
mostly like
fighting.
Narco
What do you
and
mean?
Co run it. So, there's a pretty lively scene in the tier 2 area bubbling up locally. So these guys are getting a lot of experience, and not just experience.
Well, yeah,
it's
you
against,
can
like, pretty
train
quality
and
players,
get
of
better.
course, as this
The only
SA
thing you
team are
can't
building
change
themselves
is your
up from
height.
within, and I'm hoping,
And I
as we
guess
start
your
to look ahead towards
eyes.
the rest of the year, this region really
But
puts
you can
themselves on
train
the
your
international
reaction
map and
speed,
doesn't
you
sort of
can
just
train,
capitulate
like,
in groups
your
like
stamina,
Worlds,
your
event
strength,
like we
your
saw
speed.
last year, because they are going up against this this Casa Brawl team
All right,
who
we're talking
are
about
also
sports
hoping
here,
for
man.
much more for themselves
We ain't
this
talking
year
about all that.
internationally.
Oh, they have everything to gain here with a win if they can pick it up. We're taking a look at our maps and game modes now that we'll be playing out on. And do want to shout out that Portox did make that appearance at the All-Stars LATAM tournament, picking up a 4th place finish on the team he played with. So some tournament experience in there, but yeah, as you said, Uber, ultimately a little bit of a newer roster. Does speak to how changeable, how evolving the scene is, though, as you said, Uber.
Yeah, I mean, and the veterans of this region are like 19, 20, right? So, like, in general, SA is a really dynamic and young region, which is great. There's always going to be fiery competition. It's great to see some of these newcomers, these younger guns, again, air quotes had to be used here, taking on the likes of Casa
Yeah,
Brawl,
like,
who
literally
are
playing
almost
it.
20 Peckers 20s.
Like, a lot of
These
them
guys got
played
plenty of years
as a
in them
like a
here.
little
And
child
yeah,
for
we really
fun,
hope to see, like,
and then it
these
just goes
players
from there. They
Brazil,
find interest in
Chile,
their sport.
Argentina, start
They
to show
play
what
it
they're
in
capable of
school.
domestically, and then take that to the
Then,
world stage.
yeah.
My big reservation really is the fact that when you look at it on paper, when you consider the last year, Portox really only won 1 set throughout the entire season in monthly finals, 3 quarterfinals exits, and as well for Daytona
Esports
Master,
is
I mean,
way
they only
easier to
won 2
get
sets
into.
overall in 2 monthly final appearances. It's really quite shy to the comparison when you consider, like, Casa
The
Brawl,
more
Pega,
mouse it
out.
could
This
be.
is 26th monthly
Yeah.
final here today, 112.
Esports is
Motep,
literally
this
just
23rd
having
monthly
good
final,
reaction time and having good
113.
Wi-Fi.
Jubilee as well. It's been in 17 monthly finals.
And
already,
actually being
18
interested
today,
in the
won
game you're
3.
playing.
I mean, they are really harsh comparisons, which is why I just think that this could well be a sweep. I need to see a great amount in this first set from Legion Otaku because there's so much to live up to.
Get stitched up.
Jubilee, of course, just trying to, get some space from the adoring press. See, looks like he might as well be on the bow of the Titanic there. They got some, fans running in the room. I appreciate that, especially with the combo of the Luscious Locks. It's going to be a Juju locked away pretty quickly here. And again, most
Sam,
of
can you
our,
start a raffle?
teams here in this region are in agreement that she definitely justifies a first pick if she sneaks through the ban phase.
Yeah, I mean, there's very
Thank you,
few
Lambo.
finer brawlers to have as your first pick. Let's be
Oh,
honest.
it is so
I mean, if you've got a good strategy, then sure, it's a risk to leave open regardless of what way you look at it. But Nita will be the
Bro, it's
pick
South America.
from
Let me chill.
Legion Otaku, but it's not a bad one. I don't
Oh, it's
mind it
Meeple.
necessarily.
Meeple's
I think
good.
that it's
Kinda
certainly going to be
underrated.
a great tank counter, but as is Juju, so now it's both teams now in this position of
The
they
baddie
can
with
stir it.
the long
I think
hair, that's
Boundary solid
Jubileo.
already for eradicating some of the
He's
biggest
been
tank
in the
counters
scene
anyway,
for
so,
a couple years, I
nonetheless,
think.
not a bad start for both sides. See what they want
Yeah,
to follow up with.
Seeing Juju pick this wall makes some teams feel like there's not much point sometimes taking a thrower because they're likely to be
Okay,
outranged,
I like
which
the
is such a
Janet.
pain to deal with. You kind of already are on the back foot in that aspect of your matchup. So sometimes the idea is to go for something a little bit more all-in. For example, we saw a Mortis picked on
I see them
dueling Beatles in the
backyard.
previous
What do you
series in
mean?
order to try and overcome that difficulty
Some of them.
instead of their matching throws or trying to go with something that's equally long range. So the Janet here is going to get picked up. Janet who you know, was in obscurity for quite some time, Ark, but recently, of course, with that hypercharge, started making her way back.
Rico, it took so long for someone to
she's
pick
really got
Rico.
into a
What the hell?
fantastic spot now. Rico coming out as well. with
And
a lot of this
Otis.
particular
Okay,
map.
this is
Has
an NA
taken a
draft
bit
right here.
more of a backseat recently, though. Unfortunately for me, Otis is still a bit of an oddball one. But
Oh,
certainly
no,
the
catch snipe.
splash damage from the gadget will help deter a little bit of
This is
Janet's drop
NA
base,
draft
which is
right
that big radius that she can lay down on the map and sort of show up anyone within the
What did they
bushes
last
and
pick
just have
here?
some tick damage over time. Also, the hypercharge
I don't even
Janet
know.
is a really good brawler pick. It really, really is.
No,
It's kind of
it's
making me side
bad.
slightly on that right side, but
Shade.
again, it's the experience of customer already. Shade, it's definitely not for everyone. Still, I think in terms
Is
of the
this
meta,
a Shade
not by
game?
far the strongest of the flashes, but a map which could well suit it.
I don't
We
play
did see a little
Shade,
bit
so
of
I don't
success
even know.
rate with Shade in the East Asia region. It's one of those brawlers that is still okay. It's still viable for me. It's just very circumstantial and very dependent on the map and the mode, but I can see it fitting in quite nicely here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, incorporeal form is very potent, especially if there are those boxes on the map you can make use of. And if you take the hardened hoodie star power, you've got the durability, even use that super out in the open, or at least to try and close the gap to some degree. And use it to get in there. But we know Shade struggles when caught out in the open. This is the kind of map, though, where a lot of the time your movements can be obscured. You can sneak past enemy
good
lines
Shade
here
with
and play
Cloak?
from behind these
Really?
boxes. So it may well work, but God, we know how powerful Rico
good
is
Shade
here.
wins
Pekka
this?
also just the person you
Oh.
want to be using it. Multiple launcher there just blows the Shade away here. And Portox finds themselves with no teammates to support them, and the ball going the wrong way as far as they're concerned.
Yeah, I was thinking of it, but too low HP to go for a shot on goal there, and force back. Then immediately, it is Legion Turku that are on the back foot, and these shots that Jubilee is going to be able to obtain off the back of Portox, he can't contest this at all. He needs to swap lanes, and even then, he might not have the best of times. Just can't be too far away from getting another greenery as well.
WJ,
Motive pushing
coming
forwards now has the hand as well. Yeah, Portox is no ability to get any shots off whatsoever on that top left-hand side.
Daikon obviously heavily favored against the Rico when they can start to move through those walls during the window of that super. And also Motips gets clapped by them. It can be really hard to see where the Shade's coming from when they're in the bushes and then they super into the boxes. You really don't know, where to expect them
We're just
to
super
come
a
at you
whole
from.
lot of
Jubilee,
nothing.
though, has done a very good job of controlling the map. There's still no real answer by Legion Otaku to this, high, long-range thrower. And now with another Gregory deployed, this should allow them to push into the map. Dakon's smashed as soon as they walk out of spawn. And yeah, Portox feels like they have to corner the ball for now.
For me, Casa Brawl are just like, they're just playing with their food at this point in time, really. They've got all time in the world, despite there being no goals scored.
Ranker
There's not really anywhere that Legion Otaku can go. They're just really forcing themselves into a bit of a bad spot whilst, Casa
don't
Brawl
think
cycle
Griff will be
utility
enough
and
here.
just getting that opening door, which could be right now as Daikon goes down, blasting
Maybe
a very
Frank.
tight spot. Now Motive getting a nice pinch, and it should be a clean, easy walk into the goal, and a clean goal for Casa Brawl.
Subtle, isn't it? But the move of the Juju
Yes,
over to the
so-
right-hand side of the map when the ball was cornered there was a play from Casa Brawl saying, well, we're going to take our immense map control and we're going to, apply it to the space that we've tried to corner the ball. They
I
dig it
mean,
out
even
pretty
if he
comfortably
breaks
without
everything,
even
he
needing
still
to get
gets
a team wipe.
outranged by
And this is going to go from bad to worse as far as I'm
Rico,
concerned.
and
Ball
I
dropped
think
there as
Griff
Motive
are
couldn't quite
close
get it
to-
in. And Jubilee is going to be happy enough with, the line of scrimmage on this
Oh, yeah,
map
Frank
being
is
drawn
banned
so
anyway,
far forward.
actually.
Daikon again gets a good matchup, a positive one against the Rico, and Bast is going to take to the skies. Remember, they cannot control the objective while they're up there. They're brought down, and Portox just hasn't been able to get any value whatsoever. Casa Brawl say, hey, a 1-goal lead, that's good enough for us.
A little bit surprised though. I think it was definitely a second goal which could have easily been scored there by Jubilee. Just I think with the Elementalist gadget as well, which I assume he's probably running. It provides
Yeah,
shielding.
Ube
You
and
can sort of
Marcelo
pass the ball to the wall,
Martinez.
shield yourself, and then walk it through. Playing it safe,
First pick
I
in
guess,
Vita
and
is
getting warmed up is never a
very
bad
interesting.
thing. Certainly when it's the first monthly final of the year for your region. But I think that at the moment, Casa Brawl are showing signs of not, overestimating their opposition as well, just like making sure that they've got everything on lockdown. And that was very controlled. There wasn't really any chances of hands over, but now there might be one. There is a trade, however, so it's 2v2. And again, Jubilee on this side. It's just
More-
every time. It's just nothing Lisa can do. And another
into
straight, easy, clean walkthrough of the goal. I mean, he's in all the right spots, and I think this needs a pick. And they valued it so highly. It was
I
their
mean,
first brawler pick.
It
It's
could
just
have been
doing
attempted,
nothing.
I guess.
I mean, Shade doesn't fare any better, really, outside of having that super. But they are going to at least try and match Daikon up.
It could have been attempted.
against
I mean,
Jubilee
Shade
this
is
year,
kind
which
of doing something
fine.
right now.
Pekka also doesn't really mind because they can now play against the Nita. Nita does not have any positive matchups on this map, unfortunately. As you can see, Pekka has the ordnance required to blow her up. And have we even seen Bruce make an appearance at all? I think he has stage fright.
Yeah, it's not looking good, bro, so far for me. Again, that same story. You know, Legion just trying to come off the back spawn, trying to find something to have, again, like a Bruce Bear push, but nothing really to show for it. Gadget pop gives the longer arms there for Dracom, but it's the Rico Hypercharge that is the story of the day.
Oh my God.
Everyone is only left standing, and he's too far back to be able to protect the goal. A very, very clean set. It must be
It
set for
depends
Custable.
on the situation I'm involved, but now it's not like a 100% guarantee.
Here, but Casa Brawl, they pick one of the most impressive brawlers in the game right now, and they use that as the cornerstone for their comp. They build a really strong side lane
Pekka
around
is
in
the
the form
GOAT.
of Rico.
Pekka might be the best player in
frankly,
South
struggles at
America right now.
times against Dagon.
Maybe.
I think like that's one of the best maps for Shade, right? And even on their best map, it's still not really enough. And Motiv doesn't have to do too much. Save the mute button for those opportune moments. You know, just burst someone down if they get too close. But really straightforward stuff here. And once you can spawn Gregory, you've got that extra player to work with. And yeah, you're an absolute nuisance. It's very impressive, I think, for Legion Otaku to play against this comp.
This team has played together
didn't know
for
Pekka
a long time,
since day one,
April
but
2024.
once he was in many
They
Pekkas, I saw
seem to
how
know,
good he really was.
Obviously, each other very well as they play
Where they
this
bring
game
them
as
monthly
well. Their
finalists?
placements,
Yeah,
the
there's
callouts,
some
the
every month
rotations.
until
Uber, where do they think you really, they really
I think
shine in this
maybe
last
like
month?
Yeah, again,
October,
like,
maybe.
I think the draft is a huge part of
And
this.
this
You know,
month we still have
you
North
notice that Pekka
America
is
tomorrow.
an incredible Rico player and really experienced. So even up against Shade, who can basically hit you from behind those boxes, which is a hard counter to Rico. At no point does Pekka overextend and give up that side of the map in a losing
Yeah,
match.
I've known
That allows
Pekka for
the rest
a
of,
couple of
you know,
years.
Casa Brawl to execute their
Yeah,
strategy.
I don't
Like, they
really
have to worry
follow
about,
South
like,
America
you know,
that much.
losing the right side. They can continue to be
Like, doesn't
aggressive nuisances,
age,
take that
true.
space and find some, frankly, really easy goals.
Fine wine right there.
So aggressive for me from Custable, but also keeping things just on lockdown, really. Not going overly aggressive. Pekka is that player that
I
can do
hate
that.
Layer
But
Cake.
on the Rico pick, it's a bit more control
I
based.
hate Layer Cake.
I expect
hate
we'll
Layer
see
Cake. I
him
hate Layer
get a
Cake.
bit more comfortable as the day
Who's
goes on as
first
well.
pick
Get
here?
banned on
Gray?
both sides. Love that. Love
No,
that
it's
stuff.
banned. Never mind.
Bouncy, but Janet left open, and that's actually one of the best first pick brawlers here for me. So if Legion don't pick it up, then I've
I don't
really
know
got
about
to
that.
question their drafting capabilities because we've seen it time and time again, both
I
last week and
recognize Motiv
a little bit
Pekka,
today.
yeah.
But Janet,
I mean,
not
I know
really been
Jubileo
seen so
as
far yet
well.
on this particular
And
map.
I think
First time we've seen it today.
Firepro.
But it is, but my
I don't know.
opinion, yeah,
Janet?
that's okay. That's good.
Fair
That's
enough.
a promising start, and gives me a little bit of faith
Couple
now that
bit
they're
of
not going to walk
boring.
into
What
some
do you
serious problems
mean?
because that would have been surely on the minds of Castle.
You're not having the time of your life right
have
now?
a bit of a disadvantage that when you go on the
Winnipeg
aggressive, it
is
does leave your two
legit, yeah.
teammates sort of susceptible on the ground, so they're going to have to support each other at the same time.
Actually,
as far
I've
as Legion are
literally grabbed a
concerned, and
salad
not the best
from
on
the
defense.
fridge,
Gadget's
and I've
quite
not
easy to get taken
even
down for
started eating it
the
yet. I should eat it.
for the side of Janet, but the backstage pass jump.
Yes,
Gadget
can we
has also
delete
been
Layer
quite a nice
Cake,
little addition we
please?
saw last week, so it could be kind of both
RT.
sided in that respect. RT is the follow up. So
Why?
Castle Brawl and one more to follow.
Okay, so obviously you take a brawler here that, you know, if we do get into some all-in situations, is quite effective, of course, up close and all. All right, we are not messing about here. Casa Brawl very clearly signal their intentions to walk at Legion Otaku over and over and over again. And this is a bit of an issue
did
here,
see,
'cause like you mentioned, Janet isn't always great on defense.
I saw Pierre's
You can
team use
overwhelm them, they drop
Ash.
the base, you know,
No,
blue
no,
box,
no.
clear that
I
out of
saw
the way, that's no
ETN use
problem. And when
Ash.
you do take to the
But
skies,
they lost to
you don't
Blaze,
have
I think.
your huge burst damage. You drop those bombs, and yes, you have much more air control under that hypercharge, but you're not really contributing to the
leveling
fight
Saturday.
as much
will
as
be
you would
watching
if you were
after
boots
this
on the
done.
ground. You have to do it though in order to, you know, make yourself safe to get away from the action. Larry and Laurie here wants to control
Yeah,
that
they
space,
lost,
but you know, Daikon does not
The
want to
South
get walked
America
up on
pick
that. Is
was here,
also
though.
going to be an issue for this thrower.
Definitely lacking some DPS for me as well. It's a good choice, Larry and Laurie, as far as things are concerned, but into an Ash, you know, which can really just soak up so much damage along the way.
Right, I'm on mute for a second. so I
They're
can
kind
eat
of
this salad.
putting themselves into the corner at this point. They do have to have a solid
Hank?
response for it, and they think
Hank?
it's
Hank?
Hey, to be the one to
Are
bring it
we
for you,
being
boys,
for
with the
real here?
hypercharge not yet released.
not
Won't
here
even be a
yet.
question until the update hits. What are you thinking? It does have some defensive capabilities, don't get me wrong, but it carries more meat meme potential than it does really much
Nah.
else for me right now. I'm not
Just
convinced
go-
it was the
Okay.
play.
Okay.
So
but-
obviously you can really abuse the walls on this map, right? You play from the safe side of them,
What are you
you know,
doing?
and Hank is terrifying. You also have a thrower that is going to do the same thing, but it's very clear what the game plan is here. And Castle Brawl have rounded out their composition with a brawler that can interact with Legion Otaku if they want to just sit behind walls and troll. So now they don't have that option. Now, Bali is going to force them to move, sometimes out into the open. And this Hank is going to have to run at them a little bit here as well. Remember, Hank does get that extra movement speed when his balloon is, you know, above 80% of size of that charge. So you can run
Hello,
people down, you
Warrior.
can
Very
chase
good.
them down. But Castle Brawl, they're not going to give you that dream scenario where they're all grouped up waiting on the other side of a wall. They're going to be slippery and hard to catch. And Hank
Ankle
can be
P?
a
Hell
real
no.
vulnerability if your opponents know how to play around it.
With the faces of the players were anything to go by there for me, I think Castle Brawl were all smiling and finding it quite funny because they're not really that bothered by the Hank pick. And I think for good reason. I mean, we saw it in the qualifying stages for North America where OG did play it and did qualify
Well,
for his
how's
team
your
with
days
it.
going, guys?
So it is dependent upon who's the person playing it. But again, for me, Legion Otaku are that team which are very much the underdog in this series. So it's
Nah.
a really bold, risky pick that I just don't see paying off. I'd love it to, for their sake, as we get the spectate
I
back
see
in just a
what-
moment.
where
We're
you're
just going
going
through a
there.
few technical hiccups in the background. We'll surely be back into the gameplay to see how it's going to fare. I don't see Castle Brawl really being too dismayed by it, though.
Oh, wait, can we go back to Pekka so I can try and read the reflection off his glasses to see what's happening in the game? Obviously, they're playing out right now, folks. On our
Yeah,
end, it's a spectator
someone
client
got
that is
glasses on, let's
itching
see
a
it.
little bit, preventing us from being able to see the game. But again,
Alright.
we are going to be able to jump in here, and it is a pretty big lead for Castle Brawl here, Ark. About what you'd expect with how these comps line up, I think.
Just bored right now. Is this not
Yeah,
the
the
most
Hank's going
exciting
to try
thing
his
you've ever
best to try
watched
to
in your
push
life?
back a
Francis?
little bit. Good connection there from Portis, but immediately so the hills come out from Jubilair as well. And Pekka going to
Jenny
be
has hyper.
tricking his left hand side. It's the hypercharge. You
Jenny
got
with
to see
the,
that kill. Thank you. Bastard, you really did make me quite worried that might have been a miss. But some signs, some progress already as the Larian Lorry do make a little bit of a push to his left hand side. But
Little Ace.
Castle Brawl
Who's winning
look
right now?
pretty
It's
much still
Castle.
in control despite being on
Just
the back
Pekka
lines a
with
little
type of
bit. There is
Jubilair.
the 4-star differential though. Let's see whether Legion can make something of it in these final 20 seconds.
I mean, it's fun to see
This is
like
why
Hank.
I'm
We
up for
actually
this
didn't see it
fight,
last
though.
year. This is the kind of map where you also don't want to give this kind of space up. Bear in mind that Motep has filthy burst damage that can be deployed once push comes to shove, but this is getting close now. 2 stars in it. Oh man, the Hank is becoming an issue if you're going to just sit yourself in the corner, but Humaleo just rips him a new
okay.
one. Oh my goodness, a quick double. That's for 7 stars. Just ending the game on the spot.
Yeah, in those final seconds, I think it was fair to say that Castle Brawl took that personal. I mean, that escalated very, very fast. And that's what I mean. Like, they're giving like a little bit of an inch here and there, dropping their guard sometimes, maybe just getting a little bit overly aggressive. But they look so calm. They're not rattled in the slightest. And as soon as it got a bit close, immediately the retaliation was tremendous. So again, I got to reiterate, I just feel like they're playing with their food somewhat. I think that, on the side of Legion, a little bit out of their comfort zone. Again, they are playing as we speak, and we'll do our best to get the spectate up immediately when we can. But it's not looking clean so far. Legion not really showing too much signs. Some glimpses here and there. But aside from that, not really much to say.
Yeah. We're actually having a problem getting into this game, so you are going to have to read the gameplay off of Pekka's glasses here. But again, you see what happens when you give the map up to the Hank and they can safely start to pop
It's
bubbles from
always-
behind
I am
those
always
walls.
tired.
It gets a bit scary. But that's why that last pick, Barley, was such an important
hell
part of
nah.
this
You think
conversation.
I'm boring,
Because
I'll
again,
ban your ass
final,
out of your chance.
last call, very effective super, great damage. But you can continue to
Why
keep
is every
this,
shooter doing
Hank
a watch
honest
party?
by
What do you mean,
chunking them
why?
lower and lower.
What
so
else
that,
do we
you
do
have
right
windows
now
in
when
which
it's
you
just
can
supposed to be the
go
most
aggressive,
competitive
especially if
thing
your
in the game?
especially if your RT can get
It's
a
just
couple
supposed to
shots on
be
him if
the
he
new
has
thing
the
to
hack
watch right
gadget
now.
that can detonate the mark. It's also pretty darn important here. But yeah, this game, regrettably, folks, is going to proceed while we yap.
I'm willing to bet, however, as coming into this one, I did say it was going to be the first sweep of the day. Judging from the players and their faces right now, it's locked down for Castle Brawl. Legion looking pretty,
Wow, we finally
pretty
got in when
unnerved
there's
by the whole
20
situation, and
seconds
there's a
left.
substantial lead. Yeah, 8 stars still in favor of Castle Brawl. Hypercharge for Blast going down,
That
and should
was
find a takedown
crazy.
for it. Now just 5 stars difference, as we saw the last game.
I just had
15
my
seconds can be a
second
difference maker, but
1K
Castle Brawl do
viewer
fight back
stream
really
2
hard.
days ago.
Like going in, should be able to get the kill here and throws out a hypercharge for his time too. Bats from the skies can't really get too much done there. Maybe get the kill on P.E.K.K.A. Still gonna be enough stars, however, regardless. And Castle Brawl continues to make this one look easy. That's another set. This is going by pretty quick.
Yeah, this is screaming past. You basically see all you need to, I think, there. Hank obviously is pretty weak when he gets pushed. He does do great damage, but he needs to be the pace setter. When you have an Ashe running at you and just, getting in your face, throwing that damage down, you don't have enough time to build up the bubbles to take them down. You want to, do your damage over time. One bubble here, a bubble there. You want to sit back and be the one that decides how quickly these fights occur. When P.E.K.K.A. gets in your face, you find out just how weak and why Hank is so weak so often in this game.
Yeah, it just feels like a big outmatch so far for me. And Legion have got a lot of work to do. Can it be done? Yeah, absolutely. Every team has an opportunity, has a chance, and it comes down very much to that draft as well. That's why I'm getting concerned. Brawler picks like this Hank, I kind of expect that when it's picked, and to really do something, to show me some form of preparation, something that they've done in their scrims that they feel comfortable with, even if it's not a Brawler for me, it's a very meta pick. It's got to be able to produce some goods, and right now it's just not working.
They're drafting for the map and not for what Castle Brawl are playing in the comp. I think that's, for me, what stands out so much here.
I'm just impressed that we cut out on Spectator there and Argue had like a flawless pick just based off vibes and face reads of what that score was going to be as we hop back in there. Castle Brawl, really a team you're this familiar with at this point, I assume.
Yeah, it's a gift. It's 5 years on the job. It comes with the territory, and faithfully able to bring something that I can't really do like what Uber's able to demonstrate so fantastically well and read off the reflections. That's still, I'm working on that. I'll get there one day though. But when it comes to reactions and like what's in their eyes, yeah, that tells the story for me.
Oh, buddy. I mean, yeah, what we saw there from Castle Brawl, I think no one is too shocked about. And again, I want to revisit that point that we sort of mentioned. The Barley pick from Castle Brawl to round out the comp was a direct answer to what their opponents were trying to do. It is possible that Legion Otaku looked at that map and said, we're going to draft these brawlers no matter what. They try and predict the bans to some degree and they go, okay, let's play stuff that's good on Layer Cake. It is good on Layer Cake. It's just not good against Castle Brawl's comp. I think, we know just how powerful Janet is right now because she cannot be interacted with while she has that super, and she can use it to get one kill. But if you're, not within 3 stars of your opponent, it does not matter. We're going to jump here to the next map very quickly, though. Hot Potato, it is Heist, the last chance for Legion Otaku to stay in the game, and they're going for a Carl. They might be considering going all in.
Really
Is it the first best Brawler pick though on a map like Hot Potato? That's the thing. I'm not convinced it necessarily is.
When did this happen?
It's not a bad pick, however, we got to give them that for sure. Certainly, if you get a Carl left on the safe, it can cause a tremendous amount of damage over time, and you have to deal with it. Now, Edgar first pick here is like a weird one. It is very weird. Normally you pick an Edgar into something which is heavily sort of saying throwers and kind of like squishier brawlers, but there's a Carl on the other side of the field. So I think Castle Brawl is going for a bit of a base race dive kind of approach for me. I'd be very much careful with that though, because again, like with the Carl and the heat ejector gadget, which allows that kind of line of hot coals to really whittle down the safe, it can destroy a safe, and if left untouched to allow time to really lay out multiple gadgets, it's scary stuff. So I'm not really sure this is a good pick. I think it's a bit of a weird wild card for Castle Brawl.
I mean, everything about this composition to me is screaming, we're just going to walk up on you. We are going to try and eliminate as many of the variables as possible and simplify things for ourselves.
I don't know what they like
Castle
to
Brawl, though,
this is a dive comp, so
a pretty good window to sort of see this coming. The thing is that Amber is incredible against teams that are trying to run at you. She's one of the best brawlers, to answer this kind of threat. She can clear out the bushes in the middle part of this map as well to really deny any sneaky play from Legion Otaku.
And again, just she left my server and she think I'm going to stand her.
Just spraying them. So not a lot of mobility here. And Lou, while they have an incredible, super, they're pretty awful fighting outside of it, right? They, the fire rate is pretty low. The range is okay. The damage, leaves a little bit to be desired here. And Castle Brawl also can really pick on that Lou with this Edgar. Dive on in and just try and remove them from these fights as quickly as possible.
It's got to be a spike, right? I mean, they left it open. They should have really picked on the side of Legion for me. If they're going for this base race approach, having a spike on the safe with that gadget for the popping pin cushion, it's going to decimate it. They're going with Barley for control. Clearly they had
Like,
an
this
egg in the
happened
back pocket,
twice
the idea of
already,
going up
my
against
friend.
it. That may have been
Last
a
time she
way
left
to
my
deter
server,
it from
and then I
Lich's
left her
hands, so
server,
they
and then
picked it
she
up instead,
DM'd me
but,
asking
I
why I
mean,
left.
you can't deny it.
Like,
I mean,
I have no reason
both
to be
sides
there.
are looking to base race this. I think it's a bit of a missed opportunity there for
Nothing
me.
back fire.
Spike would be nice. Crow is also an option as well because it's slowing Toxin
Yeah.
on this very tanky lineup means your Amber just gets to maul them, right?
As
They
you
are
know,
slowed
it's
and
not
you know,
much.
in
Passage
the
is
way of
sleeping
her
right now.
flames, and you have the all-in
There was a
potential with the
Hank pick, a
hypercharge
layer
that
gate.
ruins a safe. So, yeah, going for the, I guess, the more safe option, but Jubilee so far on that Barley has looked pretty incredible. And so you have this composition that has great elements of like map control, good duelists,
Did Ali
you know, if
skin?
you want
No.
to consider Amber one of
Didn't you
those.
just call me boring?
And then the ability to just face roll into the back line. Jubilee is going to control this side lane quite effectively.
Fast on the right hand side, already creeping up on the safe. But look at that, first takedown of that egg girl.
Wow.
Pekka
Look at this
just
split
opens up the
screen
space.
action.
And now here we go to the amber shots on the safe as well. This could be shredded down. It was a stun. It's good though on the side of the Lu pick from Daikon, but already the safe down to 50% on both sides here. Jubilee as well, trying to get some defensiveness going, but the damage is still going down here. As
No
based
way
on the
this
safe
guy
still
calls
being
me
dealt with.
boring.
Yeah, I mean,
and then
that's the
turns around
problem,
and
right?
adds
They
me
just
for
sat
stuff
on
crazy.
Casa Brawl safe for quite some time there and ended up being a bit of an issue. But Legion Otaku saw this Casa Brawl comp and decided to still go for the Lu here, which I think is one of the weaker components of it. It only offers them that map control within the confines of having that super up, and it won't always be
This is a
easy for them
crazy
to
way
charge it. There's just too much that can really sort of dive on them here. Again, close game, but I don't know how many times you can, really expect that Draco to be able to walk up there and DPS down the save. So once again, we've been kicked out of the bloody spec lobby, and we're probably in between games now. So we'll await the confirmation on our winning team from that last round.
I mean, it could be, to be honest, the one instance where Legion might gain a set, because ultimately it's now so 50-50 with this base race concept, and Heist is always very unpredictable in that manner. So this might be a possibility for them to come back in this series. I think Casa Brawl have got the experience, but on the map and mode, it's a possibility here. It looks like they did get a game. So Casa Brawl now needs to be a little bit more cautious as to how much they leave open for defense. They can't leave Bast on the safe at all as long as they did last time around. Getting him much better round. There's the gadget that popping. It'll give him a little bit longer standing. And he should get taken care of eventually if he does by Jubilee there. So now a chance for Casa Brawl to go on the offense.
Remember, like,
Annie,
how much
did you
damage that
breakfast?
Draco can do when he's at his maximum range, right? The tip of that spear does like over 4k per hit to a safe. That is significant, and you can repeat that step 3 times. You charge down the field. Yeah, Sticky Signature is a must here for Jubilee's gadget. It's a good choice. So this is last stand number 2. It's all well and good they're able to walk up on the safe here. At some point, Casa Brawl do need to be able to pressure this down, but now they need to deal with a Winter Wonderland from this Lu, and Pekka is pretty low. The hypercharge does give Pekka the capacity to run through the entirety of this team, but defensively you just throw down this hypercharge super. Pekka shrugs it off though. Now is looking a little bit dangerous. A base race 2v1, but Casa Brawl realize they can't hang. Dakon's going to come back and get their gadget ready to go. Bast is finally dealt with though, but Pekka has to do so much here in this 1v2. Maybe wanted to hit Dakon instead of the safe with that second volley of punches.
Yeah, I agree. He's got the hypercharge now. Jubilee throws his one down. Bast on the left-hand side has been the problem all game. Won't choose to go for a gadget this time around, but Portals on the right-hand side might well do. And he's going on to the safe now as well with a super. That's going to be very, very precarious. Now, 18% left here for Casa Brawl to be able to obtain. But meanwhile, Carl there, and then the hot Carls that will be going to town. It's really quite tough. Can Motive be able to defend this, though? I'm not sure whether they'll be able to do it. They might just be able to. There's 2% left. There's no burn left. Can Casa Brawl come back here? They're going for the damage. He's so close. But they actually go and do it.
That is crazy.
Moving on to match points.
Well, it doesn't get much closer than that, folks. That was extremely tight finish there. A credit to our Draco player there who doesn't use their gadget.
They added
on one
a
of those,
Self-Park skin.
pushes
They
and
added
instead
like 2
saves it for
Adventure Time skins.
one last
They added a
gambit
couple other
on
things
the safe.
too.
Last call that was available for Jubilee on that Barley. And again, they didn't quite, they only used the corner of that super to catch the safe because they were still trying to use it for control. Very little adaptation here. Bast can't gadget them. They're too far away from the safe.
Annie,
and that is really the
you
gameplay for Casa Brawl. Get damage on the Draco early so that the gadget doesn't actually get them onto the safe.
Adding Uno card skins?
Yeah, exactly that. There was no chance, no
I
point
keep
in
hearing I
wasting a
say
last
this,
stand
but
there.
I
And
need
I
to
think that's
see
the
it.
wise course what Casa Brawl needs to continue to do. Ultimately, you'll have still those gadgets for later on. Holtox now creeping forwards. Can't find enough of a range there to land his gadget. But look at this cycle that Legion are going for now. There's the last stand pop, and that will allow for some decent damage, but just 20%. Pekka going in, baits out a little bit of a pickaxe swing there from Portox, and the wasted super as a result, as now Motive and Jubilee are starting to get gathered up in this mid.
Okay, so that is going to be a super committed to getting Pekka out of that corner. There isn't a better way, really, for Legion and Otaku to deal with it. Portox is in a decent position, actually throws that gadget, so some of those hot coals are being distributed behind. And that is a nasty little hyper charge there coming out from the Barley, and I'm pretty sure Casabrawl realize this is all they need, the all-in to finish off the series. And Casabrawl do take our first sweep of the day.
Fantastic stuff. I mean, it was looking comfortable, no doubt about that, but you just never know in monthly finals. Casabrawl did sweep their qualifying stages to get to this point, didn't drop a single set. And the same can be said, at least for the quarterfinals. They'll proceed to the semis, and we'll see how their story continues on. But it didn't look like they were being tested too much for me. They looked thoroughly in control from start to finish, and the drafts were pretty much bang on. I think the most questionable was the one that we just saw, but it worked out for them in the end. I think that was definitely a set which they could have lost, but they kept their cool. They held it firm together, and it's going to be GG, try again next month for Legion.
Absolutely impressive from Casabrawl here, and as you said, Ark, there, that last game there was probably where they brought it the closest. I want to know how much gadgets ended up being a factor in that last game.
I mean,
certainly for me, I mean, very close. I mean, like Uber spotted out right at the beginning of that last game. I think that Casabrawl started to shut it down before they had the opportunity to, right, towards the end.
Yeah, I think like Draco has a gadget that prevents him from falling below 1 health for 2 seconds. So that window of invulnerability is really important. It allows him to secure kills and win 1v1s, but, you know, crucially get some damage down on that safe. And again, he can do like over 4k per hit. Sticky Syrup Mixer is the answer from the Barley, right? A gadget used to create a slowing field that makes it harder for these all-in comps to actually cross the map and get what they need to. We saw in that last game where the Draco gets to low health. They don't gadget because they're in the middle of the map, and they realize that after 2 seconds, they still won't be within striking distance of the safe, and they won't be any healthier. So you do need to, walk up a fair bit before you can start putting that damage down. So going up against a comp that has good map control with the Barley and with the Amber is really difficult still for this all-in comp. Again, it's a case of Casabrawl. They are drafting against Legion Otaku. Legion Otaku are basically folding up half of the ping pong table, right? That's what their drafts have looked like over this series. And maybe not having that flexibility or reactivity in the pick and ban has hurt them at a couple of points.
Casabrawl putting on a masterclass there as far as teamwork, draft, and everything else, but they're going to head on to the semifinals. So find out against who right after this break. Check out the replays in the meantime.
Didn't you ask me that already? Or is it someone else? I swear you asked me about a match arena already today.
Contra Totem. Eu aceitei, foi uma briga muito boa, né? A hipercarga do Symantec acaba.
Nah, I'm about to go through your messages, Taj, because I swear you asked me about a match arena.
Symantec se destacar bastante nesse mundial aí. Oh, essa aí eu sei. Essa aí é contra a SSG no ano passado. Aí no caso, o Pekka não estava com a start certa.
Yeah, you did. You asked me
eles
earlier.
acabaram se embananando, se juntou no meio e tem o puxão do Motep. Mesmo se ele não puxa, essa foi a virada maior.
Bro has the memory of a potato.
foi complicada a situação. Acho que o time da FUT acabou jogando muito mal.
It's in the past. It was
Welcome
this
back to the
stream.
Brawl
What do
Stars
you
Championship
mean?
2025 South America Monthly Final. It's the first one of the year. We've already had 3 banger matches, and we're getting to our 4th for the quarterfinals. I've got Ark and Kenny back. Gentlemen, we're diving into SK Kalalas versus Olimpo squad here. And we're working through this. SK Kalalas, RHZ, Brian, they've been teammates for a long time, since 2023. Now we've got Nelson here.
Not nice with a
Let's
potato.
talk about
Ooh.
what this means for the roster, what it means for what they can bring to Olimpo squad. Ark.
Did I buy you
Yeah,
Ollie
Brian
skin?
Reese,
I'm
former
good.
Team Kesso, of course, made the
Exo
LCQ
has
last year
money.
and didn't make it beyond that, unfortunately. Didn't get out of Group C, lost to Eclipse Esport and BC Gaming. So it wasn't really the World Finals appearance that they were hoping for, but to get the LCQ itself, not an easy task by any means, and being the number 3 seed in the region did make everyone look and turn their heads towards this particular squad. The question is here is like, how is North going to fit into this roster? This first monthly final, so it's definitely a big undertaking for sure. But this roster, of course, we saw last year. Very different, however. We saw VT Sim, Doritos, and Kyle last year. VT Sim as well didn't actually even make day 2 in the qualifying stages, which is a little bit concerning. We obviously saw Doritos go to the semi-finals earlier today, and it's definitely going to be a tough one.
It's gonna be a tough one. Let's see how SK Kalalas is feeling about
Shouldn't
this.
it be the
heading
closest
into
match
this
today?
matchup.
Junto a mi equipo entrenamos a diario, 3 veces por día, y así nos preparamos para los torneos importantes. Nosotros tenemos un entrenador que se encarga mayormente de elegir los brawlers que juegan en cada mapa. Yo la verdad no me ocupo de eso. Mi entrenador es lo que lo hace todo. El futuro de Brawl Stars yo creo que va por buen camino, y la verdad yo creo que estaré a jugar lo máximo que pueda en Brawl Stars hasta que me dé mi nivel.
Three times a day they get that practice in there, and they've got a coach somewhere in the background helping them pick up the drafts. But taking a look now at Olimpo squad, they are locking in. Kenny, 3 players, a lot of history all together now under Olimpo squad. What does it mean?
Honestly, this is
Yeah, I saw
a
that
team that I
Rumble.
expect to be underdogs in this one. I think SKC should have the upper hand here. This feels like a
It's kinda
60-40 kind of matchup
It's
for me, to be honest
ironic.
with you. They did make it out of the lower bracket, so SKC obviously has that in their favor. But just in terms of their tenure in history, not a ton. I mean, no real big-time LCQ runs, anything like that. Ice Crow kind of
Ice
bounced
Crow, where's
around a
Fire
little
Crow?
bit. Wesley had a quiet 2024, so I'm honestly not sure what to expect from Olimpo squad. They certainly earned their spot here, but to me, they're an underdog.
Oh, I wonder if they'll be practicing 3 times a day as well. Let's check in with them heading into this matchup.
Estamos treinando bastante com as maiores equipes da nossa região. Estamos treinando 2 a 3 treinos por dia e estamos jogando os campeonatos menores e também estamos fazendo push de troféus em equipe. Então, eu acho que esse é o melhor preparativo que a
Trophy
gente pode ter.
challenges.
E a gente está se saindo bastante bem até.
That should sound like you're getting extra money.
A
It doesn't sound like
gente,
extra
quando a gente está
preparation.
nos treinos, a gente olha os melhores do meta e vai deixando todos os brawlers abertos para ser picados. E assim a gente vê quais os brawlers que a gente está tendo mais dificuldades. E aí a gente vai banindo, e os que ficam, a gente pega o mais forte. Como, por exemplo, hoje em dia a Juju é a mais forte. Então, se eles deixam open, a gente pega.
It's an age here Pokemon in the
Olimpo
chat.
squad, we are here. That's the team hashtag, but they are in fact here. We can confirm this, right, Ken?
We can. I mean, like I said, they've certainly earned their place here, and it's kind of cool in that interview seeing how they think about things like the brawlers. Obviously, Juju, like they resonated with, and what we've seen today is going to be atop the list. But I like that they're kind of looking at it from what's the best overall,
Because
what are
they
the
must be
biggest
playing
threats.
phone,
Always
playing-
cool to
or
kind of get in their
yeah, I
heads
bet
and see
you
what these
play
guys
phone,
are
yeah.
thinking.
It's kind of the
Yeah,
most
Arca,
comfortable way
they're
to
always
play
just down to
on
pick the
iPad.
strongest here. No mind games in the draft for them. We've seen some other teams maybe try to corral their opponents into taking certain picks, falling for certain traps. But what do you think it means? Is this just actually a mega head game and they are going to do that? But they're lying in their interview video. It's all so strategic, Arc.
I gotta be honest, I don't really feel strongly towards Olympus Squad here, mainly because I don't really kind of see there being any synergy from previous rosters. This is all a bit of a mismatch, like Kenny was saying, and I think that despite Christian competing in the qualifying stages for SKC, and now Nalth coming in to kind of fit his shoes, that's my reservation on the other side of the field. Is that you've got this synergy of a pairing that go back to seeing which got the number 3 seed last year, made the LCQ and didn't quite get beyond it, but there is still some firm foundations on the other side of things. Olympus Squad, it just feels a little bit put together here. Historically, the organization's not really had much of a run in the regions. They've always kind of faltered primarily like the quarterfinal stages. I'm waiting to see what to expect. I'm not really sure what to expect is my point here, but I feel a bit more confident in the side of
always see how many messages you sent in
Absolutely.
chat.
One thing's for certain, we got the maps and the
can
game modes all
do-
set up,
I
but
think
like you
there's
said,
a-
Ark, we're
a
mixing up the
command for it,
rosters a
but it
little bit
only
here on
counts the
both
top
sides.
150
Ice Crow,
people.
though, has had a lot of experience as a sub,
I can
hopping in
check
with
and
some
see
of
if
the
you
players
sent
that you're
over
seeing
1,000
around these
messages.
other teams here. Do you feel like that kind of
That's
mercenary
making
experience is
worlds
actually
for
going to
sure.
come into play when he's kind of thrown into a situation like the current Olympus spot, Kenny?
I think it definitely helps. I mean, experience certainly needed. It's
I've
not
been
like
listening to
SKC or
Apex,
to the
yeah.
caliber of a Casa Brawl in my mind. And even though Loud's match was close, I still feel
Yeah,
like those are
Muffin,
the two
you've
kind of
at least
contenders in
sent
this
1,000
region. Those would be the
messages.
S-tier teams, if you will.
I don't
SKC
know
are
the
probably a
exact
step behind them.
amount,
And in
but
my mind, coming into
it's
this,
over
Olympo
1,000.
or at least another tier below that in terms of experience and level. I think, like Ark pointed out too, there's not a huge history with these guys. I think they've got a chance. I don't think this is a runaway by any means, but to me,
When did I
SKC
sleep?
are kind of the favorites in this by a decent amount. Like I said, 60-40 feels right. It's a
before
3-1
the
in my mind.
All right,
I
let's take a
slept
look
in
at the
between
predictions,
streams.
see what we called out earlier in the day. It's pretty consistent here. The only time we've split. Ark, you feeling the same as Kenny on this one?
Yeah, I've got to be honest. I feel quite heavily sided, probably about maybe more than a 70-30 in my opinion. But again, we thought that the most one-sided match was going to be the first today, and Loud took it to a 5th final set. So hey,
Right
what do
now,
we
I'm
know,
just
right?
watching Solid Snicker.
It's one of those matches which could go either way.
Guys,
I just
I
feel
wanted
like
to test
there is
this
certainly a
out from
synergy
this
which comes on the side of
story that
SKC,
we
which is
posted
not
live.
really present on Olympus Squad side. And the question of
Well,
like,
honestly, I
how
might
is
beat up
Nelf going to
this
be
for
fitting
you.
into the squad? How is it going to fare?
This is just
Have they
my
really had
side.
the time that it takes to put that synergy into place? And
Yo, Demon, how are you?
when it comes down to
Scrims?
that,
This
I
is
think it
not
makes a
scrims,
big
this is
difference, in
monthly
fact.
finals.
You don't want to be necessarily be finding yourselves trying to carry your team as a two-piece. A third player does have to really carry their weight in gold also. So definitely, I think a pretty close match for all intents and purposes. Not like going to be a steamroll in my opinion, but I think that
Yeah,
regardless
you
of
can
what way
kick
you
me
look
out.
at it,
That means I don't
I
have to do
mean,
Mega Pick.
Olympus Squad did lose to Legion in the
I'm
in the
A-okay
qualifying
with that.
stages. So do they really want to face Casablanca in the semi-finals? I think anyone does on this matchup, to be honest. It's not really the best way to reward yourselves, is it, after their performance so far today? Looking like possibly the most runaway of everything. But nonetheless, I think both sides will give it their all. That's fair to say.
Yeah, we do have some question here too about, Ice Crow joining up, picking up this roster, the three of them coming together. What I want to say here
Oh,
is
Muffin,
as
I
he
said
puts
you
this
at least sent
together, as
1,000
they,
messages.
prepare for this
but
matchup, as they talked about
I don't
this
think
in
you're in the
interviews,
top
preparing also
150
2-3
people
times
here,
a day
so
against the
I don't think
best
it'll tell you
squads
exact-
in the
the
region.
exact
Do you have
amount that you
any
could say.
sense of who that might be that they're scrimming against, who they might be working with here as they've been preparing?
Normally from teams on the other side of the bracket is fair to say, because ultimately then you're only going to face in the grand finals.
Yo,
You're not really
this
going to
is
be
freaky
stepping on
soup.
anyone's toes
Freaky
on
to
the
say
way
last streak,
through
freaky.
that stage of things. But South America's a very close-knit region. That's always been the case. And I think, probably more so than any other region, in fact. I think everyone's pretty well known in that regard, and no
mean,
real big kind of
a lot of my top chatters
controversies or
don't
big,
even watch the stream anymore.
rivalries that extend
So,
outside
there's
of the
room
game
for,
itself. So I think
new
that everyone
takeovers.
pretty much has got a very laid-back approach, and servers do matter as well. So localities as well to consider in that regard. But nonetheless, to gear up, all sides looking pretty relaxed for the
Honestly,
most part.
I think my
Just
top
playing
chatter
for
is
Hotel there as
still
Ice Crow,
Charles,
but,
and Charles hasn't watched
I mean,
my
I'm
stream
still
since
starting on my sort of
halfway
gut
through
feelings for
last year.
SKC. I think that from last year's results as well, despite it being a very different roster, I think the organization's got a pretty decent track record by comparison. Olympus Squad never really escaped the quarterfinals. lost 3 times in April, May, and June to sweeps, except for the month of April rather, where they lost 1 set. But I think SKC are looking to pick up that squad, which is a little bit more under their thumbs. Juju the first pick, no surprises there for Olympus squad. Quite a bold brawler to not ban the side of SKC.
They banned Rico when they have first pick, and we didn't ban Juju when we don't have first pick?
But is Kit really the best brawler to ban on this map? I'm not too convinced, Kenny.
It's a double ban as well, and Stu and Juju were the first 2 that came to mind when we saw this ban stage go through. Rico can be super difficult to deal with, but this is the top 2 brawlers that I think of because I think they're atop of the meta. Stu's super versatile, and I really like Juju. I think this map, it can work. I'm curious to see how SKC combat this, if they get really aggressive like we see the Stu here, and yeah, this is exactly what's going to happen. The fear with Juju is if you first overall pick it, Juju is a fantastic option, and there are some indestructible walls and such on this map, but if too much wall break comes to, if there's too many health points on the other side, if you have ways to get up in Juju's face really easily like Kenji and Stu, it can be a lot to deal with. Lose left on the table, so they could go for some kind of anti-tank counter here and things like that, but if they're not careful, Olympus squad are going to have to triple down on defense, and they're not going to be able to operate the game mode itself and work on these gyms.
Surge going through Kenji, you know, 8-bit for sure. I quite like here as a mid.
Surge just seems to
but when the Kenji comes out as well, I think that that's quite a concerning thing. I think that, you know, the 8-bit TP back with Gadget, G cartridge can obviously, you know, bring you back to your damage booster as long as you're in range at any point in time during the game at the touch of a button. If the Kenji's waiting for you for when you land, and of course, you know, Kenji's got a pretty decent super as well to double down on that, can be quite a daunting prospect for Olympus squad. And of course, the Surge is always got that risk attached, where if you don't quickly get off to your first super, you're gonna be very slow and sluggish, very short in range. Squeak, not a brawl that I expected to see today in pretty much its entirety, to be honest. I mean, we seen it a little bit last week, but not a massive amount. It's okay. I think it would be much better once we see the Gadget rework coming forwards than in the monthly finals to come, but I don't think it's necessarily that warranted here.
I'm a little surprised to see it as the 6th overall pick. I'm really curious to see if the zone coverage with Squeak ends up working out for them. They kind of had that aggressive factor. The other side didn't get too tanky with it, so there's no need to go anti-tank, really. I think this is a much more traditional lineup for Olympus squad, and SKC are kind of pushing chips to the table. A little bit of everything here, to be honest with you.
Well, sticky residue already in the mid there from Brian, and that will be able to force the hand and separate both then Wesley and Icecrow to either side of it. Going strongly aggressive now. Reese and now going in that top right hand side, getting some good aggression for it. Now pinched out is Wesley in a very precarious position. He'll fall as well. Meanwhile, Power is in the back spawn side and trying to be a thorn. He should be able to get taken care of. He's not really much forwards in stacks unless he's fed. The gems still on the side there.
Nice,
6 to SKC so far. And Reese pops down another speed zone. We're giving respect issues yet again. We'll see if they iron themselves out. So far, though, so good for SKC. Nice, the squad very much on the back foot and not doing that well against the aggressiveness of SKC.
Yeah, I think Surge was in their backlines for a while there, which is why we see SKC kind of pop up in the backlines all of a sudden. They do have a super available, but in the meantime, it's going to be the red roster taking a little bit control. They're going to have to hold on here as well. We've got Kenji, we've got Stu. They can branch out quickly, but they're also open fire for somebody like a Surge, so it is going to make it a little bit easier, but nonetheless, this guy is still on tier 1. I mean, Coway has to find a way to get this to at least tier 2, because Surge at tier 1,
yeah, Toxin. 7 picking E-Girls over me.
Good versus Gadgets here from Brian. To be honest, look at that as well, suppressing that Surge pick and the Neville tap just for good measure too, allowing Reese to really get a lot of gems for his time. Good connections as well, allows now to push up on this left hand side a little bit more. Good taps from Wesley in retaliation for it. In the meanwhile, though, it's still a countdown regardless for SKC.
What do you mean ironic? What do you mean by that?
Now they're going to have to press the situation. It's just RHC in the back lines. Wesley with the long range, but Notes there to suppress everything. Swipes through. Wesley forced to teleport away, and that's the wrong direction. They need to push forward, and they simply could not. SKC
no,
going to escape with the gems on this first
already
game.
There.
And again,
it's
pretty
different.
Controlled, I would say, for the most part.
My account was already
Some
there.
attempts from Olympus squad to try to just prolong the inevitable almost, especially with that Surge picking the back lines, but despite being there for a long time, it didn't come out with any goods. It wasn't really fed at all on the side of SKC. And that, for me, was
the downfall
in that last game, really. Depriving Surge is always quite a key component to any comp. If you can do so, by the
I
end of
will
it,
be
Surge can't really do much to
keeping-
help out at all. It can't really kind of
I already
snow
have
in any sense.
one
so
going on
I like
Twitter
that
and
from
one
SKC.
going
Good
on
awareness
Instagram.
again. We'll
But
to try to get the matchup again.
I
as soon as
might do
possible,
one
but
on
having a few
YouTube too.
continued,
We'll see.
Connection issues at the moment as the game commences.
Yeah, to your point, if we let Surge get out of hand, thinking from SKC side, then it's just going to be much more difficult to deal with. I think Kenji could easily feed him, but they've been really aware of all the lane placements, who's aggressing, because we want Kenji to be in Juju's face, not to feed the Surge. So I think very strategic there coming in from their side. I think Stu just a consistent backing there, somebody that can have a mid presence that can go in and out. And I like the choice
I don't know
of that
why,
speed zone
but
as the
that is
gadget.
hilarious.
Ice Chris wearing glasses, Kenny. There is a chance if we get a good angle, a reflection. As we were saying in the last series, I'm quite keen to enhance my skills in this. Here we go. If he looks just up a little bit, I can probably tell you what the gem score is.
Oh, your eyesight is much better than mine. There's a reason I rock the glasses, big dog. There is a reason. Good news is, though, you're an expert at reading people. You had a perfect read on the last situation here. So, honestly, I'm just going to go with your gut here. I mean, everybody's pretty locked in. What's the situation
The
here,
little
Ark?
raw production, yeah.
SKC, again, they're looking more composed for the most part. There is the chance that if they do drop the ball and feed the Surge a bit too much, then that could then sway things back over. And it's gem grab. So ultimately, it only takes one moment to shine, really, and then the whole thing goes crumbling, to the ground. But for the most part, we haven't seen enough from Olympus
Unless
Squad.
you're new
And
to
they control that
esports,
squeak.
like,
Despite not being my
yeah.
favorite pick, it does seem to be
I don't even
exactly
know
what I'm
if
saying.
it's better
One moment of weakness, and the gems then handed over to Olympus Squad. They should be relatively safe. Yeah, they will be now.
Arc is so good at reading
Vice
these.
there to help out to prevent the onslaught. So now all set up in this set. And a good turnaround. Some fuel left still in the tank so far in this first set for Olympus Squad.
Surge, big difference here too, was no longer in that tier 1, tier 2 stage. We saw there that somehow in the progression of events that tier 4 hit the equation. Surge at tier 4 is a problem, especially into something like a Kenji where, yeah, Kenji can jump, sure, Kenji can heal a little bit, but Surge kind of cancels out with the dunk of his own. I think that obviously Surge getting going there changed the game entirely. Like you said, Ice Crow can kind of lean back, fire away, and if they can take the pressure of Kenji and squeak off of, or excuse me, Stu off of them, then Juju can flank like you're seeing here on the left, apply a little more pressure.
Good taps though, Brian. And now they're just getting a good pinch. Cal coming through and swipe will seal it. The tap from Brian as well, Shao. Brian healing up and going straight for damage boost. So that's quite a rarity to really focus primarily on that, but it makes a lot of sense to do so. Still, gems already with Reese there, and teammates now coming into the helping hand, but Wesley will have to earn back that damage booster, and he will want it down to be able to have that exit strategy with the cheat cartridge gadget. So Reese peeking forwards now, trying to get a gem, almost get a bit overzealous there, and goes down. Yeah, why did he do that?
I don't know either. I mean, they had the
was
sweet
interesting.
gadget down to get a little bit of control. No need to overstep. Just take your gems and get out. Thankfully,
Well,
Brian's
watch
able
some
to scoop
fighting
these up, but
games.
now
I
it's the
think I have a
squishy
couple
squeak
fighting
that's got
games,
them all
actually.
rather than the
I should
Stu
play
that
them.
can skate around the map.
Yeah, connection, she's still struggling a little bit with the spectate.
Wow.
But so far, SKC, despite taking a few risks that were
It's
a little
back.
bit
Go
too
back.
much for me.
Never mind, it's
Still in
gone
the lead.
again. Go back
Instead
again.
of a squad that are
Oh, look
trailing
at that squeak
3-7.
shot. That's actually kind of cool.
But getting set up better, learning from some mistakes. And again, if they continue to focus on the damage booster on the side of SKC, then at least we know for Wesley to go. That is my primary concern when it comes to getting those gems back safely.
Yeah, an important clarification as well. It's just on the Spectre side, folks. These guys, completely fair game. They're playing from their homes. Internet, to our knowledge, is all good for them. It's going to be notes on this left-hand in, trying to combat the Surge. Surge popping a gadget, doing his best. Gregory on this right-hand side. So now essentially a fourth brawler on the map. That's really going to waste RHZ's shots. Getting that super down, I think, is a big deal for the side of Olympus Squad.
And to contest the mid, and it's so hard to push through that 8-bit blazing through mid now. Hypercharge as well for Kao is going to be really tough. We're going to get these gems with everything against Brian, including a Gregory as well. Nowhere to go, and SKC, despite a really promising start now, are going to be trailing behind in this series. They're going to be losing the set. The Liver Squad just gain the confidence to get the job done.
Big deal for them to grab that opening set, I think. They're the underdogs in this after all. You know, we're kind of 50-50 on the casting desk, but I really do think that the team that went through the upper bracket that's had more success as individual players in the past, that has a little more team chemistry, especially in the first month where anything can happen.
The
You never
Masters
really know where these
leaderboard
teams are
is
at.
top,
SKC should be favorites here, but Ice Crow with 13 kills. I mean, what a huge set from him.
What was it?
It
Muffet
is very
just used it
impressive,
earlier.
but is it
Chat
that impressive
stats?
that it's on a Juju?
I think it might be
Let's be
chat
honest.
stats,
Juju's
actually.
pretty much the strongest brawler in the entire game right now, and it
Wow,
was left open in the
13.
draft by SKC.
Okay.
So we kind of expect it. Nonetheless, Iceco definitely did do exactly what we were discussing coming into the
Squeak
match.
was in the
what he had
math,
to do
so-
was lead his team, and to his credit in that regard, but
No,
he
chat
can't keep this
stats,
up all
not
day
just
long.
stats.
It's going to get to a point where he's going to have backup, right?
Or can he? It's
I
entirely
don't need
possible.
Ben
I mean,
Juju.
he laid out the
Great
strategy
question.
right there in the
Squeak
interview.
is not the math.
If there's a strong brawler open,
Put
we're
the
gonna
squeak
pick it.
away.
If it's Juju, we're definitely gonna pick it. The cards are on the table
yeah,
here.
like
It's
GG.
interesting to see how SK Kalalas will respond
Or
after
Steady.
this first round, this opening
I don't
salvo.
even.
Kenny,
I
any
can't even
thoughts?
play Kenji on delay.
I mean, in fairness to what you said, Ark,
I mean, I
it
can,
is a
but it's
huge
not
problem
fun.
to have Juju in a set, and especially if you're not going to pick it up for yourself, might be just worthwhile to ban it. And I think that was part of the issue for him, is maybe they weren't
bro,
even
my
setting
Kenji
themselves
is
up for
actually
success in the
clean
first
when
place.
I can actually move. It's just like Mortis for me.
That feels
I can
true
only
to you,
play
Ark.
it
I'm
in
glad. Well, it's
very
going to
rarely.
be whatever these two teams decide to choose here. And as we get everything sorted out, make sure everybody can enjoy these matches.
Oh hell
Give
no.
them extra
That's
context to exactly these two
disrespectful right
teams meeting up here. Because SK did manage to pull out some impressive plays. They did pick up one game of the set. How did they do that in your perspective, Art?
To be honest, very difficult to say because a lot of the
Me
matches
on
didn't
100
really get to
ping
enjoy
Kenji players,
just
Julia,
putting it out there.
group on any
I think
ping.
that for me, what we did see in the first game was they deprived that Surge pick, which did gather some steam as the matches went on. And I think that did lead to a great amount of maybe over-aggression as SKC were trying to buy some lost time. A bit too aggressive when it comes down to those gems. And, ultimately, that's what I saw a great deal was RHC going down.
You
too
know,
often in
Snicker
that
on
meeting.
Gene,
And
he's
regardless
a
of whether,
wonderful
those gems
supporter.
get handed over to the
Alright?
opposition, they get handed over to your teammate who might not be in the best
He's
position
good at
to carry them.
supporting.
So there is that to consider
You just
too.
don't ask him to
As
get
the
a
Liverpool
pull.
squad maybe still off the mark, but they were quick to finish the set in the way that
Yeah,
they
they're
did.
not, though. Oh, true.
And just looked a bit more confident towards the end. Now, like I said, with regards to leaving the Juju open, that was a mistake. And as Kenny said, absolutely, if you're not going to pick it, then you should probably just kind of ban it everywhere. It's pretty much one of those brawlers that's just so versatile, so good into so many different brawlers that why take the risk, you know? As I was saying at the very beginning of the day, you know, when it comes to the Juju, it's... If you're going to leave it open, you really need to make sure that you've got a very firm strategy against it. It's a high risk thing to leave open, and I think why take that risk? Just get it out of the way. Just ban it. So I think SKC should learn from that going into the second set, massively so, because if they don't, then it could be another set which costs them. Realistically, there for me, that was the biggest thorn, and one that they shouldn't let happen again.
Well, when it comes to making adjustments like that, especially like right now in the heat of the moment, they're heading into battle, they're trying to figure out this next matchup, they're trying to get things sorted. This is where I
Rush,
imagine team synergy
Tyr,
comes into a big play
Gorgie.
here. You
Oh,
talked a little bit
hell no.
before about RHZ and Brian and their history. They've
might
been
be the
teammates
GOAT.
since 2023, been on a couple different rosters together. Any idea what their relationship is
not
like
bad,
with
not bad.
notes? And
Thank
you know,
you for the
are they
like,
able to pass notes
and-
back and forth? Are they able to kind of get on the same page here? Or is this last minute substitution really something that's going to be potentially a bigger thorn in their side than we anticipated?
It might be a bigger factor than we think, too. I mean, it was definitely
That's
something to
crazy,
consider
Snicker.
when coming into this match. Notes was on
Yeah, that
IXFA right before
Yeah.
this in the qualifiers.
He-
IXFA super close. They lost
streamed, like, a
Loud
couple
3-1 in the
months
upper
ago.
bracket, then lost Legion
some
Otaku
baseball,
3-0. So they end up picking this guy up just a couple of days before. And
Cosign-
that's a daunting
Cosign
task.
is
That's a
here,
lot of pressure.
like,
You're trying to make it
once
work
a
as much
month.
as possible. And
I mean,
at the end of
once
the
a
day,
week.
when it comes to game day, when you don't have as much familiarity with each other, it can be a little tougher. You don't know your strengths, you don't know your weaknesses as a team. In terms of the brawler meta, it's probably staying pretty close to the same. I mean, unless you have just specialties that Notes brings to the table, you're not changing your draft strategy too much. But nonetheless, there is some comfortability that, of course, goes with that.
Looking back across the board at Olimpo Squad, you know, in their interview, they did say it was a pretty simple draft strategy that they did have. I wonder how much of that is a factor of, you know, not having to negotiate with two new teammates, not having to kind of talk through things. But Ark, have you had any experience with their communication as a trio over on Olimpo Squad? And how amenable they might be to talking through things versus just setting down a simple rule like that?
I think in South America, a lot of it comes from just having fun with the game. I mean, a lot of these guys will just joke around and just take light of pretty much every situation, sometimes to the own downfall, in fact. You know, we've seen that in the past where teams get a little bit carried away, a little bit too in the moment, and kind of joke around a little bit too much, and then, yeah, the game can suffer as a result. But I think there's definitely something to be said when it comes to kind of like team dynamic and team charisma, for sure. And South America really does bring a lot of that to the party. I think the best teams across every region are those teams which really kind of have a great deal of team spirit and friendship, more importantly than other things to consider in that regard. Certainly North America is a region which really comes to mind when I think of friendships and how much that can really bring to the table.
No, never mention that name around here again.
For Olympus Squad, they've definitely seemed to have that from what I've seen so far, and the way that they're engaged with each other, the way they're looking quite not really deterred by their opposition too much in that regard. And certainly SKC have the tougher challenge in that regard because they didn't qualify with Nouns. But I mean, Christian would have been playing with them, and that goes back a great deal with regards to recent Christian, who won the monthly finals for Iconic Esports back in July in 2023 for SA West. And you know, that's the kind of thing that is a bit of an underpinning point, I would say, maybe, is that Reese as well, you know, being in South America West. In 2023, those regions were kind of split between East and West. So I would say that historically, South America East had maybe the tougher of the teams in that sort of side of the bracket. But nonetheless, you know, it's a tough thing. As Kenny points out, coming in with someone that you've not really necessarily had the time to, you know, really establish that kind of synergy with. It's now the first monthly final here today. It's Reese's, you know,
when will the game start? Great
and
question.
He's won 3 to Brian's 7, and he's won 1. So there's definitely something to be said about the experience. If Christian were playing, this would have been his 19th monthly final, and he's also won 1 himself. So there's no doubt about it. Nose definitely has like the least experience when it comes down to things, but it's about how his team can bring him up and kind of cover some of those mistakes. The first thing they've got to iron out is the draft first and foremost, because that's where things went wrong in the last game.
I did find it so insightful to check in with both teams, especially Olympus Squad, before that last matchup. Let's see if they have anything more to say as we wait for their next game between SK Kalalas and Olympus Squad.
Sem dúvida, é os que estavam top 1 e top 2 da região, que atualmente são a Loud e a Minipecas FA, que a gente é uma equipe que sempre tem dificuldade contra elas, enquanto as outras a gente consegue ganhar até facilmente, ou tem alguma disputa, óbvio, eles são bons também, mas a gente consegue ter menos dificuldade contra elas. Agora, contra a Loud e Minipecas sempre tem uma disputa e uma dificuldade maior.
Say it again, so we were waiting.
A gente ficou muito feliz porque acreditamos que é uma org muito responsável e consegue ajudar bastante a equipe que contratou. Acho que a comunicação deles são muito boa e vamos conseguir bastante
South America, the most boring region to watch.
Looking forward into the year, ready to bring home some titles. We got to start with this first one, though, in this first monthly. And Olympus Squad is looking good, up their first set over SK Kalalas. And we've been enjoying watching what we can of these matchups here. Coming up, we should have a bit more for you because these teams ready. And I love checking in, particularly on Olympus Squad, Kenny. They're all hanging out, I guess, in the same hotel room. And Art was talking about how important vibes, friendships, synergy are for a team like this. Looking at them there, feel like they're in the hot zone still, in a good way.
W-Red.
I think just having comms directly with your teammates, being in person with each other, having that presence, honestly, it can make a huge difference. I mean, just the level of call-outs, the ups, the downs, the keeping each other in check. I think it goes a long way just having somebody next to you and having a teammate
apparently.
Because like I said, it can really make a difference, especially in game. There's so much happening all at once in any Brawl Stars match. You just got to be ready for anything. So I think having a buddy there next to you honestly just helps the cause.
Well, this is a map that it has been banned, yeah, and that can only mean that SKC have the coin toss because this is a Juju map that is basically like an instant win. If you're not going to be banning it, then you're certainly going to be picking it for sure. Poco first pick though, it's kind of bold. I'm growing towards Poco being, or rather I'm accepting that Poco is coming in a little bit here and there now. It's probably a better choice of wording. can sort of indicate the Frank combination might be on the minds of SKC. Regardless, I think Olympus Squad have to have some very heavy DPS damage, which again, the B band and the Griff band by SKC, those are broad picks that I feel like is lining up a strategy that Olympus Squad have got to see through. Janet first pick, it's pretty decent for the most part on this particular map. I think that the piercing damage as well, if you want to really attack the mid, can go quite a long way here. But you know, the Poco first pick, Kenny, so bold. It's screaming to me a tank counter. They're not really going for in their draft yet.
Yeah, to your point, I think by picking this Poco first overall, sure, you're locking it up for your teammates, but also you're kind of exposing what you're going to do. I mean, I'd be pretty shocked if they weren't at least trying to get something aggressive or tanky, or maybe both of these picks end up being that.
Poco first
Janet, a pretty frequent ban on this map, to be honest with you. I mean, Barry, Melody, Janet, all escaping this ban stage. And like you said, too, sometimes the bans tell a story of what these guys are going for. Gale going to be a historic, not great brawler in this current meta, but in terms of getting rid of the tanks and pushing them back, that's exactly what he can do. B, Griff going to be opening up the map, be a good anti-tank, Griff a good anti-tank. They're just all in, Arc. They brought the kit, they brought the Poco, double support, and they have to pair this with a tank. I just don't really see any way around it. This just has to be it, right?
It's gonna be Frank, there's no doubt. I mean, if they don't, then I'm just kind of like a bit amazed, and maybe it'll be still a tank, but I mean, this is screaming out for that kind of combo, and if it is the case, I mean, I say, okay, I mean, it's not the worst of combos to have, but I was definitely still expecting tank. I mean,
I don't think
I don't know, man. I really don't know. It's okay. I kind of can. I think just pick Shelly on the other side of things, in all honesty, and just shut this idea down immediately. I mean, I don't know why so many teams kind of like really fear for Kit when it shows its face, and I think that it can be shut down pretty straightforwardly, but I was expecting the Frank, I'll be honest. The Melody, it can work, sure. It's a bit cheesy for me. I think that the teams can shut this idea down if they've just been doing their prep enough. So if SKC struggle with it, then it's going to raise some questions.
I'm still not aboard the kit train here. I mean, win rate coming into this weekend, like I said, and East Asia teams played a ton, 25% win rate.
I mean,
out of 8 plays, I know that's a small sample size in the grand scheme of things, and, you know, we would rather have lots of monthly qualifiers data and stuff to back that up. Maybe he was way better in some of these other tournaments, or maybe he was way better in scrims. I'm not convinced. I think it's very circumstantial. Again, Kit by no means a bad brawler, folks, but this just takes a lot of skill to pull off. I think Melody a fantastic choice, but you're really all inning with one brawler here. Poco is not somebody that's going to have just a ton of damage output. Kit's going to have to get some random picks here. I think this is going to take a lot of skill coming out from SKC to pull this set off.
Yeah, if they pick Frank, I would still not like the comp, but I could understand it a bit better. That's the way I see it. And they've kind of gone for a brawler which is not as good, and sort of just preying on the idea that they're going to be getting kind of paranoid to where the kit might be, and that's going to be leading into the minds of Olympus Squad. But realistically, they're just sitting back doing nothing until they've got the super to go in. Now the dashing around comes into play and the additional healing, but it's depending upon a lot of things to go right. So far, Olympus Squad only just dipping their toes on the zone, and that's going to be said for something. Now 2 versus 1, Wesley should fall here, and now it's just the last person left on the zone, so still good capture points and objective power for SKC, but this might not go according to plan all the way through.
And honestly, in defense of this as well, SKC is starting off pretty perfectly here. I think they're kind of working the fear factor. They don't want to isolate any of their brawlers so that a kit doesn't pounce on them or anything like that. And as a result, they were kind of able to just hold control early without Notes really even doing anything. Finally, Olympus Squad able to step up here, get this Janet turret down, get the Nest Eggs down. They're going to be playing the control game from here on out, and I think it might be difficult until SKC's RHZ gets a little super in here that Melody can't really travel the map.
Good job.
Good prediction from the kit. Hypercharge as well now for Reese going in. Iceco's taking to the skies, and again, a couple of spectate issues at the moment. So see who's coming out on top. SKC still have the lead, but only just as now the squad are starting to gain some momentum and maybe caring less about the kit and just going more together as the squad. Certainly at the beginning they were being very overly cautious, but SKC still in the lead. It's Olympus Squad though that have got that mid control. Reese going in again, getting some notes for his time. Wesley falls, but Iceco stays alive. No one's on the zone. I mean, they can't really go on there because the HP and the poker's there, but nonetheless, I mean, Reese going in now, gets 2 for his time. Oh, what a high charge. We might even get a third here. Wesley shuts the idea down, but only 5% now needed now for SKC.
And making us eat our words here a little bit too, Arc. This is going to be a nice performance here from SKC. I think the biggest change I want to see is it felt like they were holding back. I want to see this red roster push up a little bit here early. They're just kind of letting Poco have it for 3. Focus one brawler at a time. Kit is much more vulnerable when the whole squad's not working with him, when he's not healing somebody up, when he doesn't have teammates to back him when he dives. You got to find a frag here early. They can't be too afraid to not march forward.
I think this time round they might think better of it, given how things went, and just that's the way to play it. No, it's going in no with the Hubble box. Will get a lovely swap from that surge at just the right time. I think they're getting quite fortunate with their timings on the side of SKC, and if they keep this up, then they'll get some good objective for it. But nonetheless, this comp is not invincible. I think Olympus squad are not playing it very well in that regard. And like you said, can afford to go a bit more aggressive, maybe mark up the kit, maybe have some more utility placed onto the Poco and just eradicate that. And a lot of those heals are keeping them in the mix in that regard. So again, so I think being still a bit of an issue here, unfortunately, but regardless, set continues on. Those players are still continuing to battle it out in that regard. So
yeah, obviously easier said than done as well, right? For both of these teams, for that matter. I mean, for a draft that I wasn't super convinced by, that hasn't had great results, they're making it look great. But to your point as well, by no means is this invincible. I think an early kill, a few more extra tags, you know, there's mechanics that can certainly get involved here that would elevate this result for Olimpo squad. I think by allowing them to run away with this early, SKC are going to be able to hold this lead pretty convincingly. You know, never know. But I really don't think this is just a huge outdraft or some crazy situation here. I think Olimpo squad certainly can do this, but now being down 25%, I mean, they're gonna have to play pretty perfectly from here on out.
Now they're just using a couple box, but going nowhere.
Yo,
I mean, I kind of get it. Again, playing on the idea of the paranoia to take effect, but going in now, getting some good value for it. And now Brian comes in with one, almost 2 as well. Where's he surviving there on just 2 HP, but now tapping out nodes, and that's definitely a concern. Zyskro helps out, not gonna matter. Brian staying on the zone, getting the objective dealt, and that's gonna be a set now going the way of SKC, all tied up.
And in hindsight as well,
so bad.
I think they picked some good brawlers for the map. I don't know if this was the proper composition to kind of deal with the super kit strategy, right? It was double support. You got to find a way to bring at least one of them down, I would say. But SKC, at the end of the day, gonna get away with it. I think they played the comp pretty well, all things considered. Again, this is something that I didn't super believe in. The result itself hasn't been great, but these guys made it work. So credit where credit's due. I didn't believe in it, but they sure proved me wrong.
Wesley did pretty well. Yeah, I mean, 417 on a brawler like Bell is pretty commendable for sure, but what's the point if you're not getting the objective done? That's the problem. You know, stats are great to, you know, sort of tell your parents about, but you want to get the win, don't you? And SKC, despite, again, me not being a big fan of this draft whatsoever, it's one of those brawler picks that still, to some that are maybe like, you know, maybe less just kind of prepared for it or screaming it less. It can't be denied. Teams are still worried about this kit pick, and this is a lot about the EMEA region. We didn't see kit barely at all there, but in others, it's still a problem.
Yeah, I've seen both of you, honestly, all of you react very poorly every time kit comes up in the draft, but have you a sense of how the opposing team usually feels when they see a kit? Is that as, you know, as sad to see? It seems like an opportunity sometimes for these other teams. Okay.
I think it should be an opportunity. I don't know. Again, it's a mixed bag. Clearly, these pros feel very differently. I'm just watching the pros. I'm just seeing the results. And maybe I have a little PTSD from past world sets and things like that, where kit hasn't necessarily been set up for success. We've seen sets like that, where the upside comes out swinging, big wins. We've also seen a donut with him today, a 90 average DPS in a set for a huge loss. It goes one of 2 ways. This is a big swing for the fence. Sometimes it works, but at least these past couple weekends, more often than not, it does not work. And for me, until I see proven otherwise, again, every draft is different. But for the most part, this isn't a brawler I'm leaning towards as a crush.
PTSD from kit in the World Finals. I can't imagine what match that could have been. Nothing springs to mind, really. Yeah. It sounds like a North American thing, to be honest.
Okay,
safe to say.
I had to make it personal.
Definitely sounds like your region, Kenny, for sure. I mean, you know, but that's my point. You know, we saw that on the world stage, and it was abysmal. And it's like some regions were taking notes, thinking it was a great idea to bring it to 2025. I don't really kind of get it. But nonetheless, like I say, I mean, statistically, it's not working out. So I think teams will start to realize, especially now with the meta shakeup that we're going to have, and it's going to be a big one. So strap yourselves in for that, especially with the gadget reworks. I think this could be one of those times where we're going to see it for the last time or non-stop in the future. But the bans are in for Brubble, for Triple Dribble, Frank, Poco, and the Nita picked, or rather banned out by SKC, and the Lou, the Berry, and the Juju banned out by Olympus Squad, the first draft of the Stu. Good stuff so far from everything that I'm seeing. I'm liking a lot of the bans and the Stu pick. It's always a really good one to have in Brawl Ball for sure. Melody coming in for Olympus Squad. Don't mind it.
Melody and Stu, first two brawlers I think of. When I took some notes here, written down all 5 of those brawlers' name, and now they're throwing in a Larry Laurie. It's no surprise that you're going to see throwers end up on this map. When Barry is banned and Juju is banned, you'll frequently see brawlers like Barley,
I mean, I don't know if I would pick
KG
to Stu,
plus for
though.
Larry Laurie, maybe compared to some of the other
I don't
ones,
know
is
about that
he's
one.
going to do a little bit better at dealing with tanks too and aggression. He's got a more defensive build. He has an extra spawner, Laurie, who can jump in and basically is a Griff-esque shot. So when you add that extra spawner, it's kind of like a Nita Bear or anything like that, right? It's going to take some of the pressure off of you, and especially with tanks for the most part, they can only focus one brawler at a time. So here comes Kid again. I'm going to go in open-minded. I think Kid can be solid, and honestly, when you see Melody on the other end, they know how deadly that Kid-Melody combo could be, so maybe they're just picking it up for themselves here to kind of get rid of it.
No,
I love your
would not
positivity,
pick
Kenny.
KG to Stu.
It's always such a refreshing thing. It's
Gotta go
something that we
open-minded, just
don't
how it
really
is.
have that in the UK, you know? Like in the UK, we always sort of you know, go for the sarcasm card, but you guys in the States, you really do bring it. I love it. No, I'm with you to some extent. I think now that there's a Jackie as well, I don't think it makes me like it much more.
What
just
am
simply
I
because, again, like,
watching?
yeah, especially in Brawl Ball, right? I mean, I don't know why people don't consider more highly as Shelly in this regard. What is a Jackie going to do against that, realistically? I mean, it's going to try to rush the situation, of course, but for the most part, I just feel like, you know, we saw it in EMEA, right? Shelly's one of those brawler picks where, you know, whatever your strategy is, with a Jackie and a heal idea comp, it can shut it down. Surge, it can definitely get some good value, and, you know, going into a Jackie, never going to have a bad time. But the Jackie comp idea is basically aimed to rush. It's meant to run you down and keep you on the back foot and try and get the game wrapped up in 30 seconds. It's definitely not a bad brawler pick to have. I think Olympus Squad definitely going down the more controlled approach, which might not be the play. It depends really how SKC are going to bring it to the table here. For me, I would be going to rush, and if Olympus Squad can slow that advance and draw the game out and allow that surge to get sort of stacked up and leveled up, then that could go very much in their favor as well. Kind of hard to get a bit of a gauge, to be honest, on these two teams at the moment. Both seem to be kind of keeping a lot of their cards close to their chest. We've seen SKC making some draft mistakes and paying the price for it, and we've also seen some ideas that have been really quite difficult for Olympus Squad to handle already, although a very quick early goal. 13 seconds on the clock is all it took for that one to scave through, and SKC really not shutting the idea down.
Sorry, I was
well enough
asking for you earlier because these drafts are very
that's rough,
interesting.
and I mean, they haven't even gotten to this tier 2 surge yet, and they're already struggling. Brian left hand in, looking for a super shot, does have the defense available, just gonna kick it away, and it is gonna be enough. The other teammates are going to walk it through. Bit of a speed run here, and I'm right there with you. I think this is how SKC win. I think they need to end this in a minute.
Yeah, both sides seem to want to end it in a very short amount of time here. Ice Crow will go down there to
This
reach
is so
a
unserious,
carriage
bro.
position, as they're both trying to heal up on the defensiveness for SKC. Brian now still can't really get a break. Couple box drop there for now to try to have an opportunity to get the ball if someone goes for a dash in, as Ice Crow is doing just that coming forwards now. Definitely not an easy spot for SKC. Oh, look at that timing. That's not what you want to see, is it, on the side of SKC? Now we'll get the kill regardless. But the ball pushed out of the way now by Reese. The hypercharge is there for the speed's sake. We're going to get anything much on the super. Some mistakes being shown definitely here on both sides.
Galway being forced away, and now Brian's just gonna have to guard this ball. They are doing a good job of cycling out kills, and it's not enough so far. Hypercharge goes down, dash forward for Ice Core, but the pounce from the cat is there. It's gonna be a trade. RHC able to hold on to this ball, but they are going to be crammed in their spawn.
Yeah, definitely not a spot that SKC want to be in. They're probably going to rely on Reese a little bit here to alleviate somewhat with his Jackie pick, but it's been quite sheepish to do so. Giving the ball to the right-hand side. It's going to be precarious, almost like a matter of time, realistically, here for Olympus Squad to go on the offensive, but now the kit is able to make that connection. Now,
My friend
opening
had
up
2.5
some opportunities to
days.
both heal and get some thrower advantage up the map here.
Damn, nothing.
Now, let's think about going for a break. This Ice Crow Hypercharge comes through and getting a lot of value for it. Low HP now, they're forcible to the side. Power now in a very tough spot.
Still
Hey,
able to
don't
charge himself
pay
up
me.
to stay alive. Not
hell?
enough for kills, though. And Olympus squad's going to be pushing forward. The ball's still top left-hand side. And SKC forced all the way back. They're running for the hills. Melody with no super available.
Now
They've
watch
only got one in the
more.
tank. It's Surge who has it. And a full house here for SKC.
You watch
They're going to have to
Frenzy.
play a serious
I appreciate
defensive
you.
effort.
Nice there. Connection. Ice Crow's susceptible goes down 2v2 now. But the HP is not on the side of Reese. As the push from Olympus Squad is
Okay,
strong.
it was
Hypercharge available as well.
accidental.
Kao now coming in. Gonna find some great shots down to Brian who goes down. And Larry and Laurie really cutting his worth. Niles can't do much here. It's gonna be Reese left all alone.
Speak
Shoots
up a
some
little
shots to
bit.
the side.
Yo,
There's gonna be-
Moxie,
Ooh,
thank you
this
for the
thing's a
raid.
goal, but that
I
might
was
just
the
defend slightly
Matrino.
better. Brian, though, no HP enough to take the Surge down. The game will go the way of Olympus Squad.
I was thinking the same thing as you. My mouth was dropped because of how good of a
You
play
didn't
that would have
cast
been if
it?
Jackie
Oh,
made
yeah, I
that
thought it
pull.
was.
A couple kills there, just one away.
thought it
but
was.
couldn't quite
Wait, what did he
cycle
do
them
then?
all out enough. Honestly, that went the
3v3
distance, and it
tournament?
did favor the
Oh.
team that we kind of thought it would, right? They
Whoa.
have Melody. They
How
have
did
a
the
little
20
extra
go?
range. Kit plays up close. Jackie plays up close. If they can make it to overtime,
Was
Olympus
this
Squad
duck?
could be chilling.
Bro,
Heck, they
who
might
is
not
this
even need
flutter or
overtime.
snack?
This is going to be another super early bucket.
Charizard,
What a start.
welcome.
Exactly the same as the last game with it.
It's hitting
13 seconds
crisscross
on the clock.
applesauce. That's how I was
Can
hitting.
SKC retaliate
If I grab the
enough
snack.
to be staying within this set? Because things are
How you doing,
escalating
TT?
out of control quite quickly here.
James. Hate on snacks?
Cal
I'm
down
not
the right
hitting
side,
at all. I
gets a
love
nice
snacks.
amount of value. Shoots it
Snacks
down
are
here, but
great.
missed all those shots. The jump was in midair. Past the Ice Crow. Thinking better of it now that Reese is back in. Cover box gadget yet again from Nouds, but it's not going to do too much realistically except try to defend. That's the best that SKC can do right now. They'll do the
I'm
opposite.
chilling,
Ball out,
TT.
get some control.
That was a
It's
good
not
dash from
really
Ice
working
Crow.
for them right now. There's no synergy. The comps and the drafts are not great, and this kit pick that they keep trying to throw into the mix, it's not really cutting the mustard now. Look
Nah,
at this.
these snacks are nice and soft and fluffy.
It's going to be a drop of the ball.
Right.
Simply not enough that can
Cookies
be
and
done
muffin.
here, to be honest with you. Olympo squad getting the W here, and Kit has regressed back to what we
Yeah,
thought he
I'm
was. He is the guy that we thought he was, Ark. Look, it's a boom or bust. They went for boom, and instead they got the opposite. We see it go back and forth more oftentimes than not. I think the red roster should win. I like the Melody reads several times there as well. Kit goes for a dive in, Melody dashes back. You immediately eliminate Kit's super, which is what makes him valuable entirely, whether that's jumping on a teammate or jumping on the enemy for a quick pick. They couldn't get it done. I think Surge was a great pick into this composition. I think Larry Laurie did his job. I think Ice Crow was good to have a little dynamic playmaking
There's a
so they could score
muffin.
goals. I think the right-hand side just have the better comp.
A good muffin.
It's just when you look at the comp, one of those comps that, where's it going to work? Jackie, Kit, and Stu.
Yeah, Olympus
You're
was
waiting on the Kit to have Stu the
yeah.
whole entire time, and until then, you're going to
Wow,
get aggression
Tori,
from
you're
you.
fraud. Fraud Brazilian.
Great choices in the draft there, especially for Olympus squad, but also the early
that
aggression. Both
piece.
of them, both games picking up that early 13-second goal there. That's got to set the momentum in each of those games in your favor there, Kenny. And they had SK playing on the back foot.
Annie,
Yeah,
thank you
again,
for
it's just
liking
kind of
the
the risky
game.
run
I
with this kid
appreciate
pick,
you.
I think. I know it's been a huge storyline, but I'm genuinely shocked as much as we've seen it in this region. EMEA really cooled off on it, but especially after East Asia, it wasn't very successful, but these teams keep putting their faith in it, and it's worked out a couple times, but more often than not, it's been
How can
low
we not
DPS, a
neglect
donut,
James?
a
Of
lost
course.
set. So I think it is circumstantial. I just don't think that's necessarily Kit's best map, best mode. I think you're looking more towards
Are you
KO
gonna
for
feature
something like
Korea?
that.
For
And it's kind
sure,
of
for
funny,
sure.
Ark, because that's probably the one map I don't think we've really
Next
seen him at
upcoming
all.
caster.
Yeah, I hate to be that kind of like, you know, overbearing negativity every time it shows its face, but I think I'm in the right to do so. That's the problem. Like, I'm sure the chat grilling me every time. Oh, there he goes again, just giving Kit, you know, a load of smack talk, but it's just very underwhelming. I think it's easily countered. I don't think it really serves a purpose until you've got something of a super to really have for your team, and even then it doesn't tend to bring the best results. So I'm with you. I'm surprised to be seeing it as much. To be fair, I don't think
Gas
we're
in
seeing
his
it as
face and no
played
gameplay, for
too
sure.
much from the most accomplished of teams that are, in my opinion, for this region. But at least this is a map that I think it's fair to say we won't see it in highest Kaboom Canyon. So let's go with that for now. No Crow band, no Carl band. Looking as well, no
Lola.
Andrew, I don't think there as well. Definitely some
Lola
opportunities
first
for
pick?
even the Daryl. So the bands being Melody, the Amber, and
Over,
the
like,
Berry,
Angelo?
the Penny, the Carl, and the Lilies. The Carl was the band there on the side of Olympus squad, but definitely,
You'll get
certainly
used to it
Angelo, Eve,
eventually.
they're kind of two
See.
brawlers. Juju's left open here. Weird drafts, I'll be honest. This is a bit of an odd draft to have on a map and mode like this. These teams, for me, just not really showing
Yo,
too much.
thank you, Nick.
Andrew, now
Appreciate
getting
it.
a bit more convinced, but
Oh, there's
some big
Angelo.
bands left out here for me. I don't know whether Lily's necessarily up there for me in the bands. I can understand it.
TT
But I don't think that was
egoed me
necessary.
yesterday too, James.
Probably not, and given that they had first pick, I think it's clear that
Or not
they're
yesterday,
maybe
this
looking into
morning.
what SKC bring to the table or what they favor. Maybe they know something that we don't for why they bring up those bands, because I'm with you. Lily is a surprise factor. It's a decent brawler. I just
This
don't know if
morning,
for Kaboom Canyon it would be
I
at the
asked
top
you a
of my
question,
list
you
either.
didn't respond.
Angelo and Juju escaped the
I'm
band
seeing.
stage. Those are the first two I think of. They're going to grab Angelo and Colette. I think this is a good 1-2 punch because Colette could struggle into these longer range brawlers like Piper,
Really? Yes.
Angelo, who have the distance on her, who can cover that up. So typically, Colette fantastic for those moments where you can get onto the high stave, but getting there can sometimes be a struggle if she's outranged. So I think pairing these two together is a good synergy.
In terms of the
Well,
draft
it would've
so
been
far,
last
I
night
do
for
like
you.
SKC side of
You
things.
were
I think
here.
the low ego could be a concern. Oh, Shark now. I mean, there's only one way to go about this if you're SKC, and that's to run it down. Don't allow the Chuck time to set
I
up.
asked
and
you,
just go
where you
straight
was
on
at
the offense.
yesterday.
So that's going to bring
You
into
didn't
mind the base
respond.
race idea. Eve, I think it's a great idea to have in the arsenal of Olympus squad because ultimately Andrew's going to have a pretty decent time of things.
Don't they
I
just
still would
rock
be
here
opposed
and
to
they just
AGU.
win
He's gonna
with
struggle a little bit
DPS?
against the Eve.
Or I
somewhat,
guess they
maybe
could
against the
Daryl
Lola too,
too.
but I think once you get in the mid, get some control, and with the helping hand of your team, get locked down. I think it's
Oh,
been
nah,
very hard to
TT.
get out of the spawn cycle when you've got that on your side. But nonetheless,
Yeah, I heard that
Chuck
in the
is a concern.
background.
SKC can't ignore it. They
300
can't
took a break
go
when
on
we
the slow
got to
approach. They've got to just go
L1.
on the
Oh, hell
aggressive.
no.
That's the brawler that can do just that. So
It
I'm not
reminds me
necessarily
of what
minding
happened
it,
with you,
but
how I
it's gonna
got you to
take a while for
L3
Dallas
and
to
that
get set
game
up
back,
equally
you
as
were
much.
back at
So
L2.
is it my favorite? Not really too convinced. It will definitely do the job that it's designed to do.
That was actually
And with the
fair
car
enough.
band, it's like the next best thing to go.
Anyone
on
having a
base
hard
race
time hearing
approach,
Duck?
but,
Anyone else?
yeah, certainly not the easiest things to go up against the Chuck. As long as you're running everything down, I just kind of feel like did SKC prepare for it?
Daryl is who I was mouthing on the sidelines. I just think it makes sense. Two ways to deal with Chuck. You
Yeah,
either
she
counter
got
him
it
and play a
with-
hard defense
with
on
the
him, or you
semi-pro
outrace
Slayer.
him. I think Colette plus Daryl is enough to where they can probably get that done. So
Really?
it's going to depend on how much
Is my
Chuck
mic
production
dying?
we can get, or can RHZ and Notes make it to the other end, do enough damage. This safe pick of Lola better show its worth. That's a first overall selection. You're putting a lot of value in that, and already 10%
Is my mic dying?
done. Every
Test,
time
test.
Colette swipes through a regular super, no damage gear, no hypercharge,
Or am I
does a
dying?
baseline 10%,
Wait.
which is crazy. So having that in your back pocket early is massive.
Holy zero ping roll
Absolutely
from the Daryl.
Crazy so far. Cycling two supers already. Not too sure that the second one did connect. I think it may have done, but it's kind of hard to say. We've got a bit of lag then as well. Now the hatchlings will come in to help out Cal there.
Oh,
left-hand
they're
side.
too
And
loud.
that's going to get some good
I
taps on
see.
the safe as well as SKC just full
Just wanna
behind
get
now.
carried.
Squad just getting the
Yeah,
lead of 7%.
apparently I was not
Again,
enough.
some spectate issues, but some action going down nonetheless as Olympus Squad now extend it beyond. Getting a little bit risky now, and Reese falls, leaving Brian all on the defense, and not a good position whatsoever to find yourselves in when you're SKC.
Brian's gonna have to get some serious kills because otherwise there's no escape.
okay.
Olympus
SC
squad
James.
now grabbing this opening game of
Should
set
I
number
lower him a
4,
little
and it
bit?
will result in a match point. The Chuck was able to just, I'm assuming, get some constant pressure, and
So
honestly,
it's
it looks
easier.
like
It's
throughout that,
easier
they
when
had a
you
pretty
have
solid
teammates that are
control.
not
There was really
monkeys.
no room to escape for our blue side
But,
there, so I'm guessing they just couldn't get the
for
kills
TT,
necessary to
that-
get to
you
the other
know-
end. They got some early presence on that high safe, but just not enough to get you a win by any means.
Yeah, Brian's going to have to land all these shots. I think,
See it with my
he's had a
chest,
fantastic
bro. I'm
start,
not
but
saying
also
shit
now
with my
needs the help of
chest
his
when I'm
teammates,
half
who's
awake.
now to get onto the safe as well.
I woke up and I
Now,
went live.
Again, Reese staying in position. Getting
I am a
probably now
tired
2 shots
duck.
away from another super. One more now, and he'll have a second as well. But
Oh, nah,
meanwhile,
sorry.
Iceberg's forced themselves forward. Now is on the safe as well. And this is much better from SKC. They've got good heavy advantage now. They can't really force it in this position. Surely it's going to be a base race with Wesley still there nonetheless, but with 15% left, they can surely get this done. But now Body
Shut up,
blocking Ice
Sam.
Crystal
You're
in the
monkey.
advance. Time is against them somewhat now, so the more this truck can prepare, 5% they should get this done and just scave it off and evade certain peril. But this one is far from over. Risks being taken on both sides. That was one that favored SKC, but the next one might not be so lucky.
SKC holding on for now. They're gonna have to do it again though to extend to a set 5. It will never not be crazy to me, Ark, how we can have the exact same brawlers play 3 games and yet it plays out so differently. One little interaction changing things up. And SKC were able to let Colette and Daryl
Why
lose.
is
They had
there a
Brian
couple
being pesky
arguing in
on
my
that top
chat?
right-hand
Sure,
side to
why
land the
not,
kills,
right?
the extra high safe damage, whatever they needed. Now Wesley on this right-hand end, looking to set up his train station to make it all the way to the other end. That's going to be a huge factor for them. If the Limpo squad want to win this right here, right now, they're going to need Chuck to bring the damage.
And again, just a little bit of lag, and hopefully it will pass shortly. But the Chuck
Well,
setup is
English,
definitely
probably
something of concern.
Portuguese.
And Reese didn't have the best of starts that time round either, which was the reason, in my opinion, why that second game went so quickly in their favor. Now, we might be seeing Olympus squad making themselves through into the semi-finals. They keep this pressure on, hold that mid-control, get the damage dealt onto the safe, and don't give it a chance for SKC to struggle on the offense. Let's see. As
Put them dogs
Shaw
away. We don't
back
want to
and
see
forth
that.
going on. For Olympus squad, for sure, they would love to see themselves into the semi-finals despite their opposition being Casa Brawl, who... Oh, that's the set. I think Olympus squad have done it.
GG
Is
said,
Chile?
I'm
Oh,
honestly,
I was thinking of the
I'm honestly
Brazilian
not
team.
sure, but we've got
Yeah,
SKC
he's
on the
from
cam
Brazil.
receiving confirmation. This is going to a set number 5. Should be 2-2 on the board.
And they
Forgive
probably
me,
speak
it was
Spanish
hard to
then.
say.
No,
But
you're good, you're
we're
good,
going all the way. Yeah, that's definitely going to be tough for both sides now because, again, I'm not too convinced
Like,
on these drafts.
why do you
or-
ask this and then answer your own
regardless,
question?
We don't know how it went down towards the end either, whether it was neck and neck, but SKC definitely does.
Are they supposed to be streaming the gameplay?
I'm
Exactly.
convinced they were going to do it either. The way that Olympus squad won the first game, they did bring it back quite well. The setup was not quite there though. But regardless, Olympus squad now losing some of that momentum. SKC taking it all the
Look
way to
at
fifth.
Muffin and
give them
TT
something for
being
that.
cute in chat. What the hell?
We are early in the 2025 season. This is our first monthly final for South America, and these teams are turning out to be more evenly matched than I think any one of us expected. We saw Casa Brawl take the 3-0, but now we have another head-to-head going the distance here. SK Kalala's Olympus squad. If you had to look at them before we even sat down to have them play, looked at these lineups, we talked a little bit about how both of these rosters kind of coming together for this time. We had some synergy early on, though. We had some guesses. How have those guesses played out for you, Kenny?
Honestly, I think a little bit of a victory lap for you and Uber. This is much closer than I thought it would be. This felt like a 3-1 to me, a 60-40, and obviously that's leaving a 40%
Something
chance my
bother
brain
me?
that
Wait, what do you
Squad
mean?
might be good enough. But I think this region's just turning out to be a lot closer than I thought it was leading into this. Last year's storyline was Loud at the time, SSG, and Casa Brawl at the time, Foot Esports were the top dogs, and it was their world. We were all just living in it. Right now, Casa Brawl walking through things, but
Same
other
notes.
than that,
I didn't
every
say
single
that.
one of these matches has felt pretty close.
I literally said you're looking cute in the chat.
It's definitely tough to say exactly how close though. Let's be honest. I want to see a bit more to unpack from both sides to give a bit more of an analysis, I guess, because it's hard to really point out outside the draft where it's going wrong and where things didn't go right for me for Olympus Squad in that last set. To be honest, as definitely the Chuck, as we know going into it, has that setup time. It can certainly go against it. For SKC now, I mean, they've got to get this draft right. This is, for me, been their weakest area in this series so far. Again, this will be the last set, and then we're off to the semi-finals. It's the last team to decide who's going to be going forwards, and it's going to be done on a bounty. Canal Grande. Let's see what the bands are: the Gus, the Carl, and the Barley. The Carl, the Great, and the Kit. Well, that's a brawler that is banned that I'm glad to see. But I tell you what, I put it in the chat when I was watching from the sidelines earlier. It was a very odd way to watch Canal Grande be played out early today. So I'm hoping that we get a bit more of a sort of back and forth rather than a ring around the rosy. Juju's the first pick from Olympus Squad. That might already be sealing some of the fate here, in all honesty.
They didn't ban
this map
any
is
of the water
perfect
brawlers, by the
for
way.
Juju. I mean, really is. He's still got some opportunities in the mid as with Angelo or Eve could potentially be a
Oh,
good brawler for
meat
that.
stick is
But
crazy.
why would you leave Juju open here, honestly?
I don't know either. This map is truly crafted for water walking brawlers. We've got Angelo and Juju picked here early. Eve's still on the table too. And honestly, an Angelo plus Eve, maybe a little too much long range, but at least the projectiles would be really helpful into a single shot brawler like Angelo.
I
This
think
is tough for me,
everything,
though.
yeah.
I'm kind of with you. If you don't ban it, you're playing the game and fully accepting that
This
the other
is
team
so
has Juju.
weird.
Maybe SKC
Should I turn
can
down the
part ways
volume a
with it.
little
Maybe
bit so y'all can
they
hear
feel
me
they can
better?
deal with it
Because
or
I'm not
outplay
yelling
it,
into my
whatever
mic.
that looks like. But nonetheless, you can't fault Olympus Squad for picking it up first overall. I'm sure they didn't even expect to have it.
Yes. All right.
It's not a bad draft for SKC, but the biggest mistake may have already been made.
How's
Let's
that?
be honest. Olympus Squad now.
Penny?
Bring the Penny into the mix as well. It's okay. It's not the greatest on the defense. Certainly the turret is going to lend a big helping hand, but
Better?
it takes
Okay.
time to earn it and even longer to get the hypercharge for it.
Yes.
I think it definitely has a place on this map, and if SKC can avoid
There's a watch
feeding
party.
into it too much and try to deprive
On
it in
South
that
America.
sense, then that will be the biggest way to really combat it, to go about it.
No,
work
this
around
one
it.
has my
And
activity
leave-
feed,
I
and
mean,
that's the chat, and then
some
that's the
area
gameplay.
denial, sure, somewhat of a hefty tank counter, but not one that's on the other side of the field yet. And unless Olympus Squad are reading this like a book and can kind of see something that I'm not, then I'm not sure that it really kind of warrants the pick here, in my opinion. Definitely not
Alright,
the
sorry.
strongest of drafters, I would say, on both sides from what I've seen in this series so far. Are you seeing something in that loot pick that I'm not? I just don't really kind of see it having a place unless they really are preempting tanks on the side of SKC and, Larry and Laurie throw a pick. I don't think the Lou was the deterrent there. I don't know whether it was really something that was necessary, but Larry and Laurie here I love. I mean, that's the broader pick that I can get behind all day long, but against the Juju, you're already ever going to be second place.
Which is fair. I actually think into this other comp, though, it makes a lot of sense to go thrower with Barley locked out with Juju Arthi on the other end. I think this may have been the best option for them at this point. Larry Laurie at least apply a little pressure, especially for these brawlers like a Penny turret, for example, or Lou, who can't
your
really
day,
get around these
TT?
walls easily. Larry and Laurie
Hope
can
you're
kind of
doing
sit
well.
back and relax. Obviously, Juju has more domain. I'd rather have Juju, but maybe the Lou is more preventative. I do really like the brawler for the map itself. They're maybe in
Speed
fear of being too
Angelo.
squishy if
I don't really like
up on them or
RT that
something,
much
but,
here.
I do see your point a little bit. I think everybody's
Like
just being kind of
Galarian, yeah.
reactive. Nobody's
2 hours
being
of
super
sleep,
proactive
that
with
is
that
not
draft.
enough. Go back to bed.
We'll see. And again, if SKC lose this set,
SKC
and
has
the
comp.
Juju really does pop off, which I don't see how it really can't. I think they dug their own grave, to be completely honest. I
mean,
don't think you can afford to
I
leave it
guess.
open. Certainly not in a fifth and final set. I think when you've had a pretty close series as we've had so far,
5%
there's no reason to leave it
is
open.
crazy.
Just kind of ban it straight off the bat. If you're leaving it open and your first pick goes the way of your opposition, expect it to be picked up. Again, Spectate continuing to be a bit of a pest today, unfortunately. The players are still locked in.
Yeah,
They
he
are
is,
still
Sam.
engaged
He's using
in
speed.
back and forth, despite us not being able to follow the action, Sally. But we'll catch up soon with the score line and get you guys posted.
Yeah, and I think, like you mentioned, if they lose this set with Juju, I think you have to live with it. You're obviously disappointed
Such
in
bad
that result,
production,
but
yeah.
if Juju's available, especially on this map,
This
I
is
just don't see
not
how you don't pick
great
it up.
at
I
all.
know Angelo's still available, and there's other water brawlers that you can traverse with.
Oh,
but
no,
at the end of the day,
James.
Juju's atop the map for a
No.
reason. It's a very powerful brawler. It applies a great amount of damage, pressure. I mean, there's so many things that Juju does well, and even having Grigri as an extra spawner to get pinches on a map like this, you can walk
That's
up the
already-
middle of the map, the side of the map, you can get the slow shots with the water. There's just so much that can go your way, and that's clearly what we're seeing here. Olympus Squad with a huge lead. SK Kalalas don't even have a kill yet.
Yeah, struggling to really close
Sounds
the gap,
better, but
as
you're
you
cutting
kind
up
of
a little
already
bit.
expect, let's be honest. There's an opportunity to the match to maybe get something to bring home. As Ice Crow can go down, there's a chance.
Oh,
There's a
okay.
good pinch being done from the top side of the map here. Reese going in as well. Ice Crow alone. There could be an opportunity here. They can just follow with some of these shots. Ice Crow falls. Cat with those as well.
No,
Stays
that was so
standing.
close.
The lead stays with Olympus Squad now. Moving on to match point. Yet again, can they tie it up this time round, or can SKC bring something to the fight? You didn't really see much until the very end of that one. One
Where's
thing for sure, in the
everyone
next
else
game, it's going to be much
finished? Wait,
earlier
what do
than
you mean,
that, so they
Sam?
stand a chance.
Oh,
Ooh, it was
They
so
probably have a
close. The fact
charger
that
and
these
Ethernet
fellas are keeping
connected.
Their faces this calm, considering the distance that went. I'm honestly impressed. I don't know if I could hold the same composure. Wesley flanking here early right-hand side, though. It's gonna be Notes taking him on for a more long.
Yeah, you sound better.
engagement.
It's
And of
just
course,
it's cutting
our
out
two
songs,
brawlers,
but
Angelo
it's
and
probably just
Juju,
where you're
taking
at the
more of a
moment.
middle presence because they have that extra walkway, and that makes such a huge difference on a map like this. Sure, Brian can lob shots over, but just having a little bit extra of a walkway can sometimes be the difference in life and death.
Well, again, not too much to say. Once we go back to the players and try to get
Good night,
spectating
Volume.
back for now. But
Yeah, it's just gonna be a whole bunch more of
Liverpool have
this.
got that advantage so far, but they did relinquish some of that
Yeah.
along the way. It's going all the way to the fifth and final. Now this could be the final game. For the victor to go towards the semi-finals
Literally,
of
like,
the match.
what is this,
Now
bro?
SKC, it seems 1 minute on the clock, but know how quickly that can change. And as quickly as I'm saying it, a Penny Turret punishes the action. Blue Star is with Olympus squad. In the eventuality of a draw, then they will still be the winners here and proceed to the semi-finals.
Nah, this is
Best
actually
start
worse than
that I
mine.
can say on the side of SKC, who had nothing to say for the story until the very final moments of the last game. Now that Penny Turret on the top left-hand side, it's gonna be a
This is
tough
actually
thing
worse
now
than
for
my
SKC to
Wi-Fi,
get back in
bro.
this
I don't
game
even
properly.
lag like this.
Yeah, don't like SKC's odds if they're still in their spawn, especially with as little time as there is left.
Holy.
Finally, Brian branching out a little bit. Wesley, Cal still in this right-hand end. They're sitting comfortably. They have a loose super available. Juju can just hide behind these walls. The thrower battle going down in the left-hand end, but it's definitely favoring Ice Crow. He's got the extra spawner already. He's got the
Bro,
grass
there's
and the
a
long
few
distance to
streamers that have
work
more
with.
than an
And now
official
with Dive
channel.
away, it's gonna be a
I think
close
it's
call.
because
Even
they
Lives
put their
barely
website
surviving.
as
Shot
the
clock favorable. They have to pop off here.
the
I don't know where
YouTube
he's
channel
going
instead of
there. Like, that
Twitch.
was
So
never going to work out well. And Juju has punished the action, and again, the follow-ups are good. Trace going back and forth. The Reese is out of position yet again. Going to be absolutely pinched, and it's going to be an absolute domination of that set by Olympus squad. They take the match.
Impressive stuff, to say the least. Congratulations to them. I definitely think this was an upset. I think SKC, despite having a new player kind of join their fold over the last couple days, they have a little more history to them. They've had some success at these postseason runs. They've at least made it that far. So I think major congrats to Olympus squad. Obviously a close one here, but the opponent on the other end.
I think that was the closest match of there, probably. Or it should have been the closest match. Actually, I think the first match was closer.
Titan to this region.
To be honest,
Olympus
though,
squad, we are
wasn't blown
here.
away. I wasn't blown away by either side, to be honest. You know, I didn't really feel like anyone really outshone the other. I
It's
think
free
the drafts
content,
were
my
questionable
bucket.
both sides. I think that the
Sleepy,
better
me
team
too.
won, but against, you know,
I
Gosport
am
in the
too, to be
semi-finals,
honest.
I don't know.
I know it's hard to catch the entirety of the action there. You guys are doing an admirable job breaking it down, but so much of that last set's story seemed to come down to the draft once again. They got the Juju pick, and that was absolutely huge in that one, catapulting Olympus squad to that final round, that final set, and then the match win over SK Kalalas to go up against Casa Brawl in our bracket.
Check OG
The
tweet.
semifinals are set. They are, well, in line with some predictions, but definitely not when you start looking at the granular aspects of them. So many of these.
I mean,
combinations,
APEC.
so
I mean, not
many
APEC.
performances
SA is
from
like
our
the
players, and a lot of credit to
kind
our
of most
casters too for
important one.
breaking it all down in the face of that. Gentlemen, you had a wild one with these two teams. Any final words on these matchups? Or
Well, I hope we get to see a little bit more of them in the semi-finals, to be completely honest. Certainly, that would help out a considerable amount because, again, with Loud in the semi-finals, I want to see how they're going to fare because it wasn't a clean quarterfinals run by any means of the imagination. Certainly one that we expected to be a sweep, for sure. And it was not the case. So, you know, do they even make
Yo,
the grand
Doc,
finals,
how are
which
you?
would
Hope you're
be
doing
the
good,
first
bro.
time in over a year. So, that's my big reservation on this next match. I'm quite excited for it.
hey, Kenny, anything you want to add?
Yeah, I think Casa Brawl looked really convincing in their quarterfinal, but to me, Loud were the team in scrims this week that
Get back
looked
to
cut
Muffin
above the rest.
production.
Does that hold true today or not? I guess we'll have to see. Loud have a tough one ahead of them, though.
Well, you teed it up. Let's send it to replays from the last match. When we come back, we'll kick off
I've
the
been lurking.
semifinals.
Appreciate all our Doc.
It's not that big of a region, so I can understand why it has no views.
Yeah.
Any final's gonna be like 100,000 or something.
Surely.
It's gonna be a
Mm-hmm.
Messi Bilal in the final.
Bilal has to get past Tribe. I think Tribe is gonna win that. I mean, they obviously have a chance, but I think they win that. Oh no, what was that from Brian? That was terrible. Second best winning? Probably not. Oh hell no. What are you? This Toxin? Oh hell no, Doc. I don't know, he was here earlier, but he's probably bored because it's South America, to be honest.
Let's turn this up. Okay, let's work it out. Okay, let's shake and move. Okay, do what it do.
Oh hell no! Ain't no way he responds to that. Yes, take his gems, bro. He doesn't need them anyway. Toxin will be fine. He has e-girl, so that gives him money. That's a lot of gems. Looked pretty nice. Yeah. Just a sushi holds W. Was DJ Nice James? I haven't had sushi in like 2 years. You know, that's fair. Yeah, you probably shouldn't have sushi then, to be honest. Thank you, Daisy. How are you? Yeah. I low-key forgot about it until I got a notification from Twitch. Like a salmon roll is crazy. Nah, Toxin only glazes Bobby. Thank you, Doc. I look, he could have did my sellathon today. but I didn't know my partner anniversary was today.
His name is Snappy Dog.
Huh? Whoa, wait. Nah.
It's about to get live. Day and night, could never stay inside. I see the raving lights, stay on the faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1 2 check on the mic. It's about to go down, it's about to get live.
Tired, Doug. True. I'm actually tired right now.
Never wasting time, 1 2 check on the mic. Yeah, it's about to go down, it's about to get live. Day and night, could never stay inside. I see the raving lights, stay on the faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1 2 check on the mic. It's about to go down, it's about to get live. Day and night, could never stay inside. I see the raving lights.
That is not a normal name, Doc.
Never wasting time, 1 2 check on the mic. It's about to go down, it's about to get live. It's about to get live.
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship. This is the first monthly final for South America. We started with 8 teams. We are down now to just 4. I've got Kenny and Uber to take us through the action as we get into our semifinals. And
I
we're
should
heading
probably
into
get
it with a
something
bit
to
of an
eat.
expected team. Loud going up against Caio Pero, another team that was picked across the board by our talent to take this matchup. But now we've come to a bit of a head-to-head here, and I do believe there's
I think
some
Loud
agreement
should
behind
win
the
this.
scenes. Let's take a look at how these
But
two
they didn't
teams are
play
gonna
well
match
the
up
first
and how we
match.
think this is gonna go. Starting with Loud, Caio Dog, Fire Crow, Edno, 3 players you guys are very well familiar with. Tell me about this team. Uber.
James is another
Right.
one.
I mean, in my opinion, the team to sort of be looking out for in South America, all Brazilian players, right? Where we have actually, great representation from all over South America. But this is kind of the lineup that, has probably had the most impact a lot of the time. Adinho, Firecrow, Caio Dog, all in their own right have,
Don't call
shown some
it.
great
Okay,
results.
James.
I think like Firecrow is someone who, goes back a long
Mainstream.
way.
Yeah, we're saying
Shows
normal
that game
fucking
in
names,
VR
Doc.
team back in 2022. This guy, has been around a long time. 5 MVPs in grand finals. You see here, obviously, INTZ, he made the top 4 at Worlds under some controversy. INTZ were playing remotely, whereas I think the rest of the teams sort of weren't, but they were an incredible team that year. So, year after year after year, this is a player that's getting the Worlds, that's representing some of the best rosters. I'd say recently, some stumbles though with Nouns and SSG respectively. This is the kind of player who wants them top 4 podium finishes even. I don't think they'd be satisfied with what they've seen so far.
True.
Firecrow, a fantastic player, somebody that's been around this
CPM
region for a long
board.
time. And I know it was a shaky start to
Nice
the day.
vibes, Muffy.
For me, though, I just have to go with my gut and what we've seen in the past. Teams play well a lot. It's no free win in the BSC. It's tough out here, but the fact that this guy has persevered, his teammates have been a part of some of the most winning organizations in SA over the past several years. You saw that resume. That's a lot of world finals, and no, it's not a ton of top 4s and things like that, but that's a high bar for any team on the planet. These guys have been as good as it gets in the region for at least last year, and I'm kind of expecting
night
similar
vibes
this year
for
too. So
sure,
I'm going to
Muffy.
hold the line, even though Loud were a little shaky that first match. I still think it's them.
Well, Loud has got the resume to intimidate, but Caio Pero has got some
Honor
recent results that
reminds you
should
of
leave
mayonnaise.
them dubious. We've got Doritos here, who is a top fragger across what we saw earlier today, and Derp, the 16-year-old out of nowhere, absolutely crushing it in online tournaments, looking to bring that energy to this matchup here. What is your read on this, Uber, as these three come together?
Wait, they said the Riddles is
Seems good.
16?
Some of their
That's
drafts,
like a
I think,
grown-ass
are,
man.
Like, I've been a little bit questionable here. They've really been trying to, like, you know, force the juju, but there's been some maps where they really have wanted to probably take more notice about what is being drafted on the other side and maybe react to that a little bit more. On an individual basis,
Literally.
it's hard to stand toe-to-toe with Loud in some cases, but, you know, both of these teams have had to fight tooth and nail to get into matches like this, right? You know, on certain maps, especially when there's some of those, like, higher mechanics brawlers picked, you might see that, you know, Kyopero have the ability to, you know, at least stand on even footing with Loud. But when we look at the macro, the
Kid Doritos is crazy.
the stuff that's outside of just like the two thumbs going to work in Brawl Stars, that's where we might see the
Yo,
Loud
Zaynade,
team,
how are
the
you?
experience they have, give them an edge.
Yeah, I don't know why I still
We've
play
got the
this
maps, we've
game,
got
to
the
be
game modes that
honest.
they'll be playing on, and location.
Maybe because it helps
so
the points.
important. Good to see Kyle Pero all
Yeah.
hanging out the same location. Looking, I think,
Literally
the most
because y'all keep
comfortable of
watching.
any
It's the
team
only
I've
reason
seen
I
on
keep
campus
playing.
working.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they've been able to handle themselves pretty well. It's big mental game as well. Obviously, the mechanics come to play, but especially when
Like,
pressure's underway,
I've thought
and a
about
lot of
quitting
really
so
good
many
teams are facing
times.
you down, you got to be able to stand
And
your
then-
ground. When looking at these maps
And then
as well,
something
one thing that I
crazy
do think
happens
kinda
and it
favors
makes me
Loud
wanna
is
keep
3 of these maps
streaming
repeat.
it.
They've already played some of these and won on several of them today. In fact, Gold Arm Gulch and Shooting Star and Jim Ford, I think the 3 that they ended up winning in that first quarterfinal, and now they're in this rotation too. So
I don't
something
even
worth
think
noting, a
most
little
people
bit of
quit
luck
this
as well in
game.
that sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's see what
Familiarity
happens
the
with this
comfort on it
update.
today. Big factors here, Uber. Any other factors you want to shout out that might lean it Pero or Loud's way?
What'd you
We can
say?
take a look at our predictions here if you want to explain why you've made your. Oh, I'm alone. I believe in you, Kyle.
Yeah, I missed the Broad Slug too.
think
I didn't watch
This is
it.
the kind of region where, like, you are prone to see the most upsets. You gotta understand, last year this region was ruled by the Loud
Wait.
players and by the Casa Brawl
Yeah.
players. Like, no other team.
What
won
about
the final.
Egro
These two
streams?
guys just sort of traded it back month after month. I'd probably expect.
Yeah, I've thought about
relatively
quitting
similar
this
because
game
it's
so
obviously
many
why the resources
times,
have
but
gotten
then
weaker. So it
something
should be a Loud
something
Casa Brawl
happens.
grand final. I think that's where we're going to get the most disagreement here. But this team have like
Oh.
a cumulative 10 years of experience.
I don't
in
remember what I
advantage
said,
over
James.
Kyopero. And for players that are like 16 to 20 years old, that's like half one of their players' lives. It's a big difference. These guys, Loud, have been around for
Oh wait, I
so
said
long.
James is
21,
a normal
20.
man.
That's 4 years ago. In Brawl, that's an eon.
It is a long time, and honestly, Kyle Pero closer in the prediction than I think I maybe thought they would. It looks like we've got some doubters creeping in here. Maybe Loud, not as convincing as we thought. But
I
I'm right there
mean,
with you. Most of the
most
cast
creators,
guys lining
they
up with that side, but to
just
your point,
play
it's
it. They look at it as a
volatile region. You
job.
never
Like
really know, and
it
Loud
is.
struggled in that
It's
opening
literally
match.
their
We'll see if
job.
that
So
continues here, but nonetheless, I think they
You
should
know.
still be the favorites.
Yeah, no doubt about it. They are, again, I thought they looked a little bit scrappy in that first series. You know, Ningwem Sigura with, you know, obviously Tufa able to lead that team, someone with a huge amount of experience. And, you know, that team obviously was, you know, like a throwback to what we saw from them in the past. But Tufa was on that INTZ roster as well. A lot of these more experienced Brazilian
like,
players
it's their
have a
source
ton
of
experience
income.
being on the
They don't
same
really
team as
look
one
at it
another.
as just a game. They look at it as, you know.
For our first map of the series, and our bands
Money.
are in. Hit, no surprise to see them taken off. Also, one half of the sort of Gene Max combo has been nullified. With
Yes,
Max
my
being
fan.
banned.
I
RT
go.
also taken off the table, as it just makes it a little bit dangerous to, you know, drag the game out against them.
And this is set 5 of our quarterfinals. Number 1, which Loud ended up winning. That was a really interesting one for them too. They won with Gene, Pearl, and Leon. There's 1/3 of that trio right there. Interestingly enough, though, we're once again going to see Juju slide through. So it's going to be a game of,
Yes.
do Kyle Pero pick this up here? Do they let it go? You kind of have to be ready and fully accepting, if you're Loud, that by picking the Gene, you are letting that brawler go. But they were willing to do that earlier today too.
The fact that, you know, Leon isn't really addressed here, you know, is something that Loud are going to try and play towards. All of that you're really looking to aggressively ban. The thing is that on a map like Gold Arm Gulch, because the map is ringed by those bushes, Leon can cross the map without being detected, and of course, then, you know, lollipop drop, create that space, or, you know, even just super to get in behind you without being spotted. So I kind of like the Pearl getting taken away from this. This also dissuades a dive from someone like Leon, because again, Pearl is very tanky. If you walk up on her, she can hit that super, kind of blow you up, and firing here, it will sort of combine, obviously,
He
to add a little
does.
bit of informed healing and help sustain from some of the persistent poke that's going to be coming from a composition that features Gene, right? It's not lethal damage, but it's kind of annoying. Vengeful Spirits also
Bro is
can,
Brazilian
add extra poke
Korean.
damage in across the map. And also, like, you have in a pinch a super that can turn fights on their head, right? Healing and damage at the same time to people.
Yeah, I have
within a
Zynaid.
small area can be.
That's why, like, every single time I thought about quitting and doing other
The
stuff.
beauty of this Loud setup is that they pick the Gene first overall, meaning that Gene's a great brawler anyways. You don't have to play the same composition you did earlier. I think
I gotta
Pearl's
set
a
up my
smart one,
Switch
just
again
knowing
and
what
see
the
if I
enemy team
can
did to
stream
win.
it with
This
no
deters them
problem.
from going Leon. I think you abort that
I
plan.
keep
But the
saying
good
that,
news
but
is,
then
because
I
of the
like
way
I
Kyle
just
Perro have drafted,
haven't
not
had
only do
time
they
to
get Gene
focus
as a
on
first
it.
overall, they get a ton of value with this pick 4. They get Juju, who's now playing into Byron, a single shot brawler with no real way outside of his super to get over these walls. That's incredible. You get an extra spawner down in the ground. Juju can walk on water. I think Loud have played this pretty darn well so far.
Yeah, I like this.
Ever do reacts?
providing that Loud get to
I
play
mean,
the comp they want, and then when
I
half of
could.
that gets cut off and the
Like,
Pearl is
this
picked up,
this
they
stream is
simply pivot
technically just a
and,
react stream,
to
just
back
watching the
into their
monthly
plans and in their
finals.
composition and say, fine, we can still build a composition that we're satisfied enough with.
I rested
Sprout
for
here, pretty
2
powerful, and it might
days,
be
my
direct
friend.
answer
What
to
do you
the 8-bit
mean?
now is it's very good at taking down those direct shooting brawlers, sharpshooters, and of course, just 8-bit in general to block off the map. At some
But
point,
I think I
though,
might
Kaito
take
need to
another
find a
break
way to make
after
use of the build-up
tomorrow.
of heat with this Pearl. If they're the team that actually has to go aggressive, and you normally are when you have the shorter range thrower, that's where Pearl can get
Like
punished a little
variety.
bit. The shield can
I
be
mean,
knocked off.
I would
You
mostly
have
want
to
to
get
just
aggressive
do
and be kind of
game-related
obvious,
stuff,
you trying to make use of your overcooked gadget.
like
It's pretty
game
clear to see,
reactions. I
what
don't
the
mind.
aggressive team with the Pearl is trying to do. So Kaipero want to take that map control and then lock Loud out of it.
Gonna be a start on this left-hand din, but KP gonna be beating them as well. This is a frequent, you take your left-hand side and you play
I like
from
this
there.
Sprout.
A lot of the times it's east-west. It's not gonna be north-south like we're seeing right now, but Pearl there to meet them alongside Byron. They're having Loco on this right-hand din, play the Sprout, the longer lane. But Loud finally able to branch out a little bit.
I think Kaipero need to do this because the way that they had split the map top to bottom means that a hedge wouldn't actually cut Firecrow's line of sight off. Here, you can obviously build it up as Loco and
Any other
force Firecrow to group
choice?
up with the rest of Loud and deny an off angle entirely. The hedge is really effective on this map, and you'll notice that Loud don't really have any way to break it open, so those hedges are going to stick around and they are going to be a problem. They do shut down the Byron, frankly, so Loco might look to try and use the hedge to lock Loud into the gas.
12 a.m. for you. Over here for me is 5
The
p.m.
Sprout option is off the table entirely.
That's one way to deal with it, right? Let's take the squishy brawler, pull him our way, and immediately eliminate him.
Good show.
3v2 situation. This looking bleak for KP. Derp on this left-hand din has a shield up. Not enough. 8-bit shreds through a
Did I
Dino approaches,
eat?
and it's an easy
I ate a
round
snack
number 1 for
earlier.
Loud. And the good news for him, too, they've got plenty of utility walking into this with a Kaio Dog pull and an 8-bit turret.
And I think Kaipero at this point have to be asking themselves, what's our plan here? Because the map's been opened up, presumably by like a Derp super. The Magic Hand actually was perfect. So Kaio not only gets the pick on the Sprout, but breaks
Resident
open the map,
Grease?
making
Oh,
it even harder
nice.
for
Hope
those
you have
hedges
fun
to
there.
actually be remotely impactful. Now you have these long sight lines that Firecrow can exploit, and stood inside the damage booster that really can't be destroyed by Loco at this range.
Help
Loud have a
you.
massive
Saying help you
advantage.
like you don't have
And
nice
even if
working
Loco drops a
conditions,
wall
my
down,
friend.
say, just to allow himself to move forward a little bit, if he isolates himself even a little bit, one Kaio Dog pull will end that immediately. Loco flashing that super now.
Yes,
gonna
you
cut
can
off
have
this
Toxin
left-hand
in
in,
the
so
collect
Firecrow
mid
taking the long
person.
way around. Derp charging up. Doritos has a super available. They're working this
Holy
utility as
leg.
best as possible, but they're really going to have
Why
to
did I
hold the
just
line here. I
realize
wanna see
Sprout's
KP
shot is a
try and
sword?
take this mid control and hold on for as long as they can, but it's Loud encroaching. Sprout dying along the way
Yes,
as well.
I never
And
paid
Derp
attention
looks
to
to
that
be
skin.
in trouble here too. Looking very likely that Loud take it away, and that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, it was a Magic Hand caught onto the Sprout again, Kenny.
Oh, and she's
so
gone.
perfectly executed Gene composition here so far from Loud. The Sprout is not the most high mobility and needs to get relatively close to, land consistently those shots on you. They're not safe on the other side of really any of those walls. Can be pulled through them entirely.
Kai,
And then
isn't
gets the
Kai
extra upside,
Sinat
or rather Kaidog gets the
with
extra
his
upside, excuse me,
Batman
of breaking open the map.
Arkham
Those
stream or
unbreakable
whatever?
walls are there. There aren't really enough of them.
Reset here. KP this time electing to go right. They're not going to try and contest Loud early. They're going to play the long game here. I think even then that's tough. As long as Kaio Dog gets a super, I think you're locking Loco out. Adinho going for a drop shot on the right-hand din. Derp, Byron, just trying to charge up their supers here. I think that's the name of the game when it comes to professional KO. Who can get their utility? Their
Yeah,
supers
he's
the
in
earliest
the
and take a
original
little bit of a
Batcave
presence in the middle
apparently.
of this map.
Yeah, I mean, that's
I
going to
think
be
that's pretty
a
sick.
huge component here. And it's tough because Kaiopero's composition is so
This guy's
super dependent.
munching. That's
They
what I
need
should be doing
the
right
Pearl
now.
Super to guarantee a kill, to open up the map, but usually it's just to punish any sort of all-in.
Probably.
And the hedge is the most important super on the entire battlefield in terms of how it plays into their team's respective strategies. So being able to cut off that off angle, deny the sightline from the 8-bit, and then move close and start to pummel them with that, that thrower damage.
And
is
always
really,
mention
really
that you are
important.
going to
again,
give
Pearl
touchies
comps
to
normally
someone
wanna
by the
play
end
for
of the
late
stream.
game. That option kind of gets
Crazy
taken away
James.
from you when you're dealing with that
Hello,
looming
Nan.
threat of a
Nan,
magic
what do you
hand.
think about this production?
I agree. I think just
As good
the
as this
ability to
Stabby
get an
Duck
early
Wi-Fi,
pick,
right?
it changes everything. A 3v2 situation is a huge deal in KO. Obviously, you only get 1 life per round, so by eliminating the Sprout here early or even cutting off his ability to get his super down to cycle in those walls, it's easy money for him. I think Loud do a good job in this draft of setting themselves up for success, and on the other end, I think no matter what pick KP make, it's a really difficult one for Kaiohepero to nail that 6th pick. Sprout going to be
Sparrows, I
kind of their
would.
best bet in their minds. I
Like-
get the idea of having a thrower, but the gene pools of the mechanics are clicking. Kaio Dog's gonna get some easy kills.
It's really aggro here.
Nah, they don't
Coutinho
necessarily
at the bottom of
watch
the map
from
trying to
Brazil
pinch back.
though.
This sort of allows Kaiohepero or baits them in to make this kind
It's
of
just
play.
the players are
this
playing
might be
from
all
there.
the plan here for Loud as far as they're concerned. There's Derp, absolutely flattened. Nothing you can do about that one when the magic hand comes in.
Why didn't your
Kaio
Prime
has
sub
been
show
the
up?
pace setter
Restart Twitch.
for Loud so far. This is going to be pretty cut and dry in the end. Doritos with a super, but the hedges of Loco don't do
What
anything
you
now
mean
with
by
half the
that?
map completely broken up, and it is a matter of time. Edinho sneaks on up there, put some good damage down on Doritos, and Loco eventually
Muffins
falls.
take the
This is
cake.
going to be a first set here, taken in a sweep.
It's a really convincing one as well. He was really taking his time to die there, Uber. I thought it was going to be much quicker than that, but Kaio Dog and his teammates end up persevering, and I think that's kind of the beauty of their draft setup, right? They picked that Gene first overall. This team is
Alright.
watched. They know what happened. Gene, Pearl, and Leon are what this team used to win
You
in
just
the
subbed and then give
quarterfinals.
you
They
then
pick up
give
the
Nodi.
Pearl, and they
Restart
feel like they
Twitch,
have to
you
grab a Byron
monkey.
maybe for the gadget to get some extra visibility in case they do end up going Leon. Maybe that's just the brawler they wanted. As a result, they leave arguably the best brawler in the game open, Juju, and now Loud can scoop that
So
up
she's
too.
like changing
I think
to-
really beautifully played, not just the mechanic.
yeah.
That I think was decided before we even touched the ground.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about this a little bit in Brawl about how, like, a draft, you can win or lose a match
So
in draft.
taking
And,
it
like, the
for
game plan here is so
true.
simple. Loud say, okay, if they push us, well, we can punish that, right? We have 8-bit that can sort of blow them up. We're playing the damage in. If they don't push us, we'll play a long game. We'll poke it down, we'll get a magic hand, and we'll find a pick.
Oh, James broke
they were
it.
pushed. They were pushed all the way back in the corner. I'm talking about Kaiohepero here, and that was a tough one for them. Not even able to get
Of
many
course,
kills on
Muffin
the board,
deserves
just
to get
one
paid,
for the whole
of
team
course.
here. But what can they learn
He
from this?
has
How can they
worked
rally?
hard,
What do they
bringing the
know about
vibes,
how
making
Loud's
us
going to
feel
bring
all the
a draft
vibes.
to them, and how they're
Wait,
willing to
feel all
pivot
the
in the midst of that
feels,
draft
yeah.
game? That's going to let them make this a little
Give her
better from the
that
jump.
cheddar. Remember,
I
respect
think there was a
the
lot of mind
hustle.
games being played by
Bam.
Loud, to be quite frank. I mean, they leave the Juju open, I think intentionally, right? You have the option to take that for yourself. So part of the risk you run, left side drafts Gene, the right side stands has an opportunity. They don't take it. And I think it's hard when you see this team succeed so well in that
Oh,
quarterfinals.
look, man finally
This
listened and restarted
clutch
Twitch.
situation to get them here. You're trying to
What is
play
the
that
message?
comp, but at the same time, you gotta play the meta a little bit too. And
Yeah,
I think
true.
they
I
ultimately
still gotta
played
give
a
you
little
that.
too
I
much
gotta
in
give
what
someone
happened in
else
the
his
past.
because
Not
Sim
enough
never
to
gave
what
him the pro
the
pass.
best brawler in the game is. I
From,
think you almost have
like,
to pick Juju in that spot
2
in that
months
2-3
ago.
turn if you're on the other side. Not an easy decision by any means. I think honestly just beautifully played by Loud.
Again, they have a game plan for the enemy team taking Juju and one where they have
Ooh,
the
the
option
guy
to
that
fold
sent you
Pearl
the
into that
the
position. Remember,
screenshot
they
from
prioritized the Gene because they knew that it gave them almost
when
an
I was
inevitability
when we was doing
in
like the
that
5
knockout
brawl
map where
passes
they
or
could
whatever.
just force a 3v2 and basically the odds of winning in a 3v2 have got to be up at 80% also. Like
scam you?
it is significant.
I can't scam you.
Really
What do you
hard for a team
mean?
with that
You gave me
to
subs.
Sort of throw it away, especially if they're the quality of Loud. Off to Shooting Star though.
You paid
here,
for that,
a
bro.
much more opened up map. Again, this is map with like the Gene Max comp has been really popular here. Loud.
Bro forgot.
don't really
Bro,
wanna dice with
I
this. They
literally
must have,
sent him the
first pick in
screenshot
mind that they're
of
more
the
likely
guy
to,
who
get
won the
value
brawl
out of here.
pass. And
I mean,
guess what this
you know,
monkey did?
Ficro is a very well-known sharpshooter player. Like Piper, I think, was where they really made their name all those years ago. But
So
you know,
then you
getting access to
scam?
Juju first here,
Yeah,
there's
I
obviously a
would,
safe
man.
zone on the right-hand side of the map to make use of a thrower, and it just happens to be a bush there, which will increase Edinho's range, and there is some tracts of water that can give you that slowing on hit plus the ability to
Yeah,
traverse
now I gotta
parts of
give
the
this guy a
map
brow pass.
that are inaccessible to others.
This was one of the sets earlier too, despite winning it, that Loud looked a little shaky on. If you remember, RT, Stu, Byram was kind of the composition they ran with, and Kyle Dog had to really play well as the Stu. I mean, that's a tough one in general, especially into the foes he was against at the time. I think RT makes a lot of sense. I think Loud have the opportunity to draft Juju. You kind of just click the button and don't think too much about it. I don't
Those
blame them at all.
repost
Again,
full
that's
videos,
just part of the
yes.
process. This
Only the
brawler
good
has such
looking
a
ones, though.
great win rate, success rate, ban rate, that when you see it, you kind of just
You don't
grab
see
it.
Byron.
I do
There
think
was a
RT's
Byron
safe
last
bet.
game,
I
my
think they
friend.
got some other options alongside it as well. This region clearly really likes Byron, so
I
I'm
know.
curious if they
Yes,
pair
so.
that with him or if they go a different direction. They've removed Angelo from the equation. They removed Bell, so some of these sharpshooters are already gone. So one of the ones that are left is going to be Piper. I really don't mind this.
Yeah,
I
you're not
saw
gonna pick
Kyodog
Byron.
1v3 on Colt on this map like a couple of years ago. It was the most stupid, passenger play I've ever seen in Brawl Stars. So I'm pretty confident in them no matter what kind of brawler they're on. They take the
Why did
hero,
AI
which is
just
often
say
the prescribed
titties? What the
response to
hell?
Piper. And also,
What is this
they're very
AI?
effective against RT, but being able to return to sender one of those
What
players
is
always
this?
really satisfying. And of course,
You
getting the
have
peak
one
in the area
follower on
against some of
Twitter
these
and
lower
he's
health
Genie
balls also
or
potentially
Holy
lets that
Aura.
super out of Piper is always a good way to play. Brock comes in, so we are really loaded up on sharpshooters, and I'll give you to the honorary sharpshooter title here, given that her range is so bonkers when she's inside this bush.
Nah, what is this?
Honestly, a fair point. I guess wall break, maybe
What's
what they're
she
looking
saying?
for, or
Hit him
rocket
up.
lace jump. I think the utility is what makes Brock shine in general, despite the map and mode you're playing him on. I don't know about this one for the right hand. I think the
Oh my
8-bit was a
God.
really good selection of two brawlers because Piper gets basically locked out there. 8-bit turret to block things. He's got
Slide
extra
into
HP,
DMs
so
with a
traditionally
cute
Piper
gif.
doesn't do
I'm
great
taking
in
notes
8-bit,
here.
And Nani is the sharpshooter counter that you'll love to see. I think it's a brawler that kind of gets forgotten about. I don't think it's an overpowered brawler. It's funny
Oh,
because I
nah,
don't
we're
think
not
Nani's the
doing
best
that one.
sharpshooter, but it's the best sharpshooter at countering other sharpshooters. So if you're Loud, I don't see why
Oh,
not.
this is
They've
just
been
the
fantastic. They've got Juju on their side.
bro.
Wall you breaking here that actually
Nah,
other
bro.
players
No,
They
no,
do
no,
it with
no,
the
no,
pushes,
no.
so subtle, but obviously means that Adini doesn't get a range increase. So I do like that, little adaptation there to, what the Juju can do. Adini though still can make use of the slowing impact of the water, right? See as they step over there, their icon changes. So that's scary, but I like it. Adini falls back here, and as it happens, does get picked off now. We are casting a slideshow for you here, folks, so I won't lie. As Adini now takes that left side bush, so does get range, a bit more safety here. Kyodog looking to move up the map, and Adini very aggressive. Almost gets away with it too, but Derp able to find an extra bit of damage.
Credit where credit's due. Kyle Pero hanging in there. I mean, this can get difficult, especially with these indestructible walls. Adinho can just hide back, and if they press him, lob up some shots. But his range is so limited now that that grass is gone. Maybe this is the change that they needed. Kyle Pero may have stumbled onto some here.
I mean, it's definitely shut Adini's sort of
Bro.
impressive potential down. And now the Kai Pero get to be defenders, I think that favors them greatly because it's not a great spot for Juju to
How
stop
did this
up.
become a
That
chat
gives the
about
protection
Stabby Duck and
and that
Eagles?
range from the bush. Adinho gonna blow up more of the map here, continue to deny that free damage. 30 seconds left though, and only 4 stars in it. Firecrow definitely looking pretty dangerous. Loco though with a rocket rain here could be devastating. I don't know what the plan is for Adinho, trying to make some bushes happen, but yes, the Juju kind of getting punished here. Peep should find a kill.
What is going
And then
on in
Loco
this
going
game?
down, so still a 3-star affair, but Kyodog has to get busy.
Loud need to get this kill in the
Why do you
final
come back to
seconds.
this?
3
Good
stars
question,
being the
really.
difference maker here. Kyodog so slow though as an 8-bit fire.
Nah, like,
from the
Adinho
distance.
can't even really
quite
do
connect with
anything because
return
the
to
Brock
Cinder,
broke
and
all the
now Adinho
bushes.
rushing forward. Rocket rain going down. They do find one. They need a second though.
Oh, close.
Closing in, but not enough time on the clock. Kyle Pero get the job done. A little bit of a bounce back considering that set 1.
Yeah, I think we kind of, now that we realize how easy it is to shut the Juju down on this map by attacking the bush rather than breaking the wall, it seems like it's a little bit harder for Loud to turn that into a pick that actually generates threat. Kenny, in fact,
I see
Adinho
you're
just,
trying to find that sugar daddy
instantly was
connection.
kind of,
Stabby Duck might just
throw
need
a
a sugar
couple of those
mommy
bombs
or
on the
that
left-hand
Eagle
side of
love
the
just
map to
slides his
really just
DMs with
have
a
to
killer
Juju
meme.
dodge
You
away
never know. Interesting.
That's definitely a note-taking moment for me, just to see that play out. I mean, when I see those indestructible walls, Brock wall break doesn't even come to mind. So the fact that these guys come up with that, now they're breaking this right-hand side as well. They're trying to make Adinho's life as difficult as possible, which is a good call considering Juju's the best brawler in the game right now.
What is this
And
AI?
that's happening here, right? It's
James
another,
Game Therapy.
it's another rocket that's being used for the express purpose of clearing that right side bush. Again, denying further location. So Adinho, being as experienced as they are, has to try to find a way around
His
this really
simping
severe
and style is
limitation, turning
crazy.
Juju now into, I mean, a much less appealing option to bring
legit
in as a thrower
account.
on this
It was
map.
a-
But frankly,
a
there are
funny
only a few
coincidence
throwers that
there.
really make the cut at the top level on Hideout. Juju, if you walk into a draft knowing that it's going to be like this, you probably reconsider this pick entirely.
Oh,
I love
nah.
how one simple Brock has been an insanely good solution for them. And all things considered, too, not the easiest of
I
matchups
will
for
not be
Viper.
responding
Take
to
several
that,
shots to
man.
bring down Kyle Dog, return to Cinder with Fire Crow. Certainly a way to deal with that. So a lot of credit here to Kyle Pero, who continue to get the job done. 5-0 right now as Adinho tries to approach, use whatever sliver of grass he can get his hands on. The
Bro.
second he steps off of it, all this KP team has to do is step back.
Nah,
They're not
but didn't
careful,
AI
they're
just
getting
say the
too much in
muffin
corner,
is
and
to
that's where things
snag,
started to
so
get
she's
airy at
not
the end
allowed
of
to
that last
leave.
game.
Okay, well, still a 5-star lead though. It's a healthy one. Pyodog
Actually learned some chat? Oh, that's
an
cool.
angle of attack here. Sees them get caught out. It is traded at the very least, and honestly, he's trading up for
Oh,
now
no.
a 4-star deficit as opposed to 5, but it's still not looking great. Rocket Rain hits pretty hard on that part of the map, and Adinho just can't get close enough to find consistent
dance
damage.
party?
These Gregory, annoying as they
Yeah,
are,
yeah,
actually
let's
put
go
Loud
with
in
that.
the lead. Now Kyodog and Firecrow give this space up. They're going to walk back across the map. Firecrow has the body block with a return to sender. Good damage on
Jeez,
Doritos.
man,
They
that's
have
what
to
I'm
super flow
saying,
up
man.
the map here, and only just to Loud crawl out of that round with the lead.
Yeah, jump away from Piper there, I think.
Left
may have been
undelivered by an
dagger.
AI.
I don't know how
Pack
they
it
would've
up,
possibly
man.
gotten
It's
there in
over for
time.
you.
At Pro Brawl Stars, you're going to see a lot of the times the last second push. It's not about who gets the most kills. It's just, am I leading in the final seconds here? So they'll get that kill with 10 or less seconds and either walk away or just let the clock expire. I think Loud did a good job of that. This is a team that's been around the block for a long time, Uber. They know what it takes to win. And even though they haven't been as convincing in this set, I would say they played the game mode and the strategy right. They just looked for that final frag and walked away.
Yeah. Now,
Of
Loud,
course they have
obviously,
finished.
are going to look for another
He
opportunity
does.
to do that. I mean, getting the first pick here is huge. Adinho now doesn't need to stress too much about getting the blue star. We'll have it for their trouble anyway. This now means that with just one kill, Kyle Pero cannot get the lead. Loud can now play that slower game, and they don't have to put Adinho in a dangerous position either. They just play defensive and try and fire back now as Kyle
8-bit
Pero
90
takes some
Mandy.
space.
Oh no. You call me the
About a lot of
toxic
time
one,
off the
babe?
clock. We're getting closer
Nah,
and
nah,
closer to
nah,
a
nah,
minute
nah, nah.
left, but Kyle Pero will have control. It's all about how Loud can adapt here. Can they hold on? They've got way more grass to work with for what it's worth on this bottom right-hand side. Piper with a jump away trying to break that open. It's enough to take down the walls, but not quite the grass.
I mean, at some point, Loud probably need to get back into the map here. If they get forced into this
Oh,
pool,
hell
it's going to
no.
be very difficult.
That's
that
crazy.
space that Adinho is hiding behind is fine, but those boxes are not unbreakable. They are going to be able to get through that at some point. Damage booster here now as well. It's definitely
Nah,
going to be a problem
Vay's
for Loco,
truly
and
the
they just kinda
toxic
eat
one
that.
here.
Not really much they could do.
It's definitely not
So,
'cause I use the
Loud,
exact
5-star
comp
lead,
in a
boost out ahead,
tournament
but
or
still,
anything.
The better part of a minute still remaining in this round. They need to be able to force on back, and Loud probably need to get into the map here, but with a 3v2, it should give them the numbers advantage in order to take that map control.
Yeah,
Loud doing a great
in the
job of
mixer,
adapting here, too.
we
I mean,
use
Brock really
8-bit 90
ended them in that
and
game number
Mandy.
1, but now they have a chance here. 28 seconds on the clock, and it's a 7-0 lead. That's the takedown that they needed, though. It's going to be a good gadget, but a teleport away from Kyle Dog keeps him up. Adinho working with these walls on the left-hand in. Derp, low HP, trying to survive and give his team a chance, but he's going to fall to the Loud army. Another one goes down. Anani Peep connects, and it's a clean sweep here in game
Nah, that's
number
crazy.
3. Loud take advantage, and they will take a TOO lead alongside it.
It's impressive. I love how they bounced back.
It's
You see
secretly
how
a
different
smooth
the game
talker.
looks for Loud's composition when they're playing defensive, when they have an early lead. Frankly, there's no guarantee that they're going to pick up that free kill apropos of nothing at the start of that round. When they do,
Genki
they get
is
to shift into a
crazy.
stance that's way more comfortable for them. Means that they give some space, they bait Kyle Pero into an overextension, they take 2 eliminations, and then they resume their positioning in the
How do we even get to this conversation? Weren't we just talking about esports?
A little bit of a replay here to get a little insight on what went down there. Some early kills go Kyle Pero's way, and they end up surviving that game number 1. But just that, in games 2 and 3, Loud really adapted. Even though the grass was broken, they were
Yeah, it
back in their
did.
spawn. I think they still just relied on some great mechanics. I think despite maybe having a little bit of a shaky game 1 there, it's clear to see Loud still got it, right, Uber? I mean, these guys are definitely gifted when it comes to the game. They've still got the mechanics to back it up, and I think that really shows on a map where it's all sharpshooters.
Well, we had the mind game question once again in the draft, though, and it did once again revolve
Man,
around
I don't even know
Juju
what's
here,
going
because it
on
seemed like
anymore in my
they wouldn't make that
chat.
mistake twice. They let Juju go over once
Hello,
again to
loading.
Loud,
How are
but
you?
it appeared they maybe had something
Loading.
in mind
There's
to
a
deal
hint
with there.
earlier.
Unfortunately, didn't quite pan out over the course
The
of the
badge.
set. What was your take on that, Kenny?
I
mean,
can't
maybe
even
they
see
did let
it.
the Juju go on purpose, especially if you don't have that first overall pick. You're oftentimes going to be the team that bans it because you're presuming that the other end, Loud in that case, were going to take it. That's exactly what they did. Maybe Brock was that lockout that they wanted, the way to block Juju from getting any ability to have that long range. And it worked in game number 1, but good teams adjust, and that's exactly what
Oh my
Loud did. It
God,
allowed
bro.
them to kind of move forward, still take advantage of using Juju. But honestly, I think the Nani, and it showed in the stats too,
I
was a
see
clear reason
loading.
why they ended up winning that. Some really good kills
Hey,
there coming
Seltzer
from
plays
him,
this
and
game?
ultimately
Surely
Bounty
not.
has to name the game.
The damage boosted peeps. The
Oh,
return to senders
Loading's
coming out of
badge
clutch
is a
moments.
sub
That's why
badge.
you pick Nani in a game where you feel like you're going to be you're having a lot of sharpshooters
I don't know.
aimed at you there. I thought that, Dino did a great job finding creative use of the Juju despite not having the bushes to use. We're talking like the invisibility gadget.
Nah, she
pops
definitely
out,
doesn't play
you know,
this game
double tap
icy.
someone at absolute
She just
point
got like a
blank there
quick
to get a
rundown
couple
from
stars.
the
They're only
actual
in the lead at the
staff,
time, but it gives them a nice little
so
buffer,
she can have
they
like
can
some
stay
couple
just
things to talk
ahead
about
of the game.
or ask the
Good stuff here for
casters.
Loud. Again, they are on a collision course with a sweep in this series, looking to wrap this one up quickly as we started to see what kind of
Send some e-girl pics. What the hell?
But
That's
again,
only for
it all
me.
comes down to that
Wait.
macro, the more broader
Hey,
approach to the
wait.
game
I don't get any
starts and,
pics. I don't
honestly,
get
in
any
many cases
pics.
ends in this pick and ban phase.
Lou going to be the first overall selection here too. They did have the choice of going Juju. Instead, though, they go with Lou. It really feels like this region are just more
don't get
willing to
anything
let
from anyone.
Juju go. And Lou, for that matter, too. That was something very consistent in our previous two regions, East Asia and EMEA, where they were hitting the ban stage more than any other team. But it's always fun to see a little differentiation. Overall, they're still getting played a ton, but that's going to be a brawler choice that's going to be different here. So because Lou gets picked, they give up Juju. They're going with Crow alongside it. And
Crow,
one
really?
thing for Crow on this map is the vision that he brings to the table, the in and out, the all-in ability, especially in a mode like Gym Grab, right? Where if you have the gyms,
Nah, for
you can either
real.
press to try and get
They
a
and
final kill,
Muffin.
or you can hold on to them, jump away. That's one thing that Crow has, access to every
I
part of
don't.
the
I
map.
don't receive
Yeah,
anything.
really slippery as well. The utility that he offers is really just the cherry on top, but very reasonable to play both in a side lane and sometimes there's applications in mid. So Loud have to consider this now. something
Motives.
to really try and keep tabs on them. So Mortis picked here. Very aggressive pick for Loud, and we've often seen this come in response to seeing Juju picked. Loud
Don't look like
have
that,
left
man.
Juju open on multiple
Like,
occasions
I'm
over
being-
this series.
I'm being
So
real
this
here.
is likely a pick and a contingency that they have had prepared for this exact situation. They're not first picking Juju. They prioritize a Lou over it for, again, reasons we mentioned, that great area control. But they have an answer, knowing they're bound to run into this extremely long-range
F.
thrower. should they not
Corin?
pick her.
What is Corin?
They're going to grab Larry and Lori so they get a thrower of their own. This is a really interesting composition. You don't oftentimes
Larry?
see Mortis be an earlier pick because Kyle Pero still has an option to counter it out. Mortis is a great brawler when it's a favorable matchup, and there's some matchups
What do you
that are
mean,
not
stupid
so
thug? You're the
favorable.
one who
Right now,
said
though, he's
Corin,
chilling. It
not
depends
me.
on what Kyle Pero here do with this final pick.
Korean, Brazilian.
Lou, Larry, Lori, and the aggressor in Mortis, though, is a very well-rounded composition. I don't mind Larry and Lori at all, to be honest with you, especially if they don't grab a wall break on the other end. He's going to have great domain as well.
I mean, you can't ask for a better answer to a brawler that wants to close the gap than someone that can not only shield themselves up, but, is at her deadliest.
Do you think
at
they're about to
close
sweep
range
her here? Is that
Kaido
what
can
this is about?
absolutely fight Melody, but her ability to honestly just like kite away and avoid the Mortis and then also have, drastically more damage than him when it counts is important. We can't overlook the hypercharge from
That's a
Melody
great
that gives her an
question.
extra 3 of those notes, which, combined with the rest of her kit in all the ways that you would expect, she becomes truly,
Oh, hell no.
truly terrifying, in that window. But again, sometimes it takes more than just a hypercharged Melody running wild to turn around. And you do have someone like Lou that can potentially stop her in her tracks, freeze her solid, and prevent her from taking the fight to Loud.
Going to take some strong mechanics to get that done too, though. I mean, Lou's shot is a little tricky. It's not just a straight line. It does strafe a little bit, so that's something to keep in mind. But nonetheless, it's
I
clear
swear
that
he's
pro
pushing
brawlers are going to
30.
know how to use that. They ban it. They play it a lot.
Oh,
So I think
no,
that's a
no,
big
no.
reason why
That's
it's still
you.
going to be continued here. The ice rink also, especially when there's no wall break going down, if you drop that in the middle of the map, that basically covers that entire square, the gym fort, if you will. Big reason why the map's named after that.
Good
So I think
question.
it'll be interesting to see how that goes. And when we are available, we will jump in whenever we can.
Yeah, you might think that
They're definitely
Adinio
playing right
looks
now.
like
Why
he's
can't we not see
playing
the
in game.
games?
And I wouldn't blame you for thinking that, but he's actually just really into Duolingo. And honestly, he's just dominating his leaderboard right now. So, you know, he's doing some match madness, getting them lined up. I don't know what he's learning, do you know what I mean? But, you know, whatever it is, I'm sure he's absolutely dominating. No, in seriousness, we are not able to get into this game. So I'm going to use my, you know, being such a social butterfly, my extremely advanced body language reading skills to tell you.
It'd be
exactly
nice if
what
we could
mindset
actually
is
watch the
now.
game.
Loco, looking like he's locked in. Too cool, calm, collected. He even set up a fan to make it look like he was nonchalantly, you know, like you know, allowing the breeze to brush over him. Kaidog is trying to do a blue skidoo into the screen to be a part of the Brawl Stars world so he can actually have impact over the game. That means that he's definitely feeling the pressure. Look at this. How, I mean, is there anything more nonchalant than having like your fringe tussled ever so you know, softly as you throw down in Brawl Stars?
I mean, all these guys look pretty locked in. I'm a little self-conscious now about what I look like when I'm just playing the average ranked game at home. I feel like I'm more intense than they are, and that's probably a showing on me. They seem a lot more calm and a much higher stake than I am. So there's a reason they're there and I'm not. I think that's honestly a pretty good read.
Oh wait,
I mean,
we actually
Adinio's
can see a
positively
game.
mewing while he's playing here. That's ridiculous. All right, Doritos here. A pretty healthy look in the backline, but Firecrow was able to get deep and get rid of those gems, completely divesting Kayapero of their treasure. And now, of course, you've got a Lori on the field here to run down anybody who might look to get in the way. And there's no time for Kayapero. It looks like a close round.
That was a crazy ending, at
the
least.
Mortis factor came into effect for Adinio.
Yeah, and they also had to burn that Crow super. Obviously, no telling how they got it, but had to burn it just to get over that wall, just to get there a little faster. Obviously, ideally, you want to be using that to either grab the gems or get the kill, whatever that looks like. So kind of had to exhaust a lot of resources there just to have a chance at it. Nonetheless, though, looked like some pretty impressive gameplay. I mean, I'm no social expert, not
Muffin
like you
knows
and
what it
Ark,
is
but
as well.
it did look like everybody was a little tense. There were a lot of callouts going down, so clearly, Kyle Perro were doing at least some right there.
That was watching some brows knitted together, you know, some tightening of jawlines. Certainly it wasn't just to do the Costco guys pose.
Oh nah.
And there's Firecrow trying to dive in. It does get blown up. So big time map control here over to Kayapero. Kayadog, obviously, once that super is built up, it is terrifying to play near the gem well. Firecrow is trying to imply that he's sneaking all the way around, but in fact, he just spent some time in the bush. Gregory will be trolling Kayadog
Is
here
this
briefly.
just a thing that girls know?
Something so discordant about
I have no idea what that was until you guys just mentioned it.
The guy just is literally, yeah, very two-dimensional. Derb's in trouble though. Loco's the gem carrier, so they're looking pretty safe now. Again, a really, you know, a good player to put the gems in the hands of. Doritos comes out of nowhere, just trying to dive Kayadog, take that one gem away from him, and they pull up short.
Yeah, a lot of pressure for
I have
nothing,
no
really.
idea.
I guess Melody can take that chance. They had a pretty good presence, but it's being deleted instantly.
Yeah, Firecrow's
Such
stuck
low
in on the
HP. Now
moves.
Loco's going to have to juke this out. Dorito's going to have to guard him, but Firecrow sees the blood in the water, goes for a quick strike, gets the kill, and immediately retreats. Now they have control of the fort in the middle, and with no real wall break ability, they're going to hold it until Derp and others close in.
Planning for Derp, just going for a bombing run on Kayadog here. It works out, but of course now things get a little awkward. Firecrow is the one holding all the gems. They drop them. Okay, that's actually very helpful for Firecrow. They want to die there so that Kayadog can simply sweep them back up. But it's an issue now for Loud of needing to retake this.
A couple of thousands is
Firecrow has Hyper up at no
crazy.
super, needs to build that in such a way that doesn't get him instantly killed. And that's easier said than done because Doritos now is going to pop that hyper, go on in. Hey, it's a big shield. 2,000 extra health, and Firecrow cannot fight the Melody in that situation. We're into a countdown now, and somehow Derp is staying clear
Holy
of the
right.
Larry and Lori, but all the gems are on Loco, and there's no way to catch in the Crow. They've got super available. You can assume this is a Kayapero round win.
That's not connecting.
Yeah, Kyle Perro have this in the bag. They have a Crow jump available. They can just buy enough time off the clock to stay in the air if they really want. Honestly, a massive gadget there coming out of Juju. When she's in the grass and uses gadgets, she can turn invisible.
sure.
You saw a couple times where she'd sneak up, and then when she's back on the turf, on the
Hashtag
earth
ego
side of
king
things
is
for her element,
wild.
it drops 2k damage. That's a lot. That's 6k in a quick amount. I like the loot choice of gadget. I think that was a really smart one going into this, but they can shred through a Dino. That's an easy kill for them. 3 shots from Juju get the job done there.
Okay, Kayadog keeps a respectful distance and has to because now Kayapero are looking to move into the middle of the map.
Nah, that's
Well,
really
they would have, at least that Doritos have not
You're
been taken
literally
out. So
the
this is going to
Negro
open the door
Magnet.
briefly. The Kayadog still needs to respect that ticking damage of the Crow because the poison keeps you out of the fight for longer. It takes longer for you to start regenerating because you're still taking that tick damage after you get hit by some of those knives. It's really, really annoying when you don't have active healing on your team, which is obviously something Loud do not have access to. Pyko though has super ready, so you've got to keep an eye out for that. Loud definitely looking to use him as the blunt object to break through the front door and secure the fort for Loud.
This could be moments before disaster too, depending on how Firecrow uses this. A quick dash in, a couple of brawlers standing idle there. Not sure how that's going to ultimately play out, but it's been a close set nonetheless. I think this Mortis pick, definitely a bold one, something you don't see every day at the pro level, and it takes a lot to make it work. I honestly think the Red roster are doing a pretty good job of handling it, all things considered. They've got a lot of dive coming their way, and somehow Juju's staying afloat.
Yeah, I mean, I was really impressed. I think that, you know, the squad here are handling what Loud are throwing at them. Despite like the Mortis always being a little bit of an unnerving aspect to deal with. But when you pick the Juju so early, you have to appreciate that your opponents can't match her with a similar thrower. They have to find a way to climb on her and sort of blow her up. Oh, okay, Melody with 4 gems on her. It's a little awkward here as Loco clearly was forced to drop and split those earlier. It does mean that Kyopero, there's a lot more risk associated with them going all in and diving. I think it drastically changes the way they play because Doritos can't afford to drop those gems in enemy territory.
This is a great call out by you two, and something you mentioned in the previous game as well. When Mortis had those gems, it's almost better for them to just give them over, go back to your spawn, die to that trickling poison damage, and hand them over to Lou, who's going to be much more equipped, because now you can let Mortis loose. Melody doesn't have that same effect now. With 4 gems in her hand, she can't get as aggressive. And those are the kinds of little things that are really hard to make play out in real time, but separates these great Brawl Stars players from these special ones like we see on our monthly final stage.
Okay, well, looks like we are in a bit of downtime right now. So
they won.
Looks like it was Loud who were able to take the set away, and should really be it if I'm not mistaken. Gemford, of course, pretty hotly contested.
Jamie, unwatchable. Yeah, this is terrible.
That was the set taken. So there it is. Loud, beautifully done. Love to see that from these guys. Kyopero, quality team, really had to fight to get into this game at all. But Loud have those years of experience. Again, they have that adaptivity. Even though they knew they'd be up against the Juju this time, as opposed to folding her into their comp, they found a way to deal with the. Sometimes it's the least subtle approach that works best, as Mortis is used to just knock down the front door.
Despite the hurdle in number 1, it's going to be Loud who persevere here. That was pretty convincing stuff. I think Kyopero are a great team, but at the end of the day, Loud came through. Maybe this 8 seed that we saw in the quarterfinals is a little bit better than we think they are. Maybe Loud just wasn't themselves. Whatever happened, though, they're still coming away with quite a convincing go. Oh, it's 2-1.
No way.
But they were giving fist bumps. What's going on here? They were celebrating.
I guess it's kind of like stay in the game, bro. Fist bumps.
Hey, hand up,
They threw us off.
They were giving hands up. They were giving fist bumps. I thought it was over.
I'm not taking any responsibility for that. I'm not. You know, if we see gameplay, then you can blame me. If we don't, we're literally guessing. So run it back then. Let me just, assume the complete opposite position of the one that I had, apropos of nothing, was that clearly the Juju was able to take this game over. And the Mortis was not enough here to really put that pressure down. Again, you got to drive Juju, but how do you get the gems out of Crow's hands? Talks about how slippery the guy is. Clearly, Loud's undoing.
Finally, the Juju makes it into Kyopero's hands, and finally we've seen Kyopero come out on top here in this head-to-head matchup. I would have liked to watch it really go down there, but we know it had something to do with the fact that they were able to pick up more gems and hold on to them longer. Kenny, what else can you tell me about how this draft came together for Kyopero?
Honestly, it was a pretty interesting one. I think the Crow's a little unorthodox. Grabbing Juju's kind of the given, right? That's the top of our meta. That's just what we do. But the Crow is something that I think was interesting in how they responded to the Mortis, because the Mortis could have had an easy go at things, could have just slid through, cycled those supers onto the lower HP brawlers, and been on their merry way. Instead, though, they did a really good job of Juju cycling gadgets. They had Melody diving in to kind of do the exact same thing Mortis does, but I think Melody's a better brawler. Pretty good draft overall, I think. I think it ended up working out. I don't think it was the easiest one to pull off by any means, but credit to Kyopero. I mean, that was not an easy set win.
I mean, absolutely. I honestly, I'm just really impressed at what you can do with Melody right now. Like, she is terrifying. And, bear in mind, she was also carrying half the games at one point in that game, so they had to find a way to keep her alive. while also like allowing her to be remotely threatening. Open business it's going to be. So Hot Zone, I expect to see, you know, Juju hotly contested, right? This is the kind of map where like you can go for those shorter range throwers just based on how close the bushes and sort of walls are to the point. In the past, like we've seen, you know, brawls with deployables be very strong. Nita was often looked at on this map. You can still, of course, play with Rico. There's a lot of space for all of those shots to bounce. Brawlers with like area of effect abilities like Blue, no surprise to see them take it off the map. And Griff, you might threaten to open up the map a little bit more, but of course on Hot Zone, if you're standing on the point, you're gonna be subject to Griff's super. You're gonna be taking a ton of damage.
I think grabbing this Griff early too, you know, likely going for a piggy bank and a wall break option. Now a lot of strategies you kind of have to reconsider. I think somebody like Barry, for example, who was more than likely probably going to show up here in some degree, maybe still could. And now you're maybe a little more deterred, right? This wall opening up makes it a little harder for Barry. Barry's gonna have to really pair up with somebody if they want to go for this, but it's such a common strategy, especially on this map. Here comes Crow again. Crow's somebody that I don't feel like is atop the leaderboards for, you know, kind of brawlers in the meta right now, but it's somebody that clearly these teams are looking for, at least the last couple maps. I don't think it's a bad beat by any means. It's kind of easy to get that poison damage pressure onto the Hot Zone in the middle, especially if the other team's just kind of crowd controlled around it.
Okay, I mean, I'm fine with it because you can use this Crow like hyper aggressively, right? Like you are no longer as invested in staying alive like you are on someone like Gem Grab. We just saw the Crow there. It was the gem carrier. The whole point was to stay out of the fight, to stay healthy, to take gems when it was safe. Now the game plan is go kill, go and blow them up. Use your slowing toxin, you know, off cooldown to slow down anybody who's trying to contest the objective, wrap around the sides, dive on people, make it really, really hard for KyOPero to get their ducks in a row, to get set up, to actually contest this point with a full team. Keep them constantly staggering.
I think you need some health points if you're on the side of Loud too, and that's more than likely what they're going to be looking for, especially with that Barry selection too. This is honestly a really interesting one. I mean, Crow kind of throws a wrench in things. I haven't seen it a lot leading up into scrims to this moment. I haven't really seen it in any of our regions, so I'm pretty excited to see how this unpacks. Gray makes a lot of sense. Also going to have a walking cane available, has the teleport, so you can get quick access to the mid. I wouldn't be surprised if they go for a more aggressive option of their own here to kind of pair with this. Frequently, you'll see that, especially when Gray comes to the map, because despite Gray having a little bit of range, he is labeled as a support brawler, and that's exactly what that teleport brings. Draco, the survivability, I think, a big reason why these two often get paired together.
Okay, you've got a team that can really now make use of that dimensional doorway that Loco will look to set up. There's nothing scary.
Okay, resist the good muffin.
Laying about him with the spear. So Ash comes in. Someone who, of course, has the damage output and slightly outranges Draco enough to be a nuisance if they fight fair. But KyOPero probably have no plans to do that.
Is it better now?
The map up either through walking cane, God forbid we use the falling piano gadget, but they also, of course,
that
have
sounds
the
interesting.
that Griff can use to open space up should they want to try and abuse a more open map. But I mean, it's in the
I
name.
have Tori maxed
This Hot Zone
out.
map is already fairly wide open anyway, so like the good mid-range brawlers, you know, in Crow, in Griff, will definitely be building some easy supers here.
Yeah, I have Tori maxed
Loud
out
got
and
a
I
lot
have
of
my
praise from us,
phone
and
maxed
rightfully
out.
so. We
So-
honestly thought it was over. Here we are with the 2-1, and the advantage long gone for Loud. The first 3 maps we've had,
Yeah,
all won
true,
3-1
Brian.
in the quarterfinals. No more. This is uncharted territory. KyOPero stealing a set, now a kill as well. Firecrow backed away here, just relying on Adino's heals, but Loco pops a gadget, survives, gets a trade, and now Derp can focus Adino. He falls. KyODog doesn't have enough in the tank with the super. That's a Griff one that shreds right through him. Excellent start for KyOPero.
So it's pretty clear to see what the plan is right now, right? Firecrow is doing the thing. Go and dive on them. Go and eliminate them. Loco has already burned through 2 of those gadget charges here, and KyOPero are only up to about 28%. So that's something to keep an eye on. Just how effective can this Draco be when there are no last stand gadgets at his disposal?
Loco with a little teleport through. The flamethrower bursting them down. KyODog can't do a thing. He does survive, but it's enough for Dritos to still maintain control. They've got a gray gadget that doesn't quite connect. That would have been a nice one to grab, because now Loud have an opportunity to retake.
The very hypercharged though gives a nice little bit of healing field here. Loco obviously has to give him another gadget charge, but it still doesn't work out. So now, finally, the Draco can't play that exact same way anymore. Still probably has the star power that gives him healing when he, you know, transforms into super form. That definitely helps with durability. But at some point, you've got to close the gap. Use the dimensional doorway here. It's going to be a jump away from Firecrow, though, as Loco comes forward. Oh, he still hits hard. even without that extra gadget for survivability.
Grand White World
But
map
Loud
is so
put
fun, you
themselves
can't
into a
flip
bit of
it.
a lead here.
Yeah,
Loco
yeah.
can regenerate again back into that dragon form, get the healing off the back of it. Adino Super is fine in terms of creating that healing zone, which is really good here. But again,
it's just saying that you are Hank.
It's been a real back and forth as well. Derp going to be able to maintain here 90% and climbing now. Has to hold on. The incoming pressure from the Ashe helpers is going to be really tough for somebody like Gray to either teleport in, but he's going to be able to hold on long enough here. So that's going to be a game going KP's way.
I don't even remember what the hypercharges are.
So we
Yes,
have seen this
Wester.
before. Didn't SK Gaming not play a really similar composition? At
Oh wait,
the
Mandy.
World Finals, right?
That's, I
They-
want to see Mandy.
I think it was like this was a Joker brainchild to use the berry here. I think to keep that sort of tank filled up, and it works pretty well. The problem is that Draco obviously he can dive in and obviously get on the enemy team. Without the gadget, he's also still a quite legitimate threat. When that last stand expires, though, he finds himself standing on like a berry ice cream field.
What's the other one? Which ones? Which ones are
Not
they?
any sort of source of damage, 1 HP.
Go
So,
on, the other ones.
it's not perfect. Now look how open the map is here. The poke is going to be very easy to lay down for Loud.
So
Yeah,
lame.
this is
I
really
thought they were
reminiscent
gonna do
of
his
what we saw
mutation
last
where he just
weekend,
like
actually.
shoots
It
up
was
stuff.
SK Gaming who ran the Berry and Draco combo, but Kyle Dog running the
Beast
Ashe
one
kind of
is
the
just
same
extra
effect, right?
beast.
We've got two teams
Thank you,
here
hey guys.
relying on support brawlers to get their aggressive brawlers into the mid, whether that's ice cream on the map or a teleport to get you there quickly. That's what they've
How you
been
doing,
doing.
hey guys?
Loud, though, just haven't given up an inch here. Kyle Pero can't find their footing. They're not getting the kills necessary, and Firecrow just going to cycle out a hypercharge here, which should kill Doritos no matter what. Even the poison without a connection there at all would have gotten that takedown. So Adino just going to keep cycling in and out. A complete change of pace here. This should be Loud having a convincing game number 2, and now putting us once again on match point.
It's much more what I thought the gameplay would look like for Loud Kitty, right? Use your crow like a blunt object and just throw him at the back line so that the other team never have like more than 2 players alive at any one time. Always be disrupting, always be diving in. Once they can open up the map and Ashe actually has some time to like line up these hits that are longer range than some other tanks, it seems like you just take too much burst damage by the time you get in there. And like for Draco, it's like, okay, I'm gonna pop my gadget, but
So,
I
Hank.
can't kill anyone because there's a bloody berry hypercharge. There's ice cream everywhere. I'm taking damage, they're getting killed. I don't really have the kill potential to even get into the back line with the gadget use.
And whether Barry's healing, giving damage to the enemies, he's charging more supers. It's this inevitable cycle that's really difficult to deal with at times. Thank goodness his range is pretty short. Otherwise, this guy could get out of hand so quickly. But I think that's a big reason why we've seen him rise to the top of the meta. It's somebody that isn't always in that must ban, but when he gets played, I oftentimes feel like he's a huge contributor to a team. Everybody still has to do their jobs. Barry's not the guy that's going to be grabbing you these kills, having 10 kills in a set, but he's certainly setting his teammates up, especially Ashe in this case, to grab those kills. So I think that's part of the influence and like you said, part of the strategy for how we craft a good Barry composition.
And of course, now we've seen the game plan from both sides of the table. A huge amount, I think, comes down to how the map gets broken up and how Loud can create that sort of ideal scenario for themselves where they're constantly getting, those ticks of, crow damage. They're getting good berry coverage because, again, it's just too much cumulatively to deal with. The poison damage you're taking, the berry fields that are kicking at your health, and of course the healing that sort of would imply. But this is a much closer game. I'm glad that we're seeing more of these Gray engagements happen now, but don't just wipe them off the map. We might be seeing an inflection point here. Loco wants to go in.
Only 58% is so capped,
Sure didn't have a chance to make use of it. Last chance here for Kyle Perry to come forward, and Loud will not be shifted, taking away that round. And, of course, the series.
That's going to be the match. Loud getting the job done. Oh, and they're never afraid to be a little animated in SA. Nothing like a good touchdown dance.
Okay, Stabby, I'm guessing
I'm here for it. I mean, again, they got pressured a little bit here by this Kyle Perry team, but this is a roster
Oh no,
that has
Muffin, the bite is broken.
no small number of trials and tribulations on their road to being the best in SA. And I think the messaging from Loud this year is going to be
Hell no.
us dominating our home
muffins.
region or being a strong team here is a given. We're thinking about now multiple times falling short internationally. 12th, 16th place finishes, like they feel like they don't want to feel like that's a thing anymore. They really want to be breaking those top.
It's
They-
true
I
that
think
Muffins
Dayton
hate
will be
me.
an absolute minimum for this
That's
region.
why it was so
they
low
want everyone around
percentage.
them to work hard to give them the best kind of practice here. We are going to see so much
Hey,
of
is
this
there a way I
Casa
can
Brawl and Loud
stream
going
on
head-to-head
mobile
this
or
year with
no?
some upstart teams around them. Hopefully they force themselves into the kind of teams that can make a
Yeah.
run.
There should be like
Hey,
a
with so
volley
much
icon.
interest in them, I'm glad to see Loud prevail here.
Oh, yeah. There's a
Kyle
icon
down
there.
there. Kyle Para still has a long season to prove everything they brought today. Really show even more of those skills, but it'll be Loud that's going on in our bracket to the grand finals. Let's check out that bracket real quick and
See, Muffin is just a hater the whole time.
It's
What is
Casa Brawl
this?
versus Olimpo squad as our next
I know
grand
it's the
final
truth.
semifinal.
I love Muffins.
Sending one of those two teams on to face Loud. A lot to look forward
1%.
to. So, Brawl Stars fans,
Oh,
grab
wait, that's
yourselves a quick
loading.
snack. We're gonna throw up some
I thought that was about to be
replays from
James.
that last match. And when we
This
come
is
back,
90%,
we're ready
that's
for
me
our
too.
second
This app is fake.
semi-final. See you there.
What? Oh, no.
Hello, Duck Duck.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Alright, Tori, I just sent you a screenshot of what mine looks like. I need help. Let's see. Oh, wait. Did you update the app? Oh, alright. Fucking knows. I think it's a new update. Unless it's...
Muffin, why are you such a hater?
Let me check on the Play Store. I updated 3 days ago. Yeah, I got on the update real quick. Good call. I thought it was supposed to auto-update this bullshit.
Is there a hate command? I don't think so, actually.
Wait, can you ship? Can you do like Okay, so you can't do that then.
No. É. Essa aí eu lembro perfeitamente.
How do we go
E
from
o
that
Adepto me
to
puxou, foi o
like
último modo
this AI is tripping,
da
bro?
última final mensal que decidia qual dos dois times ia pra final mundial. E a gente acabou ganhando, matei os dois ali com a ult. Foi perfeito esse momento, inclusive por causa dele que eu devo estar na Loud hoje em dia, então simplesmente foi cinema.
Wait, did he pull the Pearl?
É, essa é a final
I think he pulled the Pearl
mundial,
and
né?
then check.
De 2024, KCP contra Rumble. E é simplesmente a mais icônica aí, acho que da história, né? Que ficou mais famosa por causa do meme. Desse gato aí nesse modo.
No,
coitado do Juan
Muffin,
Carlos.
Muffin.
Não conseguiu fazer
It's
nada
not an
com o coitado
option.
do gato. Foi isso.
You have to keep making Muffin. Love you, Muffin.
Welcome back, Brawl Stars fans. We are at the South America Monthly
Did you
Finals.
click on this,
second
like the stream
semi-final
itself?
match, and it's going to be a banger. We've got Casa Brawl going up against Olimpo squad. Both teams brought a lot of fire in their quarterfinals, but now we're back with Uber, we're back with Arc, and we've got to get into it, gentlemen. So, about Casa Brawl, what makes you most excited about this roster, Arc?
I think for me, because it just dates back such a long way, it's hard to not get excited by this kind of synergy and consistency
Like,
in a roster.
you should be able to like
Of course,
open the
Motive
stream
and
all
Pekka
the way
Jubilee,
and click
they've got
on it.
so many monthly final wins under the belt already. Motive's got 13, Pekka's got 12. Jubilee's got 3, and despite only having 3 monthly final wins, he's still looking so strong at the moment for me. You know,
I like
just feel
muffins?
like
No,
when
you will be
have
making
this
muffins.
As your opposition,
You will be
it's
making muffins,
impossible to
muffin.
not be just so utterly scared by it. You know, I think they've got a really sort of chance here of getting another sweep.
Okay.
Well, Olimpo squad's no slouch. They already busted through that quarterfinal match in a way that not everyone was expecting. Now, Uber, as they're sizing up here, what do you think they need to bring to the table in order to pose
Your
enough
mute
of a threat
button
to
is
break
missing.
Casa
What
Brawl?
the hell?
Yeah, look, I do think first and foremost it's going to come down to the draft.
It's
I
gone.
really want to see, you know, either a sufficient value being put, you know, on Juju, or just ban it out. Like, you know, allow another brawler to get through. We're at the point in the game now where you can't ban out all the strong brawlers. Like on
Yeah, hater
any
after
it's quite
all.
possible, but you have
You're
to
still
have
my
a plan
basement though,
to
Muffin,
integrate
so you don't have a
everything or
choice.
to eliminate it, right? And you have to understand
You were
what that means
today.
for what
You're
we're
in the
putting
basement
through the
too.
ban phase, because there are a lot of brawlers that are attracting bans with like remarkable sort of frequency. So that's a calculation you really need to make. And obviously this pick and ban phase is an addition that's only been in the Brawl World for like a couple of years.
Yeah,
like,
your
there
mute
are some
button is
regions
just
that are
missing for
notoriously
some reason.
for it. I will use like, APAC as an example. They've really preferred to just play the styles that they've loved. And we've even seen like literal South American coaches imported over to APAC to help them with their draft. So this is a region that, it's in their DNA at least to have a pretty good sense of how to play, the macro side of Brawl Stars, the strategic elements like pick and ban. So I would
Threatening
like to see
you?
us
I'm not
actually
threatening you. What do you mean?
any team that has a chance, a hope of taking them out on.
It's just a promise.
Well, we've got our maps and our game modes,
Maybe two?
and
That's
Limbo,
okay.
they were pretty straightforward about how they wanted to run their picks at least. They're going to go for the strongest that's left available. Oftentimes it's been Juju for them, which they've used to great effect. But I do wonder, is there more to it than that than they're not telling us? Or is it really that simple when you're just trying to make things work together?
See, the promise made you love me more.
They were very fortunate to have the opposition they did have in the quarterfinals, and this is not that opposition. Custom Brawl is a team that I've got down to win the whole day, and if they don't, then I'm sure they'll have an absolute banger of a grand finals, in my opinion, versus Loud. I think they're going to have to play out all the stops, and it's going to extend far beyond just kind of ensuring that the Juju's
all I had to
band
do
are
was
not left
make
open this
you
time
aware
round.
that you're still
They're
gonna
going to
be
have to
my
work it
basement
out
nothing.
because
You let
Custom
me
Brawl,
know.
I don't think even got nearly warmed up in that quarterfinal stages. They looked so confident in themselves, and have yet to be tested. I don't think they're going to go easy
Honestly, I'm
whatsoever.
surprised Kenan is
Now
so
let's check
high
out
now
our
because he
predictions from a
always
little
just
bit
says hi
earlier
and
and
bye.
see. Oh yeah, it's
That's
a lot of
cool.
Castle
Says me.
Brawl. Uber, did you see it going any other way as far as caster predictions?
No, I mean, not in
Okay,
this kind
can you
of
mute me
matchup.
now?
I mean,
I don't wanna
Olympus
hear
might
my
have a
voice.
couple players that have been around for a little while, like how I think was on like that Renegados team back in 2023 here, but this is not a team that like you are putting in the top two of this
Anything
region
lower than
at all.
100% is
You gotta
cap.
understand, like last year, there were no outsiders that managed to win a monthly title, not once. There wasn't even like an off chance, a random, a team that goes on a run on one particular month. It was SSG or for esports. And this region, I think, has remained quite top heavy, I think. And I hope to see the gap close a little bit this year. I think so far what we've seen in our quarterfinals and semis has shown that gap is closing somewhat, but I don't know if we're quite there. I think 24%
no
is
cap
generous
finish.
for this Olimpo squad here because Casa Brawl, I would say, looked far less volatile than Loud in their first match. I also think they got the most one-sided matchup in Casa Brawl against a team that were definitely not prepared to sort of meet them where their strengths are. So let's see if Olimpo
he's
squad
not the only one
show a
doing
little bit
stuff.
of that pluckiness that an upstart team needs to demand respect from a titan like Casa
Elevate.
Brawl.
Yeah, because for me, the team that kind of deserved to be probably in this spot more so would probably be Nguyen Segura from the quarterfinal stages that lost to Loud, at that fifth and final set stage. I think that if we'd seen that team versus Olympus Squad, then Olympus Squad probably still would have come short there. But again, it is a fresh slate. Let's give them a chance. Let's see what they can bring to the table, and I would love to see an upset. I said from the very beginning of today's show, I want to see another team rise to the plate. Give us something of at least a three-way battle for top, rather than just that kind of same old style of the former Foot Esports, former SSG roster, now Custom Brawl and Loud. Bands are in,
Radio
two stars. I mean,
James.
Bell,
He just
the
says
RT,
hi and
the
bye.
Gene to the Tick, the Andrew, and the Gene of Olympus Squad. That means Juju's left wide open, but I'll be honest, I did quite enjoy seeing that Brock counter concept idea placed off in the last series, but I don't know whether it would necessarily work every single time. Customer got the first pick, and they're not even going to go for it either. Melody is the flavor. It's one of those maps where I don't mind necessarily avoiding Juju as a first pick brawler, but the map is very catered for it also. But we've seen today already with that Brock pick that can be undermined.
I think that honestly, there's no consensus about what the ideal hard dive brawler is against these Juju comps. This could be Casa Brawl just having the express assumption that we're giving up Juju. We're going to start picking brawlers that look to try and dive in. It's a problem though when you see the Gus here. The Olimpo squad has said, okay, if you want to try and dive us, now you need to deal with, the threat of, your dive target getting shielded and knocking you back, and potentially turning that fight on its head entirely. This is, quite similar to a comp that we actually saw on Out
Wait, in my chat, James?
earlier on in the day that did actually end up getting rounded out by the Juju. Casa Brawl here might now be incentivized to go for at least a very long-range brawler. Bell's
What's
up
up
the
with all the
potatoes here
melodies
because
and
he's
Shooting
locking down
Star?
the
I don't
side
get
lane
it.
on Shooting Star by using those traps, and I think Pack is a very reasonable response here because you've got very good mid-range damage on the Olimpo squad team, and Casa Brawl can't be sure they're going to
Charles is
go for Juju
Charles.
themselves.
Yeah, and it's not even just that with regards to the Gus pick. It's
He's an
saying,
OG.
okay, well, you want to go with the Melody strat? Let's see how that fares without the Gus pick that you wanted to combine with it. We're going to take it off the table, and, you know, that's, I think, why Castle Brawl now kind of rethinking a little bit what they can do with this Melody. It's going to have to be much more considerate around the timings of
Yeah,
those dives.
he used to
and
always be
Piper
here.
just has a bit
That's
more
what I was
control,
talking about
a bit more
earlier.
space to
Actually, I don't know if
makes
you heard me
sense
because you said you were
in
taking
the current
calls earlier.
standings. When you haven't got the Gus
But
pairing, I think
he
having
used
survivability
to be my number one
because
chatter.
Dries
I think he
calls
might
that
still be
Melody is
number
probably
one.
the best way to go. You know, it's definitely going to be tough for now the Piper.
You
into
stopped
that
really
early
watching
pick.
Twitch
I think
and
that was definitely
really
an
playing
option
Brawl
for Castle
Stars
Brawl.
like half a
And
year ago.
Again, that return to send the gadget to be able to, you know, emit back some of the damage that you're about to receive. Gonna be quite a strong
Rarely,
ability against
like,
that Piper
might
pick.
say
So
hi to him
trying to
on
whittle
Discord
that
every
down
now and
early
then.
on to give that Nanny little of a response, it's going to be very much on their minds now. But I think, in all fairness, not a terrible way to draft by Olympus Squad there. Certainly better than what I've seen from them so far today and some of their choices and some of their pairings and ideas. It's about making what they've got work in the balance.
No,
of,
he doesn't really
do they
care
want
about Brawl
this comp,
Stars anymore.
or
He's
are they
been
just trying to
busy
take away some of
with
the
life.
ideas that certainly Castle Brawl were looking to implement.
On paper, I really like the draft from Olympus Squad. I actually think it's better. The reactive pick of the Gus, like you mentioned, to deny the Melody strat was really nice. Cower there, yeah, it gets drawn forward into the line of fire by Motep. But this Star Exchange doesn't mean a Blue Star goes to Olympus Squad. Castle Brawl got what they wanted.
Yeah.
They do have a star lead in this game. And obviously we know
Carlos
that is
graduated
the
last
answer
year.
here to the Piper. So much so that Wesley is rotating to the other side of the map here to play up against Motep, who needs to respect what the gadget can mean. So Motep is constantly trying to opt out of this matchup when they possibly can now, shifting to mid in order to
W.
try and fight against Firecrow and Cower respectively.
Motep, oh, nice gadget there, but the shield quickly established onto the Gus, and that should keep Cower alive. The concern, of course, is the fact that if Lola can get the ego, then it's going to be tough for Motep to really tap into that, and especially when you're on the back foot and the spawn side, certainly not an easy way to go about it. Follow up with the gadget there, Motep would have been able to get the kill
yeah.
for it. Now Peep coming
They're
in,
alright.
circling around looking for Jubileer, but not going to find anything except the wall, not the connection at all that Olympus was looking for.
I've had that before.
They
It's
can't do
so
too
good.
much right now in this corner. They might be hoping for like an end game state where Olympus Squad have to go a little more aggressive than they otherwise have. Motep is critical here. They're the one that keeps Ice Crow at bay. They're the one that keep Cower from just rounding the corner and, you know, diving on top of Jubilee with a super available. So this Piper is the linchpin to the game plan for Castle Brawl. Olympus Squad need to come forward, and Ice Crow is trying to do just that. Notice that the ego is placed just in front of them to block any oncoming shots, but Cower caught out in the middle of the
I
map.
kinda wanna say
Pekka was
blue
ready
'cause
for
I like
Ice Crow
playing
should they
Piper
look
here.
to die, but
But
that
I
was
don't
a
really like
critical
Melody that
loss there for Olympus Squad. Now they have to pick up Jubilee or two members of Castle Brawl to win.
Yeah.
Nice from Pekka there. Look at that, just making some space and getting the kills, most importantly for it. And now, what
Right.
realistically can Wesley do? Nothing at all in that scenario. Pekka just rubbing salt into the wound there, going on the aggressive. But what a great start for Castle Brawl there.
Welcome back, Pekka.
Very, very confident and a massive lead. Not really any opportunity for Olympus Squad to turn things around, even towards the final moments, really. Look pretty calm, pretty composed in that spawn side area.
Yeah.
And seemed to have them exactly where they wanted them.
I think, and the only way they did have them where they wanted them is because in that weird exchange at the start of the round, while Castle Brawl lost the blue star, they got a star lead. So they forced Olympo to be aggressors, which is obviously where they're weaker. Pekka doesn't even need to use a gadget there, which is huge, and they can dive on Firecrow now and make good use of those remaining music notes. This has gone much more to plan for Castle Brawl, that they are actually getting this Melody in the middle of the map, and people are not respecting her. Ice Crow is hanging around so close.
Good night,
So they lose the
Muffin.
blue star
Appreciate bringing it
to
up with me.
Pekka, as we know, notorious for up close and personal brawlers, really in your face aggression is where he feels most at home. So no surprises to see him really championing the stars here as the people coming round. Tip jumps, he's
Oh,
going
even
to
yet?
land.
Oh.
Meanwhile, the people will find Jubileer. He doesn't have that luxury. Goes down himself. Still a star lead for Castle
Be
Brawl.
back? Okay.
Still the back lines as well, but nonetheless, a lead is a lead, and certainly on a map like Shooting Star, it kind of favors a comp like this to have your opposition be coming towards your way, but now the people coming around again. Oh, Jubileer just surviving yet again.
Yeah, that was important. Of course, you want to make sure that the Nani is not able to one-hit you in situations like that. Wesley getting a lot of value off those resources. So Motep's actually been switched to the side lane here just to punish Firecrow for doing this. I love this little adaptation. Over the top, big damage there, but it ends up being a trade, one that actually favors Olympus Squad. But Blue Star went to Casa Brawler in that exchange, or rather was held by them after that first little encounter. So P.E.K.K.A will be topped up here, and that Pete doesn't end up putting any real pressure down on the Melody. Kawa needs to respect this. They don't have a super just yet, and they eat one from Jubileo, getting blown to smithereens.
Nice little gadget there, gotta say, on Byron getting a double
Alright,
connection.
P.E.K.K.A.'s cooking.
But P.E.K.K.A.'s the man of the moment, going in and getting 6 stars above his head. And that's a substantial lead now in favor of Casa Brawl. And it seems they're not done yet. P.E.K.K.A going in again, finding Cal. Again, 7 stars now. The man's going absolutely crazy in this series thus far. That'll be the set going the way then. Casa Brawl.
Again.
I mean, we only get a couple of glimpses of it, but you'll see enough Brawl here to piece things together pretty well. Once the Melody builds up those 3 music nodes and is continuously cycling her super, which she does with incredible ease, the game is virtually over. That hypercharge basically makes her unkillable and a very fearsome damage threat. And here's the problem. They bring Gus in, but Kawa is constantly using the super just to stay alive. They're taking too much poke damage from Casa Brawl's side laners and end up having to super themselves and walk away, which opens up the map entirely for someone like Jubileo. Like a moment like that, Kawa's getting caught in those
Butterfly.
time and time again. They are outranged by the Byron and Piper combination and find themselves in these awkward spots that tends to have them picked off, and giving 2 free stars over to Casa Brawl means that you are then locked in the role of the attacker for the rest of the round, which can cause you to make more of those positioning errors, more of those overextensions that end up losing you the game.
Time and time again, we just saw Cal and Icebreaker absolutely stuck in that match, not able to get any kills on the board for either of them. And I just have to wonder, what can they pick up here? I mean, we talked about the draft, how that much is a factor, but do you feel like there's a communication or a rotation that they could change a little bit, Arc, that would allow them maybe in these new game modes to fight back a little stronger against Casa Brawl here?
I think for me, the main concern in that first set was the fact that just Olympus Squad just are not playing the objective. A bounty, kills matter, and when 2 of your squad haven't got any, that's going to go against you. I mean, it really was credit to the Downey player that they actually got anything on the board, really, in that regard. So, for Heist, certainly, I think for every mode that is to come, they've got to start to really favor that objective, value that objective, and find some synergy. Because, again, like I said, coming into this matchup, Casa Brawl,
Welcome back.
they haven't skipped a beat. They've looked really calm, super collected.
How did you talk about mission gun?
This entire year so far.
I got my
prize
prize.
as well, because in the qualifying
Let's
stages, they
go.
swept every single matchup. They also faced Olympus Squad in the qualifying stages, and guess what the result was? It was a sweep. So,
That's
that's
try.
my big reservation here in this matchup.
Oh, look at that.
As history would have it, Olympus Squad have got to demonstrate that
It's
they are
making me
able to
hungry.
turn the tides here,
Me too.
and they haven't so far. Going into our second set then, it won't be Bounty, it'll be the Heist Survivor that we just saw previously. And the bands already in are the Berry, the Colette, and the Daryl, the Juju, the Melody, and the
First time the
Chuck.
bitch is gaming
So,
nacho
just
cheese,
found out
bro.
by Olympus Squad. I think it's a pretty wise choice. Andre being the first pick. Like
I think the last time I got the prize, I got like the
susceptibilities, I would say, on
Chipotle
defense,
sauce or whatever.
but in the hands of them is the dangerous pick nonetheless.
And my advice to Olympo Squad here, something I would have mentioned at the end of the last game, is if you were going to steal a brawler from
Fair.
Casa Brawl and interrupt their
Do you have a
conversation,
Chick-fil-A near
have
you?
a plan for it. Find a way to go use that brawler. Don't just
There is
pick it in order
there's
to
a
deny
Five
it
Guys
from your
nearby and
opponents.
Wendy's.
Use it in a way that actually
Oh, I see, I
you know,
see.
can push your win position and game plan forward. Want to see a conversation that makes a ton of sense in concert with each other. And here is the appearance of the Lily. I mean, I love Lily. Rare to see her, but of course, using the gadget.
Lily,
into the Shadow
third
Realm
pick?
and popping up in an unexpected location is really important. This is a brawler that just wants to dive and assassinate these squishy targets.
We've seen it banned actually already today on this very place, and I just don't know whether it's as good as it was last year.
They're gonna pick
We saw a
Tanky
bit more
now.
play
They
rates
might
for it, a bit more
go-
win rates
wait,
for
safe
it,
zone.
but I just feel like it's a bit of a poor man's replacement for Chuck
Wait,
in the
wait.
current meta. I love what Casa Brawl are looking for here with the 8-bit.
They gotta let us pick something that can dive. They might go like Kenji
It
here.
really puts you in a tough spot in defense. And what's Lily going to do on defense in this particular instance? Her idea is to
sound
go
great, it
really
doesn't.
aggressive. the Brock to open up the map.
They gotta pick something that can go in. Maybe Bull.
To warrant it not being picked by Casabrawl, and I'm with them in that regard as well. I think if they want
The kid. I'm so good at this game.
much more daring, in my opinion, but certainly a Brawl which is going to make them think twice on that defensive. The Kenji's job is basically just to dive in, allow the 8-bit to get behind the swing of action, and really.
Bro, literally called the Kenji. Oh my god, I should be a drafter. This make me coach Duck.
Defensiveness of what Olympus Squad can bring to the table. One thing's for sure, they cannot let this 8-bit touch the safe. One simple pop of the cheap cartridge
All luck, no skill. I don't really like the Eve pick here, to be honest. I mean, it kind of makes sense, but not really. I don't like it into Kenji.
This team is also fairly good defensively, right? Fighting in and amongst the safe itself. Obviously, Kenji, not quite nearly as powerful as he was in the past. He used to obviously prevent 90% of the damage he took from the first attack, within a certain window. That's now down to 60. He's still pretty good, though, at shrugging off a lot of that poke damage and has mobility that makes him pretty terrifying to deal with. Also, pretty favorable matchup against Lily in many cases, given that Lily can only store 2 attacks, and then she needs to sort of reload those. So we'll see it play out here, of course, in just a moment as Icecrow is already into the middle of the battlefield. And yep, they will just be headed to the Shadow Realm to address the turret. And there isn't a real answer here for Casabrawl, so they might in fact just look to take a base race here, so to speak, while Firecrow, with a pretty low fire rate, goes to work on the turret. This might work, considering
that's a lot of DPS, holy.
Casabrawl elsewhere.
Yeah, I don't think Casabrawl are going to be too dismayed. I think that the approach of just going on the aggressive is the right one.
Yeah, you can't really leave Lily on a safe by herself, to be honest.
Absolutely so, but I think it's worth the risk in that regard. They are behind, however, and this might not go the way unless they start to really batten down the hatches in this defensive position.
Holy leg spike.
Going back into the realm, getting behind.
This is actually worse than my and my iPad.
15% left. Casabrawl, believe it or not, can still bring this one back. Once these Lily gadgets get exacerbated, that's where things might turn the tide, and Icecrow's got at least 1 left.
The problem is that there's a
lower than expected, muffin. Should be 100%.
Just dealing with so many uses of this. I think the round is going to be over here. Yeah, Casabrawl. Now, have to figure out to have an answer. This is about as close to cheese as you see in Brawl, where you run it down. But again, one way of responding to this is just base race. Instead say, okay, well, we are going to now try and win this 3 versus 2 on your side of the map and then damage the safe. They just need to win that. So Pekka needs to stay healthy and really get into that back line and realize that there's no point in trying to match this Lily, because on her own, she doesn't race well.
The bot is broken.
DPS in general, but Casa wants to fight her. They want to peel her off the safe here. They only lose 11%, but now they need to turn this map control into some safe damage, and quick.
Yeah, as convincing as that last game was in favor of Olympus Squad, trust me, like, if Casabrawl gets set up, the problem was they went down. They didn't get set up to begin with, but once they can get on the safe, it can be just equally as aggressive from their side. And
yes, I would, muffin. Exactly.
That 8-bit can make those connections, and if Pekka can get forwards, it's Icecrow who's playing a fantastic game so
Virus
far.
8-bit is the best 8-bit game.
Some takedowns along the way, and reserving those gadgets just to make sure that he's got the right timings for his team to help hand the damage needed. Nice jump from Cal on the left-hand side, but again, back into the realm.
Bias? It's not bias. What do you mean? It's legit.
Up some damage, but not really landing the shots that he needs to on the
sometimes the bot breaks.
Absolutely rubbing Soy in the
and
wound.
if it's 100%, that means it's working right.
And you could see that Casa were aware at that point that there's a good chance that like Lily can kill us both here. There isn't a great answer.
No, it's just the AI thing. It's it's not even AI. It's just like a chance picker between 0 and 100.
It's talking about how Stabby has Riz.
We don't talk about that, okay?
Use Cordelius against her. There are some brawls that can counter her, but Casabrawl don't
it may or may not be true.
An answer to this. So they're just straight up going to lose the set because they just got beaten in the pick and ban.
It's just such a waste, you know? That's the thing I don't understand.
What does that even mean?
That everyone should now be like just absolutely running and expecting the results that they were achieving on the side of Olympus Squad. That was just all Casa Brawl just being so lazy with it, honestly. You know, you can't just ignore it to that extent, and if it's on your safe, you've got to be there to defend against it and take care of it pretty sharpish. You know, it's a tough thing with Angelo, you know, for sure, to land the shots that you've got to have. That's the job of your Angelo choice. You know, you've got to hit those shots, land it, and take care of business. But, I mean, that was sloppy, honestly.
Yeah, I had asked you guys, what do they have to do here, Olimpo Squad, to pick up the win? And I'm not sure what it was. Point the other direction and say, hey, look over there, while they went and cleared up those 2 saves? Or was it that Lily there that really was so tough for them to deal with? How do you think they could have
Make
snapped
them
back?
laugh, y'all have
Were in
attention.
Casa Brawl
True,
1
Muffin.
Yeah, so again, Casa Brawl should have won their 3v2 and basically put themselves in a situation where they're racing against the Lily, but they have to win that fight on the other side of the map. And Angelo's not really good at being that aggressive brawler. He's like good at operating mid-range and being really hard to shift and getting like this damage over time. But when you all of a sudden need to go and like get his kills and run at the enemy, it's awful. So it wasn't... the Casa Brawl comp for like base racing was
Oh no.
it just hard loses.
See, me personally, it's 100%.
It wasn't enough. So, well, they're gonna have to take the L there. That one is going to sting, but you know they're gonna be more.
All right.
Is the game type where you can get those stinky little strategies in there that people can struggle to play around. Here on a map like Dueling Beetles, the gameplay is a bit more fundamental. It is
I haven't had
literally,
Taco Bell
to
in like
get
a month.
local advantage, play supremacy, just push people off the point, a little more
No
straightforward.
Juju ban, by the way. Like, I don't know what's going on. No Juju ban.
People are daring each other, I feel,
I don't get it.
to subdue it. I think Casa Brawl are probably saying, okay, well, yeah, we either sort of get her for pick and ban and abuse her, or we try and like run
Surely.
into her, which is pretty strong, right? And then
Oh,
we have a situation
Juju
where
first
people, like,
pick.
try and take Gas to, you know,
Barry's
try and
open.
shield set up or whatever. Gas
And
actually
Gray
on
is
this map,
open.
Super reasonable, honestly. Like,
Broken.
a very good pick here.
It
put
is
in the
broken
side
because I
lane,
haven't
good
seen
enough,
100%
really strong,
between me and you,
securing these
Muffin.
kills, and then obviously the durability from
99%. Oh my.
it's not a counter to Juju interact, in that kind of way, but okay, Barry comes out here. We've seen obviously.
What is this, Muffin?
Barry Draco,
Muffin, what is
and that
this? Why did
exactly
you only
what
get
Joker
like
lost in.
50%?
I blame Joker for this. This is SK Gaming started doing this ridiculous.
Muffin
strat,
secretly hates me.
It's definitely caught on.
It's not invincible though. It's certainly very daunting. Don't get me wrong. I mean, Barry 100% needs a nerf. I mean, there's no denying that. It's
Nah,
it's
I would
pretty
never
good.
hate
The
you,
hyper charge
Muffin.
has really elevated it as well to another place, which I didn't think was
I would
even
never
possible.
hate Muffin.
Certainly with Draco as well, the last stand gadget allowing you to survive on that 1 HP for a decent amount of time. Poco Frank probably going to come in now for Casa Brawl, which is probably my best kind of response I would have.
Yep.
Especially, yeah, and you got the Juju in your front as well, so you haven't got to worry about the Juju into the Frank. It's probably the best response they can hope for on that side of things. And if they
I
can
see,
just
last pick.
stagger out some of
They
the
could go
spawns,
double tank.
win
They could
some
go
of the
primo
trades,
here.
The hypercharge and the Frank really
Or they go
quite crucial here, and also the timing of the Frank smash against the Draco. Because
I better present for what, Muffin? What did I do?
The hammer swings, and then slam it down at just the right time. We saw actually a
The
great
Mortis,
shot,
fair
Team
enough.
was really paying attention to that Mortis. I mean, definitely a very tough thing for Frank to really play into, to really kind of like decide what side the Mortis is going to be when you try to land the hammer, is making it problematic for sure. And Mortis can cycle to the back of the Frank, so I quite like it. Without these hills coming in for Casa Brawl and winning the objective, more often than not in that mid, trying to stagger out the spawns, and I think it's better of the comp. If this Mortis pops
No.
the thing is,
Whenever you ask me to play, I literally log on for you. Except when I'm sleeping. I was sleeping when you texted me. I was sleeping.
And all of a sudden, the spotlight.
I was sleeping. I was not going to see a text.
It's a matter of these like tank and healer combinations, and which of them is expected to be better. Maestro has the problem that between Motep and Pekka, he can just get blown up very quickly.
Oh my.
Motep there with the capo healing isn't able to keep Frank alive. So Olimpo Squad here with this comp, they kind of use Ice Crow to soak up some resources from Casa Brawl, who don't have enough left to actually.
Oh
deal with
nah.
the
Ice
real
Crow is
threats
not
of
him
the
with a
objective.
Mortis.
100% agree. And the Juju's going to play pretty well though in to the Draco for the most
Literally.
part. Mortis
Just
certainly
because what, my friend?
playing too much as a team, struggling again as a result of this last stand gadget, which is by far the most
Wow.
mental things for the Draco. Pekka now just blowing the whole
This
map
is very
open there,
interesting gameplay we got going on here.
nowhere to hide in their own spawn side of the bush. And a hill coming from Motep. Look at the scoreline.
You know, those red bars look very captivating.
So pretty good on both sides there. Good start from Pekka. Good follow-up gadget as well. They're keeping the pressure on. Hypercharge yet again for him. Available heal from Motep. But again, gonna lose out now. Positioning power on the zone from Fire.
Hey, Raceman.
It's taken care of by the Judy. That's
I treat you well
fantastic work by
though, my
Castle.
friend.
Yeah, that is pretty absurd, actually. It looked like the Mortis was going to do them in big time. And you can see what the plan is, right? Motep heals Pekka and tries to help him survive that last stand window. Now, though, Cow has no game into this. There's no gadgets left, and the game is over. Limpo Squad only gets 54%.
It's good going away. Early on both of these two comps. Some advantages, some disadvantages that can be exploited. And
I think I love because you really don't resent me, my
I
fan.
think just a couple of key interactions there where Casper were able to stay remaining on the zone, heal up accordingly, and let's see if Ice can really start to pop off more with this Mortis, get a hypercharge, get a team wipe for his team, and you do kind of need that really to bring home some goods. Well, the Draco certainly to become more of a nuisance. Very healed. I think this could turn the Casper playing it to perfection so far.
The Cow just used an entire clip, like basically his entire Dragon transformation to try and deal with Grigori alone. So that's a pretty good sign. I think if you're Casper Brawl, Wesley there doesn't really know where to put themselves after that.
I never want to see him pick Mortis again after this gameplay. This is terrible.
Pekka's going to stand in the bushes here, maybe even go for a hyper charge super. That Casper Brawl would, of course, invariably walk into. When you're stunned, you cannot hit with gadgets. So Cow here, Dragon form comes in, Pekka aggressive. Here's that hyper charge super. No one connected though onto Bayern as Flycrow is able to get clear. Cow eventually is going to fall here, but not before Frank is brought down. Finally, Limpo Squad gets something done, but Motep has stalled out a long time and gotten Casper Brawl to 70.
It's broken? Yeah, because not 100%. Okay, he's actually doing stuff now. Good, good.
And that's much better from Limpo Squad, but they're just struggling to hold firm on the zone. They've got to get this Holcomb working. The hypercharge now for the berry.
Yeah.
Bring that in. Allow it to
Let's keep that
happen.
99%.
They've got to eradicate Pekka immediately, quickly. And again, it's too slow. It's got to be much faster to make this work. And as a result, they're going to throw the set, and Casper will surely take this. But there was nothing wrong with this draft, in my
If
opinion.
you get 100%, that means you just stay in my basement forever.
Implementation, and that was just all on the side of Casper Brawl over Limpo Squad.
You're not allowed to leave.
I did love it. I think towards the end of that map, you definitely saw those Draco gadgets getting forced in some less than ideal situations. And like you said, as good as the Mortis is, you know, the whole counterplay strategy against Frank, which is, you know, dodging through him or slashing through him while he's trying to hit you, doesn't really work with his hypercharge super because Frank stuns all around him. So it actually doesn't matter where the Mortis is relative to the Frank. They are going to get stunned unless they get away from him, which is obviously not where that Mortis wants to be. It was fun to see.
Overwork you again? I would never overwork you. What do you mean?
A bit of a treat for us now. You can see just why that comp is so feared, so terrifying.
So late on the heels from Wesley there. You can see in the replay as well. Just every time, just coming up short. And Barry's got so much potential, the survivability on the map, and just nothing of that shone through.
It looks like that last set of heists really woke them up.
Yeah,
If
they should have
like
went
they were slacking at
3-0.
all, which was not really.
Their Mortis
That
did not
was
cook.
A clean performance there on Hot Zone.
You know, every day? Nah.
Did you get everything you wished for there?
No. You're allowed to take breaks.
I don't think there's like a great option with dealing with the Frank. You can play Colette into it to do % health damage, but the healing from Poco makes that pretty useless unless you're using like a push and star power. I don't know, like, you know, this is the problem with, like, you know, full committing to a particular comp and, you know, maybe not leaving some room to be flexible and be responsive. So, look, I think that was really just, you know, thumbs up for Casper Brawl there. I'm pretty happy with what I saw. It was a great answer. And Limpo Squad's comp was fine. Like I said, a couple of execution, you know, tweaks, and they win that set. So that's kind of, to me, what separates these two teams and why we justifiably all had Casper Brawl slated to win this one. But Mark, we're off the Hard Rock Mine here. We've had the Surge Kit, Rico Band, the Melody, the Lily, and the Nita taken away.
Wait, what did I say, Muffin?
Interesting. I don't agree with it,
Oh, yeah.
but I think your analysis there there is absolutely spot on.
Added
I
bot
don't
Rex
mind
like a
the
couple
draft
months
from
ago.
Olympus Squad here. It's all about the technique that is where they're struggling to match. And
Jimmy again, that's because of watch time.
a massive divide.
It's because the love is
I think
100%.
That's fair to say. Is what we've come to expect really for this matchup so far. Olympus Squad though, if they get this draft right, could
I mean,
take
you
5
name
steps.
changed like years
By
ago,
which
didn't you?
time it would put additional pressure on custom rule, but the Juju left open first pick. I mean,
Oh,
the Green
yeah,
Rays
I don't
are
know
gonna be
why
able
it
to
wouldn't
see
show
through
any
throughout those
watch
fishy
time.
areas on this particular map. So I
Nah,
think it
what
really
is
one of those
this?
borders where you do kind of have to ban
Nah,
it.
nah, nah, nah.
You know, I'm kind of curious why custom rule are banning the Lily. Obviously, they're just concerned slightly for maybe the Juju or something along those lines to be more susceptible.
Oh, the
to,
watch time is
the
still
destination
there,
attempt,
but I mean the follow age
again,
is still there, but not the
nonetheless, I
watch
think that
time.
that's the best starting hand.
That's
you can
weird.
really hope for. Janet gonna join the equation here from Olympus Squad. Again, decent bans so far. Stu as
Nah,
well. Always
Muffin
gonna be an aggressive
is
side lane
broken.
to have. Don't think the kit wasn't necessarily.
Oh, see Tori. Yeah, he can't even hear me.
But the pick so far looking pretty decent.
Yeah, like I understand the Surge and Rico bans.
Are you saying he loves me 101%, Muffin?
I mean, if you're not going to ban Juju, you're going to have a good plan against her. And I don't necessarily think Olympus Squad's draft so far has anything that strictly answers her. You get easy speed zones here, or you can use breakthrough, of course, on the Stu to open that map up a little bit. And Janet is a really safe, really effective gem carrier.
No, what do you mean no? Because you're 100%. If he loves me more, that means he's 101%.
Extreme range that Juju has, and now you need to find a brawler that can actually challenge P.E.K.K.A in a straight up fight, because he's going to take a side lane and he's going to drag race down it, beeline for you, and beat your head in if you don't have
102%. I guess that could also be the case.
Or another really oppressive side lane and let the Juju just sort of be your mid.
Oh, but that means you admit you love me
Like us here,
100%.
He definitely can run into your face. He can really set up the Ashe to run deep into the enemy team. And not
So I
worry
will
about
take it.
any sort of reprisal. And this last pick, for the most important pick of Olympus' whole tournament, how do they stay alive in this series? What is the
I like
ball that
Casa
gives them an
Bros
edge here
comp here.
against an
What did they
Ashe
last
that
pick?
is going to be moving in very quickly,
Lou.
and it's going to be shielded. Lou to try and stop him in his tracks. Fair
I'll go
enough.
back
I mean,
Tori.
the guy's utility is incredible, but what he has in utility, he sometimes lacks in raw firepower.
Not a bad
Huh?
response to the Ashe, but in terms of gem carrier, I'd imagine then for Olympus Squad, which isn't really the kind of gem carrier that I would be thinking about first and foremost. Kind of realistically for me, I think that Casper have got a fantastic mid in the Gus. I think that 8-bit, Gene, they're both kind of options. Janet is going to be, let's say, pair of hands and taking the gems to the skies. For sure, I get that. Stu could be a bit here as well. They're saying that for Olympus Squad. Either way, I just think the draft from Casper here is pretty much unbeatable. I mean, especially in their hands. It's kind of hard to see where you can realistically go wrong with this. Certainly, if Cal can really focus on P.E.K.K.A, shut him down time and time again, and have a hypercharge in the back pocket for that immediate start.
Oh no, 3%.
If P.E.K.K.A gets in his back lines and locks himself in, then it's going to be very, very hard to retake on this map.
All right, let's see. Motep obviously, obviously a great pair of hands to have in the middle part of the map, even potentially more so than the Janet, who can again, use that drop the beat gadget to block incoming damage. Can't do that forever though, as Lou is pretty scared about the Ashe pushing this side lane. That's definitely going to be an uncomfortable situation.
I think it is Muffin. I think it's 0 through 100.
We're just getting that for free now? That's crazy. Damn, bro, don't worry about your star powers on the event site. We're really getting treated here, my goodness. Okay, so 7 Jeffs here for Motep, and again, collapsing this right lane means Casa Ball get extreme map control, because also no one can get close enough to Jubileo to shake them free of this really annoying position.
81%.
I'm pretty unconvinced of
Close
the
enough, I
amazing
guess,
gadgets on the
Muffin.
Janet side, as I'm speaking of which, Wesley falls and leaves 4 gems into the mid here. Nice shielding there from Motep, and that's going to cause the knockback and open up some space. They kill in the middle as well, and gems safely in the pocket of Motep. I just don't know what I'm kind of seeing on the side of Olympus Squad.
Okay.
Some really questionable ideas, and
You have
they're not
fun
even going on the
walking
aggressive
around.
realistically here to try to retake the gems. I don't know what they're waiting for. Like,
Wow, they
they've got
getting
no
stomped. Holy.
No one kills the Ashe. I mean, P.E.K.K.A just does squad. Sorry, it's just ridiculous. I mean, you guys are trying to fight against an Ashe with
Was that grand finals or was that semifinals?
Land these shots, charge up some supers, but Lou really wants to help, I think, control the middle part of the map. And Janet, It's great when she takes this, guys. Wow, it's exciting. She's got a jet booster. Well, she's got no jet. What is the plan? She doesn't do a lot of damage. The idea is that she can do it for safety's sake. She can do it to get information. She can do it to, get some damage on someone who's low. But if none of those situations are set up and Olimpo Squad are playing from behind, then at best you have a decent mid-range, mid-brawler that can pick
Trying to
up
go
some
to
gems,
sleep.
get map
That's a
control,
good
which is
idea, Muffin. It's pretty late for
not
you.
often.
There's 3 lanes to the map.
Appreciate for
I just
hanging
don't
up
know why
with
they
me.
weren't going on the aggressive. Like, there was
You
no
know,
reason
you're
to
not
I mean,
annoying.
the game was effectively already lost. They just kind of seemed to almost just let it slide and just admit defeat, which is a really, really odd way to go about it. Certainly, at least give it a go. Body block there from the gadget, but didn't do too much. Wesley Still's pretty low for it, and yeah, I guess
My monitor just tipped over. There's a port woman
uncertain
though.
as to where to go. They're feeding along the way as well, which didn't help. And
I gotta
just,
pick
like,
that up.
I guess waiting for Casabral to make the first move, which is just not the way to play this at all. Just very, very odd playstyle. I think that they themselves don't know what to do with this.
And Motep can take the enemy side gems if they pop super on themselves and sort of go for it. Or they can try and bait the Melody into the Janet into a straight fight. Kawa is in so much trouble. And here it is. Here's the game plan. Collapse the map.
Rest well.
Get your
You
little
too,
helpers
Muffin.
in, and then flatten the enemy team. Turn them into a smear on the floor and walk away with all the gems. Very, very simple, just the way they drew it up. And with the exception of the mild hitch that was caused by the Lily pick on Safe Zone,
Prepare to work
having
tomorrow
control of
because
this
you said
series from
that
start
you're
to
annoying,
finish.
even though
A
you're
very
not.
nice draft, beautiful execution, and opponents who frankly don't know how to counter them.
They had no idea, did they? Like I said from the very beginning, it was really they all come down to Kao and having that Lu response for the Ashe. And on the side of Casabral, they knew that themselves and still want to feed any utility over. So as long as Olympus Squad didn't want to move an inch, then Casabral were happy to take the mile. It was just such a really, really weird way to go about it. I mean, look at the stats as well. Pretty abysmal. Olympus Squad just all thumbs and just really unsure what to do.
Mate,
Pekka
if
with
they were all
99
thumbs, they'll be
DPS.
fine.
Nah, what are these
Because they didn't
stats,
know
bro?
nothing to worry about the whole
I
time.
mean, like we
It's
saw,
so
they're
weird.
basically trying to play with their pinky toe.
they just. Wait, did I see a 34?
Oh, guys, that was
Yeah.
No aggro from Olimpo Squad there. They used it all up against SK Kalalas, and it looked like House of Brawl was able to just kind of roll over them in this matchup here. But I know they've got a lot more fire left for the rest of the season. This was just the beginning of 2025, and Casa Brawl brought everything they had to bear to move right on to the finals. So there's such a matchup ahead of us. Seeing Casa Brawl playing so well and knowing that they're going up against our team to watch Loud here. Sell me. Why would I come back from break and tune in for this grand final, Uber?
I mean, plenty of reason. If you want to see a close match, you're definitely going to get one either way. These are also two teams that are really well drilled in terms of like what to expect from the drafts. Bear in mind, like Loud is coached by Roll, right? Both these teams have pretty experienced, analyst coaching stuff. So you can expect those drafts. I think it's like Marcel on the side of Casa Brawl here. So you can expect like a pretty solid approach to the draft here. I mean, you've got a very volatile region with very talented players on both sides. There's only one way to settle the score to start the year off here. I would be tuning in for this game for sure.
Well said, and I know for a fact you will be. I'll be back with Ark and Kenny to cover this grand final. Uber watching from the stands. Enjoy this replay. Until then.
This has been like the slowest
Welcome Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship. If you've been with us
Monthly
all
finals.
day, well, we are about to get into the meat of the action of our grand finals. And if you're just joining us, I couldn't think of a better time to tune in. Just make sure you go back and check those VODs. Now, I've got Ark and I've got Kenny, and we've got a grand final ahead of us featuring Loud and Casa Brawl. Both teams have been looking very impressive today. But to get into this matchup, we're starting out with a look at Loud.
Wow, who would have expected the two best teams in South America?
#1
Literally.
seed. They're looking to claim it again this year. What do you think about their odds?
It's not like they scrimmed each other
coming out this
yesterday.
final here?
Yesterday.
Ark, Hoover's gone.
Can't wait till this is done. I'm gonna get something to eat and chill.
For me, this is the match that I wanted to see all day long. The match that I kind of expected to see from the very beginning. And, you know, very reminiscent, isn't it, of last year? Going all the distance between Loud and Casa Brawl, of course. You know, for me, very hard to make a decision between these two teams. Loud, the former Space Station Gaming of last year, with
Yes,
3
Lord.
monthly final wins.
But nah, this has
And
literally
directed
been like the
World Finals last year, but for both of
slowest,
these two
least
teams,
exciting
not the World Finals
monthly
that either of
finals
them
so far.
expected to have. That can't be denied.
But we all know what's happening
so,
tomorrow.
you know, they are
Yeah.
in every way level apiece. All the way
Because
until the last
quote
monthly
unquote
final of last year,
excited.
you know, going the distance in that 5th and final set to the final seconds of that 5th and final set in Bounty, where literally a split second moment turned the tides against FUT Esports, forcing them to have to go through that to the LCQ. I mean, it's very hard to separate these two teams. It's a 50-50 split, as best you can call it.
A 50-50 split, but with both teams bringing so much history to bear on this matchup. So many matches between them. Kenny, what do you think the factors are that might turn this one way or another? Taking a look at Casa Brawl now. Can they do it?
There's a lot of familiarity between these two teams, and I think there's something to be said about that. Every time these two teams collide, it's a banger of a matchup. One thing I'm looking at, though, and might put a chip on their shoulder, Casa Brawl and Loud were coming into this season the clear favorites after last year, especially. They keep the same rosters. Loud's rolling with our left-hand end. And not to say that Casa Brawl is not a great org or anything like that. It's just the giant new org that is coming to Brawl Stars selected these guys on the left. And I think there's something to be said about that. They're putting their first ever Brawl Stars team with these guys. I hope that fires Casa Brawl up. I want to see both these teams really give it their all, especially the way things ended last year with just one little gene pool being the difference between Casa Brawl making it to Worlds Guaranteed and fighting through an entire LCQ. That's the little differences that makes. This rivalry is going to be incredible. I think this is something we can look forward to all year long. It starts right here today.
And this region overall has been producing incredible players. You talked about it before, incredible analysts, great thoughts on draft have been evolving, and a big part of that are incredible Brazilian players across the scene. Can you speak to this a little bit, Kenny?
Yeah, this is kind of what was going down last year. I mean, it's no secret, these two teams pretty much fought every single month for grand finals, whether that was under the name Mini Pekkas, SSG, FUT. It was back and forth the entire year. These were the top two teams by a mile last year. Some of the other teams from SA, of course, had spots to LCQ. FUT joined them as well at the time, now Casa Brawl, but they were clearly a cut above the rest. The difference is, can this be a good breeding ground for international competition? That's yet to be seen. It's been a lot of top 12 finishes the last few years, but there's certainly potential in South America, and I'd love to see that collide here today.
Well, we've got our maps and we've got our game modes, and I'm excited to see the potential of these two teams play out across them. Starting out with Kaboom Canyon and a little bit of Heist. What are you excited to see from this, Ark?
I want to see both teams really go at it. You know, I think that from what we've seen today, Loud have had the riskier journey, almost not making it even through to the semi-finals, but they looked better in the semi-finals. That's absolutely fair to say.
Literally,
but
bro,
when
it's
the
taking
heat is
so
really upon
long.
them, you know, are they going to be able to come out smelling of roses again? Because I was surprised they were able to bring it back in that quarterfinal stages. I thought we were going to see an upset, to be completely honest. I think for me personally, I'm biased, right, in terms of our predictions, but I think Cosmo looked the more composed today. I think they've been making the better
James, I was
decisions
even
for the
paying
most part
attention, to
today,
be honest.
But this really, I mean, 60-40, again, I think even that is a bit too skewed. I think 50-50, 55-45, if you really want to, like, you know, put things to that. But I think 60-40, it's
the
actually
grand
a lot
finals.
closer of a margin for me.
Grand final.
You literally walked through all of Walmart
Loud are the team
and got
coming into
out,
this
and we're
tournament
still
that
waiting for
I
the
felt
game
like
to
we're gonna
start.
win, despite what we've seen today. I think I'd be kicking myself
Yeah,
if I
I went to
changed
the
my
tech
mind
aisle
any
and the
differently.
fishing aisle
Scrims aren't
and
everything,
the,
practices aren't everything, but that's really all you have to
car
go on
aisles.
to start this year, other than a couple matches here today.
No, Mac.
So I'm gonna be rolling with Loud here. I think this is 50-50 though. I'm really not gonna be surprised.
Did
It was like
anything
this
in the tech
all year
aisle
long
interest
last year. You saw
you?
in the graphic how
Absolutely
close
not.
every single one of these matches were. It's one of my favorite rivalries in Brawl Stars. It's been a recent development for this region. I think it's made both of these teams better along the
So
way.
I'd
So
actually
this will be
lie.
another saga
What
in
I
the
wanna
rivalry
do
here.
is after
Boom
my
Canyon,
tax
where we're
return
going
hits,
first. And
I wanna
Loud
get
actually
rid of my
lost this
current
map here
soundbar,
earlier
move it
today.
to
So
my
curious to see if they
house
can
in
bounce
my
back.
room.
The problem is they're
I've got a
taking
brand
on
new
one of the
Samsung
better teams in
soundbar
this
since I
entire
get a
region.
discount on Samsung product right now. Since I'm a college student, so I want to get
At
a
stake
really
now.
nice fucking
Push
soundbar
from the
before I
line.
graduate. Give me my game.
Draft coming in, fans already there. The
What's wrong with your current one?
Crow,
I see
for me, is
James.
one that hasn't been banned nearly enough
This
today.
is really old
See that
and
Loud
outdated.
are valuing it
That's why I
high.
want to move that one up to my
Loner as
room.
well. I actually quite rate that particular ban. Lily, of course, as well.
I want to go with a
Angelo,
better base.
Melody, and Juju banned out by Casa Brawl. Certainly a mid still very much available. Colette available. Eve available here, which I think, oh yeah, first pick worthy brawlers. Let's be honest here.
Oh yeah, and the
But
grand
in
finals
equation
is between
as
the
well,
best.
you've got to consider
South
those
American
barrels.
teams,
I think
which
we're still
is
later
not
on
a
in the
surprise.
draft. Carl still open here as well. Long range affairs. Bell, I think,
same.
really up there for me is something that you can also mark up, but gonna struggle a little bit on that defense. So not always great to see until maybe the later stages of the draft. But Colette first picked. I mean, a bit of a gift handed here to Loud.
I think, honestly, the first pick here might be a little tricky because if you pick Colette, the other side has plenty of options to outrange her, right? There's going to be brawlers like Piper, Bell, some of these that can outrange her, outdamage her in a 1v1 duel. The thing that Colette brings to the table, of course, though, is that high safe damage, and it also is going to lock Casa Brawl likely out of a very prominent character that's shown up in Heist more recently, which is Daryl. He's an aggressor. He's also somebody that can deliver high safe damage. The issue is Colette is a direct counter into tanks, so you have to be careful about how you go through that. Barely going to be somebody available here still. Chuck still on my mind as well as potential, depending on how base racy we want to get with this. So I still think Loud has some good options.
It's not a nightclub.
Love to see a Cole.
It's a strip
It's
club.
one of those riskier pick brawlers, but I mean,
Even
it
better.
can be over in the blink of an eye if you leave it on the safe. So, definitely danger spelling here. A little bit allowed. Penny, of course, do so much work when you're up against the back ropes. That Tara locks on the safe. Hypercharge Tara as well. If that lands on the safe, then you really are banging trouble. There's Carl. Daryl's still open as a potential idea for Casper if they want to go down that same
What
similar
did they
line.
last pick here?
It's a tough thing when you got a Carl that's not really that meta right now, but it certainly has a place
Piper?
here. The heat
Maybe.
ejector gadget is what you kind of have with the hot coals, kind of split the map in that straight line, follow the pickaxe line. Get a couple of them on the safe, and
Or
it
Kenji
just
or
goes down
Daryl.
so incredibly quickly. It's an Amber sometimes
Amber?
paired with that same idea. It's going to come through. Yeah, I rate it massively so. It's exactly
I
the same sort of
guess.
idea. Get that on the safe. I mean,
No.
it's a little bit
Cassidy takes
frustrating always
Daryl.
that South America love to base race as much as this, because sometimes they forget that, you know, this is a
mean,
match
this is
that
Colette,
is
though.
as much about offense as it is about defense. But Dancing Flames, that sort of circular rotation of ambers that
It-
can then be
You might as well
just causing so much
That would
damage.
be crazy.
Loud have got a really scary
But they
comp
might
here,
do
but
it.
As of Casa Brawl, doing very, very similar ideas.
To your point,
Eve,
it's such a hard mode to draft for because there's this element of control.
It's
You
a
have to be able to
Taro
get
and
kills to match
Amber?
up against your opponents, something like an Eve into a Colette. But for that
Ew.
trade-off, Eve's not going to be great at getting high save
don't
damage.
like
That's where
that.
Colt's
I
going to
don't
come in.
either.
You have to rely on Penny to get some pressure here. So everybody's
What's
kind
up
of got
with
to do
these
their
grand
jobs. There's a
finals
high
matches
blend on this
having
right-hand side of
the
leaning
shittiest
more towards that control.
drafts?
On the left,
Bro, they've been
Carl's gonna be a
having
great
a
counter to
shitty
several of these
drafts
brawlers. The
all
pickaxe can
day.
even go through these multiple spawnings. I think this is honestly a pretty good shout for Loud.
It's
This is
not-
three
it's not
brawlers
NA.
that are very hyper
I
fixated
know, but
on going for that high
when
safe
did we
damage on
watch
the
last
other
time
end.
that they
They're
heavily
playing a little more for
played EU,
control
was it?
outside of that Colt maybe. a little bit.
Apex.
What do you
So two
mean?
different strategies I think
It
going
was
to come
Apex.
together here. And if there's somebody that can
Apex.
navigate picking something as
It was
tough as a
Asia.
Colt, it's going to be one of our top two teams in South America.
Wait, what
It's
does-
going to be a clash once
that's an
again. The
acronym,
chapter
right?
continues
It's
here in
Asia
2025.
Pacific.
Loud in Casa
Yeah.
Brawl. The rivalry
Asia
continues.
Pacific, what was the other A?
Or immediately, Casa Brawl on the defense.
Asia Pacific,
Get some early
Australia,
defense down.
and
Certainly, the Eve hatchlings are a bit of a must for me.
I think it's just
Yeah,
Asia
turning those
Pacific.
tides. Motep certainly wants to get a turret as quickly as
No,
possible.
there's the
helping
AC,
hand
AP, and there
things
is
just a little
Asia
bit more
Pacific.
with this early control. Kaido can stay
I don't know
firm
what
in
the
this
AC
mid,
is.
getting a super, going safe, and
No, like
straight back into the
PAC
mid
is.
control.
I think PAC is
You
just
kind of want to
specific.
have no scratches off the safe of either side just yet. Pekka going out into a precarious spot, immediately on the left-hand side, and that could not be the play here.
Did
Kaido's the
I-
weakest
did
of
I what?
everyone, but it's Kaido who shows the first sign of damage,
Meatball.
getting that 10% on the safe.
10% with every single Colette super. That's not including damage gear. That's not including hypercharge. And one thing for the people at home,
Yes,
if you're
it
looking to play
seems that
Colette
that
on
costs
something
a
like this
better
map,
touch.
running that shield star
Yeah,
power
they
is a
didn't
game
touch
changer.
it,
Not
yeah.
using push it, but instead
Let's
preserving
see
your
what
life a
last
little
big
bit more.
E.
Kyle Dog
Oh yeah,
getting super
Chuck.
off there for
Chuck is
defense, and
open.
Dino
Why
letting
did I
it
not
rain
just
on this
check
high
this?
safe, and now Firecrow can be a nuisance on
I
his top
did?
left
What did I
side.
do?
They're wasting resources on him. They find a quick frag, which is exactly what they need, and now
did.
Dino
That's what
forced
you did.
away.
Yeah,
Finally,
Chuck is
Casablanca a
really
little
good
bit
because
of room
the
to breathe,
enemy
and they
have-
need to make it to the other end.
Yeah,
It's gonna
I did.
Opening up the
force
mid
people to
as
stay
well now,
back.
and that little clear way of Bush
It's gonna
will
force
give
the
a
opponent to
nice amount of
defense.
sight. Kaido going in yet again. Casablanca alleviating a little bit of the
I know
pressure
what
now
I
of a
did.
hypercharge egg down from Jubilee.
I did what I did.
So aggressive, but as the spike, we're going in, almost getting like a double takedown there as well.
Holy
Both of them surviving on until Kaido gets the final tap, and the moment Casablanca really not in this game whatsoever.
Pekka
No
is not
damage
me
to
in
the
the
safe, it's all
folds.
no objective whatsoever.
Oh well,
35
never
seconds
mind. Maybe he
remaining.
might be.
Not the
Holy
position that you
crap.
want to be in with that Pekka opening up some space. Has the damage gear as well. Pops Gadget to look him just shredding through it. 25%, but not much more than that.
I still think
They
Forsair is
have to
like
do it
one of the
all
best
over
cold
again
teams.
and some. Firecrow, Adino, and Kyo Dog. For the
The-
first
the
time this
pirate
set, really
cold.
looking at defense here. They're gonna have to hold on
If you
here.
know anyone to
It's gonna
play
be
him.
Eve letting it loose. Motep on this
yeah.
right
Forsair
hand in,
cold
looking for
to
piercing shots, but Pekka's being backed away. Hypercharge
that's
popped on the right hand
what
in.
I'm saying.
Adino defending.
If only I knew
Firecrow
I could play
expanding.
cold.
It's gonna be neck and neck
I am
here. A
the
little
worst
bit of a
cold
base race, but
person.
Carl can win this one all day long. Pekka
crazy.
rushing
Be
forward,
better.
trying to get what he can. It's gonna be close, but 2%.
Did he get it?
Just enough
True,
here.
man.
That was so close. That was ridiculously
Look, they started
close.
celebrating early, like
Just
they didn't almost
2%
just get
in it.
fucked at the end.
And it just looked all the way through as if Loud were just fully in control. But I mean, this is as quickly as it can turn with these kind of comps. You can't turn your back on it. And Pekka almost punished the action. I think just scaving through there for me were Loud. And that was not the way I saw it going down. It looked far more convincing until then. Let's see how Casablanca might start to get a better result. They've already got a super down with the hatch. Things about to come through now and make control. If they can maintain it, Adino low on the right-hand side too. Firecrow coming in. Finds take down the Jubilee there as well. That were helping hand things, but Pekka should be able
crazy
to trade it
replay,
out
you know?
and see who's
Yeah.
going to battle for this mid. Pekka's going to be low HP here against Kydog.
Yeah, there's so much going on
Surely
here.
full, and yeah, Kydog going to take that mid control now. That penny turret as well. Not in the best of spots.
Wait, is this a
taken
replay or
down
is
there
this
by
the game?
Firecrow,
This is the
but
actual game.
so far,
you
just
know.
10%.
Oh,
That's that
shit.
one super connection from Kydog
Can't actually
onto the
see
Castle
anything.
safe.
Yeah, and in slow-mo, it really looks like he's getting hit by that. Probably avoiding the penny turret,
Yep.
but obviously with such low HP, his life could be gone in an instant. Look at him just chewing bubble gum and taking names. There's pretty crazy stuff coming out of him. It will never shock me at how chill these guys are able to keep themselves composed.
Sabi,
with
what's the
thousands
comment
of
section
dollars
on
are
that
the
stream
line,
looking like
when
right now?
LCQ and world spots are
about
on the
lag?
line for the season. There's really no room for error.
Let's
These guys
see.
find a way to stay locked in. Just some true competitors.
Surely they're roasting it.
Yeah, most definitely.
Firecrow now shredding through those hatchlings so quickly. Just
The
hypercharged.
Brockstar stream only had
hatchlings and less.
800 viewers.
Kydog though, hypercharged, but is stuck on the defense. There's really all up to
Ducker.
Casablanca now to maintain it and keep him there. Keep the pressure on. Firecrow doing a good job there.
iPad
To be
kids
fair,
on
he was
production
both
strike again.
Pekka and Jubilee. Low HP now. Kydog
Broadcasting from McDonald's.
Devastating on the safe. The damage now really raining through, but Pekka returns to himself. Gonna be damaged down as well. Quite close, but 40 seconds remaining.
First
Not that long
actually
at all.
decent gameplay
Especially
all
not
day.
that penny hypercharged turret available for Casablanca.
I
That might
did-
be the very
and I
thing to give them a
did,
bit of an
Meatball.
edge here if they can get rid of Firecrow.
Wait,
and
why
advance
is it
forwards.
not
This could be
lagging?
turned.
For sure, Casa have a chance at this. They're going to be willing to let go of
That's
the
all.
double hypercharge to put up a normal one. That's going to put a much more pressure in the loud spawn.
Brawl
Adinu surviving,
Stars,
though, Pekka
money
going through,
emoji,
using that
poop
super
emoji,
to try and get a kill.
orangutan.
Could be wasted though if not for offense. Motep now has to somehow find a
Get
way as a
Space Monkey
penny
out of that
to get
comment
kills, to
section
get
right now.
damage. They know the math doesn't add up here. They have a 10% lead and a penny on the other side. It's a salty barrel down.
Wi-Fi
It's not
sucks.
enough in the tank.
Bro,
though.
the lag
Adinu
was
just needs to get
super
one
sad.
simple
Oh,
kill, but
what
they
the
let
hell is
loose.
super
This
sad?
could be catastrophe. Casa Brawl slide through
Oh,
and
that
somehow
was a
find
close
a way
game,
to win.
3%.
Loud let one go.
The exact same scenario was present in the first game. Okay, sure, that's where Castle couldn't quite gain back the deficit enough to get a win.
I didn't even see what happened. I
that's
was
exactly
looking
why
at the
they can.
comments and the Twitch stream
Tied
for
up.
Brawl Stars.
And certainly both sides equally matched. Kind of what we've already expected. The same rosters, the same
Very
historic
interesting decision
nature of
making.
these two teams battling it out in the grand finals, no less. But my word, it really is cutting it fine. Let's see though, it comes down to these setups, and already Kaido going straight into the save for that early 10%. But can we get an early penny turret down from Motep? That's what I think made quite a big difference in the last game for me. Allowed them to really have something of a fourth man on the field to go on the aggressive.
Won by 3%.
Having that fourth man presence can be a game changer. Instead, though, he's going to be erased from the map. It is a trade. A dive forward with the tailspin, and now Firecrow is flanking. This is ideal for them. P.E.K.K.A with low HP will narrowly survive. Has a super available, but Amber hot on his case. Motep right hand in will clear things out. Ademio out of the mid here, and it's going to be a dive forward. Coyote with an eager super there to try and take down Motep, and it's going to be unsuccessful.
At least I think spectating just for this
Flying
stream,
hook
you know?
on there on the right hand
Sitting
side, going really aggressive, but not going to come out too well out of it. And now that penny turret is down. Motep going to be looking to get hypercharge one next. And if that can lock on in a good spot, it's going to go such a long way for Castle Brawl. We find then Kaido, Firecrow as well, now weak and weary. P.E.K.K.A not landing the shots though, and he's just staying alive. Damage gear, but not going to be able to get close enough to the safe as Kaido coming back on the spawn now. And there's the hypercharge for Motep, but no super for it, so Firecrow needs to be cautious not to feed into it. But look at the damage. Look at the left-hand side here as P.E.K.K.A and Jubilee going bang on the safe. Kaido falls here as well. It's going to be terrible for Castle Brawl here. Now they've all fallen. Stadino on the right-hand side holding firm, but low HP for him. He now falls. Hypercharge Motep on the right-hand side. Look out for that turret.
Firecrow diving right back in on the action. Has a tailspin, gets the kill as well. What a takedown. Now he's dancing. P.E.K.K.A shuts that down immediately. Has the left-hand end on lock, and 720s raining down from the pistol of Colt. Casa Brawl with 30 seconds to go. They have to hold off on defense, and it's a great start taking down Amber.
Wasted hypercharge penny turret, man. Motep pops it too early to take it down too swiftly. Little win it now, just about 20%, but it's Loud that have got the position power and the hypercharge available to
I have not
Kaido
even
as
been
well
paying
in that
attention,
mid.
I'm not gonna
One
lie.
connection of that, and that
Welcome
save is going
back,
to be
Dennis.
eradicated and falling. 51% left. It's still Loud that are in the lead here as the final seconds approach, but can they maintain it? Can they gain the set? That is the question, and they do it. They keep the pressure on. They get it done.
Whew. It's only set number one. We're already sweating, Narc. As close as it gets, and honestly, it was hard to tell, but that Colt had a super towards that end game with 5 seconds to go. If he somehow makes it down the other end, it looked like about 10-ish% that separates them, and a Colt, especially with a damage gear super, would absolutely annihilate a high state. Look at all the frags coming in from Casa Brawl. 15 and 19 from Jubileo and P.E.K.K.A. At the end of the day, though, left-hand side got more high safe damage. That's all that matters.
Huge stats. I mean, absolutely disgusting stats. Jubileo and P.E.K.K.A going into town, but it wasn't enough.
Well, Heist, as you guys called out earlier in the match between Casa Brawl and Olimpo Squad, seems to be the one game mode that could kind of go either way. That's not exactly the best example of these two teams going
Six
together
players probably face each other so many times.
You know, a little bit of a toss-up there depending on timing and aggro.
I feel like they face each
Would you
other
say
like
that
every
this is the same
single
between Loud and Casa Brawl in this
grand
matchup
finals.
here, or is this the canary in the coal mine for Loud in this matchup here?
I think this is going to be even the whole way through. Loud taking this set one, obviously a huge deal. You want to get one early on the board, but we've seen this story too many times. It's always a close one. It's always competitive. And if anything, that set told me both these teams are ready to play here today, just as equally matched as they were in 2024. So a long way to go. Starts here on Triple Dribble, though. Casa Brawl really need to get one here. It would be devastating if they took a 2-0 loss to start things off. Really tough team to go against. Obviously, Loud were their rival the entire previous year, and it was close the whole way through. But a reverse sweep, a very tough thing to ask of any team, especially as good as this one, in any Brawl Stars competition.
Does he not look Asian? A little bit.
So close, really. I think for me, it came down to one mistake. And Motep just popped the hypercharge just a little bit prematurely.
I know, one of the players from the Loud, he looks kind of Asian.
Yeah, he does. He looks like Brazilian
That
Korean.
may have been the difference maker, as it was in that second game. But as a result now, Casa Brawl trailing behind. Loud in the driver's seat.
Bro, that is
Not
literally
what I was expecting so far, but
a Brazilian
plenty more
career.
still to come in what is our grand finals of the day. If you are just joining us, welcome, of course. It was Loud that had the more challenging of quarterfinals, that's to say the least, almost going out in the 5th and final set. So to make it to the grand finals here already looking pretty solid. As they have been since that period in time. Brawl next to the Dribble. The bands are in, the Larry, the Lori, the Barley, the Juju, and the Buzz, the Surge, and the Lou. Casa Brawl. So some big tank counters being banned out here by Casa Brawl, which to me smells tanks. Melody gonna be first.
Melody first.
But yeah, I mean those bans are pretty unusual. Triple throw banned out by Loud. But it's that Surge and Lou combo that just, for me, spells trouble.
It's too good into Melody.
Yeah, I think dribble, especially with throwers, this is very intentional banning from the left-hand end. Barry is the one that I'm noticing not being banned here, though. And I think I'm keeping my eye out on that. It's something that's shown up a lot in practice across the world. And like you mentioned, too, if we're getting tanky, we might as well bring in a Barry alongside it. This guy is going to be one of the few throwers left. The only one, really, I think, that has any plausibility here, maybe a Dynamite if you're really feeling yourself, but Sprout, Grom, I would say no chance of that. So I think they grabbed the last realistic thrower, and now they can pair it with whatever they want. Sure, they lose out on Melody, but I think Loud are pretty happy to take this 2-3 turn.
It's a very disgusting brawl.
Only one of them picks Rita.
There's Nash. It feels like this draft
Yeah, I
is
do
going
Dennis.
against Casper pretty quickly. I think
Very
they were the ones that
fair
wanted to
enough.
bring in the tanks and wanted to ban out certain counters specifically for what their approach was. And it might just be coming back to haunt them.
I'm guessing Firecore is going to play defense to stand like
I mean,
the
are
best
they
roles.
thinking Frank here? For me, that would make the most sense with what I'm seeing, but you know, whether it would make the most sense on the field, I think that certainly trying to overthrow your opposition with tankiness or speed. But South America haven't really gone for max at all today, and kind of surprised. I think it's got quite a place for it. Not the broad that I want to see, to be honest. Even with the hypercharged edition, I'll be honest, I
get
don't know whether they're
it.
trying to match the hair colors on the right hand side and try and go for a clean sweep that way, but like it's just
stream Brawl
not
Stars on your
counter.
device
I
or
mean,
a
it's
PC?
certainly
Yes.
a tank counter, no doubt about it, but
Yes,
I mean,
you can
Barry
stream
just
Brawl
really
Stars
super
without a
straight
PC.
into close
Because
proximity,
use
and that's
Brawl
where
Stars
Ems
on your
is at
phone.
most weakest. I
You
think,
can stream directly from your phone.
I just don't think it's what it's about for me.
Janet?
Janet, sure, don't mind it, but I'm just not excited.
Janet
by what
into a
Casper bring
tanky
here.
comp? What
I think
the
a few
hell?
things went wrong here, and
Let's
obviously we still
go.
have to play this out. Just saying, particularly the piece of
Yeah.
paper that we're looking at, the picks in the band stage.
Or
I'm with you.
Daryl.
Aim's obviously not going to be up the top, the
Go
power
Daryl.
rankings of Brawl Stars.
Or
but when you
Mortis.
see Lou and Surge Band, to your point, and you don't pick up the Barry, you don't pick up a tank of your own, guess what? The other end's just going to do it, and now you have less options to counter, which is why we're settling for Ems.
Oh,
We
wait.
ban Lou, we ban Surge, we ban Buzz. No answer for this. I don't know what they realistically could have done here to give themselves a win, and now we're giving Kyo Dog a stew. This is tough sailing. Whatever happens here, I think the process for Loud was undeniably better. But Casa Brawl, you never know. Great team, but advantage Loud here walking into this for sure in my mind.
Not that bad.
It's almost like the melody
Yeah,
was
Stu
there
just
to
runs it on Ems.
kind
How's this, Dennis? Can you hear me
out the
better?
hands of Loud, almost. But
For YouTube, I think you need a certain amount of subs before you can stream on there, but I don't
it's not.
remember.
But
I haven't had to worry about
when
that
you
in
ban
a
out
while.
the counters, I mean, it makes the most sense, I guess.
Exactly.
Pekka being on the melodies is a bit of a saving grace. I can understand that in his hands, he can do wondrous things with it. That gives me some hope. But then Kydog's on the stew. You know, you got these matchups where, for me, with the Barry, I think Loud should be able to walk this straight through with that Ash combination. And you know, who wants to go up against Kydog playing on stew as quickly as that? Loud have got all that control. 2 takedowns, the quick, easy walk through of the goal.
This is worse than
30 seconds
mine.
of time. Kind of what I was expecting from the draft. Not to say that there's not an ability for Casper to bring this one back, but it's looking bleak already.
Yeah, exactly what we're kind of saying. It's not impossible to win. It's never impossible per se, but Casa Brawl certainly have not done themselves any favors. And on top of that, Ems is going to struggle playing into throwers. That's something she's not going to noticeably do well, especially with no wall break on the map. I'm with you. I think Loud kind of brute forced their way through. And even though Barry's not a top frag, it's still an option. They still got that area denial just like Jubileo does. Kyo Dog going to be trying to dive in, and he still gets the kill. You'll take that trade all day long. Your aggressive brawler
They're still cooking,
hypercharged and
so.
now wasted. Great stuff coming out from Loud here.
Exactly that. If you've got no wall break, it's really hard for Ems to get the value that she needs to have and cycle accordingly on this kind of map. You know, with the opposition able to just to hide behind the walls and buy their time, Hypercharged Rats now coming in, taking care of pretty swiftly, but nonetheless, a lot of aggression coming the way there, and Loud will be able to secure it pretty easy breezy. We can't lie about it. A game in the pocket, and this means business.
Yeah.
For the team that I feel like wasn't
Yeah.
necessarily firing
Like, why
on all
would we go
cylinders earlier
Ems,
in the
Janet?
draft, this is a set where, and the result obviously in that first game truly shows how much a good draft can make a difference, because these guys had some disadvantageous drafts, I would say, earlier on today too, but the mechanics could push them through. Now you pair that mechanic with an advantageous draft, and look what we're getting here. It's a win. Loud are a team where if you set them up for success, even
Yeah. What is this,
Brawl,
Sam?
if you're winning that draft stage, it's really hard to overcome that, and I fear that's what Casa Brawl are kind of running into in this set number 2.
This is really bad drafting, though, to be fair.
Absolutely no doubt in my mind about the mechanical abilities of Casa Brawl. This is all coming down to a draft, really, for me so far. I mean, very close first set. No doubt about that. One that could have easily gone either way. Oh, look at this hyper.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Disgusting stuff. Casa Brawl so far, it's going to be a really good opening. Actually passes to Motep, and the support is there. Team White, that's better. That's fantastic stuff. The first minute and, well, sort of 45 seconds of time, but there is plenty of time for a response from Loud here. Speed zone down immediately, opening things up. Rats out for Firecrow. Taking out forces to the back of the corner here, and heals for Dino. Fire Dog, maybe low HP here. Can they get the ball? That's the question.
Oh,
Team White
sad.
should be very straightforward. As a response, flying down the clock now for Loud, as they score the goal. Very straightforward, but all those seconds could prove valuable. You don't want to be going into overtime with this kind of comp, so they want to be able to buy down the clock and just try to secure it now.
That's exactly what I was thinking too. A tough look there. They were passing it backwards to try and get it towards a teammate so they can kick it away, but the teammate died in time. Now a 1v1 though. All Jubileo has to do is hold on to this one. And Kyle Dog's going to be at least forced away. Still ball possession with Casa.
Yeah, it's TYK. It's been going on all day, bro.
Down the right hand in, it's a trade. Casa dribbling, left hand in, super fanning out for Adino and Fire to hold the line alongside his teammate. So it's going to be a mid engagement for now. Each side looking to take a little bit of an edge to get this ball back.
It's moments like that where Kydog has no business winning those interactions. He's just that good. Now the ball pushed to the right hand side. He didn't thought of it, but then thought better of it. Now taken care of as all three members fall. Casa Brawl bringing the ball forward. If only Jubileo had a super there may have been a possibility of a goal. Now they're going to hold this position firm, secure some takedowns, try to alleviate the space. As overtime approaches, what terrible time to go down. Hypercharge now for Motive as well. Huge amount of scrutiny going down here. The ball left loose. Can they get forwards? I think there's plenty of time to do so. Casa Brawl, bring it back and put a goal and a game, most importantly, on the board.
Casa Brawl extending this one. I think that's going to be a big difference maker. If they can escape the early stages,
Really, TYK,
seconds towards overtime.
Bro, esports doesn't seem profitable. I mean,
What's missing? Range. They have no
guess you can
way
say
to
that
deal with a
technically.
wide
You're not
open
wrong,
map.
really.
Unless Stu's got a crazy hypercharge or something like
Alright,
that.
sounds good,
they are gonna
James.
be
Hopefully
super
you get better.
Cover some distance quickly, but other than that, it's gonna be a lot harder for them to get these kills. Loud starting things out early with a couple on their own. Motep was going for gold. No such thing here, though. They get the takedown. They continue to put some pressure down.
I think the best thing about joining or like playing as an esports player is just make it content, because content is where the money is at usually. No way he scores there, holy. Pekka. Oh my god! No, that was clean. That was clean.
That was unbelievable. The gadget from Melody into the gadget from Jubileo to bounce him back. He didn't have a chance.
Yo, Crying, how are you?
Perfectly timed response. Loud with an opportunity to counter.
Pekka?
Right hand side. Pekka breaking away on the right hand. It's a dance, but Kyo Dog survives. He's gonna melt down the enemy, and Loud will hold on for now. They have to find a way to punch this through, though. That's what's been missing in this game number 2 and 3. They haven't gotten those early buckets. Casa Brawl made some fantastic adjustments, and boy, is it showing.
Oh, look at Kydog. Hypercharge as well. Gonna be able to heal himself pretty much the whole way through this. Now the knockback as well. Loud to be able to walk this one through, time this one up. One is on the line now. One goal aside either way. But how much more of a difference would it make for Loud to be 2 sets ahead here? Hypercharged P.E.K.K.A could be a saving grace, and Motep has super also.
Oh, wait, ping, I wish.
Perfectly here for Loud as they push forwards. Barry Hills along the way for Adinio, and now pressure for that super could not have come at a better time for Jubilee.
P.E.K.K.A now with a hypercharge. Motep flying
Yeah,
in the
take a
skies,
sec,
but P.E.K.K.A's got
Casa.
ground control. Kaio Dog down. Ims dribbling, pass up to the middle. P.E.K.K.A gonna elect this ball to just let it go.
Doesn't Casa
And for
mean
now,
house?
it's gonna be Loud on defense. This is not the situation they want to be in. Adinio can lob
House,
some shots,
bro.
but Kaio Dog and Firecrow have to settle for peaks.
Interesting.
Now they're cornering this ball, and this is gonna be brutal for Loud. We talked about how good this composition was. Casa Brawl's mechanics.
Thank you,
shining
Matthew.
right now, and now Loud
It's
with
when I got
defense.
partnered on Twitch.
Oh, those Barry Hills really came in clutch there. Loud now might have a chance to push this ball forwards in just the nick of time. It looks like there's still defensiveness there left for P.E.K.K.A for Jubilee, but Loud
Nuh-uh,
trying to make a
Snicker.
break for it. It's just Firecrow now looking for
Yeah,
the
I know.
defense. I think he's probably 1 or 2 shots away.
I know.
That'll be the best time for
I know how
them to come in,
Spanish
but
works,
right in the eye of the
but I'd
storm.
rather say house,
Hypercharge
bro.
for Motep and for P.E.K.K.A. This could be a huge break for Casa Brawl.
Oh, and now they've got the hypercharge going down. P.E.K.K.A looking for a
Holy
shot.
P.E.K.K.A, so good.
Casa Brawl tie things up 1-1 in this series.
It may have taken all day, Kenny, but we got
Shut
it.
the fuck up, my bucket.
We're back.
But
We're
we
back.
got here.
We're so back.
We're back. We're so back, baby. It's what I love to see. Wow, look at the stats as well. Huge stuff. Really was. Casa Brawl.
Holy
Still not sold by
DPS
the
was
Amps pick.
insane.
It was great to see that Jubilee got some great results in that matchup regardless, because I think just the timings of when he was able to get that utility really made a big difference. Janet Pick,
Yes, I know how it works,
amount of
Tori.
takedowns
Holy
for me.
shit.
In the right place at all the right times, the hypercharge
I learned
really
Spanish in
did
middle school.
wondrously for Motep there. But again, a match that could have
They
been
work
great.
the
I wasn't a fan
same.
of the draft, but the technique behind it
Yes, they
much,
do,
much
bro.
better.
They literally work the
You can
same.
always see them just come to life a little bit with their confidence, exuding much more so. And it really comes down to a lot of these company
Best play in the
picks, but
tournament.
how
Literally,
they
Sim.
on that melody.
Literally the best play all day.
You call it coming to life there. They really seem to find their groove right after that first game dropping to Loud.
Attacky
Back up
passes,
for those
Jubilee
last
with
two,
that.
and an incredible performance. You talked about the mechanics, but really, what did they rally? What did they change in their mentality and their approach down the field that let them pick up those wins? I think?
They survived the early game. Honestly, I still side with what I said. I do think the draft was favoring Loud, but Casa Brawl really found a way to
Hey,
win.
Loud.
I mean, after that game number 1, I truly thought things were looking bleak for him. It looked like Loud were going to walk through a set, have a 2-0 lead. Instead, Casa Brawl dug deep, and getting to those overtime stages is what made the biggest difference. Because the one thing that Loud's relying on is punching some goals through early. Instead, if they get shut down, if they get them into a 2v1 situation, give the red roster just a little bit of an advantage. They can get an early enough goal, hang on, play defense. And
They need to
extend
get that
themselves
out of
to a wide
here.
open map.
They're not
That
gonna
is
have people
exactly where
playing
they
throwers
want to
on
be,
like a
and
phone.
honestly, credit to them. That's a hand-up moment. I mean, I really thought that was going to be a runaway in the draft stage, and
And
it absolutely
Juju was
wasn't.
literally a thrower.
You raise a really valid point. When you look back at how that series started, I mean, Loud was scoring in the opening seconds, like, less than 45 seconds of play every single time, and it just felt like it was going to be a walkover. I mean, fair play, and absolute credit handed over to Casa Brawl there to put on the brakes, come together, and normally that's a good sign of communication starting to flow. A bit more of a strategy behind some of the madness, but P.E.K.K.A's breaks away. I mean, just absolutely stunning stuff. I've missed this in Brawl Esports, honestly. When you get players like Hyrdog on the stew, P.E.K.K.A on the melody, and other flashy, in-your-face kind of brawlers. It's what makes this region so great for me. And I wouldn't want this grand finals any other way than all tied up. Would have been very, very troublesome for Casa Brawl if Loud
That's
had gone 2
insane.
sets ahead.
I see broadsword.
Often
No, I
that's the time
didn't.
in which you just tend to see it just crumble very quickly and become a sweep. Now this is a good chance of going even all the way to the 5th and final set. Let's see though, as we approach the next draft, because that's where I would say that for me, Loud have been a bit more on it today, a little bit ahead in my mind, and a lot of players these days saying that the draft is really where everything comes down to more so than ever. So to go in to Ring of Fire for Hot Zone, let's see how this one fares. Certainly, the Juju ban has got to be there. I think that you just have to on this map. It's just such a prominent position for it. You can literally reach beyond the zone from
Ring of
that
Fire first
pocket, and
pick.
it is banned out by Loud, so
Can you?
coin toss is
I
very
kind of want to
reversible.
say
It's very
Barry,
much the case,
but you can
from what
counter
we see on
Barry.
this map. Whoever bans the Juju does not have the coin toss. The bans being the Stu, the Juju, and the Lu, the Colette, the Griff, and the Gale. There's some weird bans.
Kenny would be safe pick here.
Kenny.
Yeah, polar opposites here. Juju, Stu, Lu are the three brawler names that I had jotted down. Makes sense that the team that doesn't have first pick bans though, but on the other end, this is one of those moments where they're a little predictable, right? If somebody as a humble caster like myself can figure this out, surely these pro teams have known for ages. They're going for something more unique. This second team can get a little trickier. They can throw out the Colette, the Griff, and the Gale. All tank counters. I think that's one thing that we can quickly identify here. I think they grab the Poco now in anticipation of grabbing that aggro.
Yeah, I saw on Twitter from Bobby's tweet.
Though, you are kind of telegraphing what you're doing.
Very good fade, actually have a fade.
Oh, bro has like a beard, I think.
That's what Casabrola are going for here, but I mean, Berry should win, and if left open, I mean, it's gonna get picked.
I wouldn't blame
There's
them for it.
Saberia.
Yeah, and there it is. Honestly, the second you called it out, it was on my mind as well. Now they can kind of match, right? We've got support on the right side. We've got support on left side. On this map, there's an argument to be made that, sure, it's a little more wide open. Poco can do the AoE heals, all that jazz. I just love the spot Gary's in right now. His win rate last week was really high. That's continued here today. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but just off field, just from watching all day long, Gary's been picked a ton, and for good reason. This hypercharge, the pressure he can build is so good. Just granting allies a little access to
actually, I don't mind the 8-bit pick here, to be honest.
Be your star player, but he certainly is going to help the star players become what they are.
Yeah. I don't mind the 8-bit pick because Colette is banned.
I think the only thing that I can think is they're trying to just delay the onset of showing their cards on the table, because you'd kind of expect.
What do you pick here?
I kind of want Casabrola now to go Frank. Is what I'm assuming. I think that's what the Poco to me is screaming.
Maisie?
So I think it's kind of almost like saying,
Melody.
go on, let's see you do that. Don't go with Melody.
Yeah, I was thinking Bell too, but it would not be enough DPS.
A very dangerous brawler. Like, because I feel like they're waiting for a Frank so they can kind of go more. So saying along those lines and just kind of like heavily counter it, or have the choice for them to do the same on the side of Loud if they wish, when they can see the whole picture of the comp. Draco, which is what I was maybe thinking would be better paired with Berry. Kind of where I thought Loud might be leading.
Maisie?
It might be where Casabrola think the same and are trying to pick up first so that it's out of the hands of Loud. But Berry and Frank is just equally as daunting as Poco and Frank. So, I mean, do they go for it now? And I mean, Kylo looks
Hams again?
Yeah, I don't know. This drop's taking me on a journey here, Kenny.
This is a roller coaster, brother.
The journey that I was expecting from Loud.
I mean, in fairness, Colette, Griff, and Gale are all gone. Lou's not on the table. 4 avid tank counters. Ems, once again, making an appearance. And again, it's not because she's some busted, broken brawler. She's fine. She's good. She's not special. I kind of thought Frank was coming in there, too. I feel like Frank could maybe put his foot down, stop a little bit hard on the Melody, but into the Poco.
Edinho is okay at cutie.
I feel like that's a decent shout. It's an interesting one to have Berry, and this is going to be a true test of how well you can play Berry when you don't have a tank or an aggro brawler, because they've got an 8-bit who is beefy, but he's not a tank. And we've got Kyodog playing the Ims. This is a lot of area control going down for Loud. They're going to have to find some ways to get some tough kills, I think.
I just feel like we haven't seen Ems all
literally winner lives.
Through the past 2 weeks, and then we see it back to back in the grand finals. It's just a bit odd.
Holy
Loud
leg.
have not got that mid control early on. Motip has obviously popped the last stand gadget to give themselves that little bit more survivability against the Draco, but in the meanwhile, it's actually
Oh, they got T-wiped.
Loud, fully out of position, really depending on these Berry Hills to get back into the swing of it. But in the meanwhile, it's Casabrola that just playing the objective and holding firm on that mid zone. Approaching now, sent as well. Loud has just not been in the conversation whatsoever so far.
This is literally worse than my
worst
worst
minds about the Sims pick. I wonder
days.
if that has anything to do with the Poco on the other end as well. It's just one of the reasons I love watching this game so much. There's adaptations being made before our very eyes. This is a brawler I saw
Literally.
times in practice across any region.
Just open up a Discord stream and have the coaches just show the gameplay.
That's often necessary, especially with Loud and Casabrola, as well as they know each other. I'm sure they've studied the scrims. I know they've studied the tape from last year. So with so much familiarity, there's just got to get creative with it sometimes. So I think catching your opponent off guard, maybe there's some valor to that.
Yeah, boosted booster on the zone as well. There's that wide area of effect for the 8-bit, which I'm hoping just shows the reasons why they drafted it in the first place. Hypercharging forwards, trying to gain a super, but not given an inch on the side of Casabros. Pekka goes in on the aggressive and should get some good value for it, but now the berry comes back in just the nick of time to prevent the onslaught. This could be a turning point in this match, especially if he didn't keep cycling this the way he is. Pekka's
Yo, thank you, GB. GB, I saw your message in my chat like right after I ended my stream. I was like, oh shit. But I appreciate you dropping by.
Casa Brawl really need to hold on here. Loud have to play perfect to make this comeback. Pekka was in position to kind of make this flank, and it looks like the game ends. And looks like, yes, Casa Brawl do end up surviving that one, but it was definitely tight. There was an opportunity there.
Still going, yes, Lambo.
Oh, 100%. Absolutely so. I mean,
Oh, Telco, thank you for the 3-watch streak, by the way. I just saw that.
not anything to make land either. When you're up against the odds, and you can just sense the pressure mounting. Casabral now, a good spot, very, very good spot here. But I mean, I just feel like at the moment, it's a lot to do with the 8-bit pick for me.
Wait, how did I not take out the berry?
A bad brawler to have here. It's not what I'm used to seeing necessarily. The berry, for sure, is the strongest brawler in this Loud comp so far. But I don't know how much you can really do on it.
Oh, that was almost insane from Pekka.
Trying to do his best to be a DPS berry. It's a tough job, obviously, but Kaio Dog there to assist. Firecrow has to find a way to get some value. He's got that
Only
turret, but
1%.
they really found a way to get 8-bit, all 10,000 HP of him to
Nice.
get into this mid ground. On the other end, they've got Pekka who's running through. They've got a beefier brawler that can kind of
Which
sustain.
BB?
And now Loud have another opportunity. They covered the floor in ice cream. It's gonna
Oh,
but
ew,
8-bit has a
nah.
hypercharge available. They
We not
certainly
getting.
have some advantage when they're facing
No,
two
no,
ships.
no, no.
For me either. Not
Sure
what
do
we
not.
often see, but if Casabral focus on the turret and get it eradicated, it can just deflate so much.
Where am
of
I
the
unwatchable? This is
place.
actually
Advantage
unwatchable.
Coming up on top over Kaidog there, getting that range just right. And Firecrow again, and to boost it down, the poker's going to struggle to take care of it, which is a bit of a saving grace, but as quickly as that, support network.
This is
behind
actually
Casabral,
ridiculous.
Now all tend to the zone. Pekka can get hypercharge and go to town. Position. Gets the good value. Adino just comes in and just
Look at this, we just got Pekka up NA. Only just sharing for EU.
Anything more to say about it? Who've been going down himself, but let's see now.
Even 8-pack was better than this.
Literally.
Pretty solid for the most part. Casabral just
You're
lingering outside the zone,
watching it
waiting
lag
for the
too.
timer.
Yeah, the casters are watching it lag as well.
In terms of the scoreline here, Kenny.
Are they saying anything about it?
No, I mean, they're not supposed to say anything about it. They're just trying to make the game as entertaining as possible. Oh my god. That was close.
1-1 overall, and this is going to be a major game to decide who takes advantage in set 3. The winner of this will be up 2-1.
Fair enough.
I don't know if people can really fully
Yeah, as a
appreciate just
caster,
how
you're,
close that
that's at least what
is.
Reddy was saying. You can't even like, you can't talk about lag. You just gotta like, just talk about the gameplay. Even if it's lagging, you just gotta like say, like predict what you think would be happening.
But this one is still far from over. This one all very much up for grabs. And from what I've seen so far, Casabral have just had an edge. Loud though, starting to make some moves and making some plays. It could turn. Again, this berry is the playmaker in that regard. The support network really depends upon that particular brawler. As now Pekka and Julia fight together on this zone. Pekka already has hypercharge. Let that sink in.
Icy lands with genetics, so.
He's already got a hypercharge, going to be dropping it for his teammates here. And something different than we saw in games 1 and 2. Loud taking advantage early. That was the problem that we saw in game number 1. They were doing fantastic work. They played a better second half. Casa Brawl just had too much of a lead, and they couldn't take over some 30, 40-odd%. Now they're the ones escalating, moving up. They're trying to get an advantage here. Casa flanking. They're spacing the floor a little bit. It's not enough. This berry is just doing it all. He finally goes down. This is where Casa Brawl has to shine.
Like, being 100% honest here, if I was not streaming this, I would not watch.
A little bit, but big Tubbs and Julia has exactly what Loud had to do there. Credit to Firecrow for it. And now a very tough spot they've got to retake yet again. But like you rightly say, Loud have had a much better start here. Much better than any of the previous games. Motive now flanking forwards. And this is the play from Casablanca. But they've got to come out on top. The last stand popped, but then it's taken care of as Loud still stay firm. Hypercharge cycled by Adinho. And this is better. Loud are looking bang on top here. They should be able to hold firm enough for a couple more seconds longer to be able to get this game. And they do. That is going to be the sets going the way of Loud.
That was the biggest game of the entire day. It's a set 3. You're in the grand final.
Nah, TYK, this is actually worse than my Wi-Fi.
All 6 of these names on both these teams have been in some combination at the World Finals for several years representing this region. This is as good as it gets, folks. 10, 9, and 11 outside of Peck on that right hand. And Loud were putting in some serious work.
Crazy stats, really. On the side of Casablanca, when you think about just how much Pekka.
Pekka is so good at this game.
But for me, the story really does land with the Barry pick. I mean, that's what kept Loud in the conversation as far as I'm concerned. Wasn't blown away by everything else in the draft, if I'm honest. I think the 8-bit did have its moments towards the end, more than I was going to give it credit for upon seeing it drafted. Again, with the M's, they're not flashy brawlers. The Barry is really what carried this comp, in my opinion.
Better than Side Tempo.
I think so, too. I mean, a DPS Barry was pretty wild to see, to be honest
No
with you. That's
comment.
not often how we see Barry utilized.
You shouted it out in the last head-to-head and last game mode about the early game, getting that lead, holding on to it. With both of these teams leaving so little room for the other to advance, how important is it to manage
No
the clock
supers
as
for
well?
you.
Honestly, it's a big deal. You're fighting the clock in Hot Zone. That's not often what you're truly battling against. Maybe something compared to like Heist, but just having that percentage early on doesn't put you in such a perilous position. That's something that we saw in that game number 1. Loud were clawing their way back, but still not enough. There were enough percentage points built up over time by Casa Brawl. So in Hot Zone, I think not getting absolutely smacked early on, being pinned in your spawn, just having some way to get back in that mid ground is a big deal.
It was a massive difference maker, wasn't it? Just how much better Loud were valuing that early game. I think that for me was the key in turning the tides. I think in game 1, it was the worst example of that. And then game 2, still pretty bad, but better. By game 3, it was looking neck and neck at a much earlier stage of...
It's definitely the game. Oh wow, you're a genius, Taj. You would have thought it's just the game lagging.
This is one that I just feel would be fitting to go the distance to the 5th and final set. I mean, that's pretty much where we were for the majority of last year with these two very teams. In 3 instances in the grand finals, was it a 3-2 scoreline? So, really does say quite a lot. All smiles at the moment for Loud, but let's see, because one single draft.
Pekka should play Firecrow, literally.
I would say for the most part that Loud have been the more consistent with that kind of drafting process. Casa Brawl, though,
what is my team doing?
too dismayed by the last set, and they had some good moments, but
What?
I feel like just
Pekka,
comp
Firecrow,
themselves
Jubileo?
just not quite coming together in the way that they were hoping that they would.
Or Pekka,
Certainly,
Firecrow?
this is anything to go by.
Adinho.
Loud looking the more confident 2 teams, but let's see. The next draft comes in. Might change.
Been some serious curveballs.
Can we get a game? It's almost over. Please let us finish.
DPS Barry, a really aggressive one at that, not being paired with the tank in that previous one, and yet Louder still getting the job done. To be truthful with you, this could have been over for probably either team at this point. I mean, all of these sets have gone the distance. In that second one, Loud coming out swinging in the opening game, Casa Brawl holding on. In this previous one, game 1 didn't go Loud's way. They came back, made some adjustments, were able to get through. I'm looking out for Juju. I'm looking out for Kit, though, when it comes to Lair Cake. Those are a couple that have been prominent in this region, prominent in the world, and with as much as we've seen Kit today, wouldn't surprise me if he's sitting the band stage.
I see Janet banned really here as well first. To whoever does not have the coin toss. So heavily valued. I think throwers here as
Hello,
well.
Llama, how are you?
For control-based purposes and
What you mean, TYK?
Juju,
I missed some
Barry,
context.
Gene, for Loud, Barry, RT, Casa Brawl.
Oh.
Janet first pick. Oh no.
Yeah, thank you, Llama.
No.
I'm chilling.
Oh, why?
The Kit first pick is
You
crazy.
Barry, do you like the pick?
Thank you, Ace.
What do you think?
was just messing with you. I'm also a master of reading people, and I can tell based on your voice you're super upset. But I called it, man. I called it. It's
Oh,
gonna
Sam,
happen.
you're talking about the
Look,
brawler. I
Bounty,
thought you
KO,
was about to
think
say that
that's a
person. I was
little
about to say we
more
don't fuck with
viable
that
into some
shitter.
other maps and modes. And on Layer Cake, it's pretty easy to pair this with a tankier option, especially with all the indestructible walls. I feel like this one's more of a mid to close quarters kind of map, depending on how you play it. To your point, as a first overall pick, you're running the risk of getting countered.
I would not draft for Layer Cake. I don't like Layer Cake. I hate it actually so much.
But I think that's one of the better ones that they could have gone with.
I'd probably draft a Gray though. I don't know.
I would say that of all the sort of Layer Cake drafts that we've seen across the region so far, this one's up there already, and it's only just the first 2 brawlers, and none of them have done it, which is normally the first pick brawler across every other region. So, whew, this is kind of wild. And if it's a pairing with the kit, that's even crazier for me. Melody.
Melody.
I mean, imagine that kit and Janet. Nuts. Again, kind of Pekka's preferred brawler to get his hands on. So.
Oh, they banned Buzz. I was gonna say Buzz here, but it's.
As strong or anyone really was allowed that matter, but. I think it is a little bit more of a nudge to take it away from Castle Brawl than it is to leave it on the table in that regard. Yeah, this is kind of a wild draft. I'm not sure how much the kit's going to do much as a thrower on this particular map. Pretty much it's going to be there to just immobilize, I would say, and have to support the team. There's the combination with the Janet.
Oh my god, actually Sim called this draft. Maybe Sim does know what he's doing a little bit.
But even then, I don't know whether it's enough to convince me otherwise that it's the right play for this draft.
Janet was on my mind for sure, and obviously Kit in the skies alongside Janet is lethal. That's basically 2 brawlers you're keeping protected every time Janet drops a super, assuming Kit's on her back, of course. But the hypercharge is adding so much to Janet. On top of that, her piercing shot's gonna be able to deal with any of Ash's rats, so that's a couple benefits they have going their way. I think
or not.
Casa Brawl, this isn't too shabby. I mean, yes, they drafted the Kit early, but I think it has potential to work out. The Janet Kit combo, and then on top of that, they get Lou for the ice rink and also to slow down any tanks such as Ash on the other end.
It's high risk, high reward for Casa Brawl already. I know Janet is definitely more the on the offense than the defense, so it's kind of a weird position where it kind of favors you to be slightly behind and then try to get that final ditched attempt at just the right time for your teammates to come in and really land the goods and time that kit jump with Janet having a hypercharge and just saving it, you know, for that.
Yes, yes, you can tell though.
Ability to respond when you're opposition, and that's a risky game. You know, your opposition are waiting for that push and they're preparing themselves for it and trying to get themselves geared up to be in the best spot to defend against it. And you get one shot at that. You know, you don't get a chance to retaliate and come back and, you know, unless it's the first game. But I don't know. It's a good pairing with the Kit and the Janet. Whether it will be enough for Casa Brawl to take this 5th final set, I'm not sure. But I'm not overly fond of the loud draft either. Risky ideas on both sides.
Poca was their final selection, and I think
+1 anti-CC,
for that, not only
I guess.
the Ash and kind of have your stereotypical healer plus tank, the gadget, 100%. It's got to be. They're going to be looking to try and get rid of that freeze from Lou, so I think that's one thing that they can hold in their back pocket. But like you said, a little bit of risk for both sides. Motep, the
nah, that's crazy.
To wait with him. Fire Crows groups up the blue star, but both of his teammates are down.
Yeah, the gadget you're referring to, protective tune.
Ain't no way.
You know, any sort of effect on a brawler, so slow, stun, so it's good against the Kit. But, you know, I hate to be the one to break it to you, Kenny, but a team did experiment with that very idea.
No, no. Oh, he went over the water.
It was not worth the pick.
Why would he go over the water? That's so stupid.
You know, I'm not sure whether it's going to be doing much. Sure, yeah, it can heal the Ash and provide more survivability in that regard. And the Melody, you know, going on that aggressive push, but I don't know. It's definitely a risk that some have taken and it has not paid off, but we'll see. We'll see. For
I love the part where I could see the game. Oh. Like, surely we all know that you cannot go over water with a cat. Cats do not like water. Mostly, like 90%, I guess.
We try to rejoin the action.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm just kind of reporting what I think they're thinking. Never said it worked. Never said it.
Where's my
Obviously,
Morphine stuff? I don't know.
hasn't worked this weekend, or last weekend. But nonetheless, I think both sides running a little bit of risk there, doing their best to kind of make adaptations. I think the Janet kick combo can be pretty lethal if played right. On the other end, once you're exhausted of gadgets, you're kind of in trouble. 9-9 overall somewhere along the way. Casa Brawl scooped up the blue star, and now it's Loud looking to respond. Hypercharge down the right-hand lane. It's Firecrow skating. There's nothing he can do. They're out. He has to pop this gadget at the final second. It's going to be down to the wire. One kill could make the difference for either end here. And we'll wait for word to see who won it. Wow, Loud got it. They must have gotten the last second.
Too much pressure and not an ability to defend against it. And again, that's my reservation with the Janet. It's just very hard when you're having to take to the skies to save your own life, and you're gonna leave your teammates on the ground.
Cats cannot swim. I mean, some can actually, but it's a general thing that cats don't really like the water.
And really putting the pressure on.
Wish we could have seen what happened in the game. It would have been nice.
See a turnaround here, but stranger things have happened, and certainly so. It was a very, very close game. Nonetheless, it could go either way, in my opinion, and it's all about who gets the upper hand in these early outsets, but most importantly, who's holding on to those stars at the end of it.
Hey, why are they losing this?
So the storyline all day long with this match. We knew it was going to be close. This is exactly what we got all year last year. Honestly, Ark, a 3-1 would surprise me. 3-1 would surprise me. It just 3-2 always feels right. So Loud, if they end up getting a victory here in this game and walking away with it, would be kind of a change of pace compared to last year and a little bit of an exclamation mark, I think, to kick off this year.
They're trying to join back with the spectate, and players have been playing this entire time. And that's the most important thing, that in terms of competitive integrity, they have not been affected by this, purely for the viewership side of things. And I won't lie, there's a possibility we may not see the end.
Tomorrow better be a banger. I don't want to be upset from this whole weekend.
Not the case, and at the very least, we're going to final set. But
no, if they use my Wi-Fi, we would actually be able to see the game.
They were able to gain the first game in this set. I just really hope that we're not judging based upon their reactions.
This is going to get me every time.
We'll see how it goes down. Regardless, it's been close the whole way through. I think Casa Brawl have clearly proven that they deserve to be in this grand finals competing against a fellow foe in Loud. Both of these teams seem to be just a step ahead of the rest. Obviously, it was close throughout the day for Loud.
Like, this Wi-Fi is like
earning their way here.
2 megabytes per
top
second.
Two teams walking into this. These are the top 2 teams today. Here we go, jumping in. 10 seconds to go. Loud need 11 stars here in the final moments if they want to close it out. Nafreeze going down. The gadget out.
That Poco gadget was so
many
late.
kills and stars that this lead is too large. Casa Brawl dominating game number 2. It'll be another match point for Loud.
I think we had a guardian angel there, Kenny. Not gonna lie, because at least we get to tip things over a little bit longer. And what a convincing turnaround it must have been, though, for Casa Brawl, because they didn't really give up much for Loud to go on. Even at the end, that triple loose stun was kind of crazy. It was great that they reserved the protected tunes gadget for the Pokos to be able to cancel it out, but even then, not enough time to do much about it. But into then what is the deciding game of this set for Loud. They are still
Can
on
we
match point. They still
watch the
require this
game?
win to take the
Is that
monthly
too much
final.
export?
And the other side of things, Casa Brawl looking to try to take the 5th and final set in any way they can.
Yeah, it's just the
First game
spectating.
of
It's
this
not the
set did
game.
not go the way the second game rather really did, and that's why it is so close in that regard as to who might be able to do it.
I mean, 0 stars is pretty astounding at a professional level. Here we are, 1-0. It's going to be a trade. Motep with a dive.
Motep doing
4-1.
Motep things again.
Jumping in here with about a minute to go. Loud Esports could close out this match right here, right now with a win. Instead, though, it's their rival Casa Brawl giving them trouble.
Can we even say it is South America's fault for the spectating, though? Because, like, you don't have to be there to spectate. You spectate from anywhere.
Tough stuff for Loud as the Kit Janet combo goes straight for the jugular. And jump away as well for good measure, keeping the pressure on the Firecrow, who yet drops the pin as he knows that this strategy is starting to crumble.
Just a moment where Janet and Kit looking very fierce. There's the dive in from Melody. They have to convert, though. The hypercharge goes through. The shield not enough. They have 8-8, but Blue Star still siding with Casa Brawl.
Look at the aggressive position, the aggressive stance here of Loud. They can hurt these sheep into the corner. Low just jumped the nick of time, kind of going in and gets the Firecrow gets the kills. 10
Wait. Hyper. Come on.
One kill making all the difference.
What?
Like Louder squeezing by Fire.
What? How did I not get kills?
They did. Glock expires and they end up surviving.
That was a Hyper Janet with a kit on her, and they didn't get kills? What?
What did I just witness? Oh my word.
Where's the production?
They don't come much
One
closer
second.
than that.
You're just like hype up a fucking name.
It came down to 1 second, Ark.
Oh, they did win it. Okay. I was about to say, what the hell?
They erased it in 1 second. Absolutely insane. I feel like we were watching time in slow.
What the hell is going
2-2.
on,
Exactly what we
bro?
expected. I feel like so predictable, but it's such a roller coaster to get here.
Bro, if NA's like this, NA's getting
You know
clowned
the script, you
again.
know that this is gonna go the distance, and then still the moment it happens,
Alright,
in the
Tori.
most
Alright,
shocking
alright.
way possible. This feels
Calm
like
down.
like a time travel loop movie where you're like, no way will that be? Oh, this is the result you predicted, Ark. This is the result you called out, Kenny. So tell me, how does it end? I didn't get that far in the script.
In a 3-2.
I don't think anybody knows. It's a 3-2.
Guaranteed.
That's right. That's right.
Guaranteed. It's going in the 3-2.
Solid. Well, we've got one map, one game mode left.
Yeah,
These teams have been
Bounty
pulling
is,
out not only incredible mechanics, but genius pulls on the draft. What are you looking
Like,
for
Bounty
for
itself
both
is a
these
good
teams to
mode,
close it
but
out? Do you think Loud can
for
do it, and
comp
what
wise, I
do
think
they
it needs
have
to go
run with
kinda
to make it
low
happen?
key, high key.
Well, for knockout as a mode, I mean, certainly.
Almost lost
certainly
17 to
some
9
PTSD
is
coming
crazy.
into play here for Castle Brawl. This is the mode, of course, where last year, in the very last monthly final of the year, the deciding set for
Yeah.
them as to whether it was going to be a trip to the LCQ or a trip to Worlds,
Wipeout
it
clears.
didn't go their way. Gene pulled in with a Pearl, and it all came crashing down for Casa Brawl. Have they learned from that mistake and the error of their ways? They've managed to bring and prolong this to a 5th and final set. We've got to hand that to them, because that has not been an easy feat. So that chips away at a team like Loud over time, who again were all cheers. You remember going into that last set? They
I was
were
thinking the same
all
thing,
smiles,
brother.
all cheers. And I said one single drop
Yeah.
could change that.
It would've been
Not quite
insane.
the same energy, I would say,
It would have been
now,
insane if we could
how
actually see what happened. I wouldn't open. Alright, we pick or ban Brock.
Smiling, cracking from the other side. Look, Casa Brawl in another world had no business being here. 1 second to go.
And Angelo.
And Loud's coming away with that. And that set number 2 could have walked away with Loud winning that one and closing things out as we know.
Yeah,
Instead,
yeah,
they
exactly,
keep
loading.
Finding ways. That's what makes this rivalry so special. There's been some big moments, and like you mentioned, the last one of our previous year ended with a bang. I'm sure this one will be no different. Kit entering the band stages, so don't gotta worry about him, Mark. You're done with him for the day. You're free, brother. You're free.
Why are we
I don't
leaving
feel like
Brock
I'm free,
open?
man. Like North
you
America's
got tomorrow,
tomorrow. Like
Surely not, right?
They're gonna be
Yeah,
going
we
for
are.
that.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, no, I'm not on that bandwagon, mate. I'm not on it. But
Pearl
no,
first?
that's well, again, painting
What?
a picture to last year. It was the Pearl that was
You
pulled
suck,
in.
Taj.
That is Casper
Monkey.
did ban the G's, so they can't pick it. There is that side. But I love the Pearl pick on this particular map. I think it's really, really solid, and I think warrants the first brawler pick, in my opinion. It does have a bit of an issue against the Buster, which doesn't tend
Brock
to often
beats
come in as a
Pearl.
counter for it. But it really can do a lot when you've got that into your comp. The question is, do you really want to build something around a Buster clone just purely for the counter? They will have it as the 3rd and final pick, surprise, on the side of Castle Brawl if they wish. Choosing the Brock, I really like that Brock pick. I think breaking the middle of the map, as soon as you go into things...
Taj, you
a lot of
literally
options.
outranged
In a
Pearl
map
as a
where
Brock.
If you don't have something like that, or an E for the side lanes, you have some options then.
Got that wall break, which
Turns around, bro. Just stay back.
allows you to get to that mid, and just having
What you
another
mean?
avenue where normally it's really difficult. You either have to take a launch pad, which is
Abuse your
almost
shot
death every
radius
time,
on your
or you go right-hand side, walk it the
normal
long way.
attacks.
At least this Brock gives you options.
Play
a little bit.
against
There's
it, I
games that's
have,
long range,
Taj.
so we'll see if Loud try and dodge that and do
You
something
cannot
different.
dodge
They're gonna
Brock
go with
shots as a
Max, which
pro. Her
traditionally
hitbox is way
always
too
the big in
big.
Brawl Esports, but it's a little bit harder to land those shots with good mechanics on the Max. The extra speed, the juking, the phase shifting. It's really pesky to kind of bring her
When
down.
the
I
smoke
think
comes in, you
defensively,
should
it's
be
gonna
winning
really
before the
strong.
smoke
You
goes
mentioned
in.
Buster. We saw Max
Yeah,
Buster
Pearl
and
is
Team
fat,
Violation
literally.
earlier.
She's a
This is their
stove.
strategy the past that we've seen a ton. Obviously, Gene in that band stage, but nonetheless, what are they going to pair this Max with? Because I imagine they don't want it to be something passive. I don't think
I like the
Sharpshooter
Max,
would
though.
necessarily elevate
I do
his
like the
competition.
Max
I think they kind of
pairing.
need their kills. And instead
I don't
of
like
going
the Byron, though.
I mean, I get it. I think that's a tricky spot, but yeah, if you're going to grab this Max, to me, you want to pair it with something that Max can make shine, and I don't really see that with either of these two brawlers.
She's in a plains.
Yes.
Um,
You literally find Pearl in a Best Buy. I mean,
problem having some
what's it
heals,
called?
and especially with the Max, I can see it.
What's
kinda
that
helping them
store
along
called?
the way to stay on the
Best
speed
Buy was the
bus.
first thing that came to mind, but that's not, a fucking Home Depot, bro. IKEA, yeah, I was thinking about IKEA. That's why I said Best Buy. Their logo is kind of the same.
I mean, the Max is
I was thinking of,
definitely
yeah,
very, very loud.
IKEA.
It can
That's
be
where you
very,
find
very
Pearl at.
overpowering on this map, but that's where the Brock for me has
I don't like the Byron either. I don't like the Byron. The Home Depot, you can literally find Pearl at Home Depot too, or IKEA.
Just warmed up for this one. It's about to be a battle for sure. Yeah, I feel like it's more round.
Hell no, I am not fat. What you mean?
Not as flashy,
I'm literally Brock.
but I think it's just the safer of the bets. And yeah,
I hate.
break gonna give some options at the very least over Castle Brawl, and they can break the bush on this side as well.
Yes,
exactly, and that
it is.
provides their- see the crossover. So already Loud as a result, they've got no option but to go back. Wow.
I think Brock allows
Bro,
them access
it's
to
been
the
like
mid, and
6
Max Speed does the same
hours.
thing, but it's still trickier. You're gonna have to play this really well if you're Loud. And even though I made them as my prediction, I do like this draft better for Casa Brawl. I mean, I think that's just the truth. I think Casa Brawl have an easier win avenue, and Loud are really gonna have to play this perfectly. Adinho on this right hand side, just juggling multiple brawlers. Fire
Yeah, they
Pro
just
pin,
wait for
Kyle
Max
Dog
Super.
pin, unless they use a launch pad or a phase shift or a max speed. How are they getting out of this one?
Very tough. Very, very tough. Pearl might have an opportunity with a gadget pop, potentially, but I would prefer to save it again for the next round and just chalk this one up as a loss. Maybe the Max can bring in something. But there it is. Castle Brawl quickly put all that idea to rest. Now speed coming in for Loud. And that's what you want. You want to gain that advantage, get really, really quickly into the map and just lock down the hatches and try to buy your
The
time
Max
in,
speed
but
is literally saving them,
quickly as
and the
that,
Byron
Castle
Hill
Brawl
is saving them too.
already back out
The
of that.
Byron Hill is
Potentially
literally
left-hand
keeping that
side
Pearl
as
alive.
well. Shield available for the Gus. And it's not looking good
You
for
see
Loud.
how the
They're
Pearl
already
couldn't hit the
down.
Brock a single time, Taj? You see that?
This is
You see that, Taj?
already
You see that?
That's a match point now for Casa Brawl, and Loud didn't really have much to say for it.
I think this is a round 2 and 3 kind of composition too, Ark. And the issue was even in that round 2 where they get the speed down early, they take map control. They didn't get the kills necessary.
Like,
They
you're
lost
not
super
first
early
picking
and
Pearl
really
on this
super
map.
early
You
for
first
them
pick
to do
Brock.
so. There's really no way around it. I mean, if you don't have max speed in this early game, Byron and Pearl are going to have to somehow find some kills, or Max is going to have some insane aggression to get this super early. On the other end, they walk up the middle. They just break the wall with Brock, and then they destroyed the enemy walls. They have complete visibility of the map. There's nowhere to hide. I just think this is going to be an uphill battle for Loud. They're really going to have to prove themselves in these final 2 games.
There's an opportunity with the comp. I kind of get it, you know, but the Max really has to open up the space to really gain that positioning power off the get-go. And then once you've got it, you've got to hold it. That's why the Brock pick is just really great for Silent Castle Brawl. It just gives them somewhere to go. And in a map like this, you know, it goes such a long way. Your Pearl can break the mid.
That's what I've been saying, Toko. That's like, get the coaches into a call and point it at the games.
They're being much more cautious on the side of Castle Brawl. That, of course, is on the go at the present moment in time. We're just waiting to see what we can see on that front. But certainly, if this is anything to go by, the last game was so convincing in favor of Castle Brawl.
Mega Cats guys over Hood.
Yeah, that strategy really showcasing why it can be powerful. I think, honestly, the Brock's kind of an underrated one at our competitive
Literally,
level, just because
James.
The ability to wall break on some of these maps and modes is a big deal, not only for locking out enemy brawlers, say if they're playing a thrower, now Brock's got a little easier access for his teammates, but especially in a map like this, having that access directly to the mid, I can't illustrate enough. Taking and saving that time for walking all the way around, they automatically get a presence in the mid. They get an advantage.
You
and then
can't
actually
dodge a
once they
max
break
range
that
Brock.
That's where Brock's shining right there. That's where he's making his paycheck. So I don't think he's the best brawler in the game, but he's a very great situational brawler to keep in mind.
Yeah, tough scenario here. Again, just trying to get the spectate up for these two teams. It is the 5th and final set.
They actually won a
Byron
round, though.
alone. Loud have got the first
Wonder
round.
what happened.
However, so if he does win, this will be
Nah,
a really good
nah.
Getting consecutive touchdowns.
Pekka your ass! Pekka your ass!
Oh my goodness me.
Best players have
Firecrow is so
Nah.
to stay alive, but I mean the Byron Hills were there.
That was
Pretty
terrible.
straightforward. You just had to make sure that you landed the taps, and that was quite key.
What a 1v2 there from the young man. Incredible plays.
Literally could have used his
Gets the
super.
first kill, and then the second one, juking for his life, lands a couple valuable shots, and it's a battle against the clock. Here we go. Game 3. This is it, folks. Winner of this takes it all, and Loud have the pressure early. Despite this wall break, they're allowed to walk open this mid freely. Casa forced to use 2 of them.
They're playing it
Flanking
better
left-hand
now.
side.
They're being
Motep
super
low, 280,
aggro.
but will survive. Same can be said for Kyodog, though.
Now that you
Tough
realize
sailing
Pekka's
here, but
ass
still
on
got the
Brock,
pressure
they'll be
they
fine.
need.
Firecrow with some good findings there. Hecker in the mid, look at his position.
Good
Guy here,
shot.
great gadget as well. Should see some good burn potential here on the side of Casa Brawl. Should now be at least a man down. 2 men down. Just the Gus surviving on for Motep. A disastrous round. Really one that for me, Casa Brawl could not afford to lose. Nowhere to
Zeus
go.
Brock
Gas
also
coming
sucks,
in.
really.
There's gonna be
I don't
more
have Zeus Brock,
utility
so
over.
I know.
Firecrow's got the heals as well for the
I
next
use
round.
Lion Dance.
And it is just the one round that Loud needs to take the day.
You just never know in Brawl Esports. Loud looking down and out in game number 1. Somehow claw their way back in game 2. And now we're finding ourselves 1 round away. Kyodog getting mad aggressive here, though. Needs the heals. Firecrow exhausts every one of them. Throws him a regular shot. Throws him a super. It's going to keep Kyodog up for now. But they're definitely
Stop
not gonna have the
flexing. I'm
resources
not
that they want. This is
flexing.
the resurgence they need, though.
Nah.
Oh, it's gonna fall short
That's a
there.
trade.
It's gonna be a 2 versus 2 for sure. Richmond Junior versus Firecrow and Kyodog. But now, look at this. Positioning here is really not in the favor of Casa Brawl whatsoever.
Welcome back,
The screen is
Tiger
not
Eye.
available to Kyodog.
You're here for
Which
like
survives.
stars.
No! What a gadget! What a play!
Oh.
Outnumbered, trying to achieve the impossible.
Firecrow's gonna have to find lightning in a bottle twice. Jubileo has a super. Motep available as well. It's
And
a
then we go right back to
legendary moment
lag.
if he can pull it
Surely
off.
they
2v1
won this,
scenario.
right?
Firecrow could win the monthly finals right here, right now. But Casa Brawl giving him everything.
Surely they won
they've
this round,
got.
right?
What a survival out of Motep
Right?
here.
Right?
And that's going to be a
Okay.
big reason why they're extending it as well. So Casa Brawl going to take that second game. It is the winner of this round who will take our grand finals.
Comes down to 1 round.
This Max is so
Literally
aggro,
this
holy.
year, starting where last year ended in the South American monthly finals. Finals game very aggressive.
Good
here.
pick, Motep. Good pick, Motep.
Falls down here. Casa Brawl now turning the screws. Kyodog falls
Holy.
apart. And Casa Brawl has surely done it.
Get his ass. Okay.
It's the 1 versus 3.
You see that?
And Casa Brawl
Don't first pick Pearl, Taj.
South America. Oh my word! What a turnaround!
You can see how much it means to him.
4,200, yes, bro.
Up, RJ, mean business.
Bro, what?
Business. Look at the flash and the fire coming in from these fellas. Well deserved, and to be honest with you, in that set alone, I thought each team was winning like 3
Oh,
different
no.
times. I just had no idea what to expect. This match certainly delivered in how close it was. 3-2 the final score. Casa Brawl taking the first monthly final of the year.
Crazy close. Crazy close. Just a singular round is really all it was between it. What about the smack talk? Can we talk about that at the end? Just Pekka just punching the crow. I mean, saying something to me.
That was tough.
Where's Taj now? Taj saying the first pick Brock, or first pick Pearl beats to Brock.
Heading into the 2025 season to claw your way that close to the top against such a huge opponent as Loud, and then to sit confidently up there. They are new Titans. They are needing to be top.
Yeah, they
now,
first
but
picked
oh my
Pearl.
goodness, that happiness was like infectious. I'm so excited. Arca got so excited. I talked
When
over
Brock
you.
was open.
And we have so many wonderful things to say about this team. So I'll hand it back over to you because what a way to finish the first monthly final in South America.
So close. I mean, you can just cut the tension with a knife, honestly. It was the grand finals that we wanted to see. It really was. Those two teams just really just bring out all the stops, and definitely not the cleanest of drafts along some of the ways. Some ideas that I was sold on by the end of them, and some ideas that I still remain
Who's MVP?
that I don't want to see too much of, but super exciting stuff regardless. I mean, really clutch, like on both sides of the field, but the ice in the veins with Casa Brawl today.
Yeah, It was a journey to get here to the grand finals. It was a journey for our winner to claim victory. Taking a look back.
Doubted the Brock. I would never doubt the Brock. I always first pick Brock.
People predicted right up until the very end. Where
I wasn't listening.
but
Hero.
that was just purely based on spirit and vibes. I was taking a page out of Ark's book to get it. Kenny, what do you think about this result?
I'm not surprised. I mean, Loud and Casa Brawl were the two teams I had my eye on.
Wait, yeah, who said that? Who said Brock is underrated?
They weren't as convincing. I think Casa Brawl had some really strong performances all day. They hold on by a sliver in this grand finals, certainly deserving of winning this. For now, Casa Brawl will be the better team in this region. I think
I'll check in a
Loud
bit,
come back
Tyler.
swinging. Now that there's been a little more trash talk, a little dancing on the screen too, I want to see both these teams bring it next month. I cannot.
If you're saying
wait
it's a
for
shitter,
those
I
South
think you
American
mean
Monthly
it's the
Finals.
host.
Absolutely incredible performance. Great cast.
It's
from
not
you guys.
Ark or
I know,
Kenny.
some of that we did have to go off vibes, reflections, and everything else, but bringing all that knowledge to bear, breaking down the games, and telling us some cool anecdotes about these players as well. Looking forward
Why
to
is
the
she
show's
here if
development
she
over
knows
the course
nothing
of
about the game?
season. But gentlemen, any final words from you as we wrap up our first monthly
She's just
final
here for
in
marketing
South America?
from other games.
Look, you never know what you're going to get from South America, heck, for the rest of the world. But one thing holds true. The competition is real. Those quarterfinals, 3 and 4 have been 3-2s. These grand finals, something to see. This is what's going
That's
to keep me
wishful
coming back in
thinking.
future months. I think this region is going to continue to deliver fireworks.
Especially when you consider the next month, gadgets, reworked. I mean, that's going to shake up everything. Hyperchargers, Mr. P's on that list. I'm looking at you, South America, for that one. A prime pick in the years that we've had past. And I mean, I think one thing's for sure in a region that you just
I like
never
that
really know
hairstyle
what to
though. It's kind of.
expect. It's going to get blown wide open.
What do you
next
mean,
month when we
icy?
have all these changes, new brawlers coming in as well. I mean, it's going to be a wild run this year, for sure.
19
Can't wait for the shake up and can't wait to see y'all tomorrow.
Oh,
for
hell
North
no.
America Monthly Finals. But in the meantime, let's take a look back on today. We'll see y'all later.
Clutch plays after another. Yeah. I feel like they definitely could have been better, but it was still good. I don't think she plays the game either, to be honest. I think she's just purely there for marketing reasons. That was a clean hypercharge. Didn't they lose 3-1? True, James. Second MVP, I agree. Just knew it, yeah. She's there from... I don't know what game she's done, but I just know she has a lot of followers on Twitter, so she's definitely a big name. Unite? Oh, I see. So is she just a Pokemon lady? Nothing wrong at all. Watching Broadswag. I don't feel like it, to be honest. That isn't a big game. I mean, it kind of is. Oh, I see Limbo. 10 minutes? I'd rather just go off and go find something to eat. I don't care about Brawl Talk. Oh, it's a monthly. This is not the first time they've done that.
Honestly, even F dot would have been better.
Yeah, where is F Dot? Wait, I think he still is. He's still a cast, but he's not a host. He's just a caster. That Brawl stream and not care about Brawl Talks? Bro, I just played the game.
No, what do you mean F dot has no knowledge? Yes,
Yeah, he was a caster at Worlds. It was him, Teddy, Reddy, Kenny, Sunny. I think. I might be missing someone. Oh, Uber as well. I'm sure every single person here has already watched the Brawl Talk. We do not need me to stream it too. Where's Panda? He's out and about. Alright, I'll put it on and go get some food then.
Z's doing a get a little bit of OJ. That's
Cause I don't care to watch it. I want to get some food.
what do you mean you're gonna get some food? Sim, chill.
Yo, thank you, Custom. Appreciate it.
It's Brawl Talk! Time Controlling Brawler, a brand new rank system, the second brawler of the Medieval Manor Trio, 12 hypercharges, changes to gadgets, and more!
What can we do to celebrate the new brawler? You know, the one who can control time?
How about we go back in time?
Oh man, not this again.
I told you Marzio could not be trusted with that thing.
Hey, it's your fault for giving a time machine to a child.
Loading that. I don't think they're going to be released all at the same time. It's going to be in batches of 6.
Sphinx, you know, like the Sphinx Genius.
Surely, right?
Sphinx is the owner of the Star Park escape room. Oh, and he can also casually control time.
He likes to keep the escape room experience interesting for visitors.
And in-game, he plays the same way. Come on, Marzio, change us back.
Yeah, I want to do cool adult stuff like getting a mortgage and pay taxes.
Okay, I want to know more about Sphinx anyways.
Sphinx's main attack is Chrono Cast. He fires 3 projectiles forward, with the outer 2 dealing less damage than the first. This allows him to control a bit more of an area as he has more chances to hit.
His super, Time Warp, warps time in an area, decreasing the projectile speed of enemy brawlers caught in the Time Warp, and increasing them for himself and his teammates.
You guys forgot me!
It's time to go back to the Finxture. With this gadget, Finx steps back in time, returning to the position he was at 3 seconds before, while also restoring to the max ammo that he had during those 3 seconds.
With his star power Hieroglyph Halt, Finx reduces the reload speed of any enemy brawlers hit by his main attack for a few seconds.
With his other star power, Primer, damage dealt by Finx and any teammates affected by Finx's super will increase its duration.
The next brawler of the update is part of the Medieval Manor Trio, a badass metal drummer named Lumi. She controls the powers of fire and ice, which reflects both sides of her personality. And we are pretty sure that Draco has a crush on her, but don't tell him we told you.
Lumi wields 2 Morning Stars, which she can throw at enemies to deal damage. Once she has thrown them both, she will recall them, dealing damage again if any enemies are caught in their path.
Lumi's Blast Beat super unleashes 3 heavy slams that cause area damage, with the 3rd slam actually rooting enemies.
With her Hit the Lights gadget, Lumi ignites her Morning Stars that are on the ground, creating damage, dealing flames.
With her other gadget,
Grim and Frostbitten,
Lumi creates freezing winds around any Morning Stars on the ground.
Her first star power, Half Time, will make any enemies caught in the path of returning Morning Stars be slowed.
With her star power 42% burn, Lumi's super will also set areas hit by her slams on fire.
If you got all the references in her ability names, you get a gold star.
We actually have 12 hypercharges coming with this update. They will be released in 2 batches. Flame Skin. Carl's super now leaves a blazing trail of rocks that scorch the earth wherever he goes, burning enemies that touch them.
Sugar for all. Mandy fires a super in 3 different directions.
Homing fish oil. The fish torpedoes that Hank fires with his super have been upgraded to home in on targets.
Catch a bear. Bo super deploys 5 mines instead of 3. These do not override any mines already placed by his super.
Protect the Queen. Beast super projectiles split into 2 at max distance and on hit, increasing her super's distance and spread even more.
Tungsten toughness massively increases the swipe range of Meg's super. Meg will also gain a shield when she activates her super Mecha Machina.
Super porters assemble. Mr. P's whole
Bro,
base now
where's-
spawns much stronger porters, and he can
where's
have 2
Bubbles?
active
Where's
super
Axis?
porters at the same time.
Plot armor. Buster's shield is now 360 degrees around him, and reflected projectiles deal more damage.
Here's the Buster one.
Gooey. He throws a sweet that explodes and deals damage, spreads a poison cloud, and then leaves a slowing area for a few
That
seconds.
Chester Hyper looks insane. What the
Lola
fuck?
spawns a mega inflated ego with increased health and damage.
Grown bomb goes boom. Grown super gains a secondary explosion after the first in an X path. This
There's the
explosion
Grom.
also deals damage, breaks walls,
Oh,
and
that's
knocks
kinda
back
cool.
enemies.
Hyper Fist. Sam's Knuckle Busters travel faster and will fully
Oh,
charge
they could have
his
just
super if
done
they hit
it
an enemy
in
brawler
like a
during the hyper charge.
Oh wait, oh hell no,
Ranked has
that's
died
Sam
and
Hyper.
being reborn for the 4th time.
It has better rewards, it's more competitive, and every
You
month there'll
ranked
be a
them
new
up.
game mode for you to complain about.
Also, every month there'll be 3 maxed out brawlers that will be playable for everyone. So you can test the brawlers before unlocking them. For the upcoming season, we'll have Ems, Jean, and Leon.
Ranked is getting a Brawl Pass-like progression system called the Pro Pass. It also has a free track and a paid track.
To progress in the Pro Pass, you must collect Pro Pass XP, or PPXP for short.
You get
PPXP.
PPXP by winning ranked matches, ranking up, and watching esports broadcast.
Or by activating the Pro Pass, which grants bonus daily PPXP.
Now, what do I get from this new Pro Pass?
For the free track, you get rank drops, star drops, gems, and a
Bro, what do you
guaranteed
mean?
rare
Lumi
skin
looks
that can be
balanced.
upgraded
So
to
does the other
legendary,
brawler.
a hypercharge drop, and legendary star drops as the tail rewards.
As for the paid track, it has 600 gems, 5,000 coins, cosmetics, and more upgrades for what we are calling the Pro Skin.
Pro Skin is our
Where you
first
selling
upgradable
vipers,
skin,
son?
and it is only available
What the
through the
fuck
Pro
is that
Pass.
called
First
skin,
Pro Skin,
bro?
Astral Cult, has the following upgrades. A pin, profile picture and spray, special attack effects, 8 pins, special
That shit
takedown
looks
effects,
ugly as
an
hell.
animated brawler card, special spawn and respawn effects, Ultra Astral Cult, and finally 2 different chromas of Ultra Astral Cult.
And yes, you'll be able to choose which upgrade level of skin you want to play with. So if you want to run around with the level 1 skin, even if you unlock everything, you can.
Each ranked season lasts for 1 month, but the Pro Pass lasts for 4 months because it is tied to major esports events.
There's a lot more to the new rank, and you can read it in the in-game news. The first Pro Pass ranked season will start when the update drops on February 25th, so mark your calendars. A brawl a day keeps the bad randoms away.
Open Brawl Stars every day and you'll get free stuff daily.
They are mostly small freebies, but sometimes they are really cool stuff.
Also, if you keep your login streak, this number gets higher and catches fire.
If you miss a day, you can start again or use gems to continue the streak. But this doesn't affect your rewards in any way. It's only if you really care about this big number.
So, log in every day. Who's up for Mummy
We're
Monday?
gonna see how addicted some
Stop
people
trying
are
to
to
make
this
Mummy
game.
Monday a thing.
Same time next week?
March Brawl Pass
AKA
season
Stubby
was
Dog.
meant to
Hey,
be a
hey,
return
hey,
to the
no,
sense
no,
of
no.
time,
I stream
but
this game is
something went
different.
wrong. Well, looks like we're
Oh, you're
having
gonna
a
have to log in
godsend
every day?
season instead.
The Brawl Pass skin is Mummified Frank. Who
Even
knew
if
the
it's off
undead
streak.
with fire on their head could be so adorable? The Brawl Pass
Holy
plus
Frank
skins
skin.
are Charcoal Frank and Papyrus Frank.
Some of our newer brawlers
I might
will
low-key
get
cop that, that's
skins
kinda
this
fire.
like Queen Juju, who will harness the power of the sands to destroy you.
And Mystic Neeple, who knows
Queen
all the
Juju.
rules to Senate but won't share them with me. What a wank.
We have Pharaoh, who kick flips his own sarcophagus.
Scarab's Creek reminds me of that scene from The Mummy when that thing runs up the dude's leg and into his head. That was so cool.
And we have Ruffles the second, who I mainly like because he looks like my dog. So therefore, he is the best skin ever made.
Fair enough.
Now all of the star drops will be mine in the Super Brawl season.
Uncle Drew, stay with me.
Oh, Danny, with great power comes great lawsuit if I finish this line.
Uncle Drew!
No
This
way
season
they
is special because
copyrighted
it's
that
all about the
phrase.
Supercell makes kings.
We have Crime Buster BB, designed by the Brawl
Oh
Stars
yeah,
team,
here's the
ready to
superhero
dish out
skins.
justice to friend and foe alike. Her 2 Brawl Pass Plus skins, Justice Smasher and Virtue Finder BB, will definitely make you stick to her own brand of justice.
we have 4 heroes, starting with Spectacular Sam, designed by Finisho, who is the leader of the Super Brawlers.
Firewing Janet by Warpwave is ready to swoop in on criminals to save the day.
Equilibrium Buster by Vinui is just tired of Star Park, of these brawlers, and tired of being caught in the tangle of their lives. But he's Buster, so it's not that deep.
What good are heroes without villains?
Insector Carl by Artomax is the mastermind of the crime going on during this season. Apparently, he wants to drain the planet of water to turn into a giant rock.
Protector Growl by JY Jack is the brawler Star Park deserves, but not the one we need right now.
He's joined by his faithful henchman, Electroid Chuck, by Gellicor, who is willing to zap anyone who interferes with Insector's master plan.
Fourth, we are collabing with Uno in a mini event with this new Uno Chester skin and Uno Game Mode.
In this game mode, you collect and play Uno cards by taking or throwing them to the discard pile. The first team with no cards remaining wins.
Uno action cards trigger special effects. Draw 2. Team members gain Q power cubes. Skip. Enemies can't attack for the next 3 seconds. Reverse. Move enemy cards back to base.
Oh, hell no.
You can body block flying enemy Uno cards. More skins!
Galera BR, nós vimos que teve um pessoal que ficou triste que a Mandy perdeu pra Piper no Carnaval. Então, Mandy Carnaval tá vindo pro Carnaval 2025.
Veio.
Love this new skin, Pekash.
29 Gem Skins, Dark Knight Lumi, Jurassic Things, Fiendish Ember, Beach Belle, First Mate Fang, Court E.
Any other changes?
Trio Showdown is now permanently in the game.
Gadgets now have no charges and instead have cooldowns, so use them.
You can now favorite brawlers so they will appear on the top of the brawlers list, also in ranked.
And the biggest change in the game, we reordered the quick chat.
Look for the Brawl Talk hashtag on social media to be in with a chance of winning this skin.
Free! Esports.
Keep an eye out for the Brawl Stars YouTube. Pre-order from the link in the description.
Oh, hell no. Wait, anyways, where is the new brawler at? Yo, thank you, Vibrelux. Appreciate it. All the way at the beginning? Wait, who the hell is that? Who the fuck? What the hell is going on here? Started 30 seconds? So.
For giving a time machine to a child. And welcome to Brawl Talk! The first new brawler for the next update is called Finks. You know, like the Sphinx? Genius name. Finks is the owner of the Star Park escape room. Oh, and he can also casually control time.
He likes to keep the escape room experience interesting for visitors.
And in-game, he plays the same way. Come on, Marzio, change us back.
Yeah, I want to do cool adult stuff like getting a mortgage and pay taxes.
Okay, I want to know more about Finks anyways.
Finks' main attack is Chrono Cast. He fires 3 projectiles forward with the outer 2 doing less damage
Finks
than the
actually
first.
looks
This allows
fun.
him to control a bit more of an area as he has more chances to hit.
His super
Wait,
time
that
warp
animation
warps
is
time in
cool
an
too.
area, decreasing the projectile speed of enemy brawlers caught in the time warp and increasing them for himself and his teammates.
You guys forgot me.
It's time to go back to the Finksture. With this gadget, Finks steps back in time, returning to the position he was at 3 seconds before.
That animation
also
is so
restoring
clean.
to the max ammo that he had during those 3 seconds.
With his star power Hieroglyph Halt, Finks reduces the reload speed of any enemy brawlers hit
Oh,
by his
hell
main
no.
for a few seconds.
With his other star power, Primer, damage dealt by Finks and any teammates affected by Finks' super will increase its duration.
The next brawler of the update is part of the Medieval Manor trio, a badass metal drummer named Lumi. She controls the powers of fire and ice, which reflects both sides of her personality. And we are pretty sure that Draco has a crush on her, but don't tell him we told you.
Lumi wields 2 Morning Stars, which she can throw at enemies to deal
That's
damage.
cool.
Once she has thrown them both, she will recall them. dealing damage again if any enemies are caught in their path.
Lumi's Blast Beat super unleashes 3 heavy slams that cause area damage, with the third slam actually rooting enemies.
With her Hit the Lights gadget, Lumi ignites her morning stars that are on the ground, creating damage, dealing flames.
With her other gadget,
Grim and Frostbitten.
Lumi creates freezing winds around any morning stars on the ground.
Her first star power,
That's
Half
cool.
Time, will make any enemies caught in the path of returning morning stars be slowed.
With her star power 42% burn, Lumi's super will also set areas hit by her slams on fire.
If you got all
That's
the
cool.
references in her ability names, you get a gold star.
We actually have 12 hypercharges coming with this
I already
update.
saw
They will
all
be
the
released in
hypercharges.
2 batches.
Who's streaming right
Flame
now?
Spin, Carl's super now leaves a blazing trail of rocks that scorch the earth wherever he goes, burning enemies that touch them.
Sugar for all. Mandy fires her super in 3 different directions.
Homing Fisheye.
That's not as good as I thought it was gonna be, I'm not gonna
To
lie.
home in on targets.
Catch a Bear, Bow Super deploys 5 mines instead of 3. These do not override any mines already placed by his super.
Protect the Queen. Beast super projectiles split into 2 at max distance and on hit, increasing her super's distance and spread even more.
Tungsten Toughness massively increases the swipe range of Meg's super. Meg will also gain a shield when she activates her super Mecha Machina.
Point blank,
Super
true.
porters assemble. Mr.
It's like a
Beast's
Shelly
homepage
super
now
to the
spawns
face.
Much stronger porters, and he can have 2 active super porters at the same time.
Plot armor. Buster's shield is now 360 degrees around him, and reflective projectiles
Oh, that's
deal
actually
more damage.
better
Crunchy,
than I
chewy,
imagined.
gooey. He throws a switch
How it
that
looks.
explodes and deals damage, spreads a poison cloud, and then leaves a slowing area for a few seconds afterwards.
Inflated Ego. Lola spawns a mega inflated ego with increased health and damage.
Grown Bomb goes boom. Grown Super gains a secondary
Who's
explosion
streaming?
after the first in an X pattern. This explosion also deals damage, breaks walls, and knocks back enemies.
Hyper Fist. Sam's Knuckle Busters travel faster and will fully charge his super if they hit an enemy brawler during the hypercharge.
Ranked has died and been reborn for the 4th time.
It has better rewards, it's more competitive, and every month there'll be a new game mode for you to complain about.
Also, every month there'll be 3 maxed out brawlers that will be playable for everyone, so you can test the brawlers before unlocking them. For the upcoming season, we'll have Ems, Jean, and Leon.
Ranked is getting a Brawl Pass-like progression system called the Pro Pass. It also has a free track and a paid track.
To progress in the
Sing?
Pro Pass,
Didn't
you
I
must
just
collect
read Sing
Pro Pass
yesterday?
XP, or PPXP for short. PP.
You get PPXP
Alright.
by winning.
We've heard I don't want that pause stream though.
ranking up, and
Wait, was that not yesterday, James, when you did the channel point redeem? Could have been 2 days ago, actually. Wait, no. Yesterday I rated Axis. My bad. I think that was 2 days ago. The Danny thing towards the end? This thing? Or the QR code?
Look for the Brawl Talk hashtag on social media to be in with a chance of winning this skin.
Esports.
They
Keep
did
an eye out for
not
the
give
Brawl
you
Stars.
enough time to like even pause that before the QR code.
Nós vimos que teve um pessoal que ficou triste que a Mandy perdeu pra Piper no carnaval. Então, Mandy Carnaval tá vindo pro Carnaval 2025.
This part?
Fans of Clash will love this new skin, Pekash.
29 Gems Kings, Dark Knight Lumi, Jurassic Finks.
They didn't
English
hear me
Ember,
earlier. I'm
Beach
kind of
Belle,
upset.
First Mate Fang, Court E.
Any other changes?
Yeah,
Trio
no.
Showdown is now
I'll grab it in a
permanently
second.
in the game.
Gadgets now have no charges and instead have cooldowns, so use them.
You can now favorite brawlers so they will appear on the top of the brawlers list, also in ranked.
And the biggest change in the game, we reordered the quick chat.
Look for the Brawl Talk hashtag on social media to be in with a chance of winning this skin.
Alright, we've heard enough. Tonight, I don't know. Let's see. Maybe not though. Probably not. I'll see how I'm feeling in a few hours. What should we raid? I guess I could raid Trash. Trash was here earlier. Oh no, James. Why did it keep someone? So I had a stream open before I went to sleep, and when I get back on my laptop, I'm in a stream channel that got banned. Like, how am I even here? Oops. Okay, I want to raid Trash. I might be back in a few hours. I'll see how I'm feeling. If not, then see you tomorrow for North America monthly finals. So, yeah. Oh wait, I forgot about this from Triple. What the hell? Alright, let's get this raid going. I will be back either tonight or tomorrow. Appreciate you for hanging out with me.